After taking the clothes, Tang Qing hurriedly left under the reluctant eyes of the designers. Tang Qing knew that they had no thoughts about him. After all, his age was there, but it was a pity that such a perfect clothes rack had slipped away like this. When leaving, Tang Qing also took away some high-level membership cards for Shengtang clothing. These cards had been prepared before Shengtang stores were fully opened. After the opening, he took some for public relations and gave them away. Although Lu Gan was looking for connections with these stores, Shengtang could not be too arrogant and ignore others. In the future, the relationship still needs to be maintained by himself. As the chairman, Tang Qing also asked them to keep some special ones. For example, the cards he took had the biggest discounts as low as 20% off, which were basically loss-making transactions. He planned to give them to some people with good connections, such as Wang Yin, Li Kai, Han Lung, etc. It would be a bit excessive to give them away for free. It was not that he was reluctant to part with them, but that it was inappropriate. In fact, they're free cards. A total of 10 cards were made. He has 1, Lu Qian has 1, and the other 8 are kept in the office to be given to family members or important partners. Although it feels cheap compared to the card Lu Gan gave him, it is also an act of heart and attitude. When his business grows bigger and bigger, this card will become more and more valuable. When the business grows bigger and bigger, Lu Gan will definitely be given a new card. Not only that, Shengtang also cooperates with various local industries owned by Lu Qian. If you buy their products, you will receive Shengtang cards or coupons. Of course, Shengtang also has many coupon-like gadgets from their company, and customers can choose from them. Shengtang is also actively promoting this model, and has even set up a new department to do this kind of thing and cooperate with more merchants or companies to promote the business as much as possible, or it is also an attempt. At least for now, it still has significant effects. Leave the prosperous Tang dynasty. Tang Qing and son, Chao, came to Tianyin. It was already noon. Do Jiao came back an hour ago and was waiting for him in the office. Tianyin's office area. At this time, the place is already a little crowded. There were already a lot of things to do in the past. Recently, Tang Qing has added a lot of workload to them, doing a lot of market surveys and research reports, so they have been recruiting people continuously. The small team of 20 or 30 people in the past has nearly 70 people, but it can still be squeezed in. Do Jiao has also not rented a new office space to save costs. Despite this, no one in the company complained. Instead, everyone was very motivated. Because the company's employees have long known about the news that Tianyin's new headquarters is under construction, the entire rendering is hung in the office area, which can also be regarded as a means of motivation. So far, the effect is quite good. Knowing that the boss has spent tens of millions of yuan to build an office building for them, and it will be ready to move in less than 2 months, what is there to complain about? All the big companies and groups that can do this these days are big companies and groups. The thought of not having to squeeze into the elevator every day, having a company car to take you to and from get off work, and the high-standard employee dormitories and environmental layout really makes me very motivated. Tang Qing happened to get off work when he came here. Seeing Tang Qing coming, the employees of Tianyin consciously stepped out of the way and looked at this little boss who rarely came here, but had no airs with admiration and joy. Tang Qing didn't show any pretense and walked straight in with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Tang." "Hello, Mr. Tang." The employees of Tianyin greeted each other respectfully. Tang Qing also responded one by one. "The boss is still so handsome. It looks like the clothes are customized by Shengtang." "Yes, I have decided that for such a handsome boss, I will only wear clothes from Shengtang." "Fuck off. You idiot. Do you think there will be any discount for us? We can get employee prices for menu and groups items. Maybe, after all, it has just opened now. Wait, Shengtang has produced so many cards, and they will be issued. Well, I will buy the cards as soon as they are issued." People from other companies on this floor also made various inquiries when they saw Tang Qing. They learned that Tang Qing was the boss of this strange company that was not open to the public. They were extremely envious. They were not surprised, but really envious. The whole floor knew that the boss behind this company was very wealthy and had directly invested tens of millions of yuan to build the headquarters building. Many people were thinking about switching jobs. Came to the door knocker of Do Jiao's office. Dong, dong, dong. Tang Qing knocked on the door several times. Please come in. Do Jiao's voice sounded. Tang Qing opened the door and walked in. It was very different from the last time I came here. There were no messy boxes, and the floor was very clean. There were two people in the office at this time. Do Jiao, who was sitting and reading documents, and Deputy General Manager He Zixin, who was standing next to her and seemed to be reporting on her work. Hello, Mr. Tang. He Zixin nodded respectfully and said, Hello. I haven't gotten off work yet. Tang Qing said with a smile and closed the door. Before He Zixin could say anything, Do Jiao rolled her eyes at him and said, Of course, unlike you, you don't have to do anything. I'm also very busy, okay? Tang Qing said. He was indeed very busy. Doesn't school count as busy? Do Jiao chuckled and said, I know, you're a student. Manager He, you go to eat first, and we will talk in the afternoon. Okay. After saying that, He Zixin walked out and closed the door. Tell me what's going on. It's a surprise. If it weren't for the surprise, I wouldn't deduct your salary. Tang Qing sat down on the chair opposite Do Jiao and said, Do Jiao didn't care about salary or not, and said with a smile, Little boss, come with me to meet a friend later. Friend? What does it have to do with me? I won't go, Tang Qing said with an arrogant look on his face. He couldn't be pretending to be a boyfriend and girlfriend. Tang Qing felt a chill, so he shouldn't be such nonsense. Do Jiao didn't know what Tang Qing was thinking. Seeing him being so uncooperative, Do Jiao pouted and said, I don't understand good people. This time it's a business matter. This is a very familiar friend of mine. Their family is similar to Mr. Liu's. They mainly engage in commercial real estate development, especially in coastal provinces. They have a strong network of connections, which is very helpful for Shengtang's development in other provinces. As soon as he heard that it would be good for the prosperous Tang dynasty, Tang Qing perked up and said, Okay, when will they come? It was just a talk, and he was very grateful to Do Jiao in his heart. This sister did not admit that she was thinking of him like this in vain. It's just noon. He went on a self-driving trip to various cities in our province. He arrived here at noon today. He will spend 2 days in Qingyan City. I just wanted to have a meal with him and get acquainted to help you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rushed back early this morning. Do Jiao said, Hee, thank you very much, Sister Jiao Jiao. Don't worry, I'll give you a big red envelope when it's done. Tang Qing promised. It's pretty much the same here. I woke up so early today, and I didn't even get a good night's sleep. Let me tell you, Do Jiao recounted all the trivial things she encountered throughout the morning. Faced with Do Jiao's thoughts, Tang Qing could only listen patiently and add a few words from time to time. 5 minutes later, Do Jiao finally finished speaking. Tang Qing also wiped away the non-existent cold sweat and heard the 2 words that sounded like nature. Let's go. After saying that, Tang Qing followed Do Jiao. Forehead. Damn it. Here it is again. But think about it. The person Do Jiao wants to meet is a super rich second generation. So he must go to the best place for accommodation and food, and the largest and most luxurious hotel in Qingyan City is Lugan's Qianfu Hotel. Tang Qing followed Do Jiao to a luxurious box on the 8th floor. At this time, there were 3 people sitting inside, 2 men and 1 woman, chatting. The 2 men looked to be in their 20s, and Tang Qing guessed that the woman was in her early 20s at most. Quite good-looking and tall. He's not a dandy, is he? Keeping a model? Tang Qing frowned. Seeing Do Jiao, the handsome young man without a female companion quickly stood up and said excitedly, Jiao Jiao, you're here. Yes. Do Jiao looked a little unnatural when she saw the man's face, but was by no means disgusted. Tang Qing looked at the expressions of the 2 people strangely and touched his chin with his hand. Well, there must be something going on between the 2 of them, and it is definitely not an ordinary relationship. Weasel, long time no see. Do Jiao turned to greet the man with his female companion. Hearing Do Jiao call him a nickname without dignity, the man had a bitter look on his face and said, Sister Jiao Jiao, someone is here. Please don't call me this name. No, you have an opinion. Do Jiao ignored it completely and sat down with Tang Qing. The young man who was ignored by Do Jiao also sat down quickly, looking at Tang Qing with slight hostility. No, absolutely not. How dare I? By the way, this little brother is... The young man, nicknamed Weasel, quickly waved his hand and said to change the subject. The younger brother I recognize is also my boss, Tang Qing. These two, Do Jiao introduced. But before the introduction was finished, he was interrupted by the ignored young man. Boss, Jiao, are you kidding? He is only in high school. Do Jiao rolled her eyes at him and did not answer. Jiao, are you working for him? Another young man saw the embarrassing situation and quickly came to the rescue. These two are great gods and cannot be offended. Yes, you have opinions too. Do Jiao said angrily after being interrupted. No. The weasel shook his head quickly, and the other person also lowered his head and remained silent, for fear that Do Jiao would be angry. Tang Qing was a little speechless watching this scene. How many people have been poisoned by Do Jiao? Everyone is afraid of that, just like a mouse meeting a cat. Can they all form a victim fraternity? The two people in front of them must have a bitter past that is unknown to everyone. Thinking of himself, Tang Qing felt quite lucky. No matter how you say Brother Tang or Little Boss, they sound better than Weasel. TSK, I sympathize with you. Looking at Tang Qing's strange eyes, the two of them couldn't help but smile bitterly and added Tang Qing to the ranks of victims. Although they hadn't been formally introduced yet, they unconsciously got a little closer. P.S. There is one more chapter coming later. Do Jiao didn't notice everyone's mysterious smile and continued to introduce. This is Tang Qing, my boss. This is Huang Qi, the fourth child in the family. You can also call him Weasel, Huang Xilang, etc. And that one is Pan Yu. Anyway, he's a very annoying guy. You could just call him Yuezi. Hearing Do Jiao's introduction, Tang Qing was speechless. What kind of bad name did you come up with? Can I get some snacks? Although Tang Qing also wanted to complain, he didn't dare. Of course, it was impossible for Tang Qing to call someone he had just met and someone older than him. So he said, Brother Huang, Brother Pan, hello, who is this? After speaking, he looked at the female companion next to Huang Qi and asked. Huang Qi was also very satisfied when he heard that Tang Qing didn't call him a nickname. Although he didn't know why Do Jiao invited him to this meal, it seemed that she had something to do with Tang Qing. He introduced, This is my girlfriend Tan Yusin. Hello, Miss Tan. Tang Qing greeted with a smile and nodded. Haha, hello. My little brother is so handsome. Tan Yusin said with a sweet smile. Yes, she's just Huang Qi's temporary girlfriend. They are not the ones who could decide the marriage of such rich children. They are content if they can just be a lover. At least they don't have to worry about their livelihood for the rest of their lives. Well, loud voice. Tang Qing felt uncomfortable all over. Thank you, Miss Tan. Just call me Xiao Tang. For some reason, he didn't like the look in the woman's eyes and smile. He had followed Li Kai to those high-end places before. Although he hadn't touched them before, it didn't mean he didn't have any experience. This woman was definitely a master in fishing for cheats, and he was called younger brother by such a person. The word brother is fine with Do Jiao, Qi Yin, and others. He feels at ease and has no evil intentions. He can forget about other women and has goosebumps. He would not call the word sister casually, and he would not allow others to call the word brother casually. What's your name, Xiao Tang? Mr. Tang. Huang Qi knew what was going on when he saw that Tang Qing's expression was unnatural. Do Jiao didn't seem to like it either, so he quickly smoothed things over and glared at Tan Yusin. The meaning was very clear. Do Jiao recognized him as a younger brother whom you could call him whatever you wanted. Yes, hello, Mr. Tang. Tan Yusin said quickly in a normal voice. It seems that Do Jiao is the boss here, and she doesn't dare to be presumptuous because her coquettish skill is useless. Jiao, what kind of business does the company you work for? Pan Yu asked curiously. Information consultation. Do Jiao cherished her words like gold. The more Tang Qing looked at him, the more certain he was that this person should be Do Jiao's suitor. Do Jiao didn't look disgusted with Pan Yu, but just avoided Pan Yu for some reason. He couldn't figure it out. Forget it. He's not a relationship expert. What did he want to do with that thing? Pan Yu, who was worried that he had never interacted with Do Jiao, said happily, "That's a good relationship. My company just needs consultation. I'm sorry. Our company is not open to the public." Do Jiao poured cold water on him directly. Now, it was the turn of several people at the table to be surprised. "Closed? What money do you make?" Pan Yu asked. "It's not open? Then where do you get your wages? How do you support your people?" "No, our boss Tang gave it to you." Do Jiao pursed her lips and pointed at Tang Qing. Pan Yu frowned and said, "Was it in vain?" After hearing this, Tang Qing was worried about this man's IQ. What a brain. Not suitable for falling in love, and can't even speak politely. "Brother Pan, of course not. This company only provides consulting services for my other companies and does not operate externally." Tang Qing continued. "Your company? What does it do?" Pan Yu said with a slight blush, secretly blaming himself for not thinking clearly. "Nothing, I sell clothes. I also have some shares in a jewelry company." Tang Qing said briefly with a smile. "Then what Mr. Tang is doing must be big business." Huang Qi said with admiration. "Can he have a small business if he can have a specialized information consulting company to serve him? Also, the small temple cannot accommodate the big Buddha Do Jiao." Do Jiao said proudly after hearing this. "Of course, this meal is because our little boss's clothing company wants to expand its business in other provinces and wants your help to win some shops in good locations." Tang Qing did not say anything. Do Jiao was right. It is easy to open a store without local connections or influence, but it is not so easy to open a good location. Many locations cannot be entered with money, and there is no good location. Originally, he planned to not worry about the location when he rolled it out across the country. He would first make the stall bigger and then consider the location when it became more famous. Unexpectedly, Do Jiao also discovered the shortcoming of Xingtang and took the initiative to use her personal connections to help. This situation, he really couldn't refuse. However, if a negotiation is successful, Xingtang's next capital injection plan may be brought forward. Forget it, just advance and advance. This is his only industry. He earns 30 million yuan a day, 1 or 200 million, really. It only takes a few days to save enough, and on average, I can earn more than 20,000 yuan a minute. No one can make money at this speed. If it were an entity enterprise with such huge profits, it would have to have a market value of more than 100 billion yuan to reach it. With a market value of 100 billion yuan, he is now the absolute richest man in the country. It seems that last year, 2004, according to Hurwin statistics, the wealth of the richest man in China was only 10.5 billion yuan. He could make more than that from arbitrage alone in a year. Calculated, he is already the richest man in the country in terms of profits. Forehead. Tang Qing had a headache. This logic felt so powerful but strange, but it actually made sense. Although his total net worth is not comparable now, the money he earns a year is many times that of the richest man in the country. He could be considered half the richest man in the country. Wow, Kaka. It's true. Well, life is so lonely. The next second, Huang Qi called Tang Qing back, whose thoughts were drifting to the sky. "This matter is not easy to handle," Huang Qi said with a frown. "Nonsense, it's easy to deal with it. I'll ask you, if it's not easy to solve with money, why would I treat you to dinner? Please give me a confirmation." Do Jiao glared at him angrily and said. Huang Qi was glared at by Do Jiao with a wry smile on his face and said, "Well, Jiao, some are easy to handle, but some are difficult to handle. After all, many places cannot be handled without principles. If I don't have the reputation and strength, I can't open my mouth and tell my family. My face is not that big." He is the fourth child in the family, with an eldest brother and 2 sisters. It is not easy for him to interfere in the family's company affairs, which are all managed by his eldest brother. What are the requirements for popularity? Do Jiao said directly. She believed that Tang Qing would not have a big problem because Tang Qing had given Tianyan a task a few days ago to conduct research on some key industries. This was also the main reason why Tianyan's people had recently expanded their recruitment. Although he did not know how much money Tang Qing could pay, it would not be a small matter, because Tang Qing's request this time was really a bit too bold. Huang Qi thought for a moment and said, "At least you have to have advertisements or sponsorships on CCTV and other large mainstream media. People have at least heard of it. It is easy to handle. You have to be strong and have assets of at least 200 million. What you mean is that as long as you advertise on CCTV, be well known across the country, and have some strength." Dou Jiao concluded, "Well, although this is a bit reluctant, as long as it is achieved, I will convince my family to help your brother buy some stores in good locations." Huang Qi nodded. What he meant was straightforward. This is because Tang Qing is your brother. Otherwise, even if the requirements are met, even your boss will not do it. Faced with Huang Qi's abandonment of favors, Tang Qing could only smile bitterly inwardly. It seemed that he had to give Dou Jiao a free card in the prosperous Tang dynasty. It was not because he couldn't bear it, but because he was not used to the way these people spoke. Dou Jiao looked at Tang Qing, who immediately said, "That's no problem. We'll take care of this. We will discuss the specific cooperation in detail at that time." "I didn't expect Mr. Tang to be quite capable," Huang Qi said with a smile. "It's just a small amount of money." Tang Qing said humbly. He is really humble, but in the eyes of others, this is definitely a pretense. This set of publicity and cost cannot be used if it is less than tens of millions. If it is more than tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, it must be cash. Is this still a small amount of money? This Dou Jiao's boss is not very humble either. Seeing the strange look in the eyes of the three people, what else could Tang Qing say? Just tens of millions or hundreds of millions? Isn't it just a matter of saving for 3 to 5 days? It's really little money. After all, we can be considered half the richest people. P.S. Please vote for me. Just a little money? They are really young and have a good tone. If this is considered a small amount of money, then they're almost like paupers. Listening to Tang Qing's lofty words, Huang Qi and Pan Yu looked at each other and smiled indifferently. But it was understandable, because they were all like this at Tang Qing's age, speaking loudly and talking nonsense. With Dou Jiao, a carefree oldest sister here, the rest of the dinner was very harmonious, especially Dou Jiao's open mouth, which brought out many of Huang Qi and Pan Yu's previous embarrassing things, and they couldn't stop them even if they wanted to. The core purpose of Dou Jiao's remarks was not to liven up the atmosphere, but to say the last sentence. So, little boss brother, you must not learn these bad habits from them. Don't hang out with them except for business matters. Do you understand? Dou Jiao glared at the two of them after speaking. The meaning is self-evident. Don't lead Tang Qing astray, otherwise you will be in trouble. Tang Qing could only nod his head after hearing this. Huang Qi rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. But he wasn't angry at all, because what Dou Jiao talked about were basically lifestyle issues, such as frequently changing girlfriends, racing, fighting, etc. Dou Jiao was also very measured, and did not mention anything about privacy or derogation. However, Pan Yu quit. He has no stain. At most, he is just a little stupid sometimes. Jiao, what's wrong with me? I haven't done anything bad. Brother Huang and I are different. Pan Yu said, unconvinced. What does it mean to be different from me? I haven't done anything harmful to nature. Huang Qi said angrily upon hearing this. Xin Dao must have sold his teammates too quickly. He knew that Pan Yu and Dou Jiao had a relationship in school before, but Dou Jiao's family didn't agree. They even told Pan Yu specifically that Pan Yu was young and angry at the time and couldn't bear the anger. So he and Dou Jiao went to the United States to study abroad. He came back last year and started some business with the help of his family. This also caused Dou Jiao to be angry with her family all the time. She ran away with her blind dates one by one, and even went back to the city where her grandmother lived to find a job. She is still single. Huang Qi is also a person who has been here and has seen countless women. Naturally, it can be seen that Dou Jiao still can't let go of Pan Yu, and Pan Yu has never let go of Dou Jiao. She has never been with a girlfriend except Dou Jiao until now. She is simply a weirdo among their group. But no one dared to laugh at Pan Yu or taken to play around. After all, if Pan Yu and Dou Jiao were together in the end, those who caused trouble would be in trouble. Even if Dou Jiao didn't deal with them, Do Jiao's brothers would still make him look good. Therefore, the current plot is a bit bloody. Pan Yu wanted to get back together, but there was no chance, so he followed him on a trip here, hoping to have a chance encounter and then find a way. Huang Qi could only give an evaluation of this method of getting back together, barely not an idiot. If Tang Qing knew what was going on inside, he would definitely feel a sense of déjà vu anyway. Xiao Tang can learn from me. Pan Yu said confidently. I brought you out to play. You were so dishonest. You value sex over friends. Huang Qi said with an expression of making careless friends. Bite me, Pan Yu said proudly. In front of Do Jiao, he must not be on par with Huang Qi in terms of style. Okay, you guys are not good people anyway, little boss. Just ignore them. They're just two second-generation people relying on their family's wealth. Seeing the two of them bickering and playing again, Do Jiao quickly stopped her. She knew that if she didn't stop them, they would keep bickering. These two guys could bicker for an hour without getting tired of it. When Pan Yu heard this, he quickly closed his mouth and muttered in a low voice, Xiao Tang is not the second generation yet. After hearing this, Do Jiao looked at Pan Yu with a hateful expression and said, well, at least Brother Tang is doing some serious business, unlike you, who always take advantage of your own company. Weasel, you don't make money by providing materials to your construction company. As for you, my wife, although the business has nothing to do with the family, your 5 million startup capital was not given by the family. Don't think I don't know. When Huang Qi and Pan Yu heard this, they didn't know what to say. Do Jiao was right, but Pan Yu was very happy in his heart. What does this mean? It means that Do Jiao has been paying attention to his news. This is great news for him. He really likes Do Jiao. He has been wanting to forget her for so many years. But the more he wants to forget, the more he cannot forget it. Anyway, he has decided to be with Do Jiao no matter what. He also knows that Do Jiao still has him in her heart. It's just that Pan Yu's brain was crazy, and he didn't dare to approach him so suddenly. So he made the plan to follow Huang Qi on a self-driving trip. This emotional intelligence is really good. It's funny when Huang Qi thinks about it. Okay, Jiao, don't dig into our old records. Let's talk about your brother. We don't know much about him yet, Huang Qi said. Let me tell you. Then, at Tang Qing's signal, Do Jiao gave a brief introduction to several of Tang Qing's companies. After that, the two of them looked at Tang Qing differently. After learning about Tang Qing's assets, both of them were frightened. At such a young age, his assets were so strong that they were much richer than the two of them combined. They had a wide network of connections, but their family only had assets of more than 10 to 2 billion, and that was still family money. Their assets were only tens of millions of yuan at most. There was a billionaire sitting in front of him. It's really like living on a dog. The money in their pockets at their age does not exceed 10,000 at most, let alone assets. But Tang Qing has more than 10,000 times as much as them. In comparison, the two of them are really poor, very poor people. I wonder where Mr. Tang's family is. Huang Qi asked carefully. He could give so much money to raise child. It seemed to be no worse than the other two, or even better. He couldn't help but look at Tang Qing as if he had a halo. It's nothing, just a small business, related to jewelry, and a relative who is still doing jewelry wholesale abroad. Tang Qing said with a smile. There is nothing to hide in this information. The two of them found out as soon as they investigated, so it is better to be more generous. This was also the first time Do Jiao heard that Tang Qing reported his family background. She had never investigated it before, and she kept thinking about a wealthy overseas family. No wonder the province had never heard of a wealthy family named Tang. It turned out to be from abroad. That's right, it must be very big. Huang Qi said, wanting to continue to inquire. Yes, not small. Tang Qing nodded and said. Seeing that Tang Qing had stopped talking, Huang Qi didn't dare to ask more questions. He just asked about people's backgrounds. Tang Qing obviously didn't want to go into details. He was also interested. Besides, he wanted to know if he could just go back and check. It was annoying to ask back and forth. Now Pan Yu, who was standing aside, looked a little depressed when he saw the excitement on Do Jiao's face, as if he thought of something again. I wonder if Xiao Tang is interested in getting involved in real estate. Pan Yu said suddenly. Huang Qi thought of something after hearing this, and his face immediately became happy and looked at Tang Qing. What does Brother Pan mean? Tang Qing asked. After Dou Jiao's introduction just now, I learned that Huang Qi was not a second-generation official. His family was just a businessman's family. He had more assets than Lu Qian, but his strength was limited. Pan Yu can be regarded as half a second-generation official. His parents are in the chemical business. His uncle is the top leader of PetroChina in a coastal province. His uncle is the second leader of a certain province and is somewhat powerful. However, when he returned from studying abroad, he did not join his family's company. Instead, he started his own business and engaged in the agency business of foreign high-end liquor. Therefore, Tang Qing always calls him brother. Dou Jiao doesn't like calling him young, and calling him boss is too harsh. Does this mean you want to attract investment? It's like this. We want to do real estate development. We have connections, but we are a bit short on funds. Huang Qi said first. He is one of the main investors. Pan Yu is not involved because firstly, he is not interested. Secondly, he has not been in business as long as him and has no money. Pan Yu basically spends all his money on those goods. Can't you just play the game of empty-handed? Tang Qing asked, isn't this how real estate is usually played? Do these guys still need to invest? It's not scientific. Xiao Tang seems to know something about real estate, but what you don't know is that not all projects can be done like this. Yes, ordinary real estate companies can do this, and our relationship is not a problem. But this time we're not planning to build ordinary residential buildings, but villa areas, and this is the first time for me and many friends to do it. We have to do it safely and show it to our families. It is a model and an attempt, so this time we do not use the land purchase mortgage model, nor can we borrow money, but honestly invest in development. Huang Qi said slowly, you mean investment is needed? Tang Qing said. He understood Huang Qi's meaning. This time the development of the villa area requires money to buy land and build houses. The family is watching and they're not allowed to mess around. Or it seems to be a test. As for the test, there are many, such as cooperation, relationship management and utilization, acting according to one's ability, making friends, learning interest alliances, etc., etc. There are a lot of them. Well, yes. Huang Qi nodded and looked at Tang Qing with hope in his eyes. How much? Tang Qing asked. With Dou Jiao here, he was not afraid of being cheated by these people. Besides, no one could cheat him except his own family, especially his cousin Qin Shiqi. How much can you give? Huang Qi said carefully. Tang Qing laughed when he heard it. How much does it cost to build a villa area? And said nonchalantly, it depends on how much you need. Huang Qi immediately became excited when he heard this. After working together for more than a month, there were quite a few shareholders, but there was still a long way to go before the startup capital. Now he finally saw hope. He actually understood what his family meant. It doesn't matter whether you make money or not. The purpose is to learn how to get a group of people together to do one thing, and the things learned and the friends made during the period are the most precious. Huang Qi rubbed his hands and said, 60 million yuan. As long as we have another 60 million yuan, we can complete the project we are interested in. When it is developed, we are guaranteed to earn more than double, and you will have 30% of the equity. Tang Qing thought the project was big, and it would only add up to more than 100 million yuan. What a small project. Just a few days' profit. It was also because Tang Qing had been exposed to so much money recently that he didn't feel it was much. But for Huang Qi, it was absolutely an astronomical figure. After all, this was just the beginning of 2005, and the wealth of the richest man in the country was only 60 million yuan, and his purchasing power was not far behind the 100 or 200 million in later generations. Okay, I agree. 60 million is no problem. Tang Qing nodded and said, if the money wasn't for the Shengtang clothing store, he wouldn't have much interest in investing it. He would just treat it as a reward for letting Huang Qi do a good job for his company. Several people at the table had different expressions upon hearing this. Huang Qi was excited, while Pan Yu and Tan Yusin were shocked. Pan Yu thought that Tang Qing's 10 million would be enough, but he didn't expect that he would just cover the rest of the share, which was 60 million, and his family might not be able to afford it. But the brother Do Jiao recognized in front of him agreed without even blinking. He looked like he didn't care at all. He was so rich. As expected of Do Jiao, his vision was just different. No, you must investigate it carefully when you go back. Otherwise, Pan Yu felt itchy and had small thoughts in his heart. Tell me about that project, Tang Qing said, holding his head with his fists. Huang Qi immediately put himself in a good mood and introduced. It's like this. This time we're going to develop a high-end villa area. The address is located in Lu Town, south of the Shanghai New District. Although it is quite far from the city, it will definitely be very valuable in a few years. So many of our friends scraped together and collected 140 million yuan. The construction company can advance the initial construction, but the lowest price of the land, even through connections with the local government, is 200 million yuan in cash. So it took so long to collect it. When do you need it? Doesn't that land need to be auctioned? Tang Qing asked. Yes, we will go through the auction process as soon as the money is received. We will have other shareholders to handle this matter, and the land will not be able to escape. Huang Qi said confidently. The connections are already in place, and they are all local heavyweight connections. Unless a strong dragon comes, no one could defeat them. Tang Qing nodded slightly, as long as he didn't have to worry about it, and said, Okay, just talk to Sister Jiao Jiao about this next matter. Ah, Huang Qi was shocked. Looking for Do Jiao? Would it be so miserable? Brother Huang, I'm still in school. All business matters are handled by Sister Jiao Jiao's consulting company. I only provide money. Tang Qing explained. When Huang Qi heard this, he said with envy, Xiao Tang is having such a cool life that we also want to open a consulting company. Your crappy company still needs consulting? Do Jiao immediately made up her mind. Jiao Jiao, can you please stop attacking people like this? Huang Qi said with a bitter smile. No. Okay, I can bear it. But Brother Pan, you can't bear it. I can bear it too. With these two lively masters and Do Jiao, a master of last hitting, the atmosphere of the subsequent chat was very harmonious. Tang Qing finally felt that he was not being bullied alone, but there were so many like-minded people. Huang Qi and Pan Yu also tried their best to make friends with Tang Qing, and they were just short of calling him eldest brother. Although Huang Qi was rich, he still felt a little poor compared to Tang Qing. Pan Yu hoped that Tang Qing would help to put in a good word, because he could see that although Do Jiao also bullied Tang Qing, she had the meaning of doting. After eating, Tang Qing hurried to school, while Do Jiao took the three of them around Qingyan City. After discussion, Do Jiao will go to the Shanghai stock market with them the day after tomorrow to conduct an inspection and evaluation. Although she has made a verbal promise, even this kind of investment is not just about transferring money. That is a joke, so the capital injection will probably have to wait until next week. P.S. It's a big chapter of 4,000 words. I'm too lazy to score points. This game is finally over. Please count the votes. After separating from Huang Qi and his group at the entrance of the hotel, Sun Chao drove Tang Qing back to school. Today's dinner was not Tang Qing's home ground. He was not familiar with the party before, and the matter to be discussed was not suitable for Sun Chao to listen to. Therefore, Sun Chao did not go in, but ate below the hotel. Tang Qing's instructions were not ignored by the hotel, and all kinds of delicious food and drinks were served. Enter the classroom. It was almost time to go to class. Except for Tang Qing's seat, the other seats were already full. Seeing Tang Qing leisurely walk in with empty hands, the students were once again greatly hurt. They wanted to come to class, ask for leave, and sleep. They were not here to go to school. They were simply here for vacation. Tang Qing took his seat. He took out a card from his pocket and handed it to Wang Yin, saying here, What? Wang Yin picked up the card, flipped it over, looked at it, and asked, I just want to get the premium membership card of Shengtang Clothing. Tang Qing said with a smile. The card of Shengtang only has the logo of Shengtang, and there are some exquisite and prominent colorful landscape paintings on the other parts. It feels a bit like ceramics and is quite heavy. However, it is not as wealthy as Lu Qian. This card of Shengtang is only slightly more expensive than ordinary cards. The cost of one card is as high as 1,200 yuan, which is simply appalling. Premium membership card? How much discount can I get? Wang Yin asked as she carefully put the card into the small handbag in her school bag. Tang Qing looked at the excitement and joy in Wang Yan's eyes and didn't know what he was thinking in his heart. He said softly, 2% off. For Wang Yin, he actually wanted to give a free card, but it was inappropriate to think about it. He didn't care about the money. What he was afraid of was Wang Yin overthinking. After all, his relationship with Wang Yin was not that good in this life, and they could only be regarded as good friends. Well, okay, I will take care of your business on the weekend, Wang Yin said with a smile. She had promised at the time that she would wear clothes from the Tang dynasty in the future, so she was already thinking that she would bring her parents over to buy clothes on the weekends and buy more to take care of the business. After all, it was not the one who bought it. As for this card, she did not want to use it. The 20% discount was almost a loss-making deal in the Tang dynasty. She did not want to take advantage of Tang Qing. She was very happy to have this card. Okay. Tang Qing nodded and said with a smile. He didn't know that the girl in front of him didn't want to use his card to buy things at a discount. At this time, the bell rang. Attend class. After the first class, the sharp-eyed Li Kai came over, stretched out his hand, and said, "My card." He accidentally saw it when Tang Qing gave it to Wang Yin. He didn't react at the time, but one lesson was enough for him to think that this should be a discount card from Shengtang. So naturally, he couldn't fall behind. Why are you everywhere? You can't disappear for hundreds of chapters. Tang Qing said helplessly. How is it possible? My handsomeness cannot be concealed. Hurry, I know you have mine. Hand it over quickly. Li Kai raised his head and bent 4 fingers. Here, remember to keep it secret. Tang Qing handed over a card similar to Wang Yan's. He didn't want people in his class to know that he opened a company, otherwise it would be weird if it didn't blow up. Suzy Wang didn't dare to mention this matter to his classmates at school, so he helped Tang Qing hide it. I know. Li Kai took the card and looked at it, nodded with satisfaction, and then said, "Can it be free?" "No, it's the same as Wang Yan's, only 20% off." Tang Qing curled his lips and said, Wang Yan didn't dare to give it for free, so it would be even more inappropriate for Li Kai to give it to her. Stingy, Li Kai muttered. Tang Qing rolled her eyes at him and said, "I'm afraid you'll empty out the store. That's what I had in mind, and you discovered it." Li Kai said with a smile. Hey, Kai. Hey, if you have a card, who cares about you? Goodbye. The next day, morning, Tang Qing came to Shengtang again, accompanied by Dou Jiao and He Zixin, because tomorrow Dou Jiao and Huang Qi will go to Shanghai to inspect, and Dou Jiao will be needed as a bridge for those stores in a later stage. So it is time for Tianyin to let Shengtang know. At the same time, Shengtang's next expansion plan needs to be carried out in advance. So yesterday afternoon, Tang Qing notified Yang Kai to hold a board meeting today. A large conference room with costumes from the Tang dynasty. Tang Qing is sitting at the main seat. Yang Kai is on the left. Dou Jiao is on the right. Qi Yin, He Zixin, and other vice presidents and secretaries are seated in sequence. Managers are not allowed to participate today. After all, it is not a summary meeting, so the seats are not full. Everyone was curious about why the meeting was in such a hurry. Tang Qing came here yesterday morning without notifying him. Apparently, this was Tang Qing's idea only yesterday afternoon. At the same time, everyone looked at these 2 unknown, beautiful women with curiosity. What are we going to do this time? Are we arranging for some relatives to come in? Tang Qing glanced at a few people and said with a smile, Everyone must be curious about why I convened this meeting urgently. The people below did not speak, but just looked at Tang Qing. Tang Qing continued, I am very satisfied with the development of Shengtang during this period, so I am ready to open Shengtang stores across the country in advance. In addition, there's an opportunity like the last time Mr. Liu helped, and someone will help us contact some good store locations, so I temporarily decided to inject capital into Shengtang in advance. After speaking, Tang Qing turned to Yang Kai and said, Mr. Yang, tell me how much more money is needed. Yang Kai came back to his senses and said quickly, Mr. Tang, I don't know how many provinces' store problems you can solve as a partner. The 8 or 9 provinces in the south are not a big problem. because the span is too large. In addition to the provincial capitals, other cities and towns can only guarantee some high-quality locations. As for the remaining provinces, we still need to figure out the store matters ourselves. Tang Qing thought for a while and said, the Huangqi family's business is mainly concentrated in the southern provinces, so it can only help so much. Other provinces can only find their own solutions. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, Mr. Tang, if this is the case, we may need at least 100 million in funds. After all, the publicity expenses alone will cost tens of millions. Tang Qing listened and nodded and said, well, okay, then I will invest another 150 million yuan into Shengtang. After 1 month, I hope that our advertising will be on the mainstream media channels. As for the production capacity issue, I remember that you have a plan, so just follow the plan. Whether it is direct acquisition or OEM or whatever, in 1 month I will see that Shengtang has the ability to supply stores across the country. Mr. Yang, do you have any questions? 150 million? Everyone perked up after hearing this, and everyone's face was extremely shocked. They knew that Tang Qing was very powerful and rich, but to just spend 150 million yuan like this, not many people in the province could do it, right? I'm so lucky to have such a boss. Yang Kai calmed down his excitement and asked, here, Mr. Tang, when will the funds be available? I will transfer 150 million yuan in funds this Friday morning. Tang Qing said with a smile. The money to repay Lu Gan has wiped out all his savings. The foreign exchange arbitrage principle cannot be used, so he can only wait until Friday. By then, he will be able to collect 150 million yuan. The money Huangqi needs will be at least next week. There is no conflict in time. After that, he has to pay back Lu Gan's 100 million yuan. It seems that the next 2 weeks will have to be tight. As soon as Yang Kai heard that the money would arrive on Friday, he immediately nodded excitedly and said, Mr. Tang, then there will be no problem. We will work hard this month, and we will definitely complete the task. He thought that the money would arrive one after another, 10 to 20 million at a time, because this is the case with general investments. Who would have thought that Tang Qing just poured in 150 million in cash, without any distinction between the first and second phases? It was like a rich man. Well, that's good. From now on, until the end of next month, the company will calculate 3 times the salary for those who work overtime on weekends. Tang Qing nodded, and then said to Qi Yin on the right, Sister Yin, are there any difficulties in the design? In addition to money, production, and logistics, the design of clothes is the most troublesome. After all, incomplete goods affect reputation. Qi Yin smiled and said, it seems that we have to recruit people again. At least hundreds of people are needed. On the premise of ensuring quality, our office space is not enough. Tang Qing promised not to dilute her shares within 3 years. If the current capital injection and market value are added, the shares she holds are already worth tens of millions of yuan. It has only been so long, and it will take less than half a year to become a rich woman. Thinking about it, it feels like a dream. Tang Qing also realized this problem when he heard it, and said, really? Let's see. Our Shengtang will build a new design branch in 4 places in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Chengdu. After all, many outstanding talents are not willing to leave those developed places, and we can't let them go. I seem to remember that the company had such a plan before. Yes, we have made plans before to build several design branches in other places, but the locations have not been determined yet. Qi Yin replied. Tang Qing said, well, it's decided. This time the stall will be bigger. Each design center will recruit according to the standard of 100 people. It is better to have less than too many people. Mr. Tang, is this too much? Including the designers at the headquarters, there are more than 600 people. Qi Yin said with a frown, more than 600 people. How much is the monthly salary? The current prosperous Tang dynasty has no need for such designers. Tang Qing smiled and said, Sister Yin, 600 people are not many. In the future, our market will not only be domestic, but also foreign. Let's do internal accumulation and running in first. The domestic market is just a platform for training. Don't worry, I'm not short of money, and I'm not afraid of raising people. But you can't just think about me. You must work hard to make Shengtang a truly big company with foundation. Tang Qing has said this. What else can Qi Yin say? Who calls Tang Qing rich? Okay, no problem. Money is no problem. Nothing is a problem. Qi Yin said with a smile. P.S. It's Friday again. I wish you all a happy weekend. Please stop worrying about mouse updates. Oh no, I don't want to either. The next chapter will be a little later, probably after 10 o'clock. I'm so busy. Looking at the energetic expressions of the leaders of Shengtang, Tang Qing smiled and said, It's no problem. That's all I can do. The rest is your business. If there is still a lack of money later, let's talk about it. This capital injection and expansion does not mean that Shengtang stores will open stores in all cities across the country. How is that possible? Even if 150 million is poured in, it will not be enough. There are thousands of cities above county level across the country, and even one city cannot afford to open one. Therefore, in the early stage, we can ensure that there are at most 5 to 10 stores in each provincial capital city and municipality directly under the central government. And some developed prefecture-level cities have 2 to 3 stores each, and then they will slowly enter the market of general prefecture-level cities. As for the market of county-level cities, it is estimated that it will have to wait until the end of the year, and Tang Qing will probably need another capital injection by then. If the Tang dynasty does not make any big moves, Tang Qing will not be prepared to inject capital, because then it will be all about using bank loans. Then Tang Qing remembered another thing and said to Yang Kai, Mr. Yang, one more thing is that I want to reorganize Shengtang Group at the end of April or early May. The conditions should have been met by then. Yes, Mr. Tang, by then our conditions will definitely meet the conditions for registering a group company. Yang Kai nodded and said, registering a group company is not difficult. The total registered capital is more than 100 million yuan, and it has 5 subsidiaries. There are still some small requirements, but as long as Tang Qing's money is in place, it shouldn't be too easy for Shengtang. Although the establishment of the group is no different from before, they are all under unified leadership, but the group sounds much better than any other company. Tang Qing nodded and said, Okay, let's talk about the last thing. This is another purpose of my coming here today. I have someone to introduce to you. I think everyone is very curious about who this beautiful lady next to me is. Her name is Dou Jiao, General Manager of Tianyin Information Consulting Company. Seeing the domineering and confident look of Tang Qing, who is usually bullied by her, Dou Jiao was also surprised because she had never seen Tang Qing like this, and she had never held such a meeting in Tianyin before, but she was really handsome. Seeing Tang Qing introducing herself and nodding to herself, Dou Jiao immediately stood up and said with a smile, Hello, my name is Dou Jiao, and I am the General Manager of Tianyin Information Consulting Company. This is He Zixin, the Deputy General Manager of our company. This is our first meeting. Please take care of me. The people below were confused. From a consulting firm? Do you need any consultation from Shengtang? It seems necessary but feels useless. At this moment, Yang Kai's eyes lit up thoughtfully, and he asked, Mr. Dou, I remember you seem to be building the headquarters building. Dou Jiao nodded and admitted, Yes, Mr. Yang knows about it too. At the same time, she wondered if I was already so famous. How could this be possible? They are not open to the public. Yang Kai said with a smile, That's how I remember it. Well, a classmate of mine is a neighbor and you work on the same floor. I also heard from them that your company invested tens of millions to build a new headquarters building. It is very luxurious and huge, and the company's treatment is good. They are envious of it. Many people are thinking of changing jobs to you, but your place has high requirements in all aspects. Very few people can get in, and they're all elites. When Dou Jiao heard Yang Kai's praise of Tianyin, her face lit up with smiles. Although it was not her own company, and she didn't even have any shares, she was just like her own child. Of course, she was happy to be praised by outsiders. Mr. Yang deserves the award. Yes, that is our company. Dou Jiao smiled. Spending tens of millions of yuan to build an office building is really heroic. Although they didn't know the purpose of Dou Jiao's coming, they felt her strength. But what did this have to do with their prosperous Tang dynasty? Tang Qing looked at everyone's doubts and explained with a smile. You must be wondering what a consulting company is doing here because Tianyin Consulting is my company, and it is mainly responsible for serving my industry. Shengtang is only one of my industries, but I don't have time to manage it. So Tianyin exists to supervise and review various situations in my industries for me, and at the same time serve them. After pausing for a few seconds, the surprised Shengtang management took a moment to digest, and then continued. The Sky Eye is just helping me keep an eye on all aspects of things to ensure that the company will not make major strategic mistakes. Therefore, we do not have any superior-subordinate relationship with you. I hope you can understand. The following people listened and understood the purpose of the Sky Eye, which is to monitor the company's finances and strategies and provide timely feedback to Tang Qing. To put it bluntly, like the name of the Sky Eye, it is a pair of Tang Qing's eyes, used to ensure that his interests do not suffer losses due to avoidable reasons. The people below were silent, but Yang Kai couldn't be silent. He expressed his position seriously. Mr. Tang, don't worry, we understand, and we don't have any other thoughts. On the contrary, I'm very happy that you have this idea, Mr. Ong. To be honest, with so much money and such great power, I'm a little afraid that one day I will lose it. Now that it is better, with Mr. Do's protection, we can do it more confidently and boldly. Yang Kai really meant what he said. Tang Qing had not placed any of his people in the management of the company, not even Qi Yan. She could only be called a partner. This was not normal in an ordinary company, which leader did not control key departments with confidence. Tang Qing's move to shake off the boss made him a little scared. Qi Yan was the second to express his position. Yes, Mr. Yang is right. This shows that you have matured, little boss. I am very happy. To be honest, you are like this. I was really afraid that you would be deceived before. Others also expressed their opinions one after another. Even if they felt uncomfortable, it was all at once. It was very simple. Others had invested 1 or 200 million in money and were often away from the company. It really made them feel a little scared. They felt that Tang Qing's character was a bit hasty. Although Tang Qing was very rich, they were afraid that he would mess up. Now that they are better with the eyes of the sky, Tang Qing was prevented from messing up, and they felt more at ease. A boss who only pays money and doesn't care about things will make employees who are pursuing something a little bit feel upset, except those who want to make things happen. That's good. Tang Qing was very satisfied with their attitude. Regardless of whether it was true or false, rights must be restricted. Otherwise, once someone has a wrong idea, the Tang dynasty will be messed up, and it will be very troublesome to clean up. With the eyes of the sky watching, we could try to avoid those bloody things from happening. Seeing that the mutual introduction was finished, Qian also let go and asked curiously, By the way, Brother Xiao Tang, what other properties do you have? When Do Jiao heard this title, she also stared at Qi Yin with wide eyes, feeling like she was a member of the same profession. Others also looked at Tang Qing curiously. This was the first time they heard that Tang Qing had other industries. Haha, it's nothing. I don't have absolute control over others. For example, I have 40% of the shares of the Mengyun Group that you are cooperating with. President Do was also fully involved in the acquisition of this company. Tomorrow she will go to Shanghai to inspect a villa project, so I convened this meeting urgently to avoid delaying it for another week. Tang Qing explained with a smile. Mengyun Group? Tang Qing actually owned 40% of the shares of this company, and they thought it was wholly owned by Lu Qian. Everyone was suddenly stunned. In the past, they thought it was Lu Qian who took special care to fully cooperate with Shengtang. It turns out that Mr. Tang is also the major shareholder of Mengyun Group. 40%, that's worth hundreds of millions of yuan, and everyone couldn't help but sigh once again at Tang Qing's financial strength. Introduction completed. Next, Qi Yin and Do Jiao suddenly became good friends and chatted enthusiastically, constantly talking about work topics. When they learned that all employees of Tianyin could get Meng Yun's jewelry at the internal employee price, several bosses were extremely envious. However, because the relationship between Shengtang and Mengyun Group was not connected, only the managers of Shengtang and above could enjoy the employee price of Mengyun Group, but not others. Unlike Tianyin, Anyone who was a member of Tianyin could enjoy this treatment. Tang Qing could only offer such conditions. After all, most of Mingyan Group's shares belonged to Lu Gan, and he was not willing to mess around. However, even if it was his own company, he would not prepare for such a large-scale inclusive benefit. If that were the case, there would be thousands of people in Shengtang now. When stores across the country were opened, Shengtang would have tens of thousands of employees, and everyone would enjoy this kind of treatment. I'm not that generous yet. Others can only enjoy the event price at any time. But Tianyin is different. It only has a few people now, and in the future it will be a few hundred at most. If you put it all together, 1,000 people can stand up to the sky. Coupled with the special nature of its work, it is not unexpected to have this kind of treatment. You won't feel bad either. Jiao, you should come and play more when you have time. With your body, you're perfect for us to be a model and try on clothes. Sister Qiyin, I have wanted to come for a long time, but our evil boss said that the time has not come yet. Don't look at me. I am innocent, but you bribed our Mr. Doe in front of me as soon as you came up. What are your intentions? Tang Qing said, You're so disobedient. Be careful that we scratch you together. Also, why don't we have a headquarters building in Shengtang? That's not the place where you live. Besides, Tianyin has no source of income. It relies on doing things for me to get wages and money. Shengtang can make money. Then I can repair it myself. Stingy. I reluctantly accept this reason. After chatting and resting for a while, Tang Qing left Shengtang, while Dou Jiao continued to have meetings with Yang Kai and the others to discuss matters such as dispatching personnel. After all, Tang Qing's mailbox could not always be used to deliver news. They also needed to communicate about the scope and methods of future reviews, as well as what services the Sky Eye could provide to Shengtang. Knowing that Dou Jiao was busy, Yang Kai and others quickly decided on the docking matters. P.S. Chapter 2 is here. The next day, 9 o'clock in the morning, Beijing Airport. Lu Gan and Ho Ho stood at the airport pickup gate, because today was not only the arrival of the soldier Tang Kai lent him, but also the day he left for the United States. The flight was at 10:30. Out of respect for a strong man of this level, they did not go in first. Both of them were carrying luggage, but Lu Gan obviously didn't need to carry anything. Both boxes were pulled by monkeys. As long as the flight the soldier takes is not delayed, he can rest for half an hour when he arrives. Lu Gan did not find a place to sit, but stood there twisting his waist. After sitting for a long time every day for these years, he also had some lumbar spine problems which could not be cured, so he could only take good care of himself. Looking at the monkey who kept looking around, Lu Gan shook his head helplessly and said, "Monkey, don't look, we'll see you later." "Hey, isn't this exciting?" the monkey said sheepishly. Although he said this, his eyes kept glancing at the crowd coming out. Lu Gan chuckled lightly and said, "I think after half a month of getting along, it shouldn't be difficult for you to make friends. Besides, it's okay even if he doesn't teach you. After all, this is a world of firearms. No matter how powerful the force is, it can't be stronger than those cold weapons." After that, he comforted the monkey. The monkey has been in such a state of excitement these days, and he was really afraid that the last warrior's ignoring of the monkey would have some psychological shadow on the monkey. "Yeah, I got it." Monkey nodded and said, his excitement calmed down a little. He also thought about the situation where he could learn nothing in the end. After all, he had lived for so many years, so he must be prepared for failure, but he didn't want to give up the opportunity to become stronger. Ding, ding, ding. Lu Gan's phone rang. The last time he learned that Tang Qing's ringtone was this, he also changed his phone to this ringtone. Not to mention, he got used to it after using it for a long time. This urgent sound has a feeling of making people move, nostalgic. Taking out the phone, looking at the number, Lu Gan smiled, answered the call, and hung up. "Monkey, don't worry, it's not him, it's Mr. Chai." Monkey was a little disappointed after hearing this, and looked at the door with Lu Gan. This is where their companions arrive. After a while, a young man in his 20s came from outside the airport, followed by 2 bodyguards, each pulling a large box. Lu Gan and Ho Ho hurried forward. This was someone he couldn't afford to offend, so he had to respect it. This is the super second generation he met through Tang Qing's dollars, Chai Run, who does a lot of business in China, mainly resource projects, and with his family's connections, he also follows large central enterprises to have mining companies in many foreign countries, and his family is extremely powerful. Since he helped a small favor last time, the relationship between the two was not bad, and Lugan also figured out this man's temperament. Chiron was different from those dandy boys. This man had stayed in the military camp for several years, and his style and personality were very forthright. This was why he dared to wait for the soldier here. Otherwise, he would be unhappy if he encountered a bad temper, but Chiron would not. This time they were going to the United States to discuss a project. Chiron saw that he was very smart and had good abilities, so he pulled him to play with him. This is an iron ore project in Africa, but the ownership is in the hands of an American company. This time I came to discuss the acquisition with that company, because that company had not mined the iron ore for more than 5 years. The local government of that African country was very dissatisfied and told them to start construction and mining this year, and how much production it must achieve. However, the American company had a problem with its capital chain and was unable to mine, so it held an auction to auction the mining rights of the mine. That's why the two of them went to the United States together. They both expected that the domestic demand for steel would be huge in the next 10 years. Even if the price was higher, they would still be able to make a profit, and there were many hidden benefits. Therefore, they had prepared enough money and were bound to get it. "Young Master Chai, you're here," Lugan said with a smile. "Well, morning, Mr. Liu. What does the person you are waiting for do?" Chiron asked with a smile. He had just heard that Lugan wanted to take someone with him, but he didn't ask, nor was he angry. If he was so stingy, even if his family was powerful, he wouldn't be able to do much. He was half a soldier, adhering to the boldness and informality of a soldier. "It's a bodyguard I hired specially, and I borrowed it from a friend," Lugan explained. "Borrowed? It's okay if there's a monkey. Besides, we're not going to a dangerous place this time. What are you afraid of?" Chiron asked doubtfully. "Borrow a bodyguard? Lucian shouldn't be able to afford even a bodyguard," Lugan explained. "Young Master Chai doesn't know. This time, the main reason is that the monkey wants to learn 1.5 moves from that person. Otherwise, I will only take the monkey with him." Originally, the monkey wanted to ask Chai Xiao's bodyguards for advice, but they shoulder the important task of protecting Chai Xiao. "How dare I?" After Lugan finished speaking, he did not forget to compliment Chiron. He had mastered this little blame-shifting skill easily. Chiron had heard this kind of thing many times, but what Lugan said was really comforting, but if he believed it, he would be mentally retarded. This person must have special abilities, so he couldn't help but wonder. "Oh, it seems like that person should be very powerful." Lugan smiled and said, "It's not bad. Has Mr. Chai eaten? Why don't you go eat something first? I'll wait here." He didn't want to talk too much about the warrior. To say that the monkey couldn't catch every move was more than just a slap in the face. Tang Qing also said on the phone yesterday that he should keep a low profile as much as possible, and Lugan also agreed. If he didn't know who the power behind this kind of warrior was, he wouldn't dare to show it off, lest it really cause trouble. This kind of person, as the monkey said, killing him would be like slaughtering a chicken or a dog, and he would be dead. "You Mr. Liu? It seems that this person is really interesting. Even I want to get rid of him." Chiron laughed and said, "Why couldn't he catch this covert change of topic?" How dare you?" Lucian said, embarrassed, although he felt stupid in his heart. But life is like a play. It all depends on acting skills. Chiron didn't bother after hearing this. He would know it later. He hadn't seen anything in these years, and his curiosity about this kind of thing could not be dissipated for a few seconds. "Okay, I'll go have some breakfast. The capital is getting more and more congested. If I weren't afraid of being stuck on the road, I would come back after eating." After that, he took 2 bodyguards to a breakfast shop nearby. Lugan and Monkey continued to wait here. The airport had already announced the arrival of the plane before. Soon, many people came out of the airport pickup gate. As one of the busiest airports in the country, the pickup gate was full of people, many of whom were holding signs. Lugan and Ho-Ho were not prepared for this, and kept their eyes on the exit. Suddenly, the figure of the soldier appeared in their field of vision, but just when Lugan and Ho-Ho wanted to wave, the soldier stared directly in his direction and nodded. Lugan and Monkey paused. I couldn't help but feel shocked. What a powerful identification ability. Everyone who has taken someone knows that usually even if someone is holding a sign, they have to look for it for a while, at least look around, but this soldier locked their position in. Just 1 second without any movement of looking around. This kind of alertness and eyesight make the monkey feel inferior. Not a little, but far inferior, and his heart is suddenly filled with respect. How did they know that all of this was done with the help of the waiter in the command room? But the entire visual image appeared in the database of the command room within 0.01 milliseconds, and then within microseconds the waiter found Lugan's location and highlighted it within the soldier's field of vision. The soldier did not need to think about it at all, and the entire result was right in front of him before he even thought about it. He knew that warriors had this kind of convenient ability before, and Tang Qing also wanted to have it, but obviously this was impossible. Although warriors had flesh and blood, they were indeed robot-like, and many structures were very different from humans. It was impossible for Tang Qing to directly implant a communication chip into his brain. Even if this function was poor, Tang Qing did not want to compete with something in his brain. He can only hope that there will be external devices that can provide such services in the future, such as Google Glass. Contact lenses are the best, and they look less obtrusive. He actually wanted to experience some kind of ballistic assistance, but then the waiter poured cold water on him. This kind of thing and service was only available to soldiers. It was not only the ability to think and react at a subtle level, but also the waiter could forcibly issue body movement commands when necessary. Otherwise, soldiers would not be able to fully control the ability to dodge bullets. This disappointed Tang Qing, but only for a moment. At worst, if you can train this ability yourself, why do you have to be a waiter? As an expert, Monkey was shocked again, and Lugan was just surprised. Brother Yuan, I'm sorry to trouble you this time. Lugan stepped forward and stretched out his hand, saying with a smile, this is the name of this soldier, chosen randomly by the system. His name is Yuan Ming. Although the soldier's ID card age is 27 years old, which is much younger than a monkey, Lugan is embarrassed to call the soldier Xiao Yuan or something like that. In terms of his peers, this soldier has no affiliation with him. If it weren't for Tang Qing, others would not pay attention to him at all. Mr. Liu, you're welcome. This is my job, equal exchange. The soldier said calmly. Without saying too much, he stood next to Lugan and began to get into the role. He was holding a small bag in his hand. If it weren't for Tang Kai's arrangement, the soldier would not have carried these burdens with him. Brother Yuan, hello, Monkey said to the warrior beside him. Seeing that the warrior did not take the initiative to pay attention to him, he smiled bitterly. Just like himself before, he had the same attitude towards irrelevant weaklings. Hello, Mr. Monkey, the soldier said calmly, and then nothing more happened. Seeing that the soldier still looked like he was suspicious, Lugan felt a little helpless and said, well, Brother Yuan has worked hard all the way. Have you eaten? You still have some time to have breakfast together. I have eaten, thank you. It is rare for a soldier to say thank you. Both Lugan and Ho-Ho felt lucky for this courtesy, really. Once you accept this setting, you will have strange reactions. After saying that, Lugan took the two of them into the breakfast restaurant where Chiron was, and Chiron had just finished eating. Mr. Liu, this is the bodyguard you mentioned. Yes, quite impressive. Chiron looked at the soldier and admired him. Brother Yuan, this is Master Chai, and those two are his bodyguards. Lugan introduced. Hello, the soldier said with the same, never mind my business expression, without even a smile. Lugan and Ho-Ho were helpless after seeing this. Chiron didn't care about the soldier's attitude and laughed and said, ha, you have quite a personality as a bodyguard. I hope Master Chai will bear with me. This little brother's personality is like this, but he does his duty, but he just doesn't like to talk. Lugan sighed and said, after hearing this, a glint flashed in Chiron's eyes. He took a good look at the soldier again, nodded in admiration and said, it can be seen that I have also stayed in the military camp for a few years. From the moment he entered the door, he looked at everyone around him with vigilance, including me and the two bodyguards. Even the monkeys had strong vigilance in their eyes. Mr. Liu, I have to say that your bodyguard is definitely the most professional. This kind of focus and disrespectful attitude cannot be achieved by my two bodyguards. After praising him, Chiron then said to his two bodyguards, "Have you two seen that this is professionalism? Apart from protecting the target, I don't recognize anyone else." The two bodyguards behind him also lowered their heads in shame. They had to admit that professionally they were inferior to the warriors. This was also due to the domestic environment in Mr. Chai's social circle, so it was difficult to encounter any danger. The monkey was also reminded by Chiron at this time. He turned around and found that the soldier was even wary of him. He couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. He couldn't hurt Lugon. He didn't know how many times a day he would be depressed when he was with such a person. But the admiration in my heart is even greater. Lugon was reminded and discovered the situation of the soldiers, and he was extremely envious. Why didn't he have such a bodyguard? The 2 million spent was considered worthwhile. Last time, he noticed something was wrong in the eyes of the two soldiers beside Tang Qing. Now it seemed that they were treating themselves as potential enemies. But let alone that, there is always an inexplicable sense of security being protected by such people. How much did Mr. Liu spend on borrowing it? Chiron asked curiously. It's not that he also wants one. A family like his and a bodyguard cannot be arranged by himself. He must have a clean background. Lugon held out 2 fingers and said, 2 weeks, 2 million yuan. Chiron was almost shocked when he heard this and said, It's so expensive. That's not 4 million a month. How can a bodyguard be so expensive? He is also well informed. He has never heard of a bodyguard of 4 million yuan a month. It's almost the same for a bodyguard team. But what he didn't expect was that this warrior actually had a team, and it was an extremely powerful team. If you know his strength, you will know that it is not expensive. Lugon said with emotion. Oh, then we'll have to take a closer look when we get to the United States. Chiron became interested. I don't know if Brother Yuan agrees with this. Lucian also knew that he had let it slip. After speaking, he looked at the warrior. The soldier did not look sideways and did not forget to alert the surroundings when he spoke and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Liu. I am only responsible for protecting your safety. You have no right to order me to do other things like this. Only Tang Qing's first-level security level protection target is qualified to let him do something. Tang Qing can, but Lucian obviously does not have this authority. So arrogant. Huh, I like this temper. Chiron laughed. Chai Xiao, please bear with me. Lucian smiled bitterly. Chiron waved his hand and said, It's okay. I'm also a soldier. I have a natural affinity for such dedicated soldiers. How can I be angry? I like people like you. We'll be friends from now on. Brother Yuan, please don't be polite if anything happens in the future. The soldier just said thank you in a nonchalant way. Young Master Chai is very generous. Lucian complimented. Next, the two of them didn't talk about the warriors anymore, but talked about some situations of the auction. P.S. That's it for today. Hey, time. I'd be happy if someone could share it with me. Thank you for your support and votes. Lugon and Chai Ren chatted for about 10 minutes. After seeing that the time was almost up, they got up to check in their luggage and go through the security check. After a while, they boarded the plane. After all, they were both wealthy people, so of course they were flying in first class. The professionalism of the soldiers also made Chai Renren's two bodyguards want to compete. Not to be outdone, they have been imitating the soldiers to maintain such high-intensity vigilance. However, having to pay attention to everyone around them at all times is not something that humans can persist for a long time. Even the time-tested special forces cannot persist for long. Sure enough, they were exhausted after just an hour. Not physically tired, but mentally tired. A sense of irritability slowly arises in my heart, and my brain feels swollen. This is a signal that the brain refuses to process this kind of information. It will be okay if I do something I like or focus on someone, but this means paying attention to everyone or paying attention repeatedly. Normal bodyguards will relax their vigilance once they are sure that the people around them are harmless. For example, they know that Lugon cannot harm Chiron, so they pay little attention to Lugon. Even the bodyguards of the Central Guard Bureau are the same. They cannot always be on guard to protect the target's family, relatives, and other leaders. They cannot be like soldiers who never trust people other than the target. Of course, except for Tang Qing, all the redeemed warriors have absolute trust in the commander-in-chief and have the highest security level. If Tang Qing and Tang Kai encounter danger at the same time, the warriors will definitely ensure Tang Qing's safety as soon as possible. This is a setting that cannot be modified or changed, and is the most fundamental law of action for the warriors. During the entire trip, they were completely convinced by this 2 million yuan bodyguard because even during the more than 10 hours on the plane, the soldiers did not relax or rest at all. They were always paying attention to the people around them. Even if Chai Run tried to strike up a conversation, they didn't pay much attention to him at all. They always gave formulaic answers. Chai Run didn't know what to do when he saw it. No matter how dishonest the bodyguard was, he had to show him a certain amount of respect after knowing his identity. But this soldier didn't disrespect him at all. Like passerby, Chiron had never enjoyed such treatment before. But he didn't feel angry at all. It just felt very novel. What an amazing journey. The next day, New York, USA. The weather was clear and cloudless. The plane flew for more than 10 hours to New York's John F. Kennedy International Airport. It was already past 12 o'clock in the morning in China, but it was noon here, and people had just finished their morning work. However, as the busiest airport in the world, it was naturally crowded. The group picked up their luggage and left the airport. Stopped 2 taxis. That's right, no one came to pick them up. Although the 2 of them came to the United States for the first time, they had no industry here and had many friends. However, time was tight, and they didn't want to trouble others, so they had to take a taxi first. Mr. Liu, you and I are in the same car. We sit in the back, and Brother Yuan sits in the front. Chiron thought for a moment and said, I don't know why, but like Liu Gan with soldiers around him, although he is not a protection target, he still feels a strong sense of security. Chiron's words also made his 2 bodyguards smile bitterly. They have always been elite bodyguards in the country. They used to be bodyguards for senior officials or above, or guards for important institutions. They used to be quite proud of their professionalism, but when they met this abnormally professional warrior, they really felt like they were amateurs. Liu Gan smiled and nodded and said, Okay, Monkey, you take the car at the back and ask the driver to follow our car. Okay, Mr. Liu. Monkey nodded in agreement. After saying that, everyone got into the car. The soldier sat in the passenger seat, looking intently. Brother, take us to a car rental agency, a better one. We don't want ordinary cars. Chiron said to the black driver in English. After all, he studied in the United States for 2 years and often traveled around the world. English is naturally not a problem. He can also speak several other mainstream languages. However, he did not go to school in New York at the time, but in Washington, so he didn't know much about the situation here in New York. Okay, no problem. The black driver said with a smile, showing his white teeth. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, but no one saw it. They encounter this kind of situation basically every day, and usually take them to a car rental agency they know well to make some extra money. After saying that, the car got on the road and headed towards the city, and the cars behind it slowly followed. Lu Qian and Chai Ren chatted. Mr. Liu, when things here are settled, I will take you to see a friend. He has a huge farm. There are all kinds of firearms there. We can hunt well, especially the wild boars. We can shoot them one at a time. It will be a lot of fun, Chiron said with a slightly excited tone. He came out of the military camp, and he loved firearms very much. Oh, that's great. I'll give it a try when the time comes. Liu Gan agreed with a smile. In China, even with his status, he could only come into contact with pistols. No matter how powerful he was, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. Don't worry, Mr. Liu. I guarantee you will have a lot of fun this time. Let me tell you, last year when I was in Congo, Africa, I specifically tried anti-tank. But before Chai Run could finish his words, he was interrupted by the soldier's words. As they were crossing an intersection, the soldier suddenly said in English, Driver, you are going the wrong way. Turn right ahead. Neither Chai Ren nor Liu Gan were angry, but they didn't expect the soldier to speak English well and speak so well. They looked at the soldier curiously, wondering why he had to turn right. Why turn right? the black driver said doubtfully. The soldier continued, "The nearest high-end car rental shop is 1.3 miles ahead on the right. You're taking the wrong route. No. There's no car rental shop there." The black driver shook his head and said, although he had no good intentions, he had never heard of a car rental shop in that place. The soldier said calmly, "This was newly opened last Friday. In addition, the nearest car rental shop that meets other conditions is 5.3 miles away. So now, please turn right at the intersection ahead. The place I will take you to is cheaper." The black driver said quickly. He didn't want to fly this duck. "Turn right ahead and follow my instructions." The soldier looked at the black driver with cold eyes and was so frightened that he almost slammed on the brakes. If not, you have to pay me double the fare." The black driver said angrily. "No problem." The soldier said calmly. It wasn't that the soldier was nosy or that this store was opened by another soldier, but that the soldier who came here first had shared the information of the entire New York Police Department and a considerable part of the population files. Therefore, as soon as he saw the license plate, he had already retrieved all the information from the waiter's database, including the car owner's information. It would be fine for ordinary people, but this car owner had repeatedly tricked foreigners who rented cars by taking people to specific car rental locations. Those cars had problems, so the soldier stopped them. Otherwise, the soldier would not be interested in renting a car for the two of them. He was only responsible for protecting safety, and the safety of transportation must also be taken into consideration. Otherwise, renting some garbage trucks would cause trouble. The city model of the entire New York City has already been built in the command room. It is combined with government registration information and on-site image data collection. It will be updated every half month. To put it bluntly, 2 soldiers will run through every street in New York every half month. It takes 2 soldiers 2 days to complete the run. The efficiency is quite low. Last Saturday was the day when the map was updated. As for the distance, forget it. There was no such thing as a tracker before. As long as one of these millimeter-accurate tracking and positioning devices is released, it can establish something similar to a coordinate system. Then each soldier is as if he is wearing a tracker. It is very convenient to measure distances. The distance measurement error of large targets does not exceed 10 centimeters. Quite practical. Completely abandon the GPS and the like. Lugan and Chiron were also surprised. This soldier seemed to be quite familiar with this place. The black driver didn't dare to talk nonsense. After a while, following the soldier's guidance, he turned a corner and saw a large car rental agency standing there. It looked like it had all kinds of luxury cars, and it was quite big. The soldier paid and got off the bus. The money was naturally given by Lugan as pocket money, and paying for the bus obviously fell into this category. The black driver looked like he had eaten shit. "Brother Yuan, you have been here before?" Chiron asked curiously. Lugan didn't say anything. He knew that the soldiers were protecting Tang Qing in Bangkok these days, so how could he fly here? "No, I heard that," the soldier said calmly. "Fuck." The black driver looked at several people getting out of the car and raised his middle finger. This directly caused the 2 people and 3 bodyguards to turn and glare at the driver. No one was impulsive. After all, this was the United States. Who knows if the driver had a gun in the car, so they didn't dare to go too far, lest they get into trouble. This is not a country where everything can be settled. The soldier on the side sneered, walked forward, and lay on the window. The black driver was not afraid that the foreigner would dare to hit him. He looked at the soldier fiercely, as if to say, "Come and bite me." The soldier randomly said, "Eddie Spa, didn't you suffer enough from the Merc Boss thing last time?" This sentence shocked the proud black driver. How did he know such a thing? Last time, a big brother-like figure took him in the car for an urgent matter. His name was Merc, and then he took a detour and delayed other people's business. The final outcome can be imagined. When he arrived, he was severely beaten by the people, and he was almost beaten to death. Later, he lay in the hospital for more than a month before he was released. Not many people knew about this matter, or they were gangsters who were alone and didn't even notify their friends. No, there were also the police. How do you know?" Driver Black said nervously. No matter what it was, he didn't dare to say anything harsh. "Get lost." The soldier was not interested in answering his question. Yes, yes, I'll leave right away. I wish you a pleasant journey. The black driver said quickly and respectfully, then stepped on the accelerator and sped away. No matter what the identity of this Asian-faced warrior was, he didn't want to do it again. Several people were curious about what the soldier said to the driver. The black driver, who was still hanging, just now left respectfully. Could it be that the person behind the bodyguard still has power here? Do you want to be so arrogant? Chiron became more curious about it, and Lucien was also a little confused. The next few people went to the car rental shop to choose cars, and finally decided on a stretched Lincoln and a Cadillac off-road vehicle. Although it's a bit expensive, these two people are both money-savvy, so they choose the most expensive one, so it's Lucien who pays the bill. Do you have a driver here? Chiron asked the young male manager, who was full of introductions. Mr. Lou, I have an American driver's license, the soldier said before the manager could speak. Hiring a bodyguard would increase the risk, so the soldier offered to be the driver under the security rules. Everyone looked at the warrior in surprise, wondering why you were everywhere. But in the end, we hired a driver. After all, off-road vehicles also have to be driven. Although Chiron also has an American driver's license, who dares to let him drive it? A group of people got into the car, and the two big guys were sitting comfortably in the back. The co-pilot was a bodyguard of Chiron. Sitting next to the soldier, he was a little reserved, which made Chiron couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Lou, where are you going? The soldier asked. Although Chiron is the boss here, his vision as a warrior is no different from that of a passerby. Lugan looked at Chiron. First find a hotel. Hilton is good. I have their VIP card. Do you know the way? Chiron said. Okay. The soldier nodded and replied. After a smooth start, the warrior's driving skills also received unanimous praise from several people. 10 minutes later, without looking at any map, the soldier drove in a zigzag manner to the nearest Hilton hotel. Only then did everyone truly believe that the soldier was very familiar with New York. Entering the Hilton hotel, the two opened two large suites, both with 2 bedrooms. Lucien thought he had enough surprises today. But that's not all. Not long after entering the room, dong, 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 there was a knock on the door. The monkey was about to open the door when the soldier said first, "Friend." The monkey was very curious as to why he knew it was a friend coming. Could it be the way and frequency of knocking on the door? The soldier opened the door and saw a burly white man in a suit standing at the door, wearing sunglasses and holding a box in his hand. His face was expressionless. After handing the box to the soldier, he turned around and left without saying a word. The soldier closed the door and put the box on the table. Brother Yuan, what is this? Lugan asked curiously. Weapons, the soldier said and opened the code box. 2 pistols and 4 fully loaded magazines suddenly appeared. The yellow-orange bullets looked so dazzling. Lugan and Monkey were both shocked. What does this mean? Lugan stuttered. Mr. Liu, the security here is not very good. This kind of long-range weapon can better protect your safety. The soldier said slowly. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the American police? Lugan said worriedly. I have a legal gun license, the soldier said. They have become a little numb to the warrior's almost omnipotent ability, especially the big white man, who must also be the subordinate of that friend, right? This friend is so cheating. Could it be that the other party's power in the United States is not small? The soldier ignored the 2 men and put the gun away from his waist. He put the magazine in his pocket and put the box away. Monkey wanted one very much, but he had no documents and it was difficult to get it. The soldier who had done all this stood aside, silently standing on guard at the most appropriate place. Both Lugan and Monkey felt confused. P.S. Today? After all, he was also a billionaire who had seen the world, so Lugan quickly calmed down his emotions. He really wanted to ask the soldier, can you fly a plane? But I thought that asking like this would be a bit making things difficult, so I stopped thinking about it. But fortunately, Lugan didn't ask. Otherwise, he would have felt bad, because soldiers can really fly airplanes, ranging from gliders to fighter jets. The proficiency in all soldier skills is not fake, and proficiency in vehicle weapon driving is one of them. Tang Qing has always wanted to fly a fighter jet in the vast space of the training room, but he can't buy one now. Let alone a plane. He can't even drive a car. He can only wander around on a skateboard or a sightseeing car. Since both of these things have mandatory speed limits, driving is not exciting at all. Seeing the soldiers standing aside like telegraph poles, the monkeys couldn't sit down and rest. They learned to stand aside honestly. Although they couldn't learn the high-intensity vigilance of the soldiers, they still looked like that. This made Lu Qian a little embarrassed. Well, Brother Yuan, why don't you take a rest? Even if there's a sofa there, you can sit and protect me. Lu Gan said with a wry smile. Generally, monkeys sit at home unless there are special circumstances. After all, the villa area is not so easy for people to come in, unlike abroad. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry, this order is unacceptable. There are no bodyguards sitting to protect the target. The soldier said calmly. The corner of Monkey's mouth twitched after hearing this, and he couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Lu Gan glanced at the monkey and said carefully, Brother Yuan, can you be accommodating? I'm sorry, this is a security principle. The soldier said. Seeing that Lu Gan could not be persuaded, he stopped trying. He was not angry. It would be foolish to be angry at someone who was protecting him. He said, well, then Monkey, please sit down for a while. After that, he said to Monkey, he also learned about the temperament of these soldiers from Tang Qing, who were absolutely devoted to their duties. Before, he thought Tang Qing said this on purpose, but now he sees that this is really the other party's principle, and Tang Qing can't change it. Lu Gan had more and more questions in his mind. Who could have such a perfect bodyguard? And he can get a gun certificate here in the United States. Hey, I don't think about it anymore. It's a force he can't afford to offend anyway. He doesn't even have the courage to investigate. It's not a good thing to know too much. No, Mr. Lu, this is what it should be. Ho-Ho swallowed and said. At this time, Monkey also felt like he shot himself in the foot. He originally wanted to learn martial arts, but this trouble taught him such a profound lesson. It seems that I can only stand still. Can you really sit still? I don't believe you don't rest, the monkey thought to himself. He knew that soldiers were like this on airplanes. They didn't get much rest for more than 10 hours. He took a nap, depending on whether you were sleepy or not. 10 minutes later, after settling down, Lu Gan was called to have lunch by Chai Rin. They were all super rich. On the plane, they were not interested in eating even the first-class food. Plus, they were arriving at noon, so why would they eat those things? Come to the restaurant on the 3rd floor of Hilton Hotel. Everyone ordered some Western food. Although they often eat it in China, they can't come over to Chinatown to eat Chinese food. They really have no such interest. Brother Yuan, what do you want to eat? Chai Ren said to the soldier who was still standing after ordering something. He really liked this soldier who was a bit rigid and unkind. He had just heard Lu Gan say something about soldiers carrying guns, and he was also shocked. Although there are a lot of guns in the United States, the management of gun certificates for such foreigners is relatively strict. Anyone who can get one can't get it. Juby is not a simple person, and he can't get it. Bodyguard? The more he looked, the less he looked like him. Whatever, said the soldier. How about the steak? Chiron asked. Okay. Chiron pointed to the picture and said to the blonde waiter, I want 1 portion of this steak. How many portions does Brother Yuan want? He knew that the appetite of this group of people was huge. 10 portions, 80 cents rare. The soldier said calmly. Chiron said in surprise. Okay, here are 10 portions, you guys see what you want. After that, he handed the menu to his 2 bodyguards. They also ordered the same thing as the soldiers, 2 portions, and the monkey did the same. Next, the dishes were served one after another. A few people did not start eating directly, but stared blankly at the soldier as he devoured the steak. He was really devouring it and swallowed it without chewing a few mouthfuls. Brother Yuan, eat slowly. Don't choke. You don't have to be so fast, Lu Gan said with concern to the soldier. He had also heard Tang Qing talk about this style, but it always felt weird to eat like this in a restaurant like this. In order to better protect the target, we must reduce the time for eating as much as possible. The soldier continued to eat after speaking, with a cold expression. Eating? What a professional term. Several people were speechless. The other 3 bodyguards also opened their mouths wide and looked at each other. They started eating wildly. They felt it deeply. They even ate faster than them. How could they bear this? You are also following crazy, Chiren said with a wry smile. It's mealtime now, and many people are staring here. Seeing the soldiers and several bodyguards eating so sweetly, they swallow unconsciously, feeling like they have a big appetite. Is it really that delicious? Master Chai, Brother Yuan is right. He made me really see what a professional bodyguard should do. I'm also a little ashamed. A bodyguard said firmly in his eyes. In terms of professional bodyguard, he lost to the soldier in front of him in all aspects. They still boasted of being elite, and they were blushing with shame. They can block bullets for Chai Run, and their combat effectiveness is not weak, but these professional details are incomparable to those of soldiers. This is definitely a blow that hits the depths of the soul. Okay, don't choke, Chiron said helplessly, but I was quite happy in my heart. A warrior must fight and have fighting spirit. It would be good if a warrior could train his two bodyguards. At the same time, he made up his mind that after the things here are completed, he must get to know Tang Qing. This kind of person, regardless of how much money he has, the strength shown by the warrior alone is worthy of his friendship. Even so, in the face of the special eating skills, in the time it took them to eat 2 pieces, the soldier had already eaten the other 8 pieces, wiped his mouth, and stood behind Lu Gan. Only then did Lu Gan remember that Tang Qing had said that these soldiers generally ate extremely high-calorie foods, eating only 1 meal a day and drinking water at most other times. Now it seems that these 10 steaks are the soldier's daily meal. Many other customers who watched the warrior finish 10 pieces of steak couldn't help but give them a thumbs up, but the warrior didn't care about them at all. If the photograph trend hadn't been so popular and the pixels of mobile phones were not good enough, a lot of people would have come over to share the same frame. Everyone finished a strange lunch. Master Chai, what are we going to do this afternoon? Lu Gan asked, wiping his mouth. I won't go anywhere in the afternoon. I'll take a nap and get jet-lagged. The auction won't start until the morning after tomorrow. Tomorrow morning we'll go shopping around and have fun. At noon tomorrow, we'll visit the chairman of the company first, Chiron said. Okay then. Lu Gan agreed. After saying that, they went back to their rooms, and both Lu Gan and Monkey slept for a while. It was still early in the morning in China, and their body functions were a little uncomfortable. However, the warrior stood dutifully at Lu Gan's door. Monkey couldn't compete all the time. He understood clearly that competing with a warrior was definitely asking for torture, or being tortured to the point of being completely injured. P.S. There is one more chapter. 5 hours later, 6 o'clock in the morning, Tang's father and Tang's mother came to the store early. At this time, even the salesperson hadn't come yet. Not many shops opened so early. In the past few days, since the opening, Tang's father and Tang's mother had come at this time. Many people also secretly said, who would come to buy jewelry at this time? You must not be kidding. But Tang's father and Tang's mother didn't think so. This was a new starting point for their family's career. Of course, the two of them were very excited. Compared with the previous small clothing store, this store is now so much better, with bright and clean decoration and jewelry that emits light of various colors under the light in the cabinet. Seeing this made them happy. 就像是看着丰收的果实一样，虽然还没变现. Every night, after closing the shop, Tang's mother would check whether the door lock was locked. She would check it several times, every time. Tang's father often talked about her, but Tang's mother still enjoyed it. Thinking of the news about thieves stealing jewelry stores that she had seen on TV, Tang's mother started to worry when she got home. After all, there were nearly tens of millions of things lying there. The second elder never thought that Tang Qing had already arranged for people to keep an eye on the 2 stores. He didn't want a thief to suddenly appear one day and steal the 2 jewelry stores. He didn't want to encounter such a bloody plot. Although it was not a big problem to find out with his own power in the end, it was a small matter to cover up, but it would also make the 2 families worry for a long time. After all, once a person accepts such a big blow, what happens to him is not what he wants to see. By then it will be too late to regret. 谁要是敢来偷这2家珠宝店，他给战士的命令就是直接废一只手. It's not like killing someone, he's not that cold-blooded. Father Tang and Mother Tang came to the store, opened the store, and checked the quantity of goods. The two of them looked at it countless times. They knew the quantity of goods clearly. Seeing that there was nothing missing, Father Tang went to buy breakfast. It was so early, and they had no time to make breakfast. They had been eating outside these days. After that, Tang's mother fetched water, wiped, and mopped the floor. In fact, these things could be done by the store clerk, but Tang's mother was not a mean person, and she was a little addicted to cleaning these shiny things every day, so she did it herself. It was not like she had no hands or feet. The two of them had not changed from the mentality of a mom-and-pop shop, or at first they didn't want to change, just like wiping these valuables. Just then, a young man walked in. Go directly to the most expensive jade jewelry area. 老板，这个怎么卖的？那人指着一个玉镯子问道。Tang's mother quickly walked over, took a look and said, "This 40,000, this is Ho Tan." But before Tang's mother could finish, she was interrupted by the young man. "Okay, I want it. Here's this one." The soldier finished, pointing to another jade pendant beside him. "Want it?" Tang's mother also said with a look of joy. "Here, 6,007. I want it too. Let's do the ledger." The young man nodded and said. Mother Tang quickly took out her calculator and calculated and said, "The total price is 47,700 yuan. We have a grand opening promotion and we'll give you a 9.5% discount. After erasing the fraction, is 45,300 yuan. The jewelry here is not fully refundable. If it is returned within a week, we can only give 90% of the original price, 85% within a month, only 70% after a month." After finishing speaking, Mother Tang looked at the young man. To be honest, he was a little afraid that the other party was here to play tricks on her. 至于退货会不会有损失，那怎么可能？玉石珠宝之类的，这些年都在涨价，退回来还可能升值呢。Well, okay, swipe your card. The young man took out a bank card and handed it over. Tang's mother quickly took the bank card and started operating it. Although she was not a cashier, she hadn't learned how to swipe a card yet, so she had to do it several times. The card is not maxed out. Tang's mother breathed a sigh of relief. She was really afraid that this person was here to tease her. Seeing that I can really brush it, I feel very happy. This one makes a lot of money. It's as much as the previous clothing store made in a few months. Let's go slowly. Mother Tang packed the young man's bags enthusiastically and sent them to the door. She waved her hand and watched the bold young man go away, until the background of the young man disappeared from view. After that, I turned around and went back to the shop. I didn't sit down or stand. I walked back and forth excitedly. Today, all the funds and labor wages for this month were transferred out, which was a huge surprise. Yes, this person is naturally a soldier arranged by Tang Qing. They're all those who secretly protect them, but they're all slightly disguised. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if they were recognized by others. Tang Qing's goal is to spend 500,000 yuan per month on a store, but of course the money will not be spent all at once, but spent time and time again, ranging from 30,000 to 50,000 yuan each time. If it is less, people will not be allowed to come out every day. In fact, you can also find purchasing agents, but those people are not reliable. It is better to rely on your own people. And they also have more professional camouflage skills, so we'll be fine with a slight change. The upper limit of 500,000 is actually not absolute. Some months in the plan are more and some are less, but on average, it is about this amount. For this reason, Tang Qing has already allocated all the active funds for the next year and deposited them with the waiter. Soldiers can take it directly from the waiter if they need it, so as not to come to Tang Qing every time. 5 minutes later, Father Tang came back with breakfast. Seeing Mrs. Tang wandering around the store, she thought something had happened, so she hurried forward and said anxiously, "Honey, what happened? What's going on, you crow-mouthed person? I won't call you if something happens." Mrs. Tang said angrily. "Haha, that's right." Tang's father said a little embarrassed, and then asked, "What's going on?" As soon as he said this, Tang's mother said excitedly, "We made money today." When he heard that we made money, Tang's father lost interest. He walked to the cashier with breakfast, put it down, and said, "It's true. It opened as soon as it opened. What's there to be excited about?" How much did you make? Hundreds. Guess again. Tang's mother laughed. Now, no matter how stupid Tang's father was, he knew that his confidant had guessed low. His face became interested and he said, Is it a few thousand? Guess again. Tang's mother shook her head. Tang's father's face also brightened. His heart beat faster, and he said, It can't be tens of thousands. 10,000 this. But our income in the past 2 or 3 months has been reduced. Tang's mother nodded quickly, shared the news, and said with a smile, Hey, you guessed it right. A young man came just now and bought something worth more than 40,000 yuan. The most profitable items were jade bracelets and jade pendants. This time I did the math and made nearly 16,000. 16,000? That's a lot. Father Tang exclaimed. No, that bracelet has the highest profit. I sold it. Mother Tang said proudly. Shit luck. Father Tang muttered. What did you say? Mother Tang said angrily. I mean, I'm lucky today. Oh, that's about right. If this continues, as long as we follow the previous sales level, we can earn tens of thousands by the end of next month. Gee, it's as much as what we earned in the previous year. Mother Tang became more and more excited as she thought about it. But she didn't have a nerve to show off everywhere, especially her own in-laws. But what she didn't expect was that Tang Qing would treat everyone equally. On the third day, another young woman came to Lin's jewelry store and bought nearly 60,000 yuan. After the final calculation, in fact, the difference in the profits of their 2 stores in a month is not too big, but there is a guarantee. Night. Tang Qing returned to the room. Qin Shiqi got in again. Brother, red envelope. What red envelope? Tang Qing asked doubtfully. Annie made a lot of money today. Why don't you give me a red envelope? Qin Shiqi said with a smile. I didn't earn it. Tang Qing was speechless. That's what your parents earned too. Qin Shiqi said confidently. Tang Qing didn't care and said, How much do you want? You can get it to me. Qin Shiqi didn't know how much she earned, and her aunt didn't tell her, lest she spill the beans. Tang Qing took out all the money in his pocket and counted it. Let me see, 76 yuan, 20 cents. Tang Qing rarely had a large number of 100 yuan bills in his pocket, and usually the system would withdraw as much money as he wanted. Humph. Why do you always have a pile of change and big bills? Qin Shiqi said dissatisfied. Where's the bank? Tang Qing said angrily. Okay, 70 yuan is mine, and 6 yuan and 2 cents are left to you. Qin Shiqi took all the money, counted out the big ones, and handed the small ones back to Tang Qing. You might as well take them all, Tang Qing said in a dumbfounded voice. Qin Shiqi put 70 yuan in her pocket, shook her head, and said, No, I'll leave this money for you to add to your wallet. Goodbye. After saying that, she turned around and left, leaving behind a happy figure on her back. Looking at the 6 yuan and 20 cents in his hand, including 2 old 50-cent pieces, Tang Qing could only stuff it back into his pocket. This money was not money at all. He could buy a bunch of melon seeds. P.S. The battle is about to break out. America. There is a huge European-style villa built next to the river in the west of New York. The clear river water flows slowly beside the villa, with fallen leaves floating on it. It seems that the water quality is extremely well protected. The villa not only has a huge open-air swimming pool, but also a tennis court and a huge garden. But after all, it is just a villa, not a manor. In addition, it is located near New York. Although it is a suburb, the price is definitely not low. Wanting an exclusive golf course is still a bit expensive for NAST Group Chairman Bob. At this time, Pork was painting an oil painting on the second floor of the villa. The whole studio was filled with various things that were temporarily called works, the kind that no one would buy for $10 apiece. As an oil painting enthusiast, although Poker's skills were poor, he just liked painting and would paint for fun whenever he had nothing to do. This was his main hobby. At this time, a middle-aged man who looked like a butler came in and said respectfully, Boss, there's a Chinese man coming to visit outside. After hearing this, Poker stopped creating and showed no expression at the direct interruption of the butler. Anyway, he had already broken the pot and was self-aware. What else could he say to paint things that no one could appreciate? He was just painting for fun. In the past, I tried to learn to have a good attitude and not to be disturbed by others, but later I found that it was completely useless, so I stopped paying attention. Just picture it and have fun. Chinese? Haha, that's how they like to do things. They come to set up relationships in advance. How many companies will come to the auction tomorrow? Pork put down his paintbrush, found a chair and sat down, and asked. 6 families, the steward replied. Who do you think will win the bid in the end? Pork took a sip of cold water and said with a smile, I think it's a Chinese guy. The butler thought for a moment and replied. Poco asked curiously, Oh, why do you think so? Because they are rich. A smile suddenly appeared on the steward's face. Although the Chinese people's travel and shopping are not so crazy now, they have already begun to take shape, especially for those entrepreneurs and their children studying here. They're quite proud. Pork laughed when he heard this. Haha. It's true. They are really generous when buying things. They can finally get rid of this burden. Let the Chinese have those annoying things. Yeah, how about we ask someone to raise the price again? The housekeeper suggested. Okay, but don't be too obvious and don't be too high, otherwise it will scare others and we may be embarrassed. Puck nodded and said, Understood, I'll ask them to come in. The housekeeper said and walked out. Then under the guidance of the housekeeper, Lu Gan and his party entered the villa. They were all well-traveled people and wealthy people. They were not surprised at the size of the villa. If they wanted, they could build one larger than this at any time in the suburbs of Beijing. Boku had many bodyguards, but no one checked whether Lu Qian and the others had firearms on them, because they had checked the backgrounds of all the people participating in the auction. Not to mention Chai Ren's identity as the second-generation super. Lu Qian, a rich man, said that whether they could get the gun was still a problem, and even if they could, they would not be able to attack Boku. There is no motive. Lu Qian and Chai Ren took a look and couldn't help but shook their heads. This is the difference between professional and amateur. Who would have thought that someone could come in with a gun? Huge living room on the first floor. Hello, Mr. Pork, long time no see. Chai Ren saw Poker and immediately stepped forward to shake hands. You know me? Pork asked doubtfully. He thought about it for a while, but he really couldn't remember where he had met Chai Ren. You may have forgotten that we met at Sotheby's Autumn Antiques auction in Washington the year before last. I remember that you bought a calligraphy and painting from my country's Ming Dynasty, and we had a few words at the banquet afterwards. Chai Ren said slowly, If you don't know him, you won't come to visit. After all, this auction is impossible to trade privately. The main purpose is to find an opportunity to get acquainted with Bach again and make friends. He knows that this guy has many assets around the world, part of which belongs to him and part to other major shareholders of the company. Making friends with Bach will be very beneficial to the development of his company in the future. I remembered. It's you. Then we could be considered old friends. Poke laughed. He also thought of the very polite young man at that time. But he had changed a lot after not seeing anyone for several years. Yes, I want to win that iron mine this time. If your company has good minerals in the future, you can sell them to me first. The price is not a problem. Chai Ren said with a smile. No problem. If I knew there was a big buyer like you, I wouldn't hold any auction, but it can't be canceled now, Bach said. He had previously offered to sell the mining rights of the iron mine for $250 million. But after searching for no one to take over, he finally had to hold an auction to dispose of the project that had been trapped first, otherwise he might lose everything. Of course, the money for this iron mine was not paid to the country in one lump sum, but in installments. However, unexpectedly, the situation in the country suddenly changed, and a king of the mountain suddenly appeared and made many unreasonable demands. If you want to continue mining, you will face huge risks. So the construction has not started. The more than $200 million paid in advance are stuck there, and the government of the country cannot refund it because they breached the contract first. If they fulfill the agreement, they will definitely lose a lot. Now, they have made a profit on whatever they can sell, and drastic measures cannot be used, so they can only admit defeat and leave. It's okay. It's all the same. There are just a few more competitors. Chai Ren said nonchalantly. His psychological price is far higher than the estimated upper limit price of ordinary companies. He does not think it will be difficult to win this mine. Yes, I just like dealing with cheerful people like you, Bokus said with satisfaction. Although he thought Chai Run was taken advantage of in his heart, his gratitude was true. If he continued to spend more, there would be no way to settle the account. It was still money from a bank. Thank you for the compliment, Chiron said humbly. Chiron then kept chatting with Paku. Lugon didn't say much during the whole process, and at most he laughed occasionally. Half an hour later, Chai Run and Lu Qian said goodbye. This was not a domestic visit. When you go to someone's house, you have to play until dinner before leaving. The culture is different. Everyone is a busy person. If it is not a holiday or a special banquet, it is best to leave quickly after finishing the matter, otherwise it will annoy people. Out of the villa, Master Chai, it seems there will be no problem this time, Lugon said happily. Chiron smiled and said slowly, Haha, Mr. Lu, don't be too naive when it comes to business, especially when doing business with these shrewd foreigners. I have already asked people to investigate. The iron mine is being guarded by an armed force and is forcing him to pay a high protection fee. Otherwise, how could he be so kind as to sell the iron mine? Lugon was surprised and said, Then we are still going to buy it? Chiron comforted him. Don't worry, to tell you the truth, the son of the current president of that country and I were classmates and had a very good relationship. I have contacted him and he promised to help me mediate this matter. That's it, that's good. Lu Qian breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that. It turned out that Chiron had been prepared for it. And Chiron was not such a person. Brother Yuan, what do you think of the man just now? Chiron suddenly asked, not knowing what he was thinking, but he just wanted to see the soldier's observation ability. What's the matter? Said the soldier. What is your judgment on this person? The soldier paused and said, Pak, he is 168.3 centimeters tall and weighs 71 to 72 kilograms. He often uses illegal drugs in large quantities. His body function has begun to decline sharply. The last time he took drugs was 8 hours ago. He has high blood pressure, heart disease, and has been taking medicine for a long time. The soldier spoke for a full 3 minutes from head to toe, even mentioning the deformity of the nail on his right thumb and possible causes. The three people in the car were speechless. Is this your observation? Whether it's so detailed or not, the key is that you still remember it. Brother Yuan is so wise. You can become a doctor, Chiron said with a wry smile. He didn't expect the soldier's observation ability to be so subtle. Is this something a bodyguard should observe? The co-pilot's bodyguard once again lowered his head in shame. Apart from the height and weight, he didn't observe anything the soldier said. Then Chiron asked with great interest, Brother Yuan, see if I have any illness. Visually healthy, no obvious pathological characteristics. The soldier said calmly without looking back. This kind of information is not confidential information, but personality analysis reports and habit data. Just like Basong, everyone the soldier comes into contact with will enter the waiter's database and establish a separate personality and behavior analysis model and report. This is the core thing. The soldier will not reveal a word to anyone, except of course Tang Qing, because Tang Qing is the biggest boss. Chiron laughed and said, Haha, Brother Yuan is definitely a professional. I went for a general checkup a few days ago. The doctor said everything about me is fine and I am absolutely healthy. What about me? Lu Qian asked curiously. High blood pressure, moderate lumbar muscle strain, 2 cavities. The soldier said without looking back. Of course, these cannot cure diseases. They only judge the external symptoms. There is still no way to detect silent diseases, such as cell cancer. Warriors are not gods. Besides, this skill is not used in this way. They only kill people and heal wounds, not cure diseases, at least for now. It's really a perfect hit, Lugon said in surprise. Warriors are becoming more and more mysterious in their eyes. Afternoon. The soldier drove Lu Qian and the two around New York. Chiron had been here before, but he didn't have a driver who was so familiar with the place, so he only went to a few famous places. A few people did not go to any entertainment venues. After all, both of them are figures in China, and there will definitely be no shortage of women. Come to New York to find excitement? They're not that free yet. The next day, Chai Ren and his party arrived at the location of the auction, Bo Ku's house. To be precise, it was on the lawn of the villa. When Lu Gan and his party arrived, chairs had already been set up on the lawn. There were already 3 groups of people there, doing their own things on the chairs, with their respective bodyguards standing around to watch. Chai, please come over here. Our boss is on the phone with the governor, so you're neglecting us. The housekeeper stepped forward to receive him respectfully. It's okay, you go and do your work. We can just sit down, Chiron said. After saying that, the two sat down. The auctioneers formed their own circles, or rather the others formed a circle. Lu Qian and his group formed a circle. The others looked at Chai Run and talked about it, but did not respond. These people are so arrogant. Lu Gan whispered in Chinese. It's normal. It's not a cocktail party. Besides, it's a competitive relationship now. It's normal to ignore us. It will be fine after that, Chiron said. I thought they were all very enthusiastic, Lu Gan said. You watch too much TV. Westerners, or these capitalists, have no interests. Who will really care about you? Yes. Chapter 1. There is still one chapter left, which should be finished around 11 o'clock. P.S. I recommend a book by a friend called I Want to Be the Most Perfect Man, and try it out for yourself. It's absolutely beautiful. Don't worry about collecting it. After a while, 2 more competitors came, both older than Chiron. At this time, Pork and the housekeeper were already standing on the simple stage. It seems that they are all here. What follows is the routine, all kinds of welcomes, all kinds of introductions, all kinds of bragging about goods. Looking at the interested expressions of everyone below, Chiron doesn't know whether this group of people really don't know about the iron mine, or whether they are brave people who have a solution, or they are just pretending to show Pok's face. Or maybe someone among them came to make up the numbers. Well, there certainly is. Chiron and Lu Qian both had this realization. However, they are not too worried. If the price is too high, no one will be a fool, because fools cannot afford the transfer fee of hundreds of millions of dollars. Okay, the introduction is over. As long as you buy this iron mine, you will definitely make money. The starting price is $80 million, and each increase in price must not be less than $100,000. Bok said something that actually made him embarrassed. Then, he became more playful and took up the job of hammerman himself. He had been a hammerman for 2 years when he was young, so he was naturally qualified for the job. $100 million. Chiron took the lead and couldn't lose in terms of momentum. Others were not surprised. Who could be frightened by such an old trick? $111 million. $111 million. $112 million. $100 million and $1,000. This group of local tycoons slowly added $1 to $2 million. The entire railway was purchased by Bok at a price of $1.3 billion, with an upfront payment of $200 million for the first phase, and a remaining $1.1 billion would be paid gradually over the next 10 years, according to the mining progress. Therefore, the appraisal value of the mining rights held by Bok and his companies was around $250 million. It's still early days, so let's just play with it. Of course, this is pure value. If all kinds of risks are deducted, it is only about $200 million. If the African country is not too messy and complicated, it also needs a lot of other investments. In other safe countries, this iron ore cannot be obtained for less than $2 billion. $150 million. Chiron directly increased it to $150 million. He was also impatient, and there was no point in asking him to play at such a low price. $153 million. $154 million. After adding little by little, Chiron said directly, $180 million. No one was adding casually now. $180 million was already close to the bottom line. Is there any higher one? Poke said with a smile. He was reminding to that it was time to take action. The words just fell. $190 million. One person said. Chiron glanced at him and said calmly, $20 million. $21 million. $220 million. $230 million. Others basically did not bid, because the price had become a high-risk project, and it was Chai Run and the smiling fat man who bid. 29 million US dollars. 300 million US dollars. Chai Run gritted his teeth and said, as if I couldn't bear it no matter how high it was. You win. The man spread his hands and said kindly, I agree. Chai Run clasped his fists and smiled. The man smiled. Lugan was also sweating a little. 300 million US dollars was worth his entire net worth. Mr. Chai, could that man be a bastard? Lugan leaned over and whispered, It's okay. The dust has settled, and I'll let you know. As long as it doesn't exceed 400 million US dollars, I have to win it. Chai Run said, confidently. Can that make money? Lugan asked worriedly. He also read the report of Chai Run's company. The highest quotation was only 260 million US dollars. Even if there were classmates there and his father had a high position, the risk was too great. Where did Chai Run get his confidence? It was not in China. We'll talk about it when we get back. Chai Run said nothing more. Okay. Boku came up and shook hands with Chai Run and said, Congratulations. Thank you. Congratulations to you too. There are 300 million US dollars in the account. As long as the exploration report comes out and the real reserves are confirmed, the money will be fine. Chai Run said, Okay, I will ask someone to cooperate with you. Pak nodded and said, Of course there is no problem with the reserves, as long as you don't buy it due to the situation. Thank you. The next group of people who participated in the auction handed over their business cards one by one. Their attitude was completely different from before. After all, a person who can earn 300 million US dollars is definitely worth making friends with in this era. Only then did Chai Run discover that there were actually 3 steel groups and a mining equipment manufacturer inside. There's also a group that makes textiles. Chai Run twitched his lips. You are selling textiles to participate in some iron or auction, and the last one seems to be entrusting not this but the mining equipment manufacturer. This made Chai Run look at the very enthusiastic man selling mining equipment in surprise. You're not here specifically to sell mining equipment. Just join in the fun as a backup. The more Chai Run thought about it, the more likely it became. Don't tell me, he guessed it right. It's just an intention now. When the contract is signed, I will invite them again to have a party. After having lunch together, chatting, and getting acquainted with the new friends, Lugan and others left. They still needed to make a lot of arrangements, contracts, explorations, and other plans. There were so many things to do. Of course, this was Chai Run Company's business. Lugan was basically here to travel. At most, he would pay some money and take some shares. On the way back, Chai Run and Lugan chatted happily, and Chai Run also said his plan. It was very simple. The iron ore was an asset that could obtain many privileges. He also promised the president's son some shares. That's not all. With the relationship with the other party, many mineral resources in their country would have certain priority. When the iron mine is built, it will bring tax revenue and employment, which will be very beneficial to the president of that African country. For this reason, Lugan nodded his head like, I'm so stupid, and wanted to say, guess whether I believe it or not. Can you think that others wouldn't think of it, but you didn't dare to show it? Chai Run didn't say anything more. How could he talk to Lugan with his heart out when this kind of thing was over? What he is able to do now is not only because of his second-generation status, but also because of his purpose in doing things. He already has enough money, and greater power is impossible. All his overseas layout of mineral resources has only one purpose. That is to become one of the suppliers of the country's external scarce resources. This is undoubtedly a matter of great benefit to himself, his family, and even the country. Money is not important. What is important is a steady stream of money and peace of mind. This is why he's been mainly engaged in resource companies for so many years. He has invested heavily in foreign mineral resources just to add points to his family. At the current stage of his family, the power has basically come to an end. The main thing now is to maintain the current position, and the second is to make money. There are many other methods, but the core point is to do more things that are beneficial to the country. Solving the country's resource shortage is one of them. Of course, it was impossible to say this to Lugan. This kind of thing can only be done, not said. That's when Chiren's bodyguard suddenly said with a serious face, "Master Chai, someone is following us." "Oh, where?" Chiren was startled and asked. "Right behind us. That black off-road vehicle is visible from several corners," the bodyguard said. After saying that, he looked at the soldier a little proudly, as if to say, "I discovered the danger this time. Brother Yuan, drive faster and get rid of him." Chiren said quickly. He also wanted to ask the soldier why he didn't notice it. With the soldier's alertness, it was unscientific, but it was hard to say anything. Maybe the soldier was careless. After all, he was still driving the car. The soldier shook his head and said, "No, it's difficult to get rid of this kind of traffic environment. The chance is almost zero." They were followed by 3 cars. In addition to the car on the right rear, the white Toyota sedan in the front left, and the third black Volkswagen SUV in front. Chiren also didn't expect that the soldier already knew so much. He didn't panic anymore and asked, "Brother Yuan, what should we do?" The co-pilot's bodyguard once again lowered his head in shame, feeling so blushing. The soldier said, "It's okay. Our people will handle it." Chiren was surprised and asked in a low voice, "Your people? What do you mean?" He knew that the soldier knew someone here, but would the other party handle this kind of thing? "Do you care about this kind of nothing?" The warrior did not return. At this moment, the co-pilot's bodyguard exclaimed, "Young Master Chai, look." "What?" Chiren asked doubtfully. After speaking, he looked in the direction where his bodyguard's eyes were staring. "I saw that the car on the rear right had already driven closer, right next to the off-road vehicle that Monkey was sitting behind, missing half a parking space. Now, waiting for the traffic light. The surrounding cars stopped. I saw a Westerner in casual clothes directly open the door of the other person's back seat and then punched him in. Due to the angle of view, Chai Run and others could not see clearly, but the monkeys behind him could see clearly. The 2 big men in the back seat were punched in the head one after another, and they fainted instantly. As for the situation in the driver's seat in front, the monkeys could not see clearly. Crack! The sound of broken glass. You can see from the hole in the front windshield that the person inside actually fired a gun, but they just installed a silencer. In 5 seconds, the battle is over. The red light turns green. The Westerner then drove away and disappeared into the intersection ahead. Lu Qian and Chiren also quickly looked at the other 2 following cars, and sure enough, they were all there. Overpowered, Lu Gan and Chiren had already seen many passers-by cover their mouths when they noticed something strange, and some seemed to be calling the police. Fake it. Lu Qian and Chiren stared at this dramatic robbery with their mouths open. "Brother Yuan, are those people your friends?" Chiren stuttered, thinking that it's no wonder the soldiers weren't worried, but were prepared for it. "Yes," said the soldier. How could such low-level tracking escape the eyes of the soldiers, especially with the assistance of the command room? As soon as the soldiers found out there was a problem, they immediately requested assistance. The command room responded extremely quickly. By comparing the information in the database with the shared monitoring, the number and background of the opponent could be found out in minutes, and a solution could be made extremely quickly. Those who took action were the second batch of soldiers who came to the United States. They were expatriate soldiers who were investigating the people behind the money laundering organization. They usually had their own affairs, but they could be used immediately when needed. As for the security company that protected their cousin, they were not involved. "Have you discovered them a long time ago?" Chai Run asked again, feeling like he had asked an idiot question. "Yes," the soldier replied. "Who are those people?" Chiren asked. "A professional kidnapping gang," the soldier explained. "Then where will they be taken?" Chiren asked carefully. "I don't know either." The soldier's words made Lu Qian and Chai Run feel cold. "You don't know either? Who are you lying to? Won't they all be killed?" Several people in the car swallowed their saliva. There were various complex emotions intertwined in his eyes, including fear, happiness, admiration, and curiosity. But one thing was certain, this man was definitely not an ordinary person. Bodyguard? Only a ghost can believe it. On the streets of New York, USA, he dared to start directly, and when he knew the other party's identity, he didn't hesitate at all and went straight to it. He didn't even know whether the other party was alive or dead. That's so arrogant. I feel like you are more arrogant than the kidnappers. P.S. Thank you to Reader Zhang Bao for the reward and all of you for your votes. Thank you for your support. Seeing the soldiers' none of my business expression, Lu Qian, Chai Run, and the co-pilot's bodyguards all felt that they wanted to stay away from this dangerous person. Although the soldier was one of their own now, he was not really one of his own after all. It was only temporary. If one day he became an enemy, that would be it. The three shook their heads vigorously. This was definitely a nightmare. Of course, the monkeys and others at the back also found those people with good intentions. But like the bodyguards in front, they only found a problem with one car because these three cars did not follow them all the time. Two of them drove everywhere, sometimes approaching, sometimes going in circles, and only the one on the right rear kept following. The purpose was to take them by surprise, even if they were discovered. So what? The number of people had tripled, and any preparations made by Chai Run were in vain. However, the group of robbers did not expect that after the command room briefly took over New York's urban traffic surveillance network, it directly found out from the historical surveillance that the three vehicles were in a group, and even the destination was clear. Of course, their destination was not within the surveillance, but calculated based on some other information. The group of robbers were not fools planning under the surveillance cameras. Brother Yuan, will you get into any trouble if you do this? Chai Ren said a little worriedly, and Lu Qian also looked at the soldiers a little uneasily. After all, this matter caused the forces behind the soldiers to provoke some desperados for no reason. Although he gave money, it was not money to deal with this matter. No, you just need to know that you didn't see or hear anything today, and nothing happened just now. The soldiers said slowly and continued to drive. I understand. You just pretend you haven't seen anything and you are not allowed to tell anything, you know. Chai Ren agreed quickly, not forgetting to order Lu Qian and his bodyguards with a serious face. This matter is related to him, after all. The force that the soldier belongs to now is obviously capable of settling it, and they don't want to delay it. From a call by passers-by just now, they even guessed that the New York police might come question them. Understood, Lu Qian and the bodyguard said at the same time. They're good at keeping things secret. At this moment, Chai Ren's phone rang. It was the bodyguard in the car behind. After being connected, Chai Ren explained a few words. If the police asked them in the future, he told them to say whatever they saw. He also ordered them not to talk about any speculation in the car behind, because they were the only ones who knew that those people were friends of the soldiers. There was also a white driver behind him. If he wanted to say anything but couldn't see it, didn't that mean there was something wrong? After hanging up the phone, Chai Ren didn't know what to say. Although they encountered kidnappers, they were not in danger. In other words, what surprised them was not that someone kidnapped them, but the way the forces behind the soldiers dealt with them. They were quite simple, rough, and unreasonable, and they would do whatever they disagreed with. The car fell silent for a moment. Mr. Liu, it seems we have to leave here as soon as possible. We will go back and pack our luggage later and go to my friend's farm. Chai Ren thought for a while and said, if those people were not dead, in order to avoid revenge from those people, he had to change his plan and find a place to hide. Okay, no problem. Lu Gan agreed immediately. He didn't want to stay in New York City anymore. After Chai Ren finished speaking, he thanked the soldier and the co-pilot. Brother Yuan, in order to thank you for your help this time, Mr. Liu and I will collect 10 million yuan for you when we get back. I hope you won't be too short. After being helped so much, how can I not give you a reward? Thank you. Of course, soldiers would not refuse this kind of income. It is true that they were born for war, but war represented not only destruction, but also plunder. How could the command room push out the gains? Of course, except for Tang Qing's relatives, the command room will not take advantage of them, nor dare to take it. Even if they are given, they will refuse in various ways, because Tang Qing is their god, and their existence is to implement Tang Qing's will. As for Lu Gan and others, their wealth and background are nothing in the eyes of the command room. They are just passers-by, and they will not be polite. At this time, Tang Qing was also watching the operation in the command room. It's afternoon in the United States, but it was early morning in China, and Tang Qing was bored and just watched it, just like watching an American blockbuster. However, this blockbuster was not exciting at all, and it was over in a few seconds. Tang Qing was also uninterested after reading it. He was also hesitating about what to do with these people who were knocked unconscious. 3 cars, 14 people, these are all the members of the team. The data shows that these people are basically retired American soldiers. They do this kind of thing because of livelihood problems. It is impossible to kill them, and they did not offend him. They just wanted to kidnap Lu Gan and the others, and they failed. If it were his family members who were kidnapped, these people would definitely not survive tomorrow. But why did Lu do that? It's not worth his order to end these people's lives. But it is obviously not appropriate to put it directly. Tang, how do you think it's better to deal with these people? Tang Qing threw the blame directly. Tang said without hesitation, Commander, my subordinates think it can be used for their own use. Oh, the reason? Tang Qing asked. He has no shortage of people. This is not like other places, whether it is Bangkok, Burma, or that security company. Ordinary people will participate, but that is a special situation. This person is not recruited to do ordinary things. He is definitely to perform tasks. So many things are not safe. Commander, I know your concerns. The reason for this suggestion is that the warriors are too powerful and their origins are basically impossible to investigate. Therefore, we need some people to make leaks. Tang said. Flaw. After hearing this, Tang Qing felt that it made sense. These warriors were indeed too powerful, and their performance in front of Lu Qian and Chai Ren was just like this. It was too terrifying. They needed something close to ordinary people, and sometimes they needed a flaw to leave the enemy with hope. Whether it was a core mission or a non-core mission, they couldn't always take the opponent away in one wave without losing a single hair. This may seem a bit crazy, but it is quite necessary. There's no way around it. He's an awesome guy. From now on, the core tasks will be completed by soldiers, and some unimportant tasks can be handed over to these people. Otherwise, there will be no casualties in every operation, which is picking troubles, and he will feel bad when the soldiers die, as well as other people. He's not from his own country, he's not a good person, and he doesn't have that much compassion. Besides, this is just a possibility, and he won't really give an order to kill everyone. The more Tang Qing thought about it, the more reasonable it became. It was indeed time to start preparing for non-core military force. And extra money is not. Okay, Ting, let's find a way to recruit them and let them work in their old profession, maybe. We can also get a share of their business and just treat it as regular training. We don't raise idlers. Tang Qing's my mitzioli. Don't these guys like to kidnap for money? It would be great if we could just collect their commission. It is impossible for him to ask soldiers to kidnap for money. Oh, Tang Qing sighed, feeling like he had become a bad guy again. Those who collect protection money from. Kidnappers are worse than bad people. Tang, we have decided to take them under our control and adopt a loose management system. All actions must be reviewed by us. Every time they earn, we will take 50% of their income. They will decide the rest by themselves. If they agree, we can also provide some small help, but we are only allowed to rob those who are rich and unkind, and they're absolutely not allowed to vote. As for the ransom, don't go too far, just ask for about 10% of the assets. Our general principle is not to participate, not to encourage, and not to kill. Tang Qing said slowly, if there is more, the American profiteers can't pay it, and if there is less, it will be boring. Yes, Commander. Tang agreed. Well, I'm going to bed. Seeing that everything was okay, Tang Qing was ready to go back and take a nap. Maid, is this right? Tang Qing didn't know whether it was aiding the evildoers. Maybe. At worst, it's okay to use the money for good deeds. Anyway, it's all the money of those foreigners who are rich and unkind. It won't break up the vote, and it won't go bankrupt directly, so why not do it? It's the worst form of self-justification. Sleep. P.S. The next chapter will be around 10 o'clock. Other side. 3. Hijacked robbers' cars were driving down the road. The other 2 cars were okay, but the car with the punctured windshield was not suitable for driving on the road. It was definitely stopped by the American police a few times, so after the car drove into an empty alley between buildings, the people were transferred into the other two cars, and the car was naturally abandoned here. The registration information shows that the car owner has nothing to do with these people. They were all stolen this morning. Think about it. That idiot would use his own car to kidnap. After receiving the call, the New York Police Department immediately dispatched police, preparing to use surveillance to track the incident. Judging from the descriptions of the people who called the police, those American police officers were the least willing to participate in this kind of thing. Their guns may not be as good as others, and if they were not good enough, they would be caught. But today, for some unknown reason, there was something wrong with the surveillance server in that area, and there was a lag in reading the video surveillance. Emergency repairs are being carried out. This made the New York police officers who rushed to the scene scolded me. If you don't tell me where to go, check the hammer. Forget it, just take a walk. New York's southwest coast. In a small forest near the sea, there is a trail next to it with less traffic. Two cars were parked on the side of the road, warning lights flashing. About 10 meters away in the grove, 14 unconscious people were lying in random directions. Due to the thick leaves, people on the road could not see what was going on inside. The three people stood there blankly, expressionless, two Westerners and one black man. In order to avoid problems, except for security personnel and some special tasks, Tang Qing was not prepared to send Asian-faced soldiers over. The soldier didn't splash the water directly because it was time to wake up. At this time, there was light rain in the sky, and it was not too urgent, so he waited. Only 5 minutes. The rain is getting heavier. Johns, the boss of the entire team, woke up first. After regaining his senses, the memory of just now flooded into his mind. He immediately realized that he was being attacked. He thought that his car was captured, but looking at the unknown companions around him, he understood that his team had been wiped out. Wrong. Who were these three people? Stimulated by the rain, E.G. Ling immediately stood up and touched his waist. This was not the time to reminisce. But nothing was touched. Of course his gun was taken away, and Johns could only smile bitterly and look at the three stern-faced men warily. Ah, it hurts. Where is this? Wake up. At this time, a cool breeze blew by, and everyone in his team was woken up by the cold, and those who were not awake were also shaken awake by their companions. Looking at his sober companions, John suddenly gained some confidence and said loudly, "Who are you?" At the same time, he assumed an attack posture, and the others also adopted a fighting posture. They had served in the army and were not gangsters. Although the three soldiers did not form an encirclement and did not have an advantage in numbers, it would be foolish to escape directly. Who knows how many people were hidden in the woods? And looking at it like this, the other party didn't want to kill them, otherwise they wouldn't wait for them to wake up, so they just looked at the stranger's third brother with vigilance and quickly grabbed the ones that were as small as dead branches and rocks and gained some sense of security. But thinking that their guns were in the hands of the other party, this sense of security was only a little bit, but it was better than nothing. The three warriors did not move, not even expressing their expressions. "Hello, Johns," one of the white soldiers said calmly. "You know me?" Johns asked. "Of course, I was a former army sergeant." He served for 6 years and was discharged on June 9th, 3 years ago. He has participated in many wars. The white soldier said, "Of course, the command room knows more than this, but they are afraid of scaring them if they say too much, because many things are confidential files." "Why did you attack us?" "You are the bodyguards of those Chinese people." Johns asked with a frown. "No, we're just more interested in your business." The warrior shook his head and said, "Of course." He could not admit that there was a relationship. Besides, the warrior was right. They were not Lu Qian's bodyguards, not even bodyguards, but the executors of another plan. "What do you mean?" John said. "First of all, you have to understand that we can kill all of you. So next, I hope you will position yourself properly, listen to me carefully, and don't make any dangerous moves." The soldier said coldly, "What are you going to say?" Johns took a step back and said with a little fear, after being discharged from the army for so many years, he had the ruthlessness, but he didn't have the courage to risk death. He had to believe what the other party said. The facts were there. His life was really leaked in the hands of others. I know that you have been in the business of kidnapping rich people. So far, you have succeeded in 6 cases. You have obtained 32 million US dollars. You got 8 million US dollars and recently bought a villa and a car. So you prepared this operation. The soldier said, "What do you want?" Johns didn't dare to get angry when the soldier looked at him twice and asked again. What he doesn't know is that this is just a psychological game, an implicit strategy of the warrior. It's very simple. If you join us, you can continue to work in your old profession, but we will take 50% of the future profits. Once necessary, we will assign tasks to you. Don't worry, you will be paid and paid. The soldier stated his purpose. Johns immediately understood that this was an attempt to co-opt him, but 50% of the income must be turned over. Johns was furious when he heard this, but remembering the warning from the previous soldier, he immediately calmed down his anger. "Why?" Johns said through gritted teeth. "Just because if you don't agree, you will all die here today, and it will not be without benefits." The soldier changed the topic and said, although Tang Qing did not say that he wanted to kill them, the command room certainly could not make it clear. As for what would happen if the other party did not agree, the analysts in the command room had never thought that their existence had only one purpose, to complete the task assigned by Tang Qing at all costs, if Johns refused to agree. The guys in the command room were not good men and women who would let him agree. The matter of wages is also very simple. Soldiers can work for free, but others may have families and families, so they must be given some protection. Johns knew that he had no bargaining chips, not to mention his salary. So his resistance was much smaller, and he asked, "What are the benefits?" "As long as you follow our rules. First, the American police will not have evidence to prosecute you. Secondly, the funds can also help you make safe transfers, and we will also provide intelligence and other support." The soldier said, "What rules?" Johns said, "All targets must be reviewed by us, and no objections are allowed." The soldier said, he was not informed of other conditions, but as long as the review process is maintained, the basic problem is not big. Johns hesitated, thinking about who was behind the person in front of him and his own gains and losses. Others couldn't get in the middle of the conversation. After all, there was no second-in-command here. It was all the boss Johns who made the decisions. And what else could they say? That they didn't agree. Isn't that seeking death? The soldier continued, "Don't worry, we won't harm you. We also want money. I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. If you agree, we'll leave. If you don't agree, you'll die and we'll leave." Is this the tone of discussion? Everyone wanted to curse, but they didn't dare. They rushed to see the fearless look of the soldiers. The tragedy was probably their own. They had been on the battlefield before. Judging the situation was definitely the only way to survive until now. Those who were impulsive in the war had already gone to see God. Johns was currently in the midst of a battle between heaven and man. He didn't want to compare his combat power. Now he is curious about who the other party is, who speaks so ruthlessly and so arrogantly, and who can solve legal matters. But it is definitely true that he is very powerful. Maybe there are many people with guns ambushing him in the dark right now. The rain is getting heavier. His mind was in confusion. There is 1 minute left. The soldier reminded without looking at his watch. The command room has a real-time timing function. What should be done with the watch? Johns took a deep breath and looked at the old guys around him. He understood what they meant instantly. They all wanted to live. He took a deep breath and asked again, "You can really do what you said? More than you think." The soldier said with a rare smile. Johns nodded and said, "Well, for nothing else, I just don't want to die." He also has a beautiful wife and a lovely daughter, so he has no choice. "I can only agree because I have integrity, and only when I am alive can I have integrity." "Johns, you are very smart. Here, for future action review and intelligence, salary, help, and other issues, just call this number. Someone will help you. We don't care about these things. But if you act privately without our consent, don't blame us for being rude, and keep it confidential. You can do it on your own. Goodbye." The soldier handed over a mobile phone and said, "This mobile phone belongs to Johns. There were only 3 numbers in it before, but now there are 4. As long as Johns is not stupid, he can definitely tell them apart. After saying that, the soldier drove away, leaving only one car behind. Johns and his men were left with a wonderful look on their faces. Johns, what should we do? What else can we do? Just be honest and obedient. Who do you think they are? People you can't afford to offend. At this time, the New York Police Department's monitoring server had returned to normal, but the whole thing was over. The police only found a stolen off-road vehicle with its front windshield punctured and nothing else. The other two vehicles seemed to have disappeared. In front of Shower's powerful special effects production, the monitoring content has already been modified, so naturally, they can't see anything. Of course, it's not as simple as disappearing directly, but creating a professional robber's escape route based on the surveillance blind spots. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching. No body was found, no missing persons, and the New York police were not surprised. There's something they haven't seen before in this place. It must be another unsolved case. P.S. La la la. Please count the votes. Before the soldiers took action, the command room knew that no one else was instigating this attempted kidnapping. They just want to make a fortune. They learned about Lu Gan and others by paying off a waiter at the Hilton Hotel and finally planned to extort a sum of money. As for why Chiron was found, it was because the planning time was too short. Compared with local wealthy people, the Chinese were less wary. Moreover, these people had just arrived in the United States and had a very low probability of having guns, so they acted in a hurry, but they did not expect to hit a 10-meter thick steel plate. On the other hand, the police in New York did not do anything. No one was killed and the clues were closed, but that does not mean that they will let it go. That is impossible. If that happens, all the taxpayers in the United States will not spray them to death. When the surveillance video was restored, they first found the owner information of the nearby vehicles, as well as the surveillance footage of the nearby shops of the witnesses, and conducted a half-day confession and investigation. Finally, after continuous analysis by various experts and the New York police, they finally discovered some useful information. That is, these two groups are not simple. Of course, this nonsense result will not make a difference. But how could the system-processed video surveillance point the clues to Lu Qian and the others? One of the rules for protecting targets is to try not to involve the police, especially when entering the bureau. The robots in the command room can't afford to lose that person. Otherwise, it would be better if they just call the police. Why send soldiers to participate? They just don't want to deal with the police and avoid unnecessary complications. The command room will never bother others unless it is really necessary. As a result, the New York police found nothing through various slightly altered and tampered surveillance videos. Unless someone among the kidnappers called the police, they would not be able to contact Lu Qian and his gang. In the end, of course, it was settled. This was not an ordinary case at first glance, and no one was found who was killed, and there were no missing persons. We could only collect evidence and investigate first, collect all the information, and wait until it is needed, such as when a victim jumps out. But their waiting will be in vain. An inexplicable kidnapping case ended in such an inexplicable way, and then the police didn't even come to the door, and they didn't even make a phone call to inquire, which made Chai run and the others feel like they couldn't understand. But if you don't understand it, you can't understand it. Let's get out of here first. Lu Gan and Chai Ren returned to the Hilton Hotel and quickly packed up. Lu Gan had decided to find a way to get a gun license for his bodyguard. When traveling in the United States, he suddenly felt that he had no confidence without a gun. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing, and it was in broad daylight. If you were hijacked, that's a big deal, and it's very likely that my life will be decided here. So I'm very grateful to the soldiers. Check out these two suites. When he arrived at the hotel lobby, Lu Gan handed over the room card. Okay, sir, are you dissatisfied with our service? The blonde receptionist scanned and found that she had booked a week before and asked if this sudden checkout was caused by hotel service. She must find out. No, it's urgent. Chiron shook his head and said. He didn't know that he was betrayed by the hotel waiter. Otherwise, he would never let it go. But the soldier had no obligation to answer his questions. Okay, please wait a moment. The receptionist said respectfully. As long as it's not caused by poor hotel service, it's fine, especially since this person still holds a premium VIP car from their hotel and is their god. The loss is not only a matter of money, but also the loss of reputation caused by such a person. Afterwards, the group drove to northwest New York State. New York State has a total area of more than 100,000 square kilometers. It not only has developed manufacturing and financial services industries, but also tens of thousands of farms, large and small, and New York City only occupies a very small part of the area. Chai Ren's destination this time was the farm of a Chinese friend who was also his classmate. Later, his parents died in a car accident, so he inherited his father's business and ran the family farm here, mainly growing grapes and cherries, and raising a small amount of cattle, livestock, and pasture. New York City is more than 200 kilometers away from the farm, and the soldier drove at a speed of more than 80 yards on the highway. After all, according to the soldier's control, nothing would happen if he drove at a speed of 1 to 200 per hour, but in order to take care of the off-road vehicle behind him to avoid any accidents, and because he was not in a hurry, he drove slowly. Xiao Zhu, hurry up and tell those people to pay attention to safety when exploring over there. I have already said hello. You go find a person over there. The phone number is Mr. Chun. Things are ready. Your $50 million must be paid within a week. Well, I know how to do it. Chai Ren has been on the phone to arrange various things in the car. He has basically nothing to do here in the United States. He will go back to sign the contract after the symbolic exploration of reserves. He originally planned to spend a week in New York, but now it seems that he will spend the past 10 days on the farm. It's not that Chai Ren is afraid. Since he feels the danger, he just needs more bodyguards. The main reason is that he has lost interest. Now he just wants to go fishing, hunting, and so on. He has already informed his friends that he will stay there for more than 10 days today. More than 3 hours later, Chai Ren and his party arrived at his friend's farm in 2 cars. There was no one to take him with him. When he went out, he just reported the approximate location and the name of the farm. Then the soldier said he knew it and continued to drive forward in silence. Knew? Chai Ren was a little speechless at that time. This is not an urban area or a town, but a remote farm. It can't even be marked on the map. But it wasn't until he saw the familiar terrain and the name of the farm that Chai Ren truly believed what the soldier meant when he said he knew it. At this moment, Chai Ren even doubted whether the soldier had made a human map. He just reported a name, and it just arrived. Chai Ren and Lu Qian didn't want to say anything anymore. The things they had encountered in the past few days made them feel like country bumpkins who had never seen the world. Everyone seemed to be playing a game. A story about a max-level warrior and 2 R&B players pretending to compete with each other. Arriving at the gate of the farm, I saw a large Ford pickup parked next to a huge boulder from a distance. It was really a boulder, nearly 10 meters high, with a sharp top and a thick bottom. The 4 characters, Muji Farm, were engraved on it, painted with red paint. The most interesting thing was that there was a stick figure on it that looked like a child's graffiti. A young man stood next to the pickup truck, and a strong Chinese man stood next to him, smiling as he watched the car Chai Ren and his group approaching. Seeing Chai Ren get out of the car, the young man stepped forward and greeted with a smile. "Hi, Mr. Chai. Long time no see. Bitch, you still know how to pick me up." Chai Ren said angrily. "Of course not. I just came back for shopping, and I'm waiting for you here, by the way. Didn't you say you can find it yourself? You still need me to pick it up?" The young man curled his lips and said, "Insincere guy, when did you get this stone? Where's the wooden sign?" Chai Ren asked, pointing to the huge stone. He was not annoyed by the young man's attitude. They were both good friends and were used to bickering. The young man was also a Chinese American. His ancestors came here to make a living very early, so he didn't care about Chai Ren's identity. He even helped Chai Ren settle a lot of things in the United States. In China, Chai Ren is awesome, but here, he is the eldest brother. There is no question of who is superior and who is inferior. He is also one of Chai Ren's best friends here, especially when he thinks of the connections between the young man's relatives in the American political circles. Chai Ren does not dare to underestimate him. It's been more than a month, mainly because I feel it's more imposing. The previous sign was too ugly and not domineering. The young man said with a smile, "That's right. That wooden sign looks like an archway." Chai Ren said contemptuously, Get out of here. You're the one who built the archway. The young man laughed and scolded. Chiron looked at the stick figure on the stone and asked, "What's going on with that stick figure? It can't be your masterpiece. It's too ugly. There aren't many people who can find people who despise this guy." "Haha, this is what my daughter asked me to draw. Didn't she always call you Stickman last time?" When she was carving these words, she teased my daughter and said she needed to draw something else. She happened to remember the last time you were here and was chased and bitten by my dog, so she suggested drawing you. In the end, I let my daughter have her own way, so I drew a portrait designed by my daughter on it. I said it was you. I originally wanted to draw an image of a puppy biting you, but the dog died earlier this year, so I didn't draw it. How about it? It's not bad. The young man couldn't help laughing when he mentioned this. What a ghost. Chiron was speechless when he heard this. This was shooting himself in the foot, but it was impossible to get angry with a child. He found that he had never won a fight with this classmate. He thought he was already very eloquent, but when he met this old man, he never wanted to please him. "Okay, very good. Just wait, and I will draw a big portrait of you at the door of my house." Chiron gritted his teeth. This revenge must be avenged no matter what. "Well, that's it. It's decided. One isn't enough. I need two." "Okay, let's see who could draw the portrait." The young man said with great interest. Why don't we compare whose paintings look different?" Chiron said with a snort. "Because I can't compete with you." The young man said matter-of-factly, obviously saying that Chiron's skills have no lower limit. Shameless person. Chiron felt a little beaten. P.S. Thank you, readers, for your time. The big prizes of Smoking Gun and Supreme Righteousness. And thank you for your votes. Thank you, lovely people, for your support. Chapter 2 will be late, probably after 10 o'clock. Seeing that Chiron's rebellious thoughts had been suppressed again, the young man was satisfied and did not pursue the victory anymore. It was enough to gain the upper hand. There is no need to be merciless. Plus, there are guests nearby. "Young Master Chai, why don't you introduce some of my new friends?" The young man glanced at Lu Gan and others who looked strangely beside him and asked. Chiron's face straightened. He stopped joking and introduced. "Let me introduce, this is my partner. His name is Lu Qian. Mr. Lu, his assets are about the same as yours. This is my classmate, friend, and best friend Mu Jian. Mu from Prince Mu's mansion. Healthy Jian, Mr. Lu. You can just call him Mr. Mu." "Hello, Mr. Mu. Nice to meet you," Lu Qian said with a respectful expression. A person who can scold Chiron is by no means a simple person, so he cannot help but be disrespectful. "Hello, Mr. Lu." Mu Jian shook hands with Lu Qian and said with a smile. His expression and tone were very polite, but his indifference that was not for his age let Lu Qian know that the other party did not look down on him because of his wealth. And Mu Jian is indeed, just as Lu Qian thought, he is just a boss from China. So what if he is worth hundreds of millions of dollars? There is no intersection. After that, Chiron introduced again. "You know, two of my bodyguards, and the other two are Mr. Lu's bodyguards. This is Brother Yuan. You can call this Mr. Monkey." "Hello, Mr. Mu." Monkey said respectfully. "He is just a small bodyguard. Everyone here is a big boss. What else can he do? He can only pretend to be a grandson." "Hello." Mu Jian nodded. After saying that, Mu Jian thought that the soldier would also greet him, but after waiting for 2 seconds, there was no sound. He couldn't help but turn his head and look at the soldier, and saw the soldier looking at him with an expression of, "Who are you? Look at the flowers and plants on the roadside." Mu Jian was shocked. He has seen too many people here who treat people like nothing, and their eyes are full of indifference and indifference to life. Seeing Mu Jian looking at him, the soldier still ignored him and just nodded lightly. As he said, in the soldier's view, Mu Jian was just a passerby. His status was lower than Chiron's. He was completely irrelevant. Chiron was still Lu Qian's partner. Together with Lu Qian, he also had a certain level of protection, but it was just lower. Mu Jian's words were completely lost, and the soldier would not give him a single expression. "Ahem, this Brother Yuan has a lot of personality," Mu Jian said, a little embarrassed. He was ignored by a small boss's bodyguard. He was really a little embarrassed to get off the stage, but it was not the first time. He had been exposed to the upper-class society in the United States a lot. In the eyes of some people, he was a figure, but in the eyes of others, he was just a mortal, someone who could be slapped to death with a backhand. Chiron almost laughed out loud when he saw Mu Jian's look and couldn't help but say in his heart, "Well done. It's rare to embarrass this guy for a while." "Bitch, don't worry about it. Brother Yuan is like this. He doesn't like to talk, but he does his duty. I admire him very much." Chiron stepped forward and said with a smile. He didn't talk about the attempted kidnapping he had encountered before. The soldiers said that they didn't see or hear anything. Of course, he wouldn't talk too much to avoid causing trouble. After hearing this, Mu Jian walked down the steps and laughed. "Ha, what do I mind? You can accept it, Mr. Chai. There must be a reason. Come on, let's go to the farm and chat. I specially killed a sheep today. Let's grill mutton kebabs and drink beer." I said, "Bitch, can't you order something more high-end? I came all the way here, and it feels like I'm here to eat at a food stall. I also have barbecue and beer. You can't imagine it, you miser." Chiron pretended to be dissatisfied. Mu Jian didn't pay attention to Chiron's tone at all, and said, rudely, "What do you think? Guests are welcome to the host, you know, but you still dare to be picky about food. If you have the ability, you won't be allowed to eat mutton. You will only eat vegetarian food. Cut. There are wolves in the mountains. You can go and fight them yourself. You catch it, and I will fight it." Chiron snorted. He and Mu Jian can get into a fight with each other in just 3 sentences. This kind of revolutionary friendship is really the envy of outsiders. Although he sometimes gets very angry, he also cherishes this way of communication because Mu Jian is really the only one who can joke with him like this. All the young men and women of the same status in the country are very measured in their words and worry too much when communicating. "You are so shameless." Mu Jian laughed and scolded him. He caught the wolf and asked him to beat him. "Isn't this stupid?" "No more," Chiron said loudly. "Shameless," Mu Jian said. "No way. Without your shamelessness, I still have a long way to catch up with you. But you have to walk slower, otherwise the distance between us will become farther and farther." Chiron said proudly, and it was a rare comeback. "You stick figure. Forget it. My wife should have skewered the mutton skewers. If she doesn't go back, she should call to remind her," Mu Jian said, no longer arguing, and prepared to argue again when she went back. "I envy those who have a wife," Chiron said with a smile. "You should get married as soon as possible. You are already a grown man. Don't hang around like this all day. When will you and she get married?" "You have been engaged for 2 years, Mu Jian said. "The family has decided to get married in September this year," Chiron said with a wry smile. Naturally, he couldn't escape from marriage. There was nothing wrong with having another wife. Not to mention she was very beautiful, but when facing the fiancé who was so cold, he felt cold in his heart. Because his fiancé is a doctor, a brain surgeon, and a doctor of medicine. Whenever he thinks of his fiancé often operating on people, he loses the slightest desire, for fear of experimenting on her, even though this is impossible. "It's going to be soon. Then our family will go on a trip." Mu Jian nodded and said sympathetically. He understood the meaning of Chiron's wry smile. Not to mention Chiron, he was terrified just thinking about it. But fortunately his wife did not have such a terrible profession. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep either. "Okay, it looks like it's going to rain heavily today. Get in the car and go in," Chiron said, ending this sad topic. "Yeah." After that, they got into their cars. Under the leadership of Mu Jian, or rather on this road, we drove for more than 10 minutes before arriving at the farm villa at the foot of the mountain. Looking at Mu Jian's farm villa, Chiron was also a little envious. He envied Mu Jian and his wife and daughter living a leisurely life in a beautiful place. Unlike himself, he had to do things he didn't like for himself and his family. He actually wanted to be a painter, but his family did not allow him to pursue this dream. This is not just a villa. There are also hangars, garages, horse pens, staff dormitories, warehouses, etc., as well as a huge swimming pool. 10 bodyguards, 16 farm staff, and 4 nannies and handymen live here permanently, including Mu Jian's family. A total of 33 people live here. "This house always feels weak," Chiron said as soon as he got out of the car. "It's pretty good," Mu Jian said. "Well, it will be swept away by a tornado. If it is a concrete building in China, try a tornado, and it will scrape off some skin at most. Chiron said disdainfully. This is also his deepest feeling every time he comes here. Although wooden houses are good, they may far exceed concrete buildings in other aspects, but they are incomparable with concrete buildings in terms of safety. You have watched too many American movies. How can a tornado occur in my terrain? Mujan rolled his eyes at Chiron and said, "What if we meet him by chance?" Chiron said, "There is no such thing as a crow's mouth." Mu Jian said angrily, "Forget it. Let's go eat barbecue." Chiron watched from a distance as Mu Jian's wife was busy in the open space in the distance, with many bodyguards and handymen helping. When he saw them, a cute little girl was running towards them. It was Mu Jian's 5-year-old daughter, Mu Weiner. Dad. Mu Weiner watched as Mu Jian rushed over, begging for a hug. "Hey, good daughter, look who's here." Mu Jian picked up his daughter and kissed her cheek, smiling happily. "You are Uncle Stickman." Mu Weiner cutely bit her finger and thought for a moment before recognizing it. "Hello, Honor. Here is the little toy that Uncle bought for you." Chiron took a stuffed toy from the bodyguard and handed it over. It was not that he was stingy, but that everyone was super rich and did not value the value of the gift so much. As long as the quality was good, it was just the same. "Thank you, Uncle Stickman," Mu Weiner said with joy while holding the toy. Although there were enough toys at home, as a child, who would dislike too many toys? "You're welcome, my dear Wanner. Can you call me Uncle Chai from now on?" Chiron said with a smile. "Okay, Uncle Stickman," Mu Weiner said in a sweet voice. Forget it." Chiron covered his face, and Stickman will be Stickman. "It's good to get used to it," and the group walked toward the open space. "Hi, sister-in-law. Sister-in-law is getting more and more beautiful." Chiron stepped forward and smiled. Mu Jian's wife is called Lu Ji, which is also the origin of the name of this farm. The couple chose the first and last characters. They were already married when Mu Jian and Mu Jian were classmates at that time, and Mu Weiner was 1 year old. Grandma bought a house in Washington to raise her children, and Grandpa looked after the farm here, so he was very familiar with her. Lu Ji is also a relatively quiet person. After graduating from college, she also studied for graduate school. Since then, she has been caring for her husband and raising children at home, and is a housewife. However, she has a strong and independent personality. If she had not known that Chiron never messed around, she would not have let Mu Jian be friends with him. Mu Jian was a strict wife, or he loved his wife very much. If Lu Ji insisted, Mu Jian would never ignore him. A small part of Mu Jian and Lu Ji's marriage was a relationship of interest, but most of it was a deep affection. Lu Ji's family was a business family, and their main industries were agriculture and real estate. They were very famous in California, and several of Mu Jian's relatives were high-ranking officials in the U.S. government. So, it was a happy marriage. "Hello, Xiaochai, isn't your guy here?" Lu Ji chuckled. "No, she is still working in China. Bring her to see you next time," Chiron said. "Next time, next time, next time, next time," Lu Ji complained. Chiron has said this since the first time they met, but every time he comes alone, she has never met Chai Ren's fiancé, only photos. "I promise this time." Chiron raised his hand in embarrassment and promised. He was a little embarrassed after being asked this question every time. He will get married in September this year, and he will let his fiancée rest for a few months to prepare for it no matter what. "Okay, go sit down and talk to Mu Jian. You two haven't seen each other for more than half a year." Lu Ji shook his head and smiled. "It's not that Chiron doesn't keep his word. I just sympathize with him. Yes, I'll go and sit down first. Thank you for your hard work, sister-in-law," Chiron said with a smile. After speaking, he turned around and walked towards Lu Gan and others who were already seated. P.S. Don't be too verbose. Characters need to have souls. Characters that can be explained clearly in one paragraph are too abstract. These are important characters in the back, and the description is a bit too much. Hi on. I also hope you like the characters in my book. Thank you for your support. After saying hello to Lu Ji, Chiron returned to the large outdoor dining table. At this time, Mu Jian was carefully feeding his daughter French fries. The table was filled with various fruits and snacks, as well as some prepared dishes. There was a large table of all kinds of delicacies. After all, there were so many people on the farm, and their family didn't have that many rules. The bodyguards and servants also had to eat together, but the bodyguards just took turns eating. Moreover, Chiron finally came here, so how could he treat him to some barbecue and some beer? He, Mu Jian, really couldn't afford to embarrass this person. Seeing Mu Jian concentrating on feeding his daughter, Lu Gan felt really uncomfortable sitting there, just like his relatives who came to his home and couldn't let go. However, he did not regret coming with Chiron. Once they were born, they became familiar with each other. It only took 2 days to get along. Isn't that how friends are made? Chiron saw Lu Gan drinking tea silently, so he sat next to Mu Jian and said, "Mr. Lu, don't be restrained. You can take whatever you want." "Okay, Mr. Chai." Lu Gan nodded and smiled. After that, Chiron also grabbed a fries on the plate and took advantage of Mu Jian's free time to feed it. He handed it to Mu Weiner's mouth and said with a smile, "Come on, Warner, eat the fries." "No." Mu Weiner shrank her head and shook her head. "Why not?" Chiron said with a wry smile, as if he had received a huge blow. "Mom and Dad both say you shouldn't eat food from strangers." Mu Weiner said seriously, and then asked Mu Jian for credit. "Dad, am I right?" "Haha, good daughter, you are right. Don't eat food from strangers." Mu Jian laughed. "Uncle is not a stranger. He is your father's friend, and I have known you for several years." Chiron asked. Mu Weiner bit her finger again as she listened and thought about the logic behind it. After thinking hard for 3 seconds, she looked at Chiron and said seriously, "But we are strangers after not seeing each other for so long." This little clever guy has learned his sophistry at such a young age. Chiron also stopped teasing her to avoid being bullied by the father and daughter. "My good daughter, that's right, you have the same demeanor as your father." Looking at Chiron's face, Mu Jian said with a smile. Taking advantage of Lu Qian's time to go to the bathroom, Mu Jian straightened up and said, "Young master, how's the business going this time?" The monkey and the soldier naturally followed him. He didn't know how much Lu Qian knew, so he could only act like a conspirator. "It's okay, it went pretty smoothly." Chiron nodded and said with a smile, "I've heard about the iron ore you're going to buy. You have to be careful. Those armed forces are not easy to deal with, and they may have a big appetite." Mu Jian said with a serious face, "Don't worry, there's still that boy Lam, so it shouldn't be a big problem." Chiron said with a smile. Lam was the son of the president of that African country, and he was still an only child. When he was in school, his father was only the vice president, and he was only elected the year before last. Although his power is not overwhelming, it is by no means a piece of cake. But it's still unclear whether his father will be the next president. You won't be able to finish mining the iron mine within 15 years. By then, without this layer of skin, it will be a bit troublesome. Mu Jian said a little worried. "What can I do about this? I just picked it up. How can I still hope to dig out a gold mine? Anyway, my bottom line is that as long as the capital is guaranteed, how much money I make is another matter. And I am not a shareholder. I can also advance the loan from the bank later. To say the least, even if something happens in the end, I will lose a little skin at most. And no matter how bastard those guys are, they won't even let me do the business of maintaining capital." Chiron said easily. His goal is just the underground iron ore. There are many ways to make money. If he loses here, he can find a way to make it back elsewhere. Therefore, he is not afraid that there will be no money to make from these iron ores. To consolidate his power and position, he has already made money. Money? It's nothing, it's just a tool. Only the second generation would chase money. He has already surpassed this level. Yeah, that's right. Anyway, your main purpose is not to make money. Mu Jian laughed after hearing this. Although he didn't understand politics, he was no longer a small citizen when he had dinner with his relatives. Things like money are just something ordinary people care about. The higher you go, the more you have the right to speak. As for you, you're still planning to keep working on this farm. Chiron grabbed a mango and nodded. Yeah, otherwise I think this is good. I'm going to dispose of some shares and assets and open an investment company. The internet has developed rapidly in the past few years, so I'm going to take a break. Mu Jian replied. The assets his father left behind were far more than just this farm. There were also many company shares and real estate. This was just the place where his father retired. The share dividends and rental income from real estate alone are as high as $20 million every year, and this is after tax. If he hadn't paid a high inheritance tax, his assets would be far behind Lu Qian. Okay, I would suggest investing in our country's internet companies. They're just getting started now, and there's still a lot of market space. Chiron suggested. His assets are basically asset-heavy. Although he thinks the internet will be very profitable in the future, he doesn't have much interest in getting involved. Again, the path is different. Okay, we'll see when the time comes. If I have any trouble, I'll come back to you. Mu Jian nodded and said, Aha, you're welcome. Chiron laughed and said that Mu Jian's family's network in the United States was very helpful to him in arranging resources. They were classmates in the past. If there are interests involved in the future, the relationship between the two will become even closer. Seeing that Lu Qian was back at this time, the two of them also stopped talking to get down to business. By the way, how's your red wine going? Chiron asked suddenly. Looking at the red wine on the table, he suddenly remembered that Mu Jian planted a large area of grapes. Of course, they're not for eating, but mainly for wine. They used to provide grapes to other wineries, because Mu Jian's father only likes to drink white wine and does not like red wine, so he does not make it himself. After Mu Jian took over, he said that he built a wine cellar to make wine, but he has never tasted it. It's very good. It has been built a long time ago and is being packed in barrels. Let me tell you, I selected many kinds of grapes for trial planning at that time. I don't believe those professionals. Why should I like the standard of red wine? They say is delicious. I just like to add some sugar to red wine. Who could do anything to me go through such a special process, so I tried them all in turn. Don't tell me. Mu Jian immediately became energetic when he heard the red wine and was ready to talk endlessly. Wait, can you drink it? Chiron directly interrupted Mu Jian's nagging and complaining. He didn't care about Mu Jian's weird drinking methods and special habits. He only cared about whether he could drink it. The most important thing was whether he could blackmail a batch back. He didn't care whether it tasted good or not, and put it in a bowl. Of course you can drink it, but the taste is not yet stabilized. In the future, I plan to make a winery brand to compete with those orthodox red wines. Why do they have the final say on good standards? Why do we have to drink red wine according to their requirements? I don't believe this evil. I insist on trying 100 ways to drink wine. Add sugar, add ice, add cheese, add lemon juice, add... The more Mu Jian talked, the more outrageous he said. Chiron couldn't stand it anymore. His face looked weird, and he wanted to say, Are you sure the stuff you made is drinkable and won't poison people? Lu Gan's face also twitched, and he felt in his heart whether Mu Jian had a mental problem. Is there any red wine with sugar, ice, or cheese? You thought you were mixing boiled water. Everyone was speechless, including the bodyguards. They all listened to Mu Jian's crazy ideas and complained in their hearts. They always felt that a huge stir was about to appear in the wine world. What a deep resentment this must be. Jianzi, wake up, don't go crazy. Chiron interrupted with a wry smile. You're crazy. I'm just curious. If I drink that kind of wine all the time, I'll get tired of it. I can't try a new taste. I'm still hoping to publish a book. Mu Jian said disdainfully. Okay, you can do whatever you want, but don't test the poison on me. I don't want to die yet. Chiron said, covering his face. Coward. P.S. Next chapter, around 10 o'clock. Chiron didn't want to discuss the question of whether he was timid or not, so he ignored Mu Jian and started fighting hard for the mango in his hand. He ate more than half a caddy of mango in a short time, since it was all water anyway. Young Master Chai say, Mu Jian suddenly said again. Shut up. Chiron quickly stopped him. I haven't said what it is yet. Mu Jian said weakly. As long as it's about your book, don't say anything or you'll teach the children a bad lesson. Chiron said angrily. Mu Jian shook his head and sighed and said, I'm not careful in making friends. Why doesn't anyone understand me? By the way, Mr. Lu, what do you think of my thoughts? Seeing that Chiron ignored him, he could only talk to Lu Gan about his ambitions. If Chiron knew that this was considered an ambition, he would definitely say, "You are here to revenge society." Well, it's very novel and very thoughtful. Lu Qinxiang said with a smile. Really? Let me just say that there's still people who agree with it. Let me tell you, I had planned to... Mu Jian started talking nonstop. Lu Gan could only pretend to listen attentively, agreeing a few words from time to time, and pretending to have various expressions on his face, such as surprise, approval, and surprise. He would definitely win half the Best Actor award. Chiron did not interrupt the taunting. This was also a way for the two to quickly enhance their relationship. Ever since the warrior showed his mysteriousness, he had the idea of deepening the relationship. He also wanted to use Lu Gan to get to know the forces behind the warrior. This kind of force, as long as they were not enemies, would definitely be a good help and could even save lives at critical moments. Sure enough, after what happened just now, Lu Gan also saw such a silly side of Mu Jian and found it very interesting. Mu Jian also began to slowly understand Lu Gan and gradually recognized this friend. Soon, Lu Ji came over with a large plate of cooked meat. It seemed that her plating skills were quite vulgar, but who cares about that? They are not pretentious people. Okay, I kept you waiting for a long time. Let's start eating quickly. They are baking the rest, and I am tired too. Lu Ji put down the plate, sat down, and said with a smile, "Thank you for your hard work, wife." Mu Jian quickly expressed his stance and kissed Lu Ji. "It's not hard," Lu Ji said with a smile. Facing this kind of dog food, Chiron refused to eat it and said, "Come on, don't be like this. I can't stand it if we are here. Look for a fight and start eating." Lu Ji rolled her eyes at Chiron and said, "Hee okay." The next few people started to have a delicious meal. Chiron took a big bite of the barbecue and said, "Well, it's medium rare." "It's delicious," Mu Jian said with a proud look on his face. "Yes, that's right," Chiron said hesitantly. "That's it." The people at the table looked at Chiron, especially Mu Jian, who glared at him viciously. A look that says, "Please give me your opinion." "That's right. It's so delicious," Chiron said with a smile. After that, he took another big bite, and his mouth was full of oil. "That's pretty much it. My wife baked it. If you say it's not delicious, I'll let the dog bite you," Mu Jian said with a smile. "Stop mentioning your dog. I know your dog is awesome. How can the mutton skewers cooked by my sister-in-law be delicious?" Chiron continued to praise. "Ha ha ha." Mu Jian didn't close his mouth after laughing. Instead, he stared blankly at the warriors on the table who were gobbling up a piece of mutton. He chewed a piece of mutton in one bite and swallowed it. He couldn't help but swallowed and said, "Brother Yuan of yours eats really fast." "Yes, he eats like this. Please don't take offense to Mr. Mu," Lu Gan said with a bitter smile. The warriors would not listen to him and could only watch on such things. "It's okay. He has an appetite just watching him eat, which shows that my wife is good at cooking," Mu Jian said with a smile. The soldier started eating as fast as ever. He finished his dinner in just over a minute, and then stood aside like a wooden pile. Monkey and Chiron's bodyguards didn't compete anymore this time. Now they can see that the warrior is a deadhead, and his professionalism is far behind him. Therefore, they can't compare with this kind of thing. They can't compete. If they continue to compete, they are definitely looking for abuse. They are not so jealous of the salary of 4 million in 2 weeks. Whether this kind of person is worth the price is another matter. There is no way they can do this. There is nothing wrong with the logic that others have done things that I couldn't do and received a salary that I couldn't get at all. As for the 6 million, it was the reward for saving Chiron, not a salary. Mu Jian looked at the soldier, standing like a tree, and chuckled. "You are such a bodyguard. Quick victory." "Yeah, but you just get used to it. Mr. Liu rented this from a friend," Chiron said while eating the meat. "Oh, that must be very powerful. Do you want to compete with my bodyguards?" Mu Jian became interested after hearing this. Lu Qian borrowed it? He obviously has extraordinary abilities. Although he is not a violent person, how could a man not have some athletic gene in him? Lu Gan smiled bitterly after hearing this. "Why do you want to compete again?" "Like Chiron, you are so boring and like to watch the fun so much." "Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Mu. Brother Yuan doesn't compete in martial arts," Lu Qian said with a helpless smile. No bodyguard is afraid of competition, Mu Jian said nonchalantly. Lu Gan wanted to say that he couldn't give orders, but he felt a little embarrassed, so he looked at Chai Ren for help. Chai Ren didn't want to embarrass the warrior, but he was very fond of him and said, "Okay, Jianzi, Brother Yuan really doesn't like competitions, so don't embarrass him." "Really?" Mu Jian asked. "Really?" Chai Ren and Lu Gan both nodded. But how could Mu Jian give up so much, and winked at his bodyguard, Captain Chi Tian, who was beside the soldier. He just wanted to have fun, and it wouldn't hurt anyone anyway. Chi Tian immediately smiled knowingly. "Brother Yuan, be careful," Chi Tian said to the soldier beside him. After saying this, he immediately punched up, ready to give a friendly blow. However, it was too late for Monkey and Lu Gan, who were familiar with the fighting power of the warriors, to stop them. Chiron also knew from today's actions that the warriors were quite strong. Otherwise, they would not have been able to deal with the robbers so easily. However, they were still within the scope of human beings. If he had known that the robbers were American soldiers who had been on the battlefield, he would not have thought this way. Just when Mu Jian wanted to watch the show, the screen flashed, and a figure flew out directly, flew 4 or 5 meters away, and landed heavily on the ground. Chi Tian covered his chest and wanted to struggle, but couldn't get up for a while. Pain. Excruciating pain. Without instructions from people with authority or orders from the command room, soldiers don't know what it means to stay on target and what it means not to hurt others. If these people were not enemies and temporarily belonged to the friendly camp, such a sudden attack would have directly disabled the soldiers, instead of the minor injuries they sustained now. Seeing the captain flying out inexplicably and not seeing any movement from the soldier, the other bodyguards quickly took out their guns and pointed them at the soldier. Facing 6 pistols pointed at him, the other 2 went to help Chi Tian. But the soldier's expression still didn't change at all. If soldiers have psychological activities, it would definitely be, "These weaklings are weaklings even if they have guns. Don't be impulsive, it's all a misunderstanding." Chiron quickly stood between the 2 groups of people and said, "Put down the gun, it's okay." Mu Jian also came back to his senses and said, "No one can blame him for what he is doing." After saying that, Mu Jian looked at Lu Gan and asked, "Mr. Lu, is this?" "Mr. Mu, to be honest with you, I can't order Brother Yuan to do anything, otherwise I wouldn't refuse," Lu Gan said with a bitter smile. Mu Jian was also surprised. There is such an arrogant bodyguard who refuses to obey even after being paid. He smiled and said, "Haha, I didn't see anything else, but I saw Brother Yuan's strength. I, the bodyguard captain, was beaten like this by you. I admire you." After that, he gave a fist. "Brother Chi, how are you?" Mu Jian stepped forward and asked with concern. "It's nothing serious, but I still suffered a slight injury. It seems that I will have to recover for a while. It hurts to breathe now," Chi Tian said. Although it hurt, there was no pain expression on his face. "Then go to the hospital quickly," Mu Jian said. "No, I've suffered so many injuries over the years, and I'm only half a doctor. It's fine." Chi Tian waved his hand and said he didn't expect to lose so miserably today and was defeated by others, but he is not disappointed. He'll come back next time. This is only 1 round, so be prepared next time. "Well, you go back and rest quickly." Mu Jian nodded and said. Chi Tian was not the kind of person to make a fool of himself, so he didn't say any more. He also believed that the soldier acted in a measured manner. After all, with the force that could knock Chi Tian flying, if he hit him in the wrong position, he would definitely end up in the hospital. Afterwards, 2 bodyguards helped Chi Tian back to his residence. "Brother Yuan, what did you do before?" Mu Jian asked curiously. There are many people who can kill his security captain in 1 move. Those strong European men would punch Chi Tian hard, and he would have to kneel down. This is called defeating 10 levels with 1 force. It doesn't matter how high your martial arts is, but you have to be able to beat him. It was a surprise, but he was killed by someone's move. It was interesting to see that he didn't regard Chi Tian as an opponent at all. Faced with Mu Jian's inquiry, the soldier ignored him at all. Although the identity information forged by the system contained a complete life file, it was considered confidential. Mu Jian did not have the authority to ask such questions, at least at Tang Kai's level. Of course, if the mission required it, he would report his family background, but this was definitely not the case. The soldier didn't even look at him, let alone pay attention to him. Mu Jian was immediately embarrassed. So disrespectful. Even if you don't want to say it, just say it. With this emotional intelligence, Mu Jian doesn't know what to say. Jianzi, don't ask. Brotherly Yuan doesn't know anything about his origin. I only know his name now. Chiron quickly smoothed things over. At this time, he was still a little proud. He had also asked the soldier about his origin before, and the soldier replied with no comment. He was still a little angry at the time. No one had dared to talk to him in this tone for a long time. But now, he felt like he suddenly had some privileges, and at least the soldiers still paid attention to him. Well done, this is what you should do to make this guy mad. Chiron said secretly with satisfaction. Okay, I also like Brother Yuan's character. Haha, let's eat. Mu Jian is not a stingy person, so he immediately stopped caring. Today, he met a long-lost friend, Lu Gan, who was easy to talk to, and an interesting soldier. Compared to his usual ordinary life, today was already an unexpected surprise. Lu Gan just ate the food in silence and dealt with the two young men carefully. Although he felt that the soldier's treatment and popularity were higher than his own, he could still be jealous, but he did give a thumbs up to the soldier in his heart. These things today really made him proud. P.S. It's almost over here. I recommend a book by a friend called The Fake God. Those who like Shunhao style, and those who like the style of pretending to be. Awesome can read it. 2 hours later, full of wine and food, Lu Gan wisely went into the room to rest early. Chai Ren and Mu Jian, two old friends who had not seen each other for a long time, definitely had to catch up with each other. It would be a bit rude for him as an outsider to sit and participate in the meeting. It would be fine for an ordinary person, but many of what people at Chai Ren's level said were private matters or important things, which he should not know. The servants cleaned up the mess, and Lu Ji took her daughter back to her room to wash up. Chai Ren and Mu Jian walked slowly by the creek next to the villa, with 4 bodyguards following behind them about 10 meters away. What's the origin of Mr. Lu? Mu Jian asked. A domestic businessman, mainly engaged in real estate and construction, and also engaged in entertainment, hotel, and jewelry businesses. Chiron explained with a smile. Mu Jian chuckled lightly after hearing this, and said with a look of disbelief, "It's more than that. Haha, I can't escape your eyes. It is true that he is also doing a small-scale US dollar exchange business." Chiron did not hide it. After all, this was not a confidential matter. There were many people who knew that Lu Gan was doing this kind of business. However, Lu Gan knew the rules and did not mess around, so no one could use this to punish him. Of course, if Lu Gan went in for other things in the end, this would become one of the crimes. Dollar business? Reverse transfer? Money laundering? Mu Jian asked. It's just a remittance. It's only within the country and doesn't involve cross-border transactions. I met someone who helped me a few days ago and has some strength. Chiron said. Is it big? Mu Jian asked curiously. Chiron shook his head and said, it's not big. It's mainly in one province. Compared with those guys on the coast, it can even be said to be small and pitiful. After all, it's just an ordinary exchange. But his partner seems to be quite powerful. He has a lot of US dollars and he can get it domestically. It's not easy. Are you talking about the forces behind Brother Yuan? Mu Jian immediately connected the two. If you look at it this way, everything makes sense and there's no logical problem. He even began to imagine the power of a transnational currency dealer. I don't know either, and it should be said that Lu Qian probably doesn't know either. Chiron frowned and said, Lu Qian had said before that he didn't know who the force was that provided the US dollars. He only knew that there was a spokesperson, and this Brother Yuan borrowed it through that spokesperson's friend. What's the relationship between the two? Of course, he had the same guess as Mu Jian. But guessing is just guessing after all. It is just one of the possibilities. He believes that Lu Gan will not lie to him, because judging from the strength shown by the forces behind the warriors, it is definitely impossible to tell Lu Gan everything, and it is inevitable to hide it from him. It's quite mysterious. Mu Jian said with a smile. Yes, it is indeed quite mysterious, but no matter how mysterious it is, We have no conflict of interest. We are still partners. Who cares? Knowing too much is not a good thing, as long as it can help me. Chiron said indifferently. Thinking too much will only increase worries. As for the US dollar, even if Lu Qian has problems with the money, he will not lose a hair. Yes, knowing too much is not a good thing. Ignorance is actually quite happy. Mu Jian nodded in agreement. Chiron deeply believed it and joked. Jinzi, you don't know anything you shouldn't know. Be careful of being silenced. Krausui, you think too much, but the closer you get to the depths of power in this world, the more you find that there's endless sin and darkness in this peaceful world, and profit is the eternal theme. Mu Jian shook his head and sighed. Come on, pretend, keep pretending. Chiron said with disdain. I will die if you don't bury Tai. Mu Jian said angrily. Yes. Chiron nodded. This kind of topic was a bit heavy, and his purpose was to end it quickly. The two chatted for a while, and then went back to rest. Mu Jian was fine, and his curiosity had dissipated long after he finished speaking. But Chiron was different. Although it was not easy to investigate, it was not his style not to maintain and deepen such a relationship. He was already thinking about how to connect with Lu Qian and the fog behind the soldiers in terms of interests. After all, they were not opponents, so there was no need to think so much. The next day, the few people who were bored were ready to go hunting. It happened to be sunny today, and Chiron's hands were itchy. Although Mu Jian also had pastures and horses, Chiron just didn't like riding horses because he felt very uncomfortable because of the bumps, especially because he didn't like the smell of horses, so he could only play with guns. Looking at the small weapons arsenal in the basement of Mu Jian's villa, Chiron became more and more excited. Although it was easy for him to play with guns in China, he could only shoot them at the shooting range, and the types were not as comprehensive as Mu Jian's. Basically, famous guns from all over the world could be found here. Everyone picked one they liked. Chiron and Mu Jian both picked a sniper rifle. Lu Qian didn't have good skills, so he randomly picked a submachine gun that he had never played with before. It was fun. In Mu Jian's territory, he was not afraid that someone would come here to check for unlicensed gun possession, and there was no need to get a hunting license. As long as Mu Jian thought about it, just hold a gun and do it. Touching the gun in his hand, Lu Gan sighed and couldn't help cursing in his heart. The evil American emperor. Although he likes guns, he does not support the law on private gun ownership. Just like today's kidnapping incident, as soon as he arrived in the United States, some people used these gadgets to make a fortune. Thinking about it, it is better to stay at home. There is no way, and he can't escape the thinking circle where the butt determines the head. As the security captain, Chi Tian naturally took the lead among them. Although it would take a week for him to recover from his injury, it did not mean that he was unable to move. Just like a sprained foot, although it would take a lot of time to recover, it did not mean that he had to lie down. He could still walk with a crutch. After what happened last night, Mu Jian's bodyguards looked at the soldiers a little strangely. Anyway, they were like looking at aliens. Of course they knew what Chi Tian was capable of, but he was killed instantly. That's it. The other party didn't seem to mean to apologize at all, and his eyes were still cold, as if he was saying you asked for it. Chi Tian could see through it, but no one impulsively came up to find trouble. After all, Mu Jian had said that he had changed the story. If he jumped out, wouldn't he slap Mu Jian in the face? Chi Tian picked out an M16 and loaded several magazines. Looking at the warrior who was still standing aside, he stepped forward and said with a smile, Brother Yuan, you can also take a pick. I know that there are not many opportunities like this in the country. He didn't feel like he was slapped in the face about what happened last night. Who can blame him if he's not as skilled as others? It's just that although his movement is not restricted now, he can't move his hands, otherwise he will definitely challenge. I have a gun, the soldier said calmly. You have a gun? Chi Tian said in surprise. When he came into the farm yesterday, he didn't do any body search. He didn't expect the soldier to bring a gun, and his face suddenly felt a little embarrassed. This was considered a dereliction of duty on his part. Mu Jian also looked at the soldier upon hearing this. Chiron quickly said, Jianzi, Brother Yuan has a legal gun license in the United States. He carries 2 pistols. I I forgot to tell you. I'm sorry. After hearing this, Mu Jian shook his head and smiled. Haha, it's okay, Brother Yuan. Do you want to try other guns which are not available in China? For some reason, he felt that the soldier himself was a more dangerous existence than guns. No need. 2 words popped out of the soldier's mouth. For the soldier, 2 pistols are indeed enough. Are you playing with guns? The warrior is completely uninterested. He is born with nearly full-level shooting skills. The special structure of his muscles and nerves ensures that even if he does not practice for a long time, he will not feel rusty. As long as the warrior still has energy, or, to put it bluntly, he is not hungry, he will maintain peak physical function and combat effectiveness, and there is no need to train at all. And from the perspective of a soldier, every shot must exist for a mission or purpose, and there is no concept of hobby or fun. Besides, even if you encounter a big brown bear without a gun, the soldier can teach him to be an obedient bear in minutes. The combat power of 200 attributes is not overwhelming. If it hits a vital point, the giant bear will have to kneel, and it must be both knees. Okay then. Mu Jian stopped touching the soldier's cold butt. It was more than just cold, it was almost frozen. Others were not surprised. If an incompetent person was so arrogant, no one would be arrogant. They scolded him for showing off. But if a capable person is so arrogant, everyone can only think that he has personality. Choose your own gun. A group of people drove 5 or 6 kilometers in 6 cars and arrived at the foot of the mountain. Mu Jian's 6 bodyguards, plus Lu Qian and Chai Ren's, made a total of 10 bodyguards, each holding a different firearm. Of course, except the soldier, because he only had 2 pistols. The others not only had pistols, but also various long guns which could not fit in their pockets. There are only 3 people who are actually hunting this time: Lu Gan, Chai Ren, and Mu Jian. The others are there to protect the prey, in case the prey goes crazy and rushes towards them. The bodyguards have so many guns, as long as it is not a super large wolf pack, they are not afraid of anything. Of course, in addition to this, there are 3 hunting dogs, led by 3 bodyguards. How can you go hunting without a dog? P.S. Haha, it's past 10 o'clock for the next chapter. I'll start writing it right after dinner. I'm so tired. The group of people all got out of the car and checked what they should bring. They would only come back from hunting this time in the afternoon. They were going to eat in the woods at noon. For this reason, there were bodyguards carrying water and various barbecue tools, shovels, pots and bowls, condiments, and the like. Of course, we have also considered that if we don't get anything later, we will definitely not be hungry. The bodyguards are fine, but we can't starve our boss, so there is still enough dry food for everyone. Let's go. Seeing that everyone was ready, Mu Jian said loudly. The group of people walked towards the mountains. 2 bodyguards led 2 dogo dogs in front, and 1 person led a pit bull in the middle. They are both extremely ferocious dog breeds, capable of fighting wolves and extremely intelligent. Chi Tian followed the soldier as soon as he entered the forest. Looking at the soldier's extremely cold expression, he said bravely, "Brother Yuan, have you ever hunted before?" The soldier said nothing. Chi Tian was also expected, but when it comes to relationships, if you give up once, it's useless to enhance the relationship. It's like chasing a girl. If she ignores you, you can only stay single for the rest of your life. Of course, if you ignore her every time, there is no need to waste time. The other person just doesn't like you. The reason is that simple, not that you haven't done enough. Brother Yuan, where's your family from? Chi Tian asked again with a smile. This time the soldier spoke, but the content really made his face freeze. The soldier looked into Chi Tian's eyes and said coldly, "Mr. Chi, please don't disturb my work, thank you." Isn't this to lighten the atmosphere? Chi Tian said in a low voice. He was so depressed that he was so deficient. The soldier didn't answer any more and continued to walk forward. Chi Tian could only watch the soldiers angrily from the sidelines, thinking of some way to make friends. So why would he be a bodyguard if he gave up? Chai Run, who was walking in front, suddenly complained, "Jianzi, how come you haven't found a prey after walking for a long time? Have you finished hunting here as usual? What a fart. I've only walked more than a kilometer. Besides, can I finish hunting alone?" There are many migratory animals in such a big forest. Mu Jian said angrily. Hey, don't you want to fire the first shot? Chai Ren said with a smile. Nuo, you're lucky. There's a wild turkey in front of you. Let's shoot it. Mu Jian pointed to a turkey more than 40 meters away and said. Chai Ren shook his head and said, if you don't shoot, it will be a waste of bullets. This thing is not delicious. I want to shoot a big guy with the first shot. Like last time, it must be at least bigger than your dog. Don't worry, there are a lot of wild boars this season. You can shoot them. Mu Jian said. Chai Ren curled his lips and said, but I want to hunt wolves. Pigs? No matter how you think about it, he feels so low. Although he is a wild boar, he is still not a pig. Go away. It would be nice to have a pig to fight with. If you want to fight a wolf, why don't you fight a bear? Mu Jian rolled his eyes at him and said, I'll fight if you have one. Chai Ren said with a snort. Boss, there's a situation. The bodyguard in front said suddenly, but the dog did not bark, but stared fiercely over there, waiting for the owner's order. These are trained dogs, and they are smart and know that this is not the time to bark. At this time, 4 black figures appeared more than 50 meters ahead, and everyone immediately became alert. Only the soldier didn't even hold a gun in his hand, which looked very unprofessional, but no one would doubt his professional ability. There's a lot of confidence in it. A closer look revealed 4 adult wild boars. Chai Ren immediately became excited when he saw it, quickly loaded the gun, and took aim, saying, Damn, it's finally here, look at my shooting skills. I'll wait. It'll be fun if I don't hit. Mu Jian held the gun and looked at it with a smile. Although there were 4 wild boars, he often played with guns. If Chai Ren hadn't come, he wouldn't be interested in hunting. Shooting at the shooting range is so fun. He has been tired of hunting since he was a child, so it's better to tease his daughter. Chai Ren took the gun and aimed at the head of one of the wild boars that was digging the ground. Because the trees in the woods were blocking it, this was the only wild boar that could aim at the head. There was no wind in the woods, and the distance was only more than 50 meters, so there was no need to adjust the gun. Bang! A gunshot echoed in the woods, and there was no silencer installed. The wild boar fell to the ground and twitched. The other 3 wild boars were frightened and ran away quickly, performing a true portrayal of flying away when disaster strikes. Perfect. Chai Ren put away the gun in his hand and said with satisfaction, T.H., let's go. Keep going forward. Mu Jian said. After speaking, he walked towards the wild boar. It's a good start. Chai Ren nodded and smiled while looking at the trembling wild boar, which weighed at least 200 pounds. After saying that, Chai Ren didn't linger, let alone take pictures, but continued walking forward, ignoring the wild boar. They didn't plan to take it back to eat, nor did they plan to make lunch. They were just playing for fun. This kind of wild boar meat is so delicious. They just threw it here without caring about it and left it for other beasts to use as food. The group of people walked forward slowly. Sometimes the road was difficult and they had to use a knife to cut through the mountain. However, there was no need for soldiers to do it. The 2 bodyguards in front would do it. Just when he passed the big tree, Chi Tian's expression changed and he said loudly, Be careful. This sentence startled everyone and they quickly looked around. Mu Jian and Chai Ren turned to look at Chi Tian. They thought they had encountered some large beast, but there was nothing. Only Chi Tian's eyes at this time looked like he had seen a ghost, staring blankly at the soldier. The 2 bodyguards behind him also had their mouths wide open, because a snake suddenly jumped out of the tree nearby and bit the soldier's neck. Although Chi Tian didn't know what kind of snake it was, a snake that could actively attack people was by no means non-venomous, and it was still in this kind of jungle. When he said to be careful, the snake was already in the air and was directly on the right side of the soldier. According to the speed of human reaction, Chi Tian's words were actually too late. He originally thought that the soldier was going to take a bite, but he could see what happened next clearly. When the snake rushed towards the soldier seemed not to notice it at all. But the next second, he felt that the scene changed, as if many frames were missing from a movie. The soldier's hand grabbed the snake's head and twisted it hard. Snake. Dead. The soldier let go of his hand, and the snake fell to the ground, still twisting. Then the soldier continued to move forward without even looking at it, as if nothing happened, so calm and relaxed. He thought he couldn't do it. Is this the psychological quality and reaction speed that humans should have? Chi Tian was confused. What happened? Brother Yuan killed a snake. Mu Jian asked. He thought to himself, it's just a snake. What's the fuss about it? That Chi Tian didn't know how to describe such a horrifying scene. It always feels like watching an American blockbuster. Cold-blooded killer? What the hell? Isn't just a dead snake. Let's just forget about the snake meat. It's not delicious. Mu Jian shook his head and said, there are not many good things in the world that he has not eaten before. Eating snakes. Just like wild boar, it's not interesting at all. Chi Tian opened his mouth and said nothing. How could he say or explain this? He could only continue to move forward with the team. At this time, the soldier has been classified as an extremely dangerous person by him. But after taking a few steps, the soldier suddenly turned around and took out his weapon. Bang! The soldier fired a shot at Chi Tian's feet without hesitation, scaring him so much that he instinctively took 2 steps back. What are you doing? Chi Tian's men behind him immediately asked, pointing their guns at the soldiers. It's you who need to be careful, the soldier said calmly and put away his gun. This sudden gunshot made everyone turn their attention again, looking at the decapitated snake at Chi Tian's feet. The snake's body was still crawling instinctively. Chi Tian was startled again. Just like the snake just now, this bite would definitely add to the injury. Although I and others brought several kinds of anti-venom, getting bitten was never fun. Thank you. Chi Tian thanked with a wry smile. He had seen the warrior's skills before, and now he also saw his marksmanship. Such a small target was still a moving snake, and he could kill it with 1 shot while turning his head. He thought he could not do this. Also, how did the warrior discover the danger behind him? Chi Tian was puzzled. In the end, he could only blame it on the warrior's powerful ears. Otherwise, what about magic? Needless to say, Chi Tian actually guessed it right. The various sensory data of the soldiers will be transmitted to the command room for careful analysis. General data will not be fed back to the soldiers, such as a group of wild geese flying above, but the judgment of a snake attacking a person will still be fed back to the soldiers. As for whether to take action, that is the soldier's business. As long as it is not about protecting the target, the soldier can make his own decision. What he just did was just follow the most basic reciprocity. Everyone, be careful. The snakes here are quite ferocious. Mu Jian reminded. Encountering 2 snakes at once, he had to be careful. P.S. I'll finish this part tomorrow. I just don't know if you like this kind of plot. I feel like it's been a long time coming, and the main character hasn't appeared in a long time. Tang Qing, MMP. The group continued walking in the jungle. Strictly speaking, it should be regarded as a forest, because this is different from the dense tropical rainforests in Africa. This kind of forest is not so small in terms of field of vision and the distance between trees. Otherwise, ghosts would come in here to hunt. They are all rich people with a net worth of over 100 million US dollars. There is no need to look for excitement. Fortunately for snakes, they brought anti-venom, and each bodyguard's first aid and wilderness survival skills were quite rich. Even if something happened, a helicopter from the hospital in a nearby town would fly over immediately with just a phone call, very quickly. But it would not be fun if a big guy suddenly showed up and took a bite. He might just bite off a piece of flesh, and there was nothing the doctor could do. Bang! Bang! After walking for more than a mile, the guns in Chai Ren and Mu Jian's hands rang out at the same time, and 2 wild boars fell to the ground in the distance. In fact, if the fact of killing pigs was ignored, the twitching of the limbs of the 2 wild boars was quite happy. Hunting management in the United States is quite strict. Hunter licenses, gun licenses, hunting licenses, etc. are all required. What animals can be hunted in which seasons, how many to hunt, what kind of guns to use, whether to bring hunting dogs, etc. There are strict regulations. Therefore, Chai Ren and others are completely a group of three-nosed people. They have nothing. To put it bluntly, the moment Lu Qian and Chai Ren touched the gun, it was already illegal. However, in Mu Jian's territory, There's no need to be afraid, and they can play casually as long as they don't go out to show off. Jianzi, do you think this will attract any dangerous creatures? Chiron put away his gun and asked, looking at the bleeding wild boar on the ground. Of course we will, but we will take a detour when we go back to avoid running into them. Mu Jian said while changing bullets. Chiron said with a smile, Hey, I want to kill some aggressive creatures. Hunting pigs is too boring. Eating there is just like shooting a fixed target. It's up to you. At worst, we can go back the same way. Mu Jian said nonchalantly. There are so many of them and more than a dozen guns. In his opinion, any beast would have to kneel down when it came, and they would have to kneel on the ground. Chiron listened and nodded and said, Well, that's the decision. Mr. Liu, you should try it too. I see you haven't fired a shot in such a long time. After that, he said to Lu Gan, Well, Mr. Chai, my skills are not good, so I'm going to find a closer target to hit. Lu Qian also held the gun in his hand and smiled. His words were a bit insincere. In fact, he had wanted to try it for a long time, but when he entered the forest, the two young men were already having fun, so it was not easy for him to divide the prey. What they brought with them for hunting this time were all light sniper guns. The big guys didn't bring them at all. After all, those things were too heavy and would be quite tiring to carry for a long time, especially when shooting moving targets. They were far less useful and accurate than such lightweight guns. It's not tiring to hold. Those big guys are just for fun when shooting targets on the farm. Otherwise, if you try with a Bart, you'll have to carry more than 10 kilograms of stuff, and your hands will be sore to death after a few times. It's okay. If you can't hit, you can't hit. There's no need to be so serious about hunting. Chiron said. Yes. Lu Gan agreed, and after speaking, he fired a shot into the sky. Bang! Mr. Liu, what are you hitting? Chiron asked curiously when he looked up and saw nothing. Try the gun first, Lu Gan said with a smile. You have a target to test the gun with. What's the point of firing a gun into the air suddenly? Well, everyone is no longer obsessed with Lu Qian's method of testing the gun. Move on. Brother Yuan, do you want to try it? Monkey said to the soldier. No, the soldier said. The monkey was his teammate and had the qualification, authority, to talk to him. Okay then, Monkey said disappointedly. Looking at the soldier's attitude, the monkey also smiled bitterly in his heart. It seemed that it was too difficult to establish a good relationship with the soldier. Lu Gan's 4 million was wasted. He didn't know what happened to the robbers yesterday. Lu Gan didn't tell the monkey afterwards, because the soldier refused to talk and kept following him. He didn't have a chance to say it. Otherwise, he would definitely think that the money was well spent. Lu Gan was actually glad to help the monkey, but the monkey was full of guilt towards Lu Gan. Last night, he was on duty with the warrior. He found many opportunities to get close to him, but when he saw the warrior, he had no comment. Finally, he spoke from the bottom of his heart about his views on fighting over the years, hoping to arouse resonance. But the warrior didn't express a single word of his opinion, not even an O, and he was a little depressed. But there is nothing we can do. Alas, Monkey sighed. That's all. At least he had tried hard. It's not that he doesn't know how to persevere, but the longer he gets in contact with him, the more he realizes that people like soldiers obviously don't seem to be able to control their personal behavior. If it were an organization, many things would be confidential and they would not be told to him at all. This has nothing to do with sincerity. It is a rule. Brother Ho, what are you sighing for? Chi Tian greeted the monkey. The soldier ignored him, and he decided that he had to start with the monkey first. Captain Chi, it's nothing. Monkey shook his head and said, Is Brother Yuan very powerful? Chi Tian asked an idiot question, but he was not completely idiotic. After all, they only had one move in the fight yesterday. What if the warrior knew that move? Well, he didn't even believe it. It was indeed an idiot's question, so there was no need to quibble. Didn't you learn from the lesson yesterday? Monkey wanted to laugh when he thought about it. Although he could do it in one move, at least he was not injured. Isn't it just for a while? I wasn't prepared at the time, so I just planned to have fun. Chi Tian said in a quibble, using cliches, pretending to be stupid, just low-level skills. Chi Tian naturally does. It's useless. No matter how well prepared you are, it doesn't matter. Captain Chi, Don't even think about competing with Brother Yuan. You're no match for him. Monkey shook his head and chuckled. How many moves can you survive under his hands? Chi Tian asked. The monkey spread his hands and warned, Don't try to trick me. Let me tell you clearly. I have fought with Brother Yuan before, and it was the same as your fight yesterday. So remember, you are no match for Brother Yuan, so don't go for abuse. Isn't this itchy? Chi Tian said, a little embarrassed. Control your hands, otherwise you will be injured again. Monkey looked at Chi Tian sympathetically and said. Monkey and Chi Tian chatted while walking. Chi Tian inquired about the soldiers in various ways, but Monkey was not stupid. How could he tell them all? The information about Tang Qing's family was brushed aside, and he only talked about the last competition. In the end, Chi Tian slowly gave up his desire to compete. The soldiers just followed Lu Gan silently and performed their tasks. More than an hour later, a group of people came to the edge of a large lake in the mountains, with a lake surface of nearly dozens of acres. This was not a closed lake, but was formed by a river, but the water flow was slow. Looking at the various animals and birds drinking water by the lake, they saw a peaceful and beautiful natural scene, full of criticism and comparison of the real and irritable life. So a few people keep playing hot. Bang! Bang! The hard work paid off, apart from the wild boar and the unknown silly bird that no one wanted to eat. Everyone still had an appetite for the deer, otherwise they would have had to eat some grilled fish and dry food. Captain Chi, let's cook here. We'll catch some fish and rest for a while before going back. I haven't gone any further, so it won't get dark when we get back. Okay. After that, the bodyguards began to prepare lunch and dig holes for cooking. Although they are all rough and arrogant men, it doesn't mean they can't cook. It's complicated and they don't have the conditions, but they still know how to barbecue and are very proficient in it. Let's go catch some fish, otherwise this deer won't be enough for us to eat. Mu Jian took out the fishing rod and bait and said, Hunting in the United States is usually in the seasons specified by the government, and even weapons are restricted. But for this group of guys, as long as they are not known, it will be fine. Even if they know, it can be settled. Okay, Chiron agreed. The last few people chose a place without weeds, took out their fishing rods and baits, and started fishing. Of course, each person had a small bench to exchange fishing experiences from time to time. The warrior and Chi Tian stood behind the three of them, while the others went to work. Lu Gan's protection level was low, so even if Lu Gan ordered the warrior would never help. Chi Tian was injured and was naturally reduced to half a sick person. The soldier's hands were hanging on both sides, while Chi Tian was holding his M16 and holding the pit bull, looking sideways at the forest not far away and the riverbank on the other side. Behind him were the positions of other bodyguards, so there was no need to be alert. After a while, Chai Ren's buoy moved, and he immediately pulled up, looking at the lively little fish hanging on it. Chai Ren laughed and said, the first rod is mine. Yeah, such a small salmon. Mu Jian said with disdain. Chai Ren took down the small fish and said, We are at the edge of the lake, not in the middle of the lake. How can we catch big fish so easily? No matter how small it is still meat. Keep it as a souvenir. After that, he put the fish into the fish basket. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Gan's swim bladder also moved. He quickly pulled it up. It looked like the fish was not small. He didn't pull it up several times. Lu Gan was also a veteran of fishing and knew the technique of reeling in and releasing. After a few twists and turns, he slowly reeled in the line, and soon the big fish surfaced. Seeing this big fish weighing more than 10 kilograms, Lu Gan was a little dumbfounded and stammered. Is this carp? Yes, Mr. Liu, there are a lot of these fish here, coming down from the upper reaches, which is Canada's territory. These carps have a strong reproductive ability, have no natural enemies, and we don't like to eat them. Why don't we let them go? Mu Jian explained with a smile. No, how can you let go of such a big wild animal? Chiron said quickly. Young Master Chai, after all these years in the country, you haven't gotten tired of this stuff yet, Mu Jian said. Chiron helped catch the fish and said, I have eaten too many wild carp, but I have never eaten a big wild carp from the United States. This must weigh more than 10 kilograms. Wow, it's a treat. It's not the same. Mu Jian was speechless. Of course it's different. Is eating Western food in China the same as eating Western food here? Not to mention the taste, the feeling is different. I want to eat it anyway, but this one is enough. Next time I catch this kind of fish, I will just let it go. Chiron said, That's fine. Mu Jian chuckled. But just as Mu Jian was finishing speaking, the soldier moved a little, turned around, and looked at the forest 20 meters away with a rare frown on his face. Seeing the warrior's actions, Chi Tian was also surprised and immediately asked nervously, Brother Yuan, what's wrong? The three fishermen also looked at the warrior, their eyes full of doubts. Be careful. There are a large number of dangerous creatures approaching, the soldier said in a cold tone. Dangerous creature? What creature? Chi Tian asked curiously. Wolf. One word popped out of the soldier's mouth. Wolf? But just when Chi Tian was about to say why the dog didn't notice anything unusual, the pit bull next to him immediately stood up, made an attack gesture, looked in the direction of the forest, and roared hard. Wong Wong roar, Wong Wong. At the same time, the other two dogs also barked. Wong Wang Wang, Wong Wang Wang. Anyone familiar with these three dogs knows that they have never barked so loudly. P.S. The next chapter will be available at 11 o'clock. The three dogs roared one after another, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone immediately knew something was going on, so they quickly stopped digging holes and cooking stoves, picked up weapons and equipment, and rushed over. Chung Huxing surrounded Lu Gan and the others. Mu Jian and others also immediately took the weapons and loaded them. The bodyguards pointed their 9 guns at the forest, but Mu Jian and others did not imitate the bodyguards and pointed their guns at the forest because in their opinion, even if there were wolves, there were only a few or a dozen at most, which was not enough evidence. Among them, there was one soldier who did not raise his gun because he did not even take out his gun, but still stood like that. The other bodyguards haven't figured out what's going on yet. Captain Chi, what happened? Monkey asked nervously. Brother Yuan just said that there are wolves. Chi Tian said with a solemn expression. He was now full of curiosity. Is this soldier's alertness more sensitive than that of a dog? It's too unscientific. Don't be too afraid. Wolves generally don't attack people. Mu Jian said comfortingly. It's just a wolf. It's not like he hasn't been beaten before, and he's been beaten a lot. Although Mu Jian said this, everyone did not dare to relax. The matter was not over yet, and anything was possible. After a while, just when everyone was wondering where the wolf was, several figures appeared on the edge of the forest, slowly becoming more and more numerous. This is a bit too much. Visually, there are more than 30 of them, and they are still increasing. Looking at the growing number of wolves, Chiron swallowed and said, Jianzi, you said that wolves generally don't attack humans, right? Mu Jian nodded and said, Yes, humans are not part of their food chain. They generally won't attack people unless they take the initiative to provoke them, unless there are many of them. Oh no, it should be because there are too many wolves or they are too hungry. Looking at so many wolves, Mu Jian did not dare to make a guarantee. That's good. There's a shortage of everything in this forest, but there should be no shortage of food. Chiron said with a sigh of relief. I hope so. But when more and more wolf heads appeared around him, Chiron also wavered in his previous belief. Damn it. There must be hundreds of them. With such a large number, food must be in short supply. Jianzi, have you ever seen a wolf pack of this size? Chiron asked. No. Generally, there are only 3 to 5 wolves in a pack, and there are more than a dozen or dozens of wolves. The number in the entire United States is very small now. It is because of the lack of food that they cannot form a large scale. To be honest, I have only heard of such a large group of hundreds of wolves. Why did the group appear here? Is it because several groups met, or is there really such a large group? I don't understand. Mu Jian shook his head slowly and became more and more worried, because the number of wolves was still increasing. Faced with the reality, everything was nonsense. Then what should we do? Chiron asked. Mu Jian took a deep breath and said, Wait, let's take a look at the situation. After all, there are so many of us, and the wolves may not dare to attack us. Besides, we still have weapons. Although he said so, Mu Jian began to feel scared in his heart. With such a large number of wolves, they are persistent in their desire for food and their desperate efforts. The probability of a fight between the two sides today is more than 50%. However, Mu Jian didn't complain that Chai Run had to come hunting. He knew that people who don't know how to accept the reality can't achieve anything. He would have known that people who talk about it are just running around and blaming others is extremely boring. If you're destined to have this disaster, you just have to find a way to get through it. Who can complain about this and that? This is what his father taught him since childhood. Encounter a problem, solve it, that's it. Do you want to call the police? Chiron whispered, if you have anything to do, go to the police. Do you think it's too late, unless we send fighter jets? Mu Jian said angrily. Yes, Chiron said with a wry smile. He naturally regretted doing this today, but it only lasted for a second. In such a crisis moment, there were so many boring emotions, so he had lived for so many years in vain. How to get out of the predicament is what he should be thinking about now. A group of people and a group of wolves were facing each other like this. The dogs barked nonstop, but the wolves were not afraid at all and whined in response. Even according to the simplest quantitative logic, the wolves looked down on them. After that, the number of wolf heads increased and increased, and they were densely packed. Mu Jian estimated that the number was close to 200. The deer he just shot was surrounded by some wolves, and one of them was gnawing. It looked like it was a wolf. It was larger than other wolves and had extremely fierce eyes. Seeing the alpha wolf wolfing down their lunch, Mu Jian, Chai Run, and others started to break into a cold sweat. It is true that they have guns, but it also depends on the number of enemies and friends. They can only get together about 20 meters apart, and the wolves can rush to them in a few seconds. The reaction speed of their group can kill up to 20 or 30 of them. After that, they will have to face dangerous close combat. They're not like being lunch for these wild wolves. How did such a large group of wolves come into being? Mu Jian was also very curious. This was completely illogical. No one could answer him. The two sides just faced each other. Everyone's face was extremely serious, except for the soldier who looked indifferent, as if it was none of my business. Looking at the people around, they all wondered if the soldier had facial paralysis. Otherwise, no one would be able to calm down in a situation where he would almost certainly die in a fight. How did you develop your psychological quality? Or are you ready to give up? Brother Yuan, you are the first to discover these wolves. Is there anything you can do? Lu Gan suddenly said at this time. He did not believe that this soldier was a fool. He must have someone to rely on or something to do. After Lu Gan finished speaking, the others also listened with one ear. But what the soldier said next almost scared them to death. Kill them. Everyone looked surprised, thinking, are you sure you haven't been kicked in the head? Kill these wolves? Are you kidding me? Nearly 200. Are you sure you're making a suggestion? Are you crazy about practicing martial arts? Brother Yuan, there are too many wolves. We can't kill them all. Lu Gan said with a wry smile. This suggestion is the same as what he didn't say. If I can kill them all, do I need to ask you? The number of adult wolves, a total of 213, is not many, and nearly half of them are semi-starved. So there's an 86% chance of attacking us at any cost. So we have no choice. The soldier said calmly. What the soldier didn't say was just his limit. After all, a soldier is not omnipotent, and his body is not iron. If he is bitten, he will be injured and lose his flesh. There are only 200 of them. The soldier's own judgment and the combat assessment of the command room are not afraid. This still takes into account the need to protect Lu Gan's safety. The soldiers were confident because they still had the perverted combat auxiliary function of a waiter. However, if there were more than 300, it would be a dangerous number. In that case, the soldiers would not dare to guarantee that Lu Gan would escape unscathed. But others don't know. Everyone swallowed their saliva when they heard the number reported by the soldier. 213. Are you a human flesh calculator? Besides, more than 200 horses are not enough. How many horses do you want? At the moment of life and death, all the bodyguards were a little dissatisfied with this bragging warrior. But Brother Yuan, Lugan wanted to say something else, but at this time, the alpha wolf raised his head and shouted, and the other wolves also began to howl at the sky. Woo! Everyone knew immediately whether it was the 13% or the 87%. It was about to be revealed. The next actions of the wolves made their hearts sink to the bottom. It's that 87%. The wolves started to rush towards the crowd without any hesitation. There was no so-called temptation at all, and all the wolves were dispatched directly. Damn it, it's unscientific. Why didn't you act according to common sense, and instead went out with a whole army? You're totally screwed today. Everyone cursed again. Fire! Chi Tian shouted loudly, and immediately pulled the trigger after saying that. Bullets were fired continuously at the charging wolves. A wolf rushing in front was instantly knocked backwards and flew away. Bang! The bodyguards immediately shot at the wolves. Even Lu Gan and others took out their guns and kept pulling the triggers at the charging wolves. Now Mu Jian really wanted a Gatling and made all these wolves burst. But although this is the United States, it is not that simple to get that kind of thing. At least he doesn't have that kind of thing. He only played it in the club. The soldier still did not draw his gun, but just stared in the direction of the alpha wolf. At this time, the alpha wolf was already hiding behind the pack and moving quickly, as if to protect himself. It was shockingly clever. Although the bodyguards could no longer tell who the alpha wolf was for the soldiers, once the alpha wolf was marked by the command room, there was basically no way to hide. Brother Yuan, what are you doing? Shoot quickly. Chi Tian saw the soldier in a daze and said anxiously, I'm looking for a wolf. The soldier rarely explained. With so many wolves, how can we tell them apart? If we had known earlier, we should have struck first and killed the alpha wolf. Chi Tian regretted that they should have killed the alpha wolf directly when the soldiers finished 87% of their words, which might have served as a deterrent. Brother Yuan, Lugan didn't know what to say. In such a critical moment, the soldier was still so uncooperative. He could only smile bitterly, but the soldier's inexplicable indifference gave him some hope. At this moment, the soldier suddenly drew his gun and fired a shot into the distance at a shocking speed. A whimper sounded, and the wolves seemed to be getting even crazier. What's going on? Lugan asked anxiously. The alpha wolf is dead, but in an instant they chose a new alpha wolf. The soldier put down his pistol and said softly, This is impossible. Mu Jian exclaimed. You must know that it is impossible for a wolf pack to choose a new alpha wolf without a fierce battle. To choose it instantly is to subvert his cognition. The soldier ignored Mu Jian. It was impossible that it was not something that the soldier should consider, and there was no time. Although 20 or 30 wolves had died so far, there were still too many wolves left, and the closest ones had already rushed to a position of 5 meters away. They had no way out and could only slowly shrink the encirclement. As for diving, this is the last resort, and although it is on the lakeside, it does not mean that the water is not deep. Judging from the color, the water depth on the lakeside will not be less than 1 meter. The encirclement circle continued to shrink. The soldiers who were originally standing behind the bodyguards were now standing on the outermost edge. The soldiers did not retreat. Another shot was fired into the distance. Bang! 2 seconds later, another whimper sounded. At this time, the command room finally decided that it was unrealistic to solve the immediate crisis by killing the alpha wolf. The command room didn't know why the group of wolves could instantly select a new alpha wolf. Maybe there was something wrong with the group of wolves, a genetic mutation, but this has nothing to do with the command room. It has to do with solving them. The next moment, the warrior who had completed the judgment changed his solution. Full cleanup scenarios enabled. The soldier took 1 step forward, 2 steps out of the team, raised his pistol, and started shooting because his target was within a 180-degree range. If he didn't come out, some angles might not be taken care of. Bang, 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 bang. The soldier started shooting continuously at the surrounding wolves, his eyes cold. And in less than a second, he sent 4 bullets from the gun into the heads of the 4 wolves. Replace the magazine. There was no way. The magazine of this pistol only had a capacity of 7 rounds. 3 rounds were used up during the snake shooting, and the 2 previous shots, leaving 4 rounds. After the fight, the soldier took out another gun and continued shooting. The next scene made everyone behind him dumbfounded. The soldier pulled out the finished gun magazine, dropped it to the ground, and then threw the gun into the air. His left hand took out a magazine from his pocket like an afterimage, and firmly combined it with the pistol that was still rising. Then the soldier turned his hand to hold the gun, bit the barrel, and loaded the gun in one go. It only took a second, and at this time, the 7 bullets in the other pistol were gone. The soldier used the same method to change the magazine with one hand and kept shooting at the wolves. Bang, bang, bang. The bodyguards instantly felt their pressure plummet. What they didn't know was that the entire battle situation had been modeled by the command room, numbered according to threat level and distance, and the bodyguards generally only shot the closest ones, so the soldiers shot at the wolves further away, causing the number of approaching wolves to slow down significantly. In just over 6 seconds, the soldier had 11 rounds from his 2 guns, plus 28 from 4 spare magazines. A total of 39 peanuts had been sent into the heads of 39 wolves. The pressure was obviously relieved, and with the wolf falling to the ground in the distance, everyone knew the warrior strategy. I couldn't help but be shocked by the strength of the warriors and the excitement of staying alive. Without bullets, it is certainly impossible for a soldier to rush up and hit him with his gun. Although more than a third of them had been lost in battle, the wolves still had no intention of stopping and kept charging towards them. The soldier stepped back, took 2 pistols from the waist of the 2 bodyguards, loaded them, and continued shooting at the wolves. "Prepare a magazine for me and put it in my pocket," the soldier said loudly. "Okay." Chi Tian agreed loudly. After saying that, he quickly took out the same type of magazine and put it into the soldier's pocket first. At the same time, he went to each bodyguard to take out the spare magazine that could be used universally. He finally understood that the efficiency of killing wolves in turns was greater than that of all of them combined. Next is the warrior's personal show. With ample ammunition, a firing speed of nearly 8 shots per second, and an ultra-accurate one-hit kill, the wolves were in tragedy. The road ahead was covered with wolf corpses. In just 5 seconds, the number of wolves dropped sharply to less than 100 and continued to decrease at a rapid rate. After all, the shooting accuracy of the bodyguards who had stabilized their mood was also improving. 90, 80, 70. But when the number reached more than 60, the wolves were already close to us. They were still charging forward after being so damaged in the battle. There was definitely something wrong with these wolves. This was the feeling of everyone present. "Mr. Liu, you all get into the water and dive and swim into the lake," the soldiers said loudly. But Lugan said, "Hurry up, and you bodyguards, all dive and swim farther. Away. Don't look back. Don't cause trouble for me." The soldier interrupted Lugan. Facing the soldier's rude order, Lugan couldn't be angry. Time was running out, so he hurriedly shouted, "Hurry, Mr. Chai, jump into the water and fight the wolf hand-to-hand. We will be finished." The few people heard this without being pretentious and jumped into the water quickly. They were not landlubbers and were not afraid of being drowned. After several big guys jumped down, Chi Tian stepped back and said, "Brother Yuan, jump quickly. Don't talk nonsense. These creatures can't kill me. I won't die. If you keep me, I will be distracted. Hurry up, don't hurt me." The soldier said in a tone that has not changed for thousands of years, but he spoke at an alarming speed. "Brothers, monkey, jump quickly." After Chi Tian said that, he jumped in, and the other bodyguards also jumped into the water. "Brother Yuan," said the monkey, "go away. Meaningless concern will only harm people." The soldier's tone was already rude. "Hurry up and jump down." The monkey smiled bitterly, and after saying that, he jumped down one after another with the bodyguards and swam towards the distance. If his head came out, the wolf would probably jump down after him. I saw several wolf heads with their mouths wide open, very close to each other, no more than 1 meter apart. The soldier smiled strangely. The combat assistance system authorization is completed instantly. The next moment, the warrior's pupils immediately turned red, so red that the wolves in front of him felt a deep chill. P.S. Don't worry, there won't be Rise of the Planet of the Apes. I feel like I'm not very good at writing about the battle process. It's over 4,000 words. I'm dizzy. Feel free to call me out of context. I'm tired. Let's go to bed. Eyes turning red is a sign that a soldier has turned on the combat assistance system. However, the bright red color in the soldier's eyes only lasted for a moment and then disappeared. If the red eyes must always be maintained after turning on this thing, how is that possible? Everyone can find the problem. Even wearing sunglasses cannot block this bright eye. At the moment when the red light flashed, the warrior's body also underwent subtle changes. Adrenaline was secreted crazily, and the synapses of neurons throughout the body were strengthened and synchronized. This is because the waiter needs to be able to perform the necessary control and takeover of the warrior's body, and even though a warrior with 200 attributes can withstand it, there will inevitably be a delay. Therefore, appropriate modifications, testing, and strengthening must be carried out in order to fully unleash the full strength of a warrior with 200 attributes. If necessary, a greater degree of power can even be obtained at the expense of the robot's service life. However, in this small scene of the wolf pack, it is not the warrior's turn to use this desperate method, which is a warrior's last trump card. Looking at the waves getting closer and closer, there were 6 of them in a circle. Without being able to retreat any further, a human being could not block such an attack. The soldier's right hand was instantly moved to the right, with veins popping out his muscles. He held the gun without bullets and hit the wolf's head with a fierce right hook. Crack! Pump! The skull of the rightmost wolf head was cracked instantly, and the gun that was used as a glove almost went through it. However, the strength of the warrior's fist did not decrease, and he pushed the wolf head directly into the next wolf head. The second wolf head was also smashed by a hammer, but it ended up in pieces. More than a ton of punching power is no joke. This is the peak combat power of a second-level fighter, of course, not counting trump cards. Next, the third, fourth, and fifth wolves basically couldn't escape the result of having their skulls smashed. The last wolf was a little more lucky. It was not crushed, but just killed. Just like that, after a round, all 6 wolves died. However, there are 60 more. After the right hand hit, the wolf behind also rushed up. The warrior turned around, used his right foot hard, and kicked his left foot in a circle in the same sequence as the right punch just now. Crack! Pump! Woo! The 4 wolves flew out. But this time only 2 died, and 2 others were kicked far away. They rolled and stood up, shook their heads, and continued to charge forward. Of course, a warrior can't just do this. Moreover, there were too many wolves approaching, and it was almost impossible to use it. So the soldier immediately ran to the side, preparing to fight guerrillas, because standing still, even if the soldier was attacked, he would still be injured. It was not the back, so there was no need to fight to the death. Without staying put, the pressure on the warrior suddenly eased. Seeing the soldier running to the side, the wolves also hurriedly chased after him, because the only one they could see now was the soldier. Who else would they chase him? As for Mu Jian and others in the river, they were still diving and had not yet emerged. With their breath-holding skills, they could dive for at least 20 seconds. 3 seconds had not passed yet. Moreover, the warriors had killed so many wolves that they no longer cared whether they were hungry or not. Killing the warriors was their only thought. However, what follows is the real nightmare for the wolves, because the warriors ran faster than them. There are only 3 or 5 wolves that the warrior faces each time. If you slow down a little, the warrior can deal with them with 1 punch or 1 kick. Slowly, the warrior ran into the forest. Although trees will affect the running speed of warriors, they will also affect the running speed of wolves, which is even more beneficial to warriors. At this time, the number of wolves also dropped sharply to about 30, and half of them were lost in the battle within a short distance of more than 20 meters. The wolves were still chasing the warriors as crazily as ever. A wolf that circled in front rushed towards the warrior, but would this strategy be useful to the warrior? It was obviously useless. With 1 punch, the soldier flew him 5 or 6 meters away. He fell heavily to the ground and couldn't even make a sound. He died. Then the warrior led the wolves in circles in the forest. After turning around, there were a dozen fewer wolves in the pack. After another round, there were only 12 wolves left. The warrior stopped. 12, which is already lower than the number using strategies. When the wolves behind saw the warrior being chased stop and turn around, they also stopped one after another and surrounded the warrior fiercely. It was unclear whether it was anger or something in their eyes, but the warrior was still expressionless and threw away the gun that had been smashed a little out of shape. One can imagine how much force was used just now. See the soldiers put down their weapons. The wolves all rushed forward. The soldier also moved and rushed forward, running at full speed. Even the wolf only felt the afterimage of the wolf flicker. The soldier kicked a wolf and rushed out of the encirclement. At the same time, he grabbed the tail of a wolf with his left hand. After landing, he threw it against the tree. Crack! The wild wolf's spine was broken, and he lay on the ground, twitching constantly dead. The other wolves quickly turned around and charged forward again. The soldier repeated his old tricks several times, and the number of wolves was immediately reduced to 2. Basically, there is no threat at all. The warrior stood there, looking at the 2 wolves with a cold expression. But the last 2 wolves did not fight so hard, but slowly retreated with their tails between their legs, preparing to leave some green hills behind. But since the soldier has been judged as an enemy and has the ability to deal with it, the soldier has no idea of letting go and takes the initiative to attack. The 2 wolves looked around and ran away, but the warrior was faster than them. He rushed forward in a few steps and kicked one of the wolves away. The wolf was dead when it was in midair. The other wolf immediately turned around. The warrior stopped chasing. He bent down and picked up a pebble on the ground and smashed it over. Boom! Bang! With a burst of sound in the air, the pebbles hit the last wolf's head, and he fell to the ground dead. So far, no one from this wolf pack has survived, of course, excluding the wolf cubs that have not been encountered yet. They only took in the soldiers and did not leave. Instead, he walked over and squatted down to inspect several wolf carcasses. Command room. Tang Qing watched the entire exciting battle. After a while, Tang Yi's voice sounded. Commander, after observation by the soldiers, these wolves must have been stimulated by some kind of stimulation, and some mutations occurred, which led to the establishment of a similar priority sequence within the wolf pack. When the alpha wolf dies, a new alpha wolf will be selected according to certain rules, and will be very united and aggressive. What do you mean? Are those wolves wise? Tang Qing said with a frown. It would be fun if Rise of the Planet of the Apes didn't happen, but I'm not afraid of that. I just don't want to cause such boring trouble. Commander, no, this is just a genetic mutation in one direction. It should be related to the group's structural awareness. Otherwise, if they were smart, they would definitely retreat when their battle losses exceeded 1/3, and the alpha wolf would never be so close to the soldiers in the beginning. Tang, he explained. You really weird things, forget it. Never mind. The world is so big. There are all kind of strange things. Mark this incident first, and when conditions permit, you can directly ask people to go to the local area to investigate. If there are any artificial traces, notify me immediately. The condition Tang Qing said is when the scientific research area of the dispatch center is unlocked. Now, I really have no interest in knowing about it. Even if there are artificial traces, what does it matter to him? There are countless scientific research madmen and scientific research centers in this world, especially those related to biology. For people who want to obtain the power of God, the temptation is undoubtedly huge. For example, the drug research of various pharmaceutical companies will definitely come into contact with viruses. When they come up with various ways to solve them, a more awesome existence is likely to emerge. There are countless overt and covert biological research centers around the world. Tang Qing is not surprised by what ghosts are hidden in them. It is conservatively estimated that the number of unsolvable viruses in the hands of those institutions that can destroy all human beings will never be in the single digits. This is the scary thing about studying biology, especially viruses. But human beings are never tired of it. In order to live longer, to uncover the mysteries of life, to cure diseases, to eliminate various viruses, and for various purposes, humans have been playing with fire, and they will never stop. Therefore, Tang Qing didn't bother to pay so much attention to this matter. Whether it was man-made or not, He was not very interested. He just marked it. After all, there is really no madman who would directly destroy the world, and there is no such brainlessness. Maybe, by the way, it is best for soldiers who perform protection or combat missions to wear sunglasses in the future, especially when authorizing the combat assistance system. It is not good to be seen, and it can also reduce trouble. Just like before, soldiers were always wary of everyone, and friends who were protecting the target were a bit unfriendly when they saw it. Tang Qing warned, soldiers are good at everything, but they are too dedicated to their duties. This is an advantage and a disadvantage. It is always not good to have someone to pick trouble. Yes, Commander. Tang Yi agreed. Well, it looks like I'm going to make some extra money again, Tang Qing said with a smile. After saving the lives of these rich people, he would definitely be rewarded. Yes, there is a 90% chance that they will pay you. Tang, he said. Well, what about the 10 million yuan that Chiron promised before, plus the next one? But forget it. Tang Yi, you can store this money for later use. I don't need it here at the moment. Tang Qing said, it's only tens of millions, and he is too lazy to put it into the system account. The arbitrage limit is only so much, and he hasn't found a place to spend the extra money. Moreover, there will be more places to use money in the future, so he also needs some clean money. Yes, Commander. Tang Yi agreed. Seeing that nothing happened in the command room, Tang Qing returned to the room. Keep painting. Ink painting. P.S. The next chapter is estimated to be around 10 o'clock, so continue typing. Other side. In the lake. Lu Gan, Chai Rin and others swam the lake for a while and then surfaced more than 30 meters away from the shore. Others were also treading water in the lake, looking anxiously at the direction of the lake shore. The hairstyles of several bosses were also completely ruined, but no one cared about this. By this time, the wolves were gone. On the shore, they saw nothing but some wolf carcasses. Brother Yuan, Chiron hesitated to speak, with a look of pain on his face. After just 2 days of contact, the soldier's character and ability were very suitable for him. He didn't have the feeling that bodyguards should work for me at critical moments. He was not that kind of person. Don't worry, it should be fine. Brother Yuan doesn't seem to be a person without sense. He just doesn't know whether Brother Yuan has lured the wolves away or jumped into the water. Mu Jian said in shock. Today's crisis is the worst in his life. Even if he has seen the world, it doesn't mean he is not afraid of death. There are no wolves in the water, nor on the shore. They must have been lured away by Brother Yuan. Lu Gan looked at the nearby water and shook his head. The others didn't know what to say for a while. It would be very dangerous for the warrior to lead the wolf away alone. Even if they had confidence in the warrior, they didn't dare to be absolutely assured. Mr. Liu, I find that I made a very correct decision in bringing you here this time. Otherwise, I really won't be able to see the sun tomorrow. Chiron smiled bitterly at Lu Gan and said, there are no soldiers today. They are dead. Even diving is useless. I didn't expect to encounter so many things. At first, Monkey wanted to learn something from Brother Yuan, so I borrowed it from a friend. Now it seems that I really have to thank Monkey. Lu Qian also said with a wry smile, I thought that the 4 million yuan business must be a loss-making business, but yesterday afternoon I discovered that it was a profit, and now I find that it is a huge profit. Then what should we do now? Chiron turned to Mu Jian and asked. Mu Jian also frowned and said, we can only wait. If there is no movement on the shore after another 10 minutes, we will go ashore. There is a satellite phone in the backpack on the shore. I can ask someone to pick us up. They also have phones on them now. But they were not waterproof, so they were all scrapped. That's good. Kinsey, do you think there will be piranhas in this lake? Chiron said, changing the topic. Go away, crow's mouth. Mu Jian said angrily, just like telling a ghost story at night. Although he knew it was false, he couldn't help but think about it and make up his mind. Chiron said with a sneer, hey, I'm not going to do this for the rest of my life. I just want to lighten the atmosphere. Damn it. Are you trying to lighten the mood? This is adding fuel to the fire. Damn it. I'm even worried about piranhas in the water now. Mu Jian scolded with a smile. Well, after hearing what you said, I'm a little scared too. Chiron's face also brightened. Recalling the piranha movies he had seen before, Chai Rin felt uncomfortable all over. You deserve it. Several rich people chatted without saying a word. However, it was only 5 minutes. Look, the monkey who had been watching the shore shouted loudly. Everyone was startled and immediately turned their heads to look at the shore. They saw a lonely figure walking out of the forest. Who else could it be if it wasn't a soldier? Everyone was happy to see that it was not a pack of wolves. Firstly, they were happy that the soldiers were still alive, and secondly, they were happy that the wolves had been lured away because they did not have much ammunition. If the size of the wolf pack was still the same as when they were diving, they would really have to kneel here today. A dozen people immediately walked towards the shore and swam. In just over a minute, everyone came ashore, dripping with water, but they didn't bring any clothes and there wasn't cold, so they just dressed like that. Looking at the wolf carcasses lying on the ground, my heart was filled with shock. I had been chased by a pack of wolves before, so I had no time to pay attention to the dead wolves. Now, more than 100 wolves were lying in this open space, so densely packed that it would scare the faint of heart into mental illness. At this time, the soldier was also in a battle war condition. His hands and body were covered with wolf's blood and hair, and they were dirty, but everyone thought this was the most handsome costume. Lu Qian rushed to the front, looked at the soldiers, and asked with concern, "Brother Yuan, are you okay?" He was the one who brought the soldiers out. If something happened, it would be hard for him to explain to Tang Qing and the forces behind him, especially Tang Qing. At that time, he had guaranteed that there would be no danger, but in just 2 days, he encountered 2 life-threatening incidents. He felt very guilty, and of course a little lucky. "I'm fine." The soldier shook his head and said, "But it's not completely fine. When I was fighting with a gun as a glove, my hands were still a little bit bruised. The rest of the problem was that I was hungry, and I had consumed a lot of energy just now. It's okay." Lu Gan breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Yuan, where are the remaining wolves?" Chai Rin asked, looking around carefully. "Dead," the soldier said calmly. "What? Dead?" The others swallowed. "Although I am mentally prepared, this is too scary. Is this something that humans can do? Brother Yuan, have you killed all the remaining wolves?" Mu Jian exclaimed. "Yes." The soldier nodded. "This, Brother Yuan, what should we do next?" Mu Jian took a deep breath and said, needless to say, he was shocked, and unknowingly, the warrior had been placed in the same position by him. Especially in this situation, he must be treated in a higher position. "Shouldn't we eat?" The soldier asked a rhetorical question. Everyone looked at the soldier in shock again. After just experiencing this kind of thing, and there are wolf corpses all around, you're still in mood to eat? What a strong psychological quality. "Brother Yuan, will this attract wild beasts?" Chai Rin whispered as he looked at the wolf corpses around him. The soldier said softly, "Just kill him. Kill him." This was the second time they heard a soldier say such harsh words. The first time I heard it, I felt contempt. The second time I heard it, I felt complete confidence. The group of people looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Think about it. Hell, more than 200 wolves have been killed. What dangers are there in this forest? Is there anything more dangerous than this? If there is one, it is the warriors themselves. This is the humanoid beast. After making the decision, Mu Jian felt relieved and ordered, "Captain Shi, tell them to continue to light the fire and cook. Mata, roast a few wolves for lunch. I was scared to death just now." "Yes." Next, the other bodyguards hurriedly continued their work, digging holes and cooking stoves. If ordinary people saw so many wolf corpses around, they would definitely not have the appetite to eat, but these are not ordinary people, and their behavior is naturally unusual. They just eat meat to relieve their grievances. The rich people were sitting and chatting, and they didn't go fishing. The soldiers were still standing there stupidly, as before. An hour later, the wolf meat and fish were roasted. As for the deer, it had been almost eaten by the wolves and could not be eaten at all. "Brother Yuan, come on, eat more." "Brother Yuan, sit down quickly. Don't be so serious." "Brother Yuan, I admire you." "Brother Yuan, here are the tissues." The others were very enthusiastic, but the warrior was still not polite or responsive, but he completely won everyone's respect and stopped talking if he didn't say anything. No matter how you look at it now, this attitude is extremely pleasing to the eye. No matter how you look at it, the presence of the warrior gives everyone a sense of peace of mind. Not only their combat power, but also their observation skills that are more sensitive than a dog, although it sounds a bit strange. Brother Yuan, thank you for your life-saving grace. To express my gratitude, I will give you $1 million when I get back. I hope it won't be too little, Mu Jian said during the meal. Yes, the soldier nodded. Seeing that the soldier accepted it, Chiron also spoke. Brother Yuan, don't tell me. I owe you my life. Let me know if anything happens in the future. After we go back, plus the security expenses, Lu and I will collect 20 million yuan for you. Yeah, the word soldier is still a word. In total, this operation earned a total of 28 million yuan, equivalent to the price of 14 soldiers. Although the profit rate is high, the cost is also high, so it is not too huge a profit. It can only be said to be a normal charging price. Hearing these words, Qi Tian and others were envious, but looking at the wolf carcasses stretching all the way to the forest in the distance, they took it for granted. They only killed 50 or 60 wolves here, and the rest were basically killed by warriors. This means that the efficiency of a warrior alone is 3 times that of their combined total. If divided by people, the warrior's wolf-killing efficiency is 30 times that of them. Everyone just had to compare the numbers. They knelt down. At this time, some wild beasts and carnivorous birds have gathered here, but everyone is not afraid at all. With the soldiers here, they have confidence. Compared with the wolves just now, even a few bears are not a problem. Of course, more will not be enough, because there are not enough bullets. After finishing their meal, the group headed back the way they came. Neither Mu Jian nor Chai Run wanted to go hunting in this forest anymore. If they encountered it again, they would be dead. Although the chance was small, it already had a psychological shadow. P.S. It ends here. Tang Qing went to bed very late that night. Because he was painting on a whim, he didn't go to bed until after 4 o'clock. After nearly a week of practice, his level of ink painting has also improved significantly. He is planning to carve a seal and pick a stage name at some point. When the time comes, he will paint more and give it away to people. Maybe he will become a painting sage. Do you want to hold an art exhibition in the future? So confused. 2 hours later, Tang Qing woke up and learned the news that he had earned more than 18 million yuan. But he was not excited at all because he felt it was too little and he could not enter the personal account of the system, and the payment had not even been completed. He was so happy. After washing up and cleaning up the study room, Tang Qing received a call from Lu Qian. Although it was the next day for Tang Qing, for Lu Qian, it was just a short time after he rushed back to the farm. Tang Qing smiled and pressed the answer button. Lu Gan must have figured out that he had already gotten up and came here to thank him. Uncle Lu, how are you doing in the United States? Everything goes well. Tang Qing asked knowingly. Otherwise, do you think you know everything? How is that possible? He must know nothing, because the soldiers follow Lu Gan all the time and have no time to pass on any news. The robbers can say that there are other soldiers involved, but he must not know about the wolf pack. Lu Gan smiled softly. He naturally thought that Tang Qing didn't know anything and couldn't tell Tang Qing. So he said, "It's not bad. I encountered a little trouble, but it has been solved. This time, I would like to thank your friend for borrowing the bodyguard and solving 2 big troubles for us, so I called specifically to thank you. By the way, I want you to thank your friend for me." Lu Gan and the others asked for the contact information of the boss behind the warrior, but the warrior replied. It was inconvenient to contact him and refused. However, as expected by several people, there was no other way. In the end, they only got a bank card number from the warrior for payment of remuneration. Mu Jian also asked someone to check. The head of the household was an American. The account was opened just 6 days ago. No other information was found. There was nothing. Mu Jian immediately knew that this was an anonymous account with a named name, so he could only leave the thank you to Tang Qing. In fact, according to common sense, Chai Ren and Mu Jian do not need to give so much money. After all, it is now 2005, and they know very well what a total of more than 28 million yuan means. Their purchasing power is equivalent to 70 to 80 million yuan in 10 years. Although their lives are valuable, their money does not fall from the sky and cannot be spread out so arbitrarily. If a single person is given 1 or 2 million yuan, it is worth giving them. The main reason for giving so much is to make good friends with the warriors and build a good relationship. The United States is not a peaceful country, or there are few peaceful countries in the world. Due to its special status, the scope of activities is very large. If something really happens, it would be good to have a trump card. Little trouble? Are you okay? Tang Qing pretended to be concerned. Lu Gan smiled and said, "It's okay, we are very good. We are on vacation on a farm now. The environment here is not very good, with beautiful mountains and clear waters. You can also bring your friends to play if you have the opportunity in the future." This is what Mu Jian promised on the way back. Otherwise, he would not dare to talk nonsense. Hee, that's great. Can you reimburse me? Tang Qing joked with a smile. Haha, food, accommodation, air tickets, and shopping are all reimbursed. You just spend money. Lu Gan laughed. Mu Jian and others had not promised this matter, and he could only pay for it himself, but he was happy to pay for it. This time the soldier not only saved them twice, but also gained him a lot of face, and established a deep relationship with the two young men of shared adversity. It was just a little money, so it didn't matter. Then I'm flattered, Tang Qing said in surprise. He really didn't expect Lu Gan and others to be so generous to him. It seems that the 28 million yuan was paid to his non-existent friend, and this was to thank him for persuading that friend to lend him a bodyguard. You kid, you're still flattered. Wait, I'll go back and buy you gifts, Lu Gan said with a smile. Oh, the relationship is good, and there are gifts to take. Hee, I don't want ordinary gifts. Tang Qing started to ask for gifts, and he didn't want them in vain. Haha, don't worry. How can my uncle give me an ordinary gift? Lu Gan said with a chuckle. Hee, thank you Uncle Lu first. Tang Qing thanked him and changed the topic after saying, by the way, Uncle Lu, I will return the remaining 100 million yuan to you later. The change in his pocket is now close to 200 million yuan, and it is useless to keep it. He originally planned to pay it back on the 5th. Now that he is caught up, it will be the same if he pays it back today. I'm not in a hurry. If you want to use it, just keep using it. It's interest-free, and you can pay it back anytime. Lu Qian said generously. This money is most likely being used by Tang Qing's friend, the boss behind the warriors. He does not dare to have any thoughts of collecting debts, and he will not ask for interest. It is not because he is afraid, but because he wants to continue to maintain the interest relationship between the two parties. No, we have already used it. There is no use for the money here. Tang Qing refused. It was only 100 million. It was not much money here. He could save enough by arbitrage in 3 or 4 days. Although Dou Jiao's industrial expansion plan has not come out yet, even if it does, there are too many places where he can borrow money, and Lu Qian's strength can no longer satisfy his appetite. Xiao Tang, don't you want to expand your Xingtang costumes? Give the money to Shengtang, or your Tianyin company. Lu Gan suggested again. He really didn't want Tang Qing to pay back the money. Thank you again, Uncle. The capital injection for Shengtang has been completed, and the sky has also been completed. There's basically no need for money. So, Uncle, please stop trying to persuade me. Tang Qing said. Seeing Tang Qing's persistence, Lu Gan stopped trying to persuade him. It seemed that Tang Qing was really not sure of money. Well, if you want to borrow money in the future, just tell your uncle and you're welcome. Lu Gan said. No problem. I'll send you 100 million yuan in a few minutes. Please give me an account. Tang Qing said. Okay, wait a moment. I'll look for the card. Let's go into this ICBC account XXXX. Lu Gan looked for a bank card in his luggage and said. This card was one that he had prepared for this repayment, and it had other uses. He did not use the account that he used to transfer money to Tang Qing. Tang Qing repeated it to confirm that it was correct and said, I have taken a piece of paper to note it down. Uncle Lu, I'm going to school. You have a good rest and relax over there. Otherwise, you will be busy again when you come back. Anyway, if you care, it doesn't cost money, and Lu Gan has never put up any airs for him. especially when he didn't even write an IOU for the original $300 million loan. For this trust, Lu Gan deserves his respect and care. Okay, I got it. You two, go to school quickly, bye. Lu Gan said with a smile. Tang Qing's concern was very useful to him, just like the younger generation. Well, Uncle Lu, goodbye. After saying that, Tang Qing hung up the phone. Lu Gan waited until Tang Qing had finished before hanging up. This was a habit he would usually only use when dealing with leaders and people he couldn't afford to offend. However, Tang Qing's power became more and more powerful, mysterious, and important, and he was already qualified to be treated like this. Subsequently, Tang Qing directly ordered the system to transfer 100 million yuan to Lu Gan's account. Within half a minute, he received a message from Lu Qian that the account had arrived. So far, all Tang Qing's foreign debts have been paid off. P.S. The next chapter will be after 10 o'clock. Thank you all readers for your votes this week. The mouse is once again begging for support by counting votes. Thank you, dear readers. You're laughing your ass off. Hurry up and code. Oh, after sending the credit message to Tang Qing, Lu Gan put away his mobile phone, and his face was not very happy because the important profit relationship with Tang Qing's friend was cut off like this. How could he be happy? As for the business of exchanging US dollars, that was an official matter, while borrowing money was a private matter. What kind of favor could be lost in official matters? Now he is absolutely sure that Tang Kai is really not the provider of Tang Qing's US dollar cash, but the force behind the soldiers is, and the force is huge. As for how big it is, he is not qualified to know, does not dare to investigate, and does not have the ability to investigate. He can only maintain the relationship with Tang Qing. This is the only bond, and it is worth maintaining at all costs. Mr. Lu, this friend still owes you money? Chiron asked curiously. The call between Lu Qian and Tang Qing just started when he was with Mu Jianjian. When he was getting his bank card, he went back to the room and hung up the phone before coming out. However, he knew from the previous conversation that they were talking about repaying the money, but he didn't know the amount of the loan. Lu Gan nodded and admitted, "Yes, he lent me a sum of money 2 months ago. He is ready to pay me back today. He is very honest. I want to continue borrowing money without interest from him. He is a very good young man. He also convinced the boss of Brother Yuan. I will buy him some good gifts before I go back." Although Chiron knew about his dollar business, Lu Gan couldn't tell the whole story, so he just took it all away. Chiron didn't care how much Tang Qing borrowed. He thought it was only a few hundred or tens of millions of RMB at most. He had nothing to ask. He raised his hand and said, "Mr. Lu, I'm the only one to worry about the gift." "What is he like?" Lu Qian was bleeding, so he wouldn't be stingy. "Well, I don't know. He is still in the 3rd year of high school. I heard from his uncle that he doesn't have any hobbies." Lu Gan thought for a while and suddenly realized that he really didn't know what Tang Qing liked. The few times he contacted him were about dollar exchange. Even though he invited Qin Yugan's family and Tang Kai to dinner that time and asked a lot about Tang Qing's childhood, he really heard that he had any hobbies for spending money. Besides, with Tang Qing's current worth, how could he value ordinary things and give them thoughtfully? Senior year of high school? That would be difficult. If a high school student is not a second-generation kid who likes to have fun, he probably doesn't have any hobbies for spending money. Doesn't he have a shortage of cars, houses, etc.? Chiron asked again. After listening to Chiron's words, Lu Gan's eyes suddenly lit up and he said, "Young Master Chai, don't tell me. His parents are still renting a house, and his parents don't know that he is rich. Their family is not sure of cars. The young man's uncle is very capable and directly left a Mercedes-Benz car for the family to drive. He usually drives it." Chiron listened and nodded and said, "Since there is something missing, go back and give him a house. Since it was introduced through him, this will be regarded as the introduction fee. It will be credited to my account. Don't refuse or take it. It's only more than $1 million. Although it's not much money, how can you do it for me with your heart?" "Okay, then I will first thank Mr. Chai for the little brother's kindness. I will tell him, and I will arrange it later and give him a surprise when I get back. It just so happens that my company has built a new high-end community in Qingyan City. The largest is a duplex with an area of more than 200 square meters. I will give him a 10% discount on the cost price. Lu Gan said slowly that even if there was an accident, this kind of thing could not be hidden from Tang Qing. It could only be hidden from Tang Qing's family. And Chiron certainly did not want to be an unsung hero by doing this. He knew that Chiron also wanted to get to know Tang Qing, and saying this also laid the foundation for future meetings. Chiron frowned lightly and asked, Mr. Liu, if you give away like this, will he want it? If he couldn't give it away, he would be embarrassed. Lu Gan smiled and said, Master Chai, don't worry, I will arrange it. It's hard to give it by force, but why don't you find a reason? Leave everything to me, and I promise to deliver it to you. Chiron nodded with satisfaction. It would be embarrassing if his gift could not be delivered. Then he turned to Mu Jian and said, Jianzi, we are all bleeding. Don't you express your gratitude? Brother Yuan will not come without the money. Mu Jian said weakly, one of you will reimburse everything, and the other will give you a house. If you don't need a car, what can I give? How about giving me the red wine I brewed? Fuck you. Do you dare to be more shameless? We are all bleeding. No matter what, you have to bleed some too. Chiron wanted to drag this stingy man down, even though he knew Mu Jian was joking. Okay, bleeding is bleeding, but it's still too early for you to go back. I'll think about it. Mu Jian said, pretending to be in pain. Anyway, it can't be worse than ours, otherwise we will suffer more. Chiron said reluctantly. What kind of logic are you talking about? Normal logic. Scoundrel. Seeing the two of them arguing again, Lu Qian was helpless, but it was quite fun to watch. After hanging up the phone, Tang Qing continued to nibble on the burrito in his hand. This kind of burrito contained various things and was paired with the boss's unique sauce. It was so delicious. He had been eating it for several days in a row, and every time it was the same, his mouth was full of oil. So delicious. Beautiful. Ding, ding, ding. But after taking a few steps, his phone rang again. He was so young, still wearing a school uniform, and just holding a mobile phone worth several thousand yuan. He was definitely an outlier in this era, and he was filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Don't ask them how they know it costs several thousand yuan. Isn't it obvious at a glance? It's a flip-top model and very beautiful. At first glance, it's much more upscale than those stick machines. Tang Qing looked at it and saw that it was Do Jiao's phone number. Could it be that the matter in the villa area has been investigated? Get on the phone. Sister Jiao Jiao, what's going on? Tang Qing said while eating beef burrito. What else? Bad things. Do Jiao was depressed by Tang Qing's relaxed tone and said angrily. Tang Qing was shocked when he heard it and quickly asked, Bad thing? What bad thing? You have nothing to do, right? The bad thing is that you're going to lose money. Do Jiao said with a laugh, thinking that this younger brother did not admit it in vain. The first thing he cares about is not the project, but himself. Have you finished inspecting the project in the villa area over there? Tang Qing said with a wry smile, being teased by Do Jiao again, but it was quite interesting. Why should he be so serious? He had no interest in standing at the top and being a loner. Yes, everything has been inspected. I watched it until very late yesterday. They will handle all the procedures. We just have to pay. There's one more thing to tell you. I will keep an eye on it here and finish the equity and initial preparations for the project first. I won't go back until the end of the month. Do Jiao said. Tang Qing suddenly said, Sister Jiao Jiao, you are going on a date. When Do Jiao went to the Shanghai Stock Exchange, Pan Yu followed her there, claiming to be doing business. As far as the two of them were concerned, the chance of getting back together was almost 90 or more. What did you just say? Do Jiao's voice rose a little in vain, as if she had guessed the fox's tail. Yes, she had such selfish motives, and it didn't affect her work anyway. And she's right, there are many things that she needs to keep an eye on, otherwise her face will not look good if those bastards play tricks. After all, not everyone will buy her account. There is no second generation in the country who can take the whole country. There will always be people who are not afraid of him. Tang Qing could imagine Do Jiao's expression at this moment. It's nothing. I mean, it's no problem at all. I feel relieved when Sister Jiao Jiao is here. Tang Qing quickly changed his tune. He couldn't get carried away with his pride, so he took some verbal advantage and quickly stopped. It was just a joke. even if it affected his work. So what? It was just a business worth tens of millions. It was nothing. He really hoped that Do Jiao would find a good home. That's pretty much it. When will your money arrive? Do Jiao said with satisfaction. How about 10 minutes later? Tang Qing said without thinking. So fast, Do Jiao said in surprise. This was 60 million yuan, and it would arrive in 10 minutes. She thought she would have to wait 2 days, so she called in advance to remind her. Of course, I have already prepared this money. Tang Qing said, it is only 60 million yuan. Does he still need to prepare it? That's good. You first transfer the money to the account of Tianyin Company. It will be easier to operate. Once your money is received, the entire real estate company will be established in less than 2 days. We don't care about the name. I didn't expect Huang Qi and the others to find such a person. With many partners and help from their families, all the processes of land acquisition, approval, exploration, design, etc. can be completed by the end of next week at the latest. Construction will start in the middle of this month. If nothing goes wrong, it will be completed before the start of university. Do Jiao said a long list. That's pretty fast. Tang Qing said with a smile. This speed is comparable to the construction of Tianyin headquarters. Well, it seems that Tianyin headquarters also used Do Jiao's relationship. It's not that fast. It's impossible for high-rise buildings to be so fast. But this is a villa area. The highest floor is only 3 floors, and the basement is only 4 floors. How can it be built quickly? All villas will be divided into sections and started at the same time. This time will also include the standard of being able to move in after the later decoration. Do Jiao said slowly. P.S. I finally got out, went to bed, and asked for votes. Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction after hearing this. It would be better to build it faster so that the funds can be withdrawn quickly. Although it will only earn tens of millions of yuan in the end, no matter how small it is still useless. When the time comes, these profits and principals, which are close to hundreds of millions, will be injected into Tianyin Company. Keep this money for Tianyin to spend it slowly, provide more benefits, and recruit more talents. After all, Tianyin, as one of his core industries, will become more and more important in the future. Regardless of whether it is used or not, let's first fill up half of the headquarters that Tianyin is currently building. He is not afraid of supporting people, but he is afraid that no one will be available at critical moments. Afterwards, he planned to follow the example of Sheng Tang's design department and build a Tianyin branch in an important talent-gathering place across the country. The reason was the same. Not all talents were willing to come to Qingyan City. In fact, he also considered relocating the headquarters to a developed coastal city because there were many talents and everything was convenient there. However, considering that Qingyan City was the place where he started his business and there was no need for external business, there was no need to follow that trend. Thinking about it, why should something awesome be placed in a place that is awesome? He put the headquarters of this future behemoth here. What's wrong? He just wants to be happy, and other reasons are irrelevant. Then Do Jiao said as soon as she finished speaking, Little boss, do you want to book a villa? There are discounts for shareholders to order for their own use, and the quality can be guaranteed if they are built by themselves. Sister Jiao, what? You won't divide the villa among yourselves, right? After hearing this, Tang Qing had a huge question in his heart. Damn it, if those guys divided up the houses in the villa area and used internal digestion, then it would be useless to sell it. Isn't this nonsense? Although he would not suffer any loss. Ha ha! Little boss, you're making me laugh. They are engaged in villa development. They're all rich people. It is not like they have no place to live at home. Will they need internal subscription? It's just that Huang Qi heard that you're going to Fudan University in Shanghai, and you must have a place to stay. What he said is right. So I came to ask you, you think you're just playing house. How can I let you invest money? Do Jiao laughed and said, these guys can't even raise 60 million, and if they are expected to digest these villas, it will cost them their lives. They're still making money in this villa area. Tang Qing also breathed a sigh of relief and said, look, I thought they would each choose one to live in or underwrite it. Then it's a waste of development. As long as those guys don't mess around, he will not be involved in this matter, even if it is underwritten. Mada, developing a luxury villa area in Shanghai still requires underwriting. It is simply a shame to cooperate with this group of useless guys. He now has too many cards to play, and he is not afraid of falling out with these second-generation players. Don't say bad words. Dou Jiao immediately educated her. Yes, I was wrong, and I regret it. Tang Qing quickly apologized with a smile. Dou Jiao, like Qi Yin and Lin Jiaxue, forbade him from using swear words, not even those that were not considered swear words. However, he himself doesn't like to talk. At most, he can occasionally say a few words from the bottom of his heart, especially when he encounters this infuriating system that pays for his life. He doesn't know how many times he has said these 3 words. Little boss, please tell me whether you want it or not. Dou Jiao was impatient. Yes, leave me the largest, most luxurious, and best-located villa. Tang Qing said immediately and grandly. He was originally going to go to school there, and he was too lazy to buy a house by himself later. He just didn't know if it was far from the school. If it was far, at worst, it won't cost much to buy a closer one. Little boss, I have to remind you that what they plan to build is a villa area within a villa area. If you follow their development standards, even if you receive dividends, you may still need to pay another 10 to 20 million yuan or more. Dou Jiao said with a little worry. She thought Tang Qing would just book a small villa and live a life without shame with her girlfriend, but she didn't expect Tang Qing to come directly to the biggest one, and she didn't want Tang Qing to spend money randomly. It's so expensive? No way. Tang Qing said in surprise. The total amount is 80 to 90 million yuan. He has not yet told Dou Jiao that the money is going to be injected into Tianyin. Otherwise, Dou Jiao would probably not tell him about booking a villa. Of course they will. They are developing high-end villas with a huge area and good environment and location. There are no villas priced below 20 million. The largest planned villas are likely to be sold for 70, 80, or even hundreds of millions. Dou Jiao said, "You are unscientific. Forget it, Sister Jiao Jiao. Keep it for me. No matter how much it costs, don't take me for granted. This task will be left to you. Try to get a price that everyone can accept." Tang Qing said, "Anyway, the price of houses in the Shanghai market will definitely skyrocket in the future, especially villas. A villa with this price now may not be able to be bought even if it is 400 to 500 million yuan in future generations, so it can be considered a profit. As for injecting capital into Tianyin, let's give it new money. 100 million should be enough for Tianyin for a long time, but not now, but after the reorganization. The name Tianyin Consulting is already a bit inappropriate. When he founded Tianyin, he had no idea that his business would develop so fast. After the internal integration and relocation in the past 2 months, Tianyin will reorganize, improve internal functional divisions and processes, and also establish branches. Okay, no problem. The price must be acceptable to both of you. When the Design Institute prepares it, I will give you several sets of shooting plans. You can choose the style yourself." Dou Jiao said with a smile. "Okay, Sister Jiao Jiao, go ahead and do your work. I've already arrived at school. Have you received the money?" Tang Qing said. When he agreed, Tang Qing asked the system to transfer 60 million to the company account. There was a delay in such large transfers. Dou Jiao checked her phone number and said, "Yes, I got it. Goodbye." "Okay, Sister Jiao Jiao, I think Brother Pan is good. You guys should get the matter done quickly." Tang Qing said suddenly, "You're looking for a beating." Dou Jiao felt as if her tail was being stepped on again. "You can't hit me, la la la," Tang Qing said with a smile. "Then let me remember it for you first." Dou Jiao said, "That's something that will happen in the future. What if you forget it?" After saying this, Tang Qing felt like a fool. Forget it. He just forgot about it. "I'll write it down in notes so I won't forget it." Dou Jiao said proudly, "You won, but you died. Thank you for your hard work." Tang Qing said after finishing the joke, You have some conscience. I also went to work. It's so congested here, and it's so troublesome to travel. If it wasn't congested, would it still be called Shanghai?" After hanging up the phone, Tang Qing wasn't too happy. It was just a matter of changing to a bigger house. Sometimes a small house is better, but a big house feels empty. All right. He started gibbering again. Tang Qing also knew that this was a shame, but it also partly represented his true thoughts. At this time in his previous life, his goal was to have his own nest to live with Lin Jiaxue. It didn't need to be big, just warm. He liked to be able to see his lover in 2 steps, rather than a big villa. After searching for a while, he still had to shout, or even call. If it was a manner. Isn't this nonsense? Forget it. Don't be a bitch, lest you get beaten and run away like a rat. Tang Qing. A familiar voice sounded behind Tang Qing. P.S. It's past 11 o'clock for the next chapter. Everyone, go to bed early and watch it again tomorrow. The following are free. I recommend a friend's book, Invincible Shooting System. Subin suddenly has a magical shooting system. When shooting food, you can directly see whether the ingredients are fresh or not. Taking portraits is like taking private photos of your soul. What? Is this the cold juice drink you just bought? Sorry, it is clearly shown in the photo that this is a bunch of artificial food additives and rotten, shriveled fruits that smell of alcohol. Please give it a try. Thank you. Tang Qing knew it was Wang Yin before he turned around, but he and Wang Yin's family were not going in the same direction at all. What was going on? Turning his head, he saw Wang Yin trotting towards him, her pretty face full of surprise. Arriving next to Tang Qing, Wang Yin gently pushed her hair away from her eyes. This action made Tang Qing a little restless. Ahem, Sin. Well, Wang Yin, why are you here? Tang Qing put aside his thoughts and asked curiously. Wang Yin was very satisfied with Tang Qing's reaction and said, Yesterday, my best friend celebrated her birthday, and I went to stay at her house for one night. That's it. Tang Qing nodded and recalled it carefully. Well, he still couldn't remember what that best friend looked like. Have you had breakfast? Do you want some? Tang Qing handed over the bag in his hand. There were 3 burritos in it. He bought 30 of them, and he finished the other 27. Wang Yin waved her hands and said with a smile, No, I've had breakfast, haven't you? Well, that's right, Tang Qing said. After level 2, he no longer needs the way he used to eat, but the habits he developed are a bit hard to change. He always feels that eating feels so interesting and happy. He slowly understands the happiness of a foodie and feels satisfied from eating endlessly. Is it delicious? Wang Yin watched Tang Qing eat half of the burrito in one bite, filling her mouth with it. She was so happy that she felt like eating even though she was full. She swallowed and was attracted by Tang Qing's foodie attributes. Well, it's not bad. I haven't encountered it before. I just found out in the past few days that the new one cooks very delicious food. Tang Qing said, My mother can also make this. I will bring it to you next time. Wang Yin made up her mind to learn how to make this thing when she goes back. Why is your mother so good at everything? Tang Qing said with a smile. Of course, apart from watching that, my mother's favorite thing is to study all kinds of food. Wang Yin was ashamed to talk about the martial arts movies that her mother liked. It's not that I feel ashamed. It's just that I'm a bit too different. That's it. Okay then, I'll wait for your burrito. After saying that, Tang Qing swallowed the last one and threw it into the trash can in front of the school. Okay, what do you think of my pair of shoes? Wang Yin suddenly said. What? Tang Qing was caught off guard by this question. A woman asked a man how his shoes were, which frightened him a little. I mean the new shoes I bought. Wang Yinzhong said again, and then looked seriously into Tang Qing's eyes, waiting for a reply. Tang Qing felt like he was breaking out in a cold sweat. This style of painting is obviously wrong. This is not bad. From Shangtang? Tang Qing looked at it and was surprised to find that these shoes were made by Shangtang. He didn't even have a pair of shoes made by Shangtang. Last time he only tried on clothes and pants. Shangtang's shoes did not do special customization. They were all mass-produced. Well, I bought it last weekend. It was cold a few days ago, and my mother wouldn't let me wear it. It feels pretty good. Have you ever been there? Your store in Shangtang is the biggest, but some things are a bit expensive. Speaking of this store in Shangtang, Wang Yan's face was filled with excitement. Not yet. I can't finish my clothes. Why go shopping there? Tang Qing said with a chuckle. Qingyan City is not only the place where Shangtang started, but also Lu Gan's absolute sphere of influence. With his own connections, Lu Gan found a great location for Sheng Tang's flagship store in Qingyan City. In the city center, there are 3 floors with brand partitions. Each floor is large in area. Although he has never seen it with his own eyes, there are photos in the company's emails. Wang Yin smiled, nodded and said, "Yes, you are the boss of Sheng Tang. How can you be sure clothes? By the way, are you free this weekend?" "What's wrong?" Tang Qing asked. "Am I? Parents want to treat you to dinner." Wang Yin lowered her head and whispered. Tang Qing opened his mouth and asked in surprise, "Huh? Eat? What's the reason? Why do you treat me to dinner so often?" Although the free meal is not bad, he always feels obedient in front of the royal father and queen mother. After all, as long as he persisted in his previous life, he almost became a family. "That's right. I said you usually take good care of me in my studies, so I just mentioned it, so..." Wang Yin looked at Tang Qing and said weakly, for fear that Tang Qing wouldn't like to reject her. After listening to Wang Yin's simple narrative, Tang Qing immediately imagined the scene of the conversation between the king and his father at that time. "Queen Mother, my good daughter, come and have dinner. I'll do my homework later. Are you under a lot of study pressure lately? It's okay. Anyway, you want to go to Shangyin. We still have a relationship, so we don't need such high scores." Wang Yin, "Not much. If you don't know it, just ask Tang Qing. He knows everything." "Queen Mother, that's right. I have to thank him. Why don't you invite him to come for dinner next weekend?" "How about it, husband?" King Father, "Okay, this young man is good, handsome and rich, and he studies well. He is just..." "Omit the 10,000 words. Just call him over." Queen Mother, "I also think that the more I look at this young man, the more he becomes..." "No more. I can't make it up anymore." Tang Qing shook his head. "Get rid of these messy thoughts, and if you think about it again, it will become pure nonsense." "Okay, let's do it on Saturday night. I have other things to do on Sunday." Tang Qing thought for a moment and said, since he was invited, he had no choice but to go. As for Sunday, of course he had nothing to do. He just wanted to spend some time with Lin Jiaxue. Tang Qing felt a little confused. "Well, okay," Wang Yin said happily. On campus, the two of them were chatting without a word. Mainly Wang Yin was talking and Tang Qing was listening. This felt very familiar to him, because it was like this in his previous life. Wang Yin kept chattering when he went out for a walk. He was responsible for answering and echoing. No matter whether he answered yes or something else, Wang Yin would be very happy and continue to talk and tell him interesting things. What made him fortunate was that he was never impatient. Thinking of this, he wanted to slap himself. Looking at the smiling Wang Yin next to him, he didn't know whether it was nostalgia or something else. Anyway, he just felt that he owed Wang Yin a lot in his previous life. He owed so much that he didn't know how to repay it. Love debt was the hardest to bear and hurt the most. He was originally a person with single-minded feelings. He had Lin Jiaxue in his previous life and never thought about other people. However, Lin Jiaxue died in a car accident. Over time, Wang Yin slowly entered his heart, but Lin Jiaxue was never replaced. In this life, due to the influence of his previous life, Lin Jiaxue was alive, but Wang Yin was still lingering in his mind. Apart from these two women, no one would be able to walk in his heart in this life. Other women, no matter how beautiful they were, he had no interest in the relationship between men and women. At most, they were just like Do Jiao and Qi Yin, who they recognized as sisters. If Wang Yin left him and had a happy life in his previous life, he would not have any thoughts and just break it off. Even his friends would not do it, but he could not see Wang Yin's future. He didn't know if it was selfishness or something else. Is this considered a memorial arch? Maybe. Why? A love word. Who can figure it out? P.S. The excitement continues. For the next 2 days, this book will be free for a limited time. In the next 2 days, readers can read the updated content of this book for free. Wow, I have no income for 2 days. Please give me some comfort. Can a mouse shamelessly ask for some reward or something? Hurry up and code, if you want any. Reward, at least, kneel down and ask for it. Plop. I'm just kidding, you have some backbone. Why don't you stand up? I won't. Just when Tang Qing and Wang Yin entered the classroom for class. Neighboring Thailand, Bangkok, on the top floor of an 8-story luxury hotel in the city center, there were 2 people in a huge suite. Pippa, the largest and most senior leader of the underground forces in Bangkok, was sitting on the sofa in the living room, frowning and smoking a cigar. His confidant Tila was looking at the documents on the coffee table. Tira was called over by Pippa early in the morning and threw him a pile of information. He didn't say anything, but asked him to read it carefully. These are resumes of some personnel, as well as various things that happened in Bangkok's underground forces during this period, but they're just fragments. He doesn't know why Pippa asked him to see these, so he can only watch them honestly, but he basically knows them, and there is nothing interesting to see. After quickly browsing through it, Tila closed the documents and information, looked at Pippa questioningly, and said, "Boss, what happened to these documents? Do you have anything to explain?" Pippa did not answer directly, took a strong puff of the cigar, and blew it out, exhaling the smoke, savoring the aroma in his mouth. But the taste of the cigar that he usually loved so much was not felt at all at this time. "Tila, do you see anything in this information?" Pippa said with a deep frown. Hearing Pippa's solemn tone, Tila thought carefully and recalled all the information he had just read. When Pippa said this, it was obvious that there was a problem in the information, and it was a big problem. With so much information given to him at the same time, it was obvious that they were all connected then. Connect? Suddenly, Tila seemed to think of something. I hurriedly looked through the information again, and I had more doubts in my heart, but there was no evidence, so I didn't dare to talk nonsense. So I said, "Boss, I didn't see anything specific, but I just made some guesses." After reading it all, I felt that many things were a bit weird. "Haha, there's something weird," Pippa said with a half-smile. Looking at Pippa's expression, Tila knew that this was definitely not a simple problem. She sorted out her words and said, "Boss, after reading the information just now, I suddenly discovered that since Bong died that night, there have been constant frictions and conflicts among various underground forces in Bangkok. We and several other major forces wanted to reconcile and gain some benefits, but every time something happened, things would get out of hand. Before, the time span was too long, and there were too many things, but these things were so strange when they were put in front of us." After speaking, Tira looked at Pippa, wanting to confirm whether this was what Pippa wanted to hear. The more he spoke, the more thoughts came to his mind, and the more doubts he noticed. "What else?" Pippa asked, suppressing her smile. "What else?" Tila said with a puzzled look. He really couldn't think of anything else. Pippa paused for a moment, then uttered one word with a strong emphasis. "Human." "Human? Boss, what do you mean?" Tila asked doubtfully. "Have you noticed that many new faces suddenly appeared among the subordinates of those forces in the data?" Pippa said with a serious face. At this time, Tira also remembered that the information just now contained information about the leaders of various forces. There were some new faces, but he didn't care. There were many new faces in their industry. However, after being reminded by Pippa, Tira was not a fool. His face suddenly changed, and he said in shock, "Boss, you mean? This is impossible. Who could be so bold as to include all the underground forces in Bangkok? This conjecture is really shocking. All of them fight to the death and fight over each other. It is all a game of chess played by others, and the ultimate goal of the chess game is victory. If this is a game, when the net is closed, it is possible to put them all in and make a delicious dish for the people behind the scenes to enjoy." Pippa looked at the expression of his most trusted confidant and smiled bitterly in his heart. Yesterday, he finally used his capable confidants and those undercovers to get these information. He had this conjecture before, but it was just a conjecture. After reading the information, he was as shocked as Tila at this time, and he could not calm down for a long time. "Yes, I didn't expect it at first, but since the information collected from various places, I found that whenever someone wants to stop, something will always happen to each other, and then they will always win with some newcomers and finally gain greater power and status." Pippa slowly expressed his guess. After Pippa finished speaking, she paused, looked at Tila, who was already confused, and said slowly, "Yes, I think all of this was carefully planned by someone. All of us were calculated by others. Starting from Bong to the death of several power leaders, and the constant chaos and conflict between various forces, one after another, their ultimate goal is probably to replace us. Tila took a deep breath to suppress the fear in his heart and said, "Boss, who are they?" Peepa smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I didn't know that someone with the ability to arrange such a large and sophisticated game is anything but simple. If he had known it, he would have taken action directly. With his connections in Thailand, he could kill the other party in both black and white, but he just didn't know who the other party was, and he only discovered the anomaly last morning. He got the information summary in the evening and thought about it for most of the night. How about I ask someone to arrest one and torture him severely?" Tira suggested. Peepa waved his hand and said, "Don't be anxious. What can we do if we ask clearly, let alone someone who can play such a big piece of chess? Don't alert them yet. If we catch their people now, it is very likely that they will take action before we are ready. We can basically guess what their purpose is, so as long as we unite with the bosses of each force and take advantage of the other party's lack of development, we can jointly find these people. So, Tila, you can tell the old friends who have been with us for many years that I will have tea with them to discuss the distribution of flour in the second half of the year. The new ones will not be notified. Also, they're not allowed to bring the new subordinates. The location is here. Boss, aren't we afraid that the other party will kill them all when we get together? How about just calling them?" Tila said, a little worried. "Don't worry. I guess they don't dare or won't do this. Otherwise, they wouldn't play like this. I haven't met, and I can't fully believe the position of those old friends. It's best to act today to avoid long nights and dreams. Then the action will be left to the people below. They are not allowed to leave here. I can see through it now. Their strategy is to slowly infiltrate and replace them, muddying the water. If they kill us all directly, the people above will definitely notice it, and they won't be able to hide it. If I want to take it slow, I won't give them time. When they're all eliminated, I must let them taste my power. All of these people will die." Peepa sneered. After living for so many years, he was tricked by someone in such a big way. He even had people from the other party under his command, and he had reached a high position. How could he not be angry? "Okay, I understand." Tila agreed. After saying that, Tila took out her mobile phone from her handbag and started calling someone to make an appointment. "Sorry, the phone number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Where did this guy go to play again?" Tila whispered, and then dialed the next phone number. Thailand's current communication coverage area is still a bit lacking. It is common to go to remote places and not receive signals, so Tila did not care. But the second boss's call still couldn't be reached with the same prompt tone. The third one. The fourth. Tila called every familiar boss in Bangkok on her phone, but none of them got through. If one or two cannot get through, it can be said to be a signal problem. But if they can't get through, of course it can't be that all those people have lost contact. I was called them on the phone, and there was no problem with the phone. There can only be one reason. Thinking of this, Peepa and Tila looked at each other, their expressions changing several times, their eyes full of panic. The mobile phone signal here is blocked. That means, are they going to close the net in advance? P.S. Free for 2 days only. Dear readers, if you think this book is good, you can give me some money to buy instant noodles. The next chapter will be after 11 o'clock. Dear new readers who are following the limited exemption, please understand that there are no saved manuscripts in the mouse. The number of words every day is all written on the spot. I am usually busy with things, so the update time is all in the afternoon after you get off work or in the evening. The time is not determined. I will post it as soon as I finish writing. It will be updated every day. I have never stopped updating in the past few months. Please forgive me. Peepa called Tira here half an hour ago and also called her bodyguard captain to ask him to call more people. Now, there is no signal. Either the communication operator's signal tower is broken or someone has blocked the mobile phone signal. At this special period, people would rather believe that it is the latter. The other party must have planned to take action, and he has even been monitored by the other party for a long time. Thinking of this, Peepa quickly took out 2 pistols from the coffee table drawer and handed one to Tila, who loaded it skillfully. "Tila, go ahead and call the 5 bodyguards in." At the same time, Ask the people outside to load their bullets and be alert. If a stranger comes upstairs and dares to go one step further without listening to the warning, he will shoot directly. The situation is urgent now, and we can't care so much, Pipa said with a serious face. He couldn't leave the hotel directly now, otherwise he might really fall into a trap. This hotel is Pipa's property, and the entire top floor is occupied by people within their power, especially the entrance to his exclusive suite. There are more than 20 well-trained bodyguards guarding the outside. Their combat effectiveness is not to mention. They're all good ones picked out of the dozens. Pipa does not believe that someone can break through the blockade silently, so he calls the bodyguards in first and then thinks of a way. These bodyguards all know the inside and outside, and there is no way that someone from the other party is mixed in. In order to prevent the opponent from having a blocker, Pipa quickly found a thick wall to block it, so as not to be stunned when a peanut flew from the outside window. Okay. After saying that, Tila quickly rushed to the door. There were already nearly 30 people at the door, including the men he brought. It was early in the morning at the hotel in the city center. No matter how awesome the opponent was, there would not be a large-scale battle here. Otherwise, it would not be provoking them, but provoking the bottom line of Thailand's upper class. It would be seeking death. Tila opened the door. I saw a tall, strong man standing at the door, wearing sunglasses and looking at him coldly. Tila didn't know this man and had never seen him before, but he knew he was standing at the door. It should never be this guy. Tila suddenly panicked. Who are you? Why are you standing here? Come on, where are the others? Tila quickly pointed the gun at the strong man's head and said loudly, hoping that someone would come out to explain the confusion, hoping that all this was just an accident. Otherwise, today would be really unlucky. But the people in front of him ignored him, and there was no reply from outside the door. Tila's heart instantly sank to the bottom. I'm about to kill someone who is good enough. The next moment, the strong man in front of him took the gun directly from his hand with lightning speed. Because his hand was tightly clenched, Tila's body was inevitably pushed towards the door. Then, bang! The person at the door kicked Tila into the air. In midair, Tila just made a little sound, but her sternum was broken, she lost her breath, and hit the door frame. It was Tang Qing's soldiers who took action. All of Pipa's other men here have been cleared and thrown into a suite, but not all of them died, because there are still 2 who do not meet the standards that must be eliminated, but were just knocked unconscious. According to the investigation, these 2 are Muay Thai masters invited by people with threats. The others are all thugs who committed many evil deeds and did not regret death. They were sentenced to death by the command room. Of course, no matter how high the skill is, facing 5 warriors who are well prepared and have activated the combat assistance system to attack together, these 29 bodyguards will be knocked down without even making a sound. At this time, the entire 9th floor has been cleaned up, and there are still 4 soldiers standing outside, guarding various important roads. No one below noticed anything unusual. This is Phi Pa's territory, and no one dares to come uninvited. Although the hotel surveillance cameras captured the faces of these soldiers when they came up, for a hotel where the surveillance system was temporarily taken over by a waiter, it doesn't matter whether they were captured or not. In fact, the command room had already known about Pipa's guests yesterday, and was not surprised at all. Quite simply, there will be no shortage of smart people in this world. In fact, when the amount of information is mastered to a certain extent, there are no secrets in this world. Therefore, the command room followed the trend and found many traitors within the control area. In fact, they could take action last night, but they were delayed by other tasks. Such sudden but not urgent tasks were postponed later. As for whether Pipa would talk nonsense during this period, ever since he discovered something was wrong with Pipa, a long-range weapon would be pointed at him at any time. If there was an emergency, he would not have the chance to say anything. After dealing with Tila, the soldier walked slowly into the room and threw Tila's gun on the ground. Now is not the time to kill Phi Pa. He still had some use. Who are you? Don't come here. Pipa went to the wall bunker and pointed a gun at the soldier. If the soldier hadn't thrown away the gun, he would have shot directly. The soldier stopped and said in a calm tone, Pipa, you should have known that today would happen. is the last period of our lives. I hope we can get along happily. Happy? Happy, sister. If you want to kill me and still get along happily, you must be crazy. People laughed again at the soldier's attitude. You are the group of people who infiltrated Bangkok's underground forces. What? Pipa swallowed and asked loudly. It seemed that his bodyguard was either bribed or dealt with. However, he was more inclined to the former, because it was impossible for anyone to let his bodyguard be dealt with silently. They all had guns in their hands. Who was afraid of whom? There would be no movement at all. The soldier did not explain Phi Pa's doubts. Why? Because you are blocking the way of your own commander. Anyone who blocks the way of the commander will die. This is the core logic and the highest purpose of all robot actions in the entire command room. Don't come over here. If you come over again, I'll shoot you. Pipa threatened. Whatever. After saying that, the soldier continued walking forward. Since you want to die, I will grant it to you and throw away the weapon. You must be mentally ill, and Pipa can't care so much. Bang! Pipa fired directly at the soldier. The soldier turned slightly to avoid the bullet fired at his shoulder. Seeing this, Pipa was also stunned. He just thought that the soldier was lucky and didn't think much about it. Then he continued to fire 2 shots at the soldier. Bang, bang. But looking at the soldiers who were still standing and the scene that seemed to be out of frame, Pipa swallowed again. These 2 attacks were easily dodged by the warrior. It was difficult for Tang Qing to hit the wounded warrior with his speed, let alone an ordinary person. Are you kidding me? Pipa felt a little sinister in his heart. Not believing in evil, he immediately fired 4 shots at the soldier in succession. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots later. The idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. I saw the strong man who was only 3 meters away from him dodge his bullets one by one like ghosts. Pipa could even see the afterimage, and his movements were like teleportation. The last time he was only 20 centimeters away from the muzzle of his gun, he failed to hit him. The fear in Pipa's heart could no longer be suppressed. He could dodge bullets at close range so easily. He had only seen it in movies. In his worldview, it was impossible for anyone to do it in reality. This moment, his inherent worldview collapsed. You are a human or a ghost. Pipa took a few steps back and looked at the warrior in fear as he said with a trembling voice, Pipa, let's finish the bullets. Now that we're done, let's have a good talk. After the soldier finished speaking, he sat down on the sofa and said calmly to the frightened Pipa, sit down and talk. P.S. Thank you to Reader's Time Point, Burial Peak, Rookie, Huaisu Qinyan, Lord 911, and everyone for your votes. Thank you. I recommend Cannon Fodder, Don't Want to Talk. The author is a cute girl. Readers, please go and taste it and tease it. After listening to the soldier's words, which was similar to Bosong's before, Pipa's mind was filled with doubts and his brows furrowed into a big frown. Wasn't this man coming to kill him? But why did he feel like he was here to talk about something, and his indifferent attitude represented absolute confidence, and he simply regarded killing him as an unimportant matter, the same attitude as when he killed others before. Sit down and say what? At this time, Pipa extremely regretted why he had made the soundproofing of his suite so good in the first place. He couldn't hear the gunshots just now from downstairs. It was just for his own convenience, and why didn't he stay lower down so that he could jump off the building or something? There were 10,000 regrets in his heart. But it's no use now. Faced with this inhuman existence in front of him, he also knew that it would not help, and he would not be able to recover. It was just a thought. Are you really going to die here today? Pipa is worthy of being a hero, but he judged his ending in just 10 seconds. He has no choice now. Thinking of this, Pipa also let go. The matter was negotiated, and so was the way out. If begging for mercy was as effective as on TV, he would not have killed so many people over the years. They were not sheep. With his bodyguards who were still alive and dead, and Tila who was already lying down, how could the person in front of him care whether you begged for mercy or not? Bang! Pipa threw away the pistol that had no bullets in his hand and returned to his previous seat. The bullets could not hurt the person in front of him, so he wanted to do something with a broken piece of iron, so he was no longer afraid, and slowly regained his former boss aura. He calmly picked up the unfinished cigar on the coffee table and continued to taste it. He blew out the smoke in his mouth, recalling the taste he once liked, and the fear in his heart slowly disappeared. The cigar was not inhaled into the lungs like smoke. If so, it will be different from other cigarettes. Other cigarettes stimulate the lungs, while cigars are the aftertaste of aroma. "Brother, do you have to kill me today?" Peepa stared at the soldier closely and asked the most critical question. "As for you, there must be people from the other side outside. He still has this IQ." "Yes." The warrior nodded and replied. After hearing this, Peepa took a deep breath, leaned against the sofa, crossed her legs, and her eyes were a little dull. She took another puff of the cigar and blew out the smoke. Looking at the soldier who was sitting clearly like a soldier, his heart sank to the bottom again. Peepa asked again, "Is there no room for negotiation?" "No." The soldier shook his head and said, "Can I buy my own life with the money I give you?" Peepa expressed her last hope. "No." The soldier said. Peepa already knew too much. The intelligence showed that he had done countless evil things over the years, and he had done countless bad things. He was already on the list of Bangkok's criminal elimination plan. As long as the people on the list, no matter what the conditions are, there is only one result, to be eliminated, but the time and method are different. Seeing that the last hope disappeared, Peepa couldn't help but laugh, laughing very happily and very loudly. He laughed for nearly half a minute, as if he had laughed all his life. Peepa smiled and said, "Brother, since I have to die, why do you talk to me about your bargaining chip?" Before dying, he also wanted to die with some dignity. A smile escaped the soldier's face, and he said, "Australia, University of Melbourne. What did you do to them?" This sentence made Peepa jump up in fright, and his smile instantly turned into anger and fear. Because this is the place where his only son now goes to college. In fact, he and his previous wife had 2 sons, but they had to pay back sooner or later. His 2 sons and his wife were killed by his enemies. This was not done by enemies with the same power as him, but because the parents of the other party owed him usury back then, and both of them were forced to death. So the children of that family kept working to slowly pay off their debts, earning profits, and basically couldn't repay them in this life. When the children grew up, the seeds of hatred finally sprouted. When my wife and children went out to play, they were retaliated by the young man and died. Although they were tortured to death in the end, the hatred and relief in the young man's eyes remained deeply in his mind, and he often dreamed of that smile. And this son is an illegitimate child. The story is very cliché. In order to protect this only bloodline, they sent their mother and son abroad. His son never knew what he was doing. He didn't want this son to follow his old path again, so he had to change planes several times every time he went to a foreign country to meet. No one except himself would know that he had an illegitimate child. Unexpectedly, the other party had already investigated and cleared everything. This was impossible. Could it be that I was followed when I went there last week? He couldn't figure it out. Don't worry, nothing happened to them. They are fine. We have not disturbed them. We're just talking to you about the chips. I think this chip should be enough," the soldier said lightly. After hearing this, Peepa sat back on the sofa dejectedly. He was still a little happy, as long as he didn't disturb them. He really didn't want his son to know what he was doing and that he had done so many sins. This chip, it was indeed enough. For him, there was no bigger bargaining chip than this. Little brother, you win. Just ask if you have anything. I will tell you everything. Please don't hurt them," Peepa said with a bitter smile. Although he has done all kinds of bad things, he still has an identity. That is, he is a father. Don't worry. We exchanged at equal value. We got what we wanted, so we won't bother them," the soldier said slowly. This kind of thing, to be honest, is disgraceful. Tang Qing actually resented using this method, but there was no such boring feeling as being embarrassed in the command room. To achieve the goal, there was no mercy, no compromises, just to complete the task. Peepa's guess was correct. He was indeed being followed. However, the command room did not personally send people to track him. Instead, various surveillance and intrusions into the airline's customer systems were used. Coupled with the signal transmitter on his body, it was determined that Pipa had gone to Australia. The rest of the matter was simple. The eavesdropper completely recorded the content of Pipa's call. The relative positioning of the signal transmitter made it unnecessary to send soldiers to track him. "Can you guarantee it?" Pipa asked. The soldier said, "Of course, if you cooperate, we will not disturb them, nor will we leak any information about their location. But if they come back to find trouble, it will be beyond the promise." Hearing the soldier's assurance, Pipa breathed a sigh of relief. He believed in the credibility of such a monster-like person and had no other choice. So he said, "Don't worry, they will not come back. Do you want money? I'll give it to you." He had already prepared for this day. He bought a fund for the mother and son to ensure that they would not go hungry in their lives. He also bought a place to live and left a lot of money. He also made instructions not to come back if he loses contact one day, never to step into Thailand again, let alone talk about their relationship. Okay, let's not talk about money first. Money is secondary. I am very curious about some of your connections, especially the mayor of Bangkok. The soldier said. "Just the mayor?" Pipa asked. "Yes, the mayor of Bangkok. Isn't it the same as what else you want to say?" The soldier said. "Huh, you are so accurate. You actually know so much." Pipa smiled bitterly. The soldier said nothing, just stared at Pipa. "Well, I should have guessed the purpose of this conversation. What do you want us to gain a foothold here, rather than simply kill me and replace me? At this point, I still have such a big business in the capital of Thailand. After all these years, if I can only fight and kill, I will be in the coffin long ago." Pipa said with a sigh. He took over his father's job at a young age and became a big boss. He has been in Bangkok for more than 20 years, nearly doubling the territory left by his father. Although the place is not the largest, his economy and background are definitely the first in Bangkok. In the whole of Thailand, he is one of the older underground bosses. He speaks with great weight, naturally masters a lot of things, and has many upper-level connections. The meaning of the young people in front of them is very simple. They need to inherit or use these relationships. P.S. Thank you to readers whose tail number is 7498, Jiangling Shanxia de Kenzie, Mingmin M.O., Lin Kiki, Balsam Pear, July 7th, Ghost, Hu Jinping's Grand Award, and Mouse. I have never had such a number of recommendation votes. Thank you. I'm almost crazy with joy, ha 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 ha. Go away and code. It's fun to code. The next chapter will be the same as before. It's probably past 11 o'clock. I can't wait. Good night. I'll get up and read it tomorrow morning. This relationship starts from my father's generation. Pipa slowly told the story. The safety of his wife and children is in the hands of this mysterious and powerful force. Of course, Pipa knows everything and talks about it. Before, Bong was just a big businessman with some underground power background in Thailand. Strictly speaking, he was a businessman, and his contact level was not high or extensive. However, Pipa was a real big boss in Bangkok, and he had contact with important figures in both black and white in various industries. Therefore, the information and secrets he knows are not comparable to Bosong's, and these are what the command room values. The purpose is to avoid being punished in the future without knowing who it is, and at the same time, to improve the intelligence database. After all, you cannot always rely on force to solve the enemy. Force is always only necessary or the last resort in mission planning, and is never the first choice, especially when dealing with those who cannot be solved with fists. The fighters who have infiltrated all strata in Thailand are still minions and are not enough to provide protection for the fighters in Bangkok. Therefore, during this period, they need an umbrella of protection. The command room originally planned to obtain these information from Pipa, but the incident happened suddenly and was delayed a few days. The purpose is to cultivate allies and even seize some important information, which can be regarded as having a trump card and bargaining chip. There is no other way. In less than a month, if you want to gain trust and ensure that you can gain a firm foothold after the plan is completed, although this is not the only way, it is an important part of the plan. An hour later, along with questions, Pipa finished telling the warrior everything he wanted to know. Originally, he wanted to slow down and take a closer look at the world, but the warrior would not wait for him to waste time. After using some tricks, Pipa could only answer quickly. At this time, the fear in Pipa's heart had long subsided. He suddenly realized that death might not be such a terrible thing. Pipa continued, "Little brother, this is all I know. As long as you don't directly hit the gun, you can get away with it in the whole of Thailand from now on. By the way, I would like to remind you that other businesses are fine, but if you don't do the flower business, you will cut off the financial resources of many people, and you will not be able to do it for a long time, because there are too many people who will not let you go." To put it in perspective, even if you have the power to deal with the Bangkok side, the suppliers in Myanmar will not give up on the market here. Although only some of the warriors who rose up implemented this rule from the information collected by Pipa, Pipa was not stupid and could also see the styles and plans of some of the warriors, deducing that this force was likely to completely abandon the flower market in the end. Of course, this was just a guess. What he couldn't guess was that the soldiers not only gave up, but also severely cracked down on this harmful thing, because this was the tone and bottom line set by Tang Qing. No matter how difficult it was, the command room would try its best to complete it without any doubts or compromises. Mr. Pipa, thank you for your cooperation, and thank you for reminding us. This is our business. Last question, please tell us the password in this account. After Pipa finished speaking, he reported a bank account number. Pipa thought about it and set a series of passwords. He had many bank cards, and the passwords were certainly not stupid. They were all the same. 2 seconds later, the soldier stood up and said, "Thank you for your cooperation." Seeing that the soldier only asked for one account number and stopped asking, Pipa was a little confused. He had a lot of bank cards, both domestic and foreign. No matter how stupid the other party was, he should have known that he had other bank cards, so why didn't he ask? Seeing that the soldier was about to take action, Pipa quickly said, "Wait, brother, why don't you ask me the account password of other banks?" If he didn't ask this question clearly, he would not be willing to die. There is only more than 8 million euros in this card just now, and it was not his account with the largest deposits. Why did the other party just give up? After he finished speaking, he felt a little bit cheap. The other party wanted to kill him and send money to him, but when he thought about it, if he died, the money would belong to the bank. The Australian mother and son didn't know the account password at all. Since it was no longer his own money, he had nothing to miss. "Mr. Pipa, I have one last message for you. We all know the passwords of your bank cards. Swiss bank account XXXX, password XXXXX, Thai bank account XXXX, password XXX. The soldier reported the accounts and passwords of 4 other bank cards. When Pipa was extremely shocked, the soldier continued, "We all know your other 3 safe houses and a treasure spot, and the addresses are XXX, so this one is missing. For those who are more cooperative, soldiers will treat them with courtesy. Like Bong, although Pipa does many evil things, it has nothing to do with the soldiers, and they will not have angry emotions. They only determine the difference between clearing and not clearing." "You." After being surprised, Pipa was about to ask a question. The warrior rushed forward instantly. Crack! Pipa's neck was broken by the warrior. Pipa's eyes widened, and he slowly fell to the ground. The soldier helped him close his eyes. After completing the mission, the soldiers turned around and left, setting up the scene so that no scenes or inferences that would frighten the Bangkok policemen appeared. After Pipa's death, the Bangkok plan will definitely change, but it is not a major change. It is just the activation of the contingency plan. This risk was thought of at the beginning of the plan, and contingency plans and follow-up treatment plans were prepared. Although there will be a huge reshuffle and chaos among the underground forces in Bangkok in the future, the people in Thailand will definitely pay attention. But so what? After a week, the plan is completed, plus the money and the information provided by Pipa clear the way, paying attention or not is no longer important. 5 soldiers returned the same way they came. The waiter was responsible for clearing and modifying all the surveillance videos in the hotel and outside. The existence of the soldiers had been completely erased, except for people's memories. 3 hours later, this hotel was surrounded by a large number of police cars in Bangkok. All guests were not allowed to go out and were investigated room by room. They also knew that this was very shameful, but this was the process. Otherwise what? Where to find the murderer? More than a dozen experts and masters watched the surveillance many times, but they couldn't find any doubts. The surveillance in the building showed that no outsiders had been there at all. The surveillance outside the hotel showed no clues, even if they looked at it frame by frame. Although the pressure from above drove their director crazy, they were helpless and could only focus all their energy on the residents and the two bodyguards who were still alive. Next, if nothing else goes wrong, under the instigation of the soldiers who broke into Pipa's men, Bangkok's underground forces will usher in the biggest conflict and final reshuffle in 20 years. It's about to start. At noon, Tang Qing received the news of Pipa's operation. There was nothing to sympathize with. It was just to eliminate evil, although the method was a bit extreme. He also didn't expect that Pipa was so rich. The total money in the account alone was nearly 1.5 billion in RMB and more than 130 million in cash. There are many other valuable things as well. He still hasn't transferred this money to his account. It has all been transferred to the overall plan number 6794. It will be used wherever it is needed to help the development of the soldiers there. He doesn't need much money for the time being. As for development, he is already preparing to let his subordinates there start to get involved in the grain industry. This is the inspiration he found in the burrito this morning. Thailand has a strategic location and a good climate. Since there are people there, they will be powerful. The food thing is a good start here. When the time comes, there will be opportunities to start large-scale mergers and acquisitions and expansion. P.S. Thanks to readers Han Zhonghao, Mingmin M.O., and Shuhai Crocodile for their tips. This is the last chapter that is free for this period. If you like this book, I hope you will support it in the future. Thank you very much. If you don't like this genre, thank you for taking the time to read this. The biggest cost in life is time. If you think this book is rubbish, I would like to apologize for wasting your time. The mouse will keep trying. Finally, I would like to recommend a book written by a friend. I fall in love with a super AI. It is absolutely great with more than 400,000 words and is ready to be read. Please support me, and good night, everyone. It's 12:30 in the morning. Command room. Intelligence analysts, numbering in the hundreds, are working hard at their respective positions, doing boring, repetitive, and arduous work. Fortunately, they are robots, so they will be tired but not bored. Otherwise, normal people will go crazy if this goes on for a long time. The command room, with hundreds of people, looked much livelier than before. Tang Qing sat on a soft chair, crossed his legs, and chewed spiced melon seeds in his mouth. He couldn't get used to white fried melon seeds and found them tasteless. In his previous life, he only liked to eat Kiakia melon seeds because the quality and taste were relatively stable. Two analysts next to him who had nothing to do were helping him peel melon seeds and put them into small plates on the table. Analysts who in the outside world can torture special forces from various countries to the point of doubting their lives just stood aside and peeled melon seeds respectfully, but the speed was a bit slow, so Tang Qing ate it by himself for a while, and when there were more melon seeds on the plate, he grabbed a handful of the analysts and ate it happily. The most important thing is, Tang Qing shamelessly asked the waiter to give him 2 authorizations just to peel the melon seeds faster. So he saw 2 analysts quickly peeling the melon seeds with the speed of afterimages. If Tang Qing hadn't also had more than 200 attributes, he might have been dazzled. Although Tang Qing looks a little inconsistent, it is really easy to use. Tang E, how are the business warriors in Bangkok doing? Tang Qing asked while eating. Commander, they have all completed their scheduled goals and registered their own companies in Thailand. So far, they have registered a total of 73 companies, mainly involving the fields of jewelry, retail, processing, manufacturing, import and export trade, etc. By the end of the month, all basic preparations for the company have been completed and the business has been streamlined. The second phase of upstream and downstream expansion and deep integration of the industry will begin. It is expected that by the end of May, all companies will be on track. Tang E briefly introduced. Tang Qing nodded after hearing this. These are service industries and light industries, which are currently accessible to soldiers with some money. As for energy, mining, communications, real estate, and other industries, you can't get involved now. Even if you get in, it will be difficult. There are many giants in these industries. Although the giant companies in Thailand are only small in the world, in Thailand, they are giants and the water is very deep. Tang Qing's current power in Thailand is not suitable for participating in these industries, and he is not in a hurry anyway. That's good, Tang Yi. All the money obtained from Pipa will be allocated to each of you. However, there is no need to speed up the progress. Just follow the previous plan. In this way, you can add a new grain industry plan as a key project, but don't be too messy and don't be in a hurry. Tang Qing said the main purpose of coming here today. Yes, Commander. Tang Yi agreed. Thailand is located in Southeast Asia and has a subtropical monsoon climate. Rice generally ranges from 2 to 3 crops in different regions. It is also the world's largest rice exporter. The layout of the grain industry is an important part of Tang Qing. In the past, he had planned to start from the country. After all, there are many foreign farms and pastures and the land area is large. However, with the strength and influence of his men in Thailand slowly expanding, as well as those deeply penetrated warriors, starting here is also a good choice. This core industry must naturally be controlled by its own absolutely loyal warriors. The various genetically modified foods of later generations really make him want to curse. The 4 major international grain merchants and their younger brothers just grow genetically modified foods. You can't help but buy them. In later generations, they control 80% of the world's grain production that can be traded internationally, and they can't just do whatever they want. But they're not that concerned yet. They need to get up before they form a monopoly alliance, otherwise they will be in trouble. Those guys are not short of money, and they have the support of the consortium behind them. Don't expect them to spit out what they get. One of the purposes of laying out the grain industry is to gain influence. Our country is not yet a net food importer, but in a few years, our country will surpass the island countries in ASEAN and become the world's largest net food importer. Despite this, Tang Qing has not thought about what to do with this, because there are actually not many opportunities in this area in China, especially with the continuous improvement of hybrid rice. The yield per mu is getting higher and higher, almost approaching the yield per kilo. While the population growth is slowing down, various breeding farms are being built on a large scale, and people's dietary structure is also changing, so there's not too much urgent need. Although the country in later generations has become the world's largest net importer of food, it only accounts for about 5% of the country's total output. It would be false to say that it is not dangerous, but it has not yet reached the point of life and death, and the crisis has been slowing down. Therefore, his layout of food is global and does not target anyone specifically. He also wants people to eat cleaner food. As for other core industries, Tang Qing also has plans in mind, but he needs to take his time. Of course, Tang Qing doesn't need to worry about any of this. Tianmian has been busy with this for a while, making various business plans, which are very complicated and very big. But what Dou Jiao doesn't know is that most of these plans will not be used by herself, but are used by the soldiers. After that, Tang Qing watched the movie for a while and then left the command room. The next day, just when the underground forces in Bangkok were in complete chaos and the police in Bangkok were busy as dogs, a company called Gi Agriculture was quietly established in Kanchanaburi, Thailand. This is one of the companies involved in this grain industry plan. Yes, there are 18 other agriculture-related companies established in various provinces in Bangkok, with different names and various business contents, some overlapping and some not overlapping, but they are all in the agricultural category, including agricultural machinery. Eggs cannot be put in one basket. Tang Qing still understands, although the business plan made by Dou Jiao and the others is somewhat different. In fact, he can also conduct layout in the entire Southeast Asian countries at the same time, but it has just begun, and it still needs to be explored and adjusted. He does not dare to spread the stall too big. After stabilizing, various companies will carry out large-scale mergers and acquisitions. By then, not only Thailand, but also the entire Southeast Asia and other countries suitable for grain production will set up companies. The ultimate goal is to establish a grain alliance to compete with the 4 major international grain merchants. As for bringing them all into one company, Tang Qing never thought that becoming a giant would be fine, but if he became an oligarch, he would be looking for trouble. This is also one of the main models of his companies in the future. Within an industry, several, dozens, or hundreds of companies form an alliance of interests, each operating a territory, rather than merging into a supergiant oligarch. Anyway, it's all your own. What's the difference between one company and 100 companies? An alliance of interests is always more resistant to risks than a company. It will not challenge the nerves of various countries too much. P.S. The limited exemption is over. If you think this book is good, is there a wealthy person who can give me a subscription? The mouse is so shameless in delusion. Thank you to readers Xiao Jingjishi, Shou Wang, Xin Rua Xiangyang, Hanyin Tears, Xiao Fei, Jiang Lang, and Ming Men for their rewards. Thank you. The next chapter is a little stuck, but I can't write it randomly. It's probably after 11 o'clock again. Whoa. April 9th, Saturday. School is over in the afternoon. Tang Qing followed Wang Yan to her home again. On the way to Wang Yan's house, there was a beautiful girl carrying a school bag and a handsome boy with empty hands. They were all true portrayals of a bad student who fell in love with a beautiful and good student. They envied the student party and fed them dog food. When they entered Wang Yan's house, Wang's father had already stood up to greet him. Hello, uncle. Tang Qing vit po li di li. Seeing Tang Qing, Wang Fu also smiled. Xiao Tang is here, put it down. Wash your hands and let's eat directly. Auntie has already prepared it. He also wanted to put down his school bag, but Tang Qing did not carry it. Okay. Tang Qing replaced the shoes Wang Yin handed over, and Wang Yin carefully put Tang Qing's shoes into the shoe cabinet. I washed my hands and sat down at the table. Xiao Tang, come on, eat quickly. You haven't been here for a long time. Eat more. I hope it will suit your appetite. The Queen Mother said with a smile on her face. He kept picking up food for Tang Qing, not even caring about his daughter, which made Wang Yin look at her mother with her mouth bulging. Well, it was only a month ago that I came here. Yes, I haven't been here for a long time. The food cooked by Annie is so delicious. I can't wait to eat it every day. Tang Qing quickly complimented. Anyway, it doesn't cost any money to make it nice. Besides, the food cooked by the Queen Mother is really good. As long as you like it. If you want to eat it later, just tell Yinzi and I will prepare it in advance. The Queen Mother smiled even more happily after hearing this. Thank you, Auntie. Tang Qing thanked him, jokingly, and then said to Wang Fu, how is Uncle's business recently? It's okay. The previous project has been sold out. I got another piece of land at the beginning of the month, and am going through the formalities. Even before the construction procedures are completed, 10% of the houses have been booked. To be honest, real estate is too violent. Xiao Tang, you have a relationship with Lu Qian, so real estate should be more profitable than your clothing company. Wang Fu said with emotion. He always felt that Tang Qing was playing with money. If you invest tens of millions in clothing, you will not be able to get your money back in a few years, and the possibility of losing money is very high. There is no huge profit from real estate at all. The repayments are also fast. One can repay the capital in 1 year, and the other can repay the capital in a few years. He also kindly advised. Tang Qing shook his head lightly and said with a smile, Uncle, everyone has their own ambitions. I don't like to do real estate. It was the same reason as before. It was too troublesome. He understood the resentment and persistence of people in later generations about housing prices. If Tang Qing gets involved in real estate in the future, he will only get involved in projects with at least 300 square meters, such as villas, manors, and duplexes. He will leave other infamy to other developers. If he builds low-priced houses one day, he plans to use them for rent. As for buying land, building it, and selling it at the cost price, that's making trouble. The resistance is not just from other developers, but also, you kid, don't do profitable business. You have to do unprofitable business. I heard from Yinzi that your second uncle is back. Wang's father ended the previous topic. He knew that Tang Qing had a strong self-esteem at this age and couldn't go too far. He also just found out that Tang Qing had a second uncle and he drove a Mercedes-Benz. Naturally, He couldn't help but inquire about it. Yes, my second uncle used to go out and make money, and came back recently. But he left again a few days ago. His business, they're busy. Tang Qing said briefly. That's good. What does he do? Wang's father said curiously. He is in the jewelry business in Thailand. Now my parents are also doing it. They opened a jewelry store in Qingyan City. I hope my uncle will support me if I have the opportunity. Tang Qing said with a smile. Oh, that's good. I'll definitely take care of the business. Thank you very much during this time. Yinzi's grades have improved steadily. Wang Fu said with a smile. I didn't ask any more questions. Classmates, help each other. After the meal, Wang Yin and her daughter cleaned up the mess. Wang Sheng and Tang Qing came to the balcony to drink tea. Last time they were in the living room, but this time directly on the balcony. Tang Qing knew that Wang Sheng had something to talk to him. Sure enough, after a brief chat, Wang Sheng said, Xiao Tang, I wonder how deep your relationship is with Lu Qian? Oh, is there anything I can help you with, uncle? Tang Qing asked. It's like this. After all, the market in Qingyan City is too small. I want to know the market in the provincial capital and other cities. Wang Sheng said, Qingyan City is really too small. A prefecture-level city. The market is limited, and his brother-in-law's relationship is of little use. He can only rely on himself, and Lu Gan is his breakthrough point to enter the provincial market. Do you want to cooperate with Lu Gan, or do you want him to help? Tang Qing asked again. No, or I don't have such an idea at the moment. I just want to get to know and communicate first so that it will be easier to expand the market in the future. There is no way. With my uncle's assets, if I go directly, Mr. Lu will probably ignore me. Wang Sheng shook his head and said, without revealing his background, Lu Gan really wouldn't pay attention to him. It's not on the same level. That's okay, no problem. I also support Uncle's expansion to the whole province. If you need my help, just ask, but Mr. Lu is still abroad to inspect projects. I will introduce you to him when he comes back. Then he will definitely treat me to dinner. Let's get together then. Tang Qing promised. It was just a little effort, and now Lu Qian no longer dared not to give him this face. Oh, do you guys keep in touch often? Wang Sheng asked curiously. Knowing so much about Lu Gan's whereabouts, and expecting Lu Gan to invite him to dinner, this relationship is extraordinary. No, I just happen to be a small favor. Tang Qing said. Thank you. Wang Sheng said. It has nothing to do with him. He is not that ignorant. You're welcome. It's a small matter. After chatting with Wang Fu for a while about the prosperous Tang dynasty, Tang Qing left. Watching Tang Qing take a taxi back, Wang Yin suddenly had the idea of learning to drive, so that she could use her father's car to drive Tang Qing off in the future. After Tang Qing left, Wang's father returned to the balcony, drinking tea, his eyes wandering, and he didn't know what he was thinking in his mind. After a while, Queen Mother, who had finished cleaning up the dishes, also made herself a cup of tea and sat next to Wang Sheng. Wang Yin went back to her room to do her homework. Husband, is it done? The Queen Mother asked. Well, it's done. Xiao Tang agreed to be the middleman. Wang Shengming said, taking a sip of tea. That's good. You didn't say anything about your brother-in-law, right? Queen Mother asked again. No, how could I say such a thing? Even if Xiao Tang knows about it. So what? He may not like it, and I don't want to use their relationship at all. Wang Sheng shook his head and said, What are you doing with so much money? Really? The Queen Mother complained a little. For what? I do it for our daughter, so that she can choose her own life, and in order not to be used as a bargaining chip by my brother-in-law and his family. I just want to be able to straighten my back one day and become a big tree that can protect our daughter and no one can hurt her. Wang Sheng's face gradually became serious as he spoke. So that's it. Hubby, I support you. The Queen Mother hugged Wang Sheng's arm and said seriously. The couple leaned on each other and looked at the moon outside without speaking, enjoying the rare silence. P.S. Thank you to readers local VGDV, Time, and Space Dragon Clan for the reward, and everyone for your votes. It's the end of the month. Friends who have monthly tickets, please give me a ticket. Finally finished writing and went to sleep. Tang Qing left without knowing what Wang Sheng was thinking. He just thought it was a businessman chasing profits. In his previous life, Wang Sheng was able to achieve a net worth of tens of billions of yuan. How could that be possible if he didn't have any ambition and the ability to do business? He also didn't know the identity of Wang Sheng's brother-in-law. In his previous life, Wang Yin had never spoken about it. She rarely mentioned her father's business matters, never showed off her wealth in front of him, and bought clothes at a bargain with him. It was hard to imagine that the daughter of a billionaire would be so accommodating to a poor boy after so many years, but Wang Yin did it. It was already late when I returned to my uncle's house. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his aunt watching a martial arts drama alone. The lights in his cousin's house were still on, and they were probably doing homework. "Aunt, you haven't slept yet," Tang Qing said. "No, your uncle hasn't come back yet." Annie said, "Do you have social activities?" Tang Qing asked. His uncle seldom socialized or rarely participated in social activities. It was usually during working hours, such as weekends, and only his boss dared to ask him to go to dinner. "Yeah, I see he's been very busy recently, and he's been dragged out to eat on weekends." Annie complained a little. "Work is not easy." Tang Qing thought. After speaking, Tang Qing went to wash up. Just when Tang Qing finished washing and was about to go back to the room, Qin Yugong came back, his face a little red, obviously from drinking a lot of wine, because his uncle had a good drinking capacity and would not blush unless he drank a lot of wine. Fortunately, my uncle didn't know why. Even if he blushed after drinking too much, he didn't tremble when he walked. It can only be said that he has a special constitution. "Uncle!" Tang Qing quickly stepped forward and took his uncle's coat. Tang, you have just come back." Seeing that Tang Qing had washed up, his head was still a little wet. He must have just come back. He also knew about Tang Qing going to have a meal, and he also knew that it was Wang Yin, but he knew that Tang Qing was measured, and it bothered him that he talked too much. He would wait until the next opportunity to have a good talk to prevent Tang Qing from messing up. "Well, uncle, are you happy?" Tang Qing said with a smile. He could really see the joy that flashed between Qin Yugong's brows, and there must be something good going on. "How did you see that?" Qin Yugong said doubtfully. "I guessed it based on your expression." Tang Qing said honestly. "You brat, what can you tell by my expression?" Qin Yugong obviously didn't believe it. "Hee, I can just tell that your eyes betray you." Tang Qing said with a proud smile. "I learned this skill from the waiter." After watching Basong's interrogation video, completely frame by frame, with the waiter's voice explanation and analysis and judgment, his understanding of people's facial expressions has improved by several levels. "Well, it doesn't hurt to tell you in advance. I'm going to be promoted," Qin Yugong admitted. "Promoted what position?" My aunt said in surprise. "Deputy director, deputy division level cadre. He is also considered a big leader in the city. It has not been long since my husband solved the case, and he has been directly promoted to 2 levels. But Qin Yugong chose his current position after careful consideration. He didn't want to be too far away from his wife and children. His 2 daughters will be admitted to college in a few years, and then go to school, work, and get married in other places. They will rarely be at home in the future, and they will spend less time together. Therefore, for the sake of his family, and in order to be able to see his wife and daughter every day in the last few years, he gave up the opportunity to go to the provincial capital and did not work as a high-ranking county political and legal official. Although promotion here was slow, between gains and losses, he chose his family. At that time, he expressed this concern to the provincial boss, who also offered to help arrange his wife's work and children's school issues, but he refused. He had many relatives here, and he did not want to leave. Of course, Qin Yugong would not talk to his wife or Tang Qing about these things. "Congratulations to Uncle Gao Sheng. When will you take office?" Tang Qing said happily. From Junka to deputy director, his uncle had gone 7 or 8 years longer in his previous life. He believed that his uncle's career would be smooth sailing in the future because of him. "My work still needs to be handed over. I guess I will be busy again when I take office next Monday." Qin Yugong shook his head and said with a wry smile, "When you get promoted, your rights become greater, which means that your responsibilities become greater and you have more things to do. The bigger the leader, the busier he is." "What does this mean?" "It's not my previous job," my aunt muttered. Qin Yugong explained. It's different. I used to just take care of the police station, but now I have to go to the city bureau for meetings frequently, and there are more things to consider. I even heard that there are investment tasks. It won't be as easy as before. Then when can we celebrate? Tang Qing suggested from the side. Why are you celebrating? It's not appropriate now. Let's wait until everything stabilizes after I take office. Qin Yugong waved his hand and said, That's right. Don't worry, uncle. If you need anything, let me know. You're welcome. Tang Qing nodded and smiled. How can I need your help? Qin Yugong asked doubtfully. Tang Qing said quickly. Of course, for example, I could sponsor a few police cars for your police station or something. I can still think of a way to do this. Just say a word and I will do it for you. Qin Yugong shook his head lightly and said, You? Forget it. Don't owe people any favors. Uncle, what kind of favor do you owe? Where did you think you went? I'm talking about my second uncle. He has so much money that he has no place to spend it. Tang Qing said with a smile. The second uncle is now used to take all kinds of blame. There are many unreasonable things. As long as the second uncle is involved, it can be easily covered up. Qin Yugong patted his head, and then he remembered that Tang Qing's second uncle was a super wealthy man. He thought Tang Qing was looking for help from that friend, so he said angrily, If your second uncle knows, he won't beat you up and spend money indiscriminately. Hey, it's just a small amount of money, and the second uncle is reluctant to beat me. I am the only male in our Tang family, and the second uncle is very kind to me. If necessary, a few million is nothing, especially since you're likely to have investment tasks. Just say a word, and I will help you complete it in minutes. Tang Qing said with a smile. Faced with Tang Qing's arrogant tone, Qin Yugong couldn't help dampening his enthusiasm. He nodded helplessly and said, Well, if I need it, I'll ask your second uncle for sponsorship. No problem. Money matters are just trivial matters. Tang Qing said again. You brat, I'm not spending your money. It doesn't hurt to stand and talk. Qin Yugong scolded with a smile. We're a family with nothing but money. Tang Qing said with a smile. Okay, go to bed quickly. Qin Yugong said. Yeah. Then Tang Qing returned to the room. Lock the door. Enter the command room. Tang Yi, step up the investigation and monitoring of the Qingyan City Economic Development Zone. I remember that our database has a lot of files on the cases there. Find someone to step up the investigation and collection of major cases that can be solved. Whether it is an anonymous report or something, find a suitable opportunity to let my uncle know. Uncle knows, in a word, I need to ensure that after my uncle takes office, he can produce a lot of results in a short time. You will come up with a separate plan, code name, Qing Yuan, and I will give you an authorized fund of 100 million yuan later. Tang Qing said slowly. I didn't have the ability to intervene in helping my uncle get promoted before, but now that I have the ability, I naturally won't let it go. Although this group of soldiers are not professional criminal investigation experts, those intelligence analysts are definitely serious psychology experts and masters of conspiracy, which naturally includes all aspects of criminal psychology. With the help of Shower's modeling and expression analysis system, no criminal can escape their eyes in solving crimes. Yes, Commander. Tang Yi agreed respectfully. Well, I don't have anything to do. You can do your work. Tang Qing said. After saying that, Tang Qing gave a waiter 100 million yuan in funds and teleported back to the room. He took out a gray Bart from the warehouse and placed it on the table. 6 large, armor-piercing, incendiary bombs were placed on the muzzle of the gun one after another. They looked very burning. He was tired of ink painting, so he was good at sketching. Originally, he wanted to dismantle Bart and draw parts diagrams, but after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. These things cannot be put in the command room. If they're put outside, it will be difficult to tell clearly if his uncle sees them. In the next few days, Tang Qing felt deeply the difficulties of becoming an official. Monday morning, the Qingyan Municipal Party Committee approved the appointment of his uncle Qin Yugong, appointing him as the director of the Qingyan Economic Development Zone Police Station, deputy director of the Qingyan Municipal Public Security Bureau, member of the party leadership group, and deputy director level. After the meeting, the news about my uncle's promotion spread, and many people came to visit him. They didn't come here to ask for help. After all, Qin Yugong's behavior style would be known after just a little inquiry. There is no fool who can come to his door. They just want to get familiar with the companies in the economic development zone. In the past, when Qin Yugong was just the director, there were few people who came to visit him, but he suddenly became the leader of the municipal bureau, and he was still in an important position like the economic development zone. This position is very critical. In this era when GDP is in charge, as long as local enterprises develop healthily, it is easy to move up. There is no guarantee that Qin Yugong will become a director-level director one day. In the end, Qin Yugong rejected all the gifts except fruits, cigarettes, and alcohol, but he was still very annoyed, and he couldn't be too serious about driving them away. After all, it was understandable for them to come to visit in advance and look familiar. He had done this before. Tang Qing didn't think there was anything wrong with this kind of culture, and he didn't think it was decadent, because wasn't it like this all over the world? What is there to be surprised and despised? The American imperialists are not the same as other Western countries. They just move these visits to events such as cocktail receptions, banquets, parties, etc., and give gifts into other forms of support. There is not much difference in essence. Even Western countries are more blatant and put the exchange of interests on the surface. In China, the method is more implicit. P.S. Thank you to readers Xinrua Xiangyang, Mingmin, and M.O. for their tips. Dear readers, happy weekend. It's the end of the month. Please vote. April 12th, the day after Qin Yugong's appointment, was approved by a show of hands by the Municipal Party Committee. School is over at noon. Tang Qing and Li Kai came to Baiwei Restaurant. Looking at the familiar plaque of the hotel, Tang Qing couldn't help but stop and stare for a while. This hotel was his first investment project in his life. He was still very excited at the time, thinking that he could make a lot of money from this. But in less than half a year, the money he owns far exceeds his previous imagination. If the total assets are really added up, the current richest man in the country will definitely be beaten to pieces by him. If the value of various underground mineral deposits in Myanmar is included, the top 10 richest people in the country combined are not as much as him. However, the wealth cannot be directly named in his name, but so what? It is all his own anyway. These capitals can be hidden under the water. If they come out of the water, they are likely to cause all kinds of monsters, which will be very troublesome to deal with. At this time, he really missed the preparations for the store. It had been more than a month since the beginning of the new year, and he had not been here once. This time, Li Jianguo came because he said he had something to discuss. Naturally, it was Li Kai who sent the message. Otherwise, he would not know when he would come here next time. Haven't entered yet. Tang Qing saw a familiar voice, Zhang Jing. Tang Qing stood at the door for a long time. Zhang Jing had naturally seen Tang Qing a long time ago, and her face was very happy. She used to like Tang Qing a little bit in her heart, but after not seeing him for so long, the feeling gradually faded. She gradually realized that it was just a hormonal impulse, not love at all, so she lost that thought. Looking at Tang Qinglai now, he really looks like a younger brother. Tang Qing smiled at Zhang Jing. Go into the store. Boss, you're finally willing to come here. I haven't seen you since the beginning of the new year. Zhang Jing said in a somewhat complaining tone, pouting. Sister Jing, you guys talk first, I'll go find my dad. After speaking, Li Kai entered the kitchen. No way, I'm busy. Tang Qing used the same excuse again. It could be used anywhere. Being busy is a universal excuse. But it is an excuse after all, and facing the reasons is the right way. Busy? Why did I hear Li Kai say that you often go to see your little girlfriend on weekends? Zhang Jing covered her mouth and giggled. Well, aren't you guys here? I won't come. Seeing that he was exposed, Tang Qing was also a little embarrassed. But it was dinner time now, and the waiters were very busy. Zhang Jing couldn't keep chatting with Tang Qing and let him stand at the door, so she stopped teasing him and said, Okay, little boss, come up quickly. The food is too good to be true. If you're hungry, you can eat first. Well, thank you for your hard work, Sister Jing. Tang Qing said. It's not hard, go up quickly. Zhang Jing said. Okay. After Tang Qing finished speaking, he went upstairs to box number 6. At this time, the dishes have basically been served, leaving a large place in the middle. It seems that Li Jianguo will prepare a big dish later. I have to say that Li Jianguo's cooking skills are really good, and he is constantly learning new dishes and new methods. Just like now, after such a long time, he found that there are few dishes on this table that he has eaten before. However, Tang Qing was not surprised for a moment. Thinking about his previous life, Li Jianguo was able to achieve a net worth of 1 billion. If he didn't know how to forge ahead and make continuous progress, how could that be possible? The usual accumulation may not show results in a short period of time, but quantity will lead to qualitative changes. Once an opportunity comes, it will soar into the sky. Li Jianguo is such a person. This reminded Tang Qing of that advertisement slogan again. Great. Just because you never stop moving forward. It's quite irritating when I think about it, and it makes sense. After a while, Li Jianguo came up with the last dish. A few brief greetings were exchanged. They sat down one after another, and Li Kai ate his meal silently. He knew that there was something serious to do today, so he didn't make any random remarks. Xiao Tang, come and have a try. These dishes are all new to me. Please give me some advice. Since you haven't been here for so long, I don't even have a chance to cook them for you. Li Jianguo said with a smile. Tang Qing said politely, I'm a layman, so I don't dare to give any opinions. The fact that my uncle can serve it is definitely your proud work. Just look at the expression on this foodie's face. After speaking, he pointed at Li Kai, who was eating hard at the side. Seeing Tang Qing and his father staring at him, Li Kai said, You see what I do. I'm responsible for eating. You brat, I'll eat your food. What's wrong with you? Li Jianguo scolded with a smile. At the moment of delicious food, Li Kai ignored the others and continued to eat quickly. Of course, he had eaten these things before, but he had never served them all at once. This time, he also took advantage of Tang Qing. In Li Kai's opinion, to be honest, these dishes are not much better than the expensive dishes in five-star hotels. Although the ingredients used in the last meal are very expensive and delicious, they are basically Western-style dishes. Many things can only be said to have their own strengths. In terms of taste, a bowl of chaos is still delicious on the street. Uncle Li, why did you call me here this time? Tang Qing asked directly. If he didn't explain clearly, the meal would be tasteless. Li Kai didn't know Li Jianguo's purpose and was just responsible for passing the message. It's like this. My uncle has been in business for almost half a year and has made some money. He also has some ideas. That is, he wants to promote our restaurant. Li Jianguo put down his chopsticks and looked at Tang Qing and said seriously, Uncle wants to expand. Tang Qing immediately understood or was not surprised. Li Jianguo was just like Wang's father, and he was so successful. How could he want to hang himself in this restaurant? Well, that's what Uncle thinks. I want to open a catering company and build Baiwei into a catering chain. Li Jianguo said simply. He had this idea after the beginning of a new year, but he had been planning and studying until the time was right before telling Tang Qing. No problem. I support starting a company with both hands. A restaurant is too small to make much money. Does Uncle want me to become a shareholder? Tang Qing asked. He didn't say the word borrow money. After all, it was not a good word. Li Jianguo breathed a sigh of relief and said, I'm relieved if you agree. Yes, I definitely don't have enough funds. I know you're doing the borrowing, so... After speaking, he looked at Tang Qing. He made this decision after thinking about it for a long time. How many are needed? Tang Qing asked directly. Well, I don't know how much you can offer, whether you want to invest in shares or borrow money. Li Jianguo said in a low voice. It doesn't matter how much. You can buy shares or borrow money. It depends on your plan. Tang Qing said nonchalantly. 10 million, 5 million for shares, 5 million for loans. You hold 50% of the shares, okay? Li Jianguo gritted his teeth and said. This amount was so big that he was a little frightened, but it would kill the bold and starve the timid. It is a rare gamble in life. Is 10 million enough? Tang Qing asked. Li Jianguo was stunned and said quickly, Ah, that's enough. Tang Qing thought for a while and then said, Uncle, let's do this. I'll lend you 10 million and buy 10 million shares. So how about a total of 20 million? What can 10 million do? He likes to spend money more and more now. Li Jianguo did not answer directly, but said with a wry smile, well, you're not afraid that I will match it. I can't bear 10 million. Uncle is not afraid of losses, so I'm not afraid either. Tang Qing said with a smile, it is only 20 million. Even if it is wasted, it will be like dropping $1 on the road. It will feel nothing. Thank you. Li Jianguo said with solemn thanks. You're welcome. I also hope that my uncle will help me make money. If I make more money in the future and the company becomes valuable, Uncle, just don't dislike me for taking advantage. Tang Qing joked. As long as nothing unexpected happens, the return on this investment is quite generous. That's okay. It's a pleasure to cooperate. Li Jianguo picked up the wine glass, and the gratitude in his heart was indescribable. It's a pleasure to work together. After clinking glasses, the two drank it down in one gulp. Next, the two discussed the issue of share distribution. In the end, there was not much change. 10 million was considered as a shareholding and 10 million as a loan. The interest was still 1% per month. After 1 year, the repayment at the end of each quarter was 20%, and it would be repaid within 3 years at the latest. In terms of shares, Tang Qing accounted for 48%, and Li Jianguo accounted for 52%, of which 50% was considered the capital contribution ratio, and the 2% Tang Qing paid was considered management shares. This was what Tang Qing insisted on. Li Jianguo tried his best to refuse and wanted Tang Qing to control the company, but Tang Qing did not agree, not even 50% of the shares to one person, because he would never do a 50-50 business. Just like the original restaurant. This is not an industry that interests him at all. He just wants to help Li Jianguo. Anyway, even without him, Li Jianguo will not be a mediocre person in the future. He will help anyone he can, and he has a relationship with Li Kai. Uncle, just call this number for everything about this catering company. They will handle everything. No matter what capital injection or whatever, they will go to this company's account. This is also one of my companies. He is a professional business information consulting company. He can consult on business issues for free there. He will also send financial personnel to the company to take up positions, but he will not interfere in anything in the company. Tang Qing gave Li Jianguo the phone number of He Zixin, vice president of Tianyan. Of course, Li Jianguo's company cannot get away with it. Even if he has a good relationship with Li Jianguo, he will not let him do whatever he wants. Tianyan's professionalism can also ensure the safety of this investment. No problem. I won't let you lose money. Li Jianguo agreed readily. He has this confidence. This was also the first time that he knew that Tang Qing had other companies. Before, he only knew about Shangtang clothing. However, with free consultation and help from professionals, he felt more confident. P.S. This book is not a stud book. There may be many female characters, but they are all friends and will not be ambiguous. Of course, if 2 of them count, then just pretend I didn't say anything. Finally, Mouse wants to say something. Mouse was almost poisoned to death after reading the first few dozen chapters of this book again. Woo-hoo-hoo, I wanted to delete it after reading it, but I couldn't bear it because it was not only Mouse's memory, but also everyone's memory. If it were changed, it would no longer be a book. Haha, everyone can read it now, which really makes Mouse very grateful. Thank you. I have to say, your physique is really strong. Finish talking about things. After a few glasses of wine and not seeing each other for a long time, Li Jianguo started chatting. He kept introducing the origins of the dishes on the table to Tang Qing. It turned out that some of them were learned from books and some were investigated in other restaurants. He was a chef, so he could basically tell how these dishes were made and what was put in them after just a few bites. He could even guess the order based on the taste of the food. He could learn it by trying a few times. In the end, after Li Jianguo's continuous improvement, the taste of these dishes finally stabilized. Tang Qing could only give a thumbs up because the taste was really good. The restaurants that Li Jianguo opened before were relatively small and employed few people. He was so busy every day that he didn't have much time to think about other things. He wanted to sleep when he got home, and the smell of oil fumes made him uncomfortable. However, since the opening of Baiwei, he has become more and more relaxed, and his thinking has slowly changed. He feels that even if he works hard, he can't accomplish anything big. So he has the ambition to make more money. So he taught his apprentices everything. Now, except for a few complicated dishes that need to be stared at and the exploration of new dishes, he basically no longer cooks. Therefore, he has more time to think about business, a word that he used to think was lofty. He is not afraid of teaching his apprentices to starve the master to death. Baiwei is not a small restaurant. He can easily switch jobs and open the same restaurant to compete. Besides, the most important thing about this restaurant is his spirit of continuous improvement, not the things that have been researched one by one. After listening to the introduction of the last dish, Tang Qing praised. After listening to my uncle's introduction, I am very confident about the future development of the company. Li Jianguo was very happy to hear Tang Qing's praise. It's good to have confidence. I'm afraid you think it's wasted. The competition in the catering industry is very fierce now. If you want to become bigger and stronger, you have to go higher, such as those big hotels, Western restaurants, seafood restaurants, etc. To put it bluntly, it means to go above the price per customer. The most important thing is the environment, followed by the taste. There's another way to go deeper. Although my uncle cooks Chinese food, he is not old-fashioned. If he really only cooks all kinds of Chinese food, it will definitely be a dead end. So he plans to go high and deep at the same time. As for high, I plan to start with seafood restaurants and buffets. I hope it will be more than just a stir-fry restaurant. It will be easier if you go deeper. You could develop a very unique product, which would be a local snack or an evolution of other Chinese dishes. All the ingredients are processed in a central kitchen. We will look at direct sales or franchising later. Of course, these are just my uncle's general ideas. I will consult your experts when the time comes, but my idea is to start with a seafood restaurant. Next, Li Jianguo, a senior and amateur expert, talked a lot to Tang Qing. Although it was a bit messy, a bit idealistic, and many details were incomplete, Tang Qing also understood that Li Jianguo had only graduated from elementary school, and it was impossible to expect him to come up with a perfect business plan immediately. But it was okay. There was a clairvoyance, so just let them make plans. Isn't that what the clairvoyance does? Full of wine and food. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I can't move. What should I do? Li Kai slumped down on the chair, leaning his head on the back of the chair, squinting his eyes and touching his belly, with an expression like he was going to die. You deserve it. Who told you to eat so much? Tang Qing said angrily. Li Kai said, It's delicious. Of course you have to eat more. It's over. I can't walk anymore. Old Tang, why don't you? Go to class later in the afternoon. You brat, you still want to skip class. Li Jianguo scolded with a smile. It's okay. As long as old Tang is here, the teacher will definitely not say anything about me. Li Kai was not afraid at all. Excuse me, Li Jianguo said. Li Kai changed his position, hugged the chair sideways, and said matter-of-factly, Why are you embarrassed, old Tang? Please speak up. I really can't walk. After speaking, he shook his body like a daughter. Tang Qing had goosebumps watching. Stop it. Then, forget it, let's take a rest. Li Kai is so full that he must not be energetic in class. Tang Qing shook his head and said to Li Jianguo. He originally wanted to say something cool, but with Li Jianguo here, he couldn't say that. Xiao Tang, I'm afraid it will delay your study. Li Jianguo said. Before Tang Qing could be polite, Li Kai said first. Dad, how is this possible? Old Tang is the first in the grade, and Kiki has almost perfect scores. He just came back with the top score. If I had such results, I would have stopped going to school. After hearing this, Li Jianguo glared at his son and said, Fortunately, you are not. Learn from Xiao Tang. You have such good grades and still go to class. Why do you have any reason to slack off? Tang Qing once again became someone else's child, and he could only smile bitterly about this. I know, Li Kai agreed without hesitation. You know what the heck? The college entrance examination is in less than 2 months. If you don't do well, see if I don't deal with you. Li Jianguo said as a lesson. What's the standard for being good? I'm definitely not as good as old Tang, but if I do well in the exam, are there any rewards? Li Kai began to negotiate terms. Li Jianguo thought for a while and said, Of course there are rewards, and the conditions are not too high. As long as you get the second level, I will reward you with a computer. If you get one, a computer plus a good mobile phone and 2,000 yuan in cash. He knew his son's results. Second level is not a big problem, but first level is basically impossible. The main function of this condition is to prevent him from slacking off. Okay, I want a computer, I want a mobile phone, I want to play to study. Li Kai got a little carried away and quickly changed his tune. You brat, don't think that I don't know what you are doing. Anyway, you have to study hard in college. I allow you to go out and play after the college entrance examination, but you must work for me in the store or in the company in the future during the college holidays. Do you hear me? Li Jianguo said with a serious face. In order to prevent his son from getting rich and falling into chaos, he had no choice but to make this decision. He hoped that his son would mature soon and help him. The most important thing is that he is the only son who will think about it, even if he is far away from home. Dad, I am your biological son. Why don't you seize my young man like this? Li Kai said with a grimace. He had so many vacations booked by his father, so it's strange that he would be happy. He also wanted to travel around during the college holidays, and it was best to find a girlfriend and live a vacation without shame. If you tell me again, your vacation after the college entrance examination will be gone. Li Jianguo ignored his son's complaints. Oh, I got it. Li Kai didn't dare to speak after hearing this. Looking pitiful, Tang Qing listened to the two bickering with a smile on the side. He remembered his previous life. When he went to Li Kai's house to play, the father and son negotiated terms. Li Kai asked for pocket money in all kinds of ways, doing anything cute and coquettish. Especially when Tang Qing went to his house, he had a very good reason for asking for money. Li Jianguo would ignore other friends who were playing, but Tang Qing was one of the few or even the only serious friends of Li Kai, a good student and had no bad habits. Of course, he would not be stingy. He would give a lot every time, ranging from a few thousand to tens of thousands. He did not look down on the moneyless Tang Qing at all, and was very enthusiastic every time he went there. This is also one of the main reasons why Tang Qing is helping Li Jianguo so much now. Compare your heart to your heart. CU class is about to begin. Tang Qing quickly called the head teacher. The head teacher who received the call heard that Tang Qing had eaten too much at noon and wanted to take a rest. He quickly became concerned. Tang Qing was the school's darling. As for Li Kai being late with Tang Qing, the head teacher didn't say anything. She knew that the two were very good friends, and even Li Kai was Tang Qing's only male friend in school, so she didn't care. It was just a big deal. After hanging up the phone, Li Jianguo suddenly asked, "By the way, Xiao Tang, I heard that your uncle is going to be transferred." "Oh, uncle, who heard that?" Tang Qing said with a smile. "A policeman, isn't it? Your uncle often comes to take care of our business. I got to know a few policemen from time to time. I overheard them when they came here for dinner last night. I just don't know where they were transferred, and I can't ask them." Li Jianguo explained. Looking at Li Jianguo's expression, Tang Qing knew that he was a little worried and comforted him. "It's okay, uncle. Just do your business well. No one dares to trouble you." "That's good. What's the position this time?" Li Jianguo asked curiously. The director of the Development Zone Police Station also serves as the deputy director of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Tang Qing said lightly. "Deputy director?" Li Jianguo said in surprise. He automatically ignored the position of the director of the police station. How can the director have as much power as the director? "Well, uncle, just do your business well. If you have any questions, or if someone from the government makes things difficult, just go to the sky directly. If they can't handle it, they will tell me," Tang Qing said. Li Jianguo was surprised again. He could understand that he could seek help from the sky for business problems, but when someone made things difficult for him, how could he ask the sky to solve it? What setting is this? He doesn't understand. "Uncle, don't be surprised. Tianyin is very powerful. Generally speaking, you can go to them for anything. You will gradually know. They will only come to me if they can't handle it. I'm just a hands-off shopkeeper." Tang Qing did not explain in detail. In fact, he didn't know much about Tianyin's network. In the past, because of Dojiao, he had to deal with the local government on some matters. Many people in key departments knew about Tianyin, where Do Jiao was located, so they all gave him face. After getting along with each other slowly, they could be regarded as Tianyin's personal connections. Although Tang Qing still doesn't know the specific background of Do Jiao, it can be seen from Feng Sun that there is no grievance between Do Jiao and Do Jiao in Qingyan City. No matter how hard things are, it's like eggs hitting rocks. He said this just because he wanted to be lazy. Anyway, except for money matters, there was nothing Do Jiao could do. Okay then. Li Jianguo agreed, becoming even more curious about what kind of company Tianyin was. After the meal, the waiter cleared the table and Li Jianguo ordered a pot of good tea. Li Kai slowly bloated his stomach in the private room and turned on the TV to watch. But Tang Qing was not interested in watching TV. Got up and went downstairs. He still had something to tell Zhang Jing. At this time, the customers had almost left, and Tang Qing found a few unfamiliar faces among the waiters. Come to the front desk. Sister Jing, how many of the previous employees have left? Tang Qing grabbed the melon seeds handed over by Zhang Jing and started to eat them. Yes, a few of them went back to get married. Zhang Jing said with a smile. Oh, as long as it's not because of low remuneration. Tang Qing said, the remuneration of his companies is higher than that of the same industry. This is his first career. If he leaves because of low remuneration, he will be disgraced. How is it possible? Our wages are rising again and again. We are definitely one of the best around. Zhang Jing said happily. She was happy when she thought of the wages. Although Tang Qing has not been here for a long time, Li Jianguo is also very good at life. The business is getting better and better, and their wages have also increased a lot. She is very satisfied. She has saved all the money, part of which is sent home for her mother and sister. The other part is for her sister's college tuition. Like Tang Qing, her sister will also take the college entrance examination this year. She didn't spend money on food or accommodation here, and she didn't have time to go out. Tang Qing's clothes looked like they were from last year, a bit old and faded. It's good if you're satisfied. How is business lately? Tang Qing said. It's very good. Sales are rising every month. It's just limited by the location. It has basically reached its peak now. Zhang Jing said, limited by the location, sales have hit a ceiling, which is the direct reason why Li Jianguo wants to expand. Sister Jing, are you interested in learning about property? Tang Qing said the purpose. Zhang Jing is his first employee, and Li Jianguo is also building a new company. It is already inappropriate for Zhang Jing to stay in this small hotel. What do you mean? Zhang Jing asked confused. It's like this. Uncle Li is going to expand his business and start a catering company. When the time comes, he will need financial people. If you learn how to do it, I will arrange for you to join. The salary will be higher and the work will be easier. I don't know if you're interested. Tang Qing said slowly. Zhang Jing said with surprise after hearing this. Really? Do you want to open a company? Of course I am willing. Haha. Sitting in an office is good, but I don't know anything. After saying this, Zhang Jing looked at Tang Qing worriedly. It's okay. You can learn if you don't know how. Anyone who is born is good at everything. The company can provide you with salary and funded training. Tang Qing said with a smile. Okay, you have a final say. You recruited me anyway. Zhang Jing agreed without any doubts. This is the company address. You will change your name to a company. This is also my company. It specializes in helping me supervise the companies I hold shares in. The address is here. You will report there next Monday, and they will arrange everything else. Tang Qing wrote an address and handed it over. What about the work here? Zhang Jing said. Uncle Li is looking for someone to replace you in your current job. I will talk to Uncle Li later. Tang Qing said. Okay, thank you. Zhang Jing thanked her. Why are you so polite? You're my first employee. I don't care whether you succeed or not. You should study hard in the future and even go to an on-the-job university. The company will pay for it. The employees of the next company you will work for are basically top professional students from major universities. If you want to blend in with them, you have to show some strength. I believe in you. Tang Qing said seriously. He had had the idea to recruit Zhang Jing into Tianyin for a long time, and It was also his first time to go through the back door. Although his academic qualifications are low, Zhang Jing has always worked hard, so there is value in training. With a correct attitude, abilities can be developed slowly. When you don't know your attitude, you can only look at ability. When you don't know your true ability, you can only look at academic qualifications. This is the basic rule for companies to recruit and employ people. I won't let you down, Zhang Jing said firmly. It was her dream to have the opportunity to study and study again. She was not afraid to compare with anyone. P.S. Thanks to readers Ming Min Hachi J for the tip. That's it for today. As I write, something happens, but there's nothing I can do about it. After chatting with Zhang Jing, Tang Qing talked to Li Jiangguo again. He didn't mention it to Li Jiangguo during dinner, in case Zhang Jing liked working here. If she didn't want to leave, then he would be embarrassed, and Zhang Jing would be embarrassed as well. Of course, Li Jiangguo had no objection to this. Zhang Jing was originally recruited by Tang Qing. He could arrange whatever arrangements he wanted, but he couldn't control it. It was just a matter of recruiting another person. Half an hour later. It's getting late. Tang Qing went upstairs and saw Li Kai still watching TV, so he quickly pulled him downstairs to go to school. Sister Jing, I'm leaving. Remember to report on time. Tang Qing warned again before leaving. Okay. Zhang Jing agreed. After saying that, Tang Qing and Li Kai left Byway Restaurant, leaving an excited Zhang Jing behind. She felt that Tang Qing was really a noble person in her life. He not only gave her a well-paying job, but also gave her the opportunity to learn and improve. The gratitude in her heart was beyond words. She just didn't know what kind of company Tianyan was, but no matter what, she would not embarrass Tang Qing. Sitting in a taxi. Where did you ask Sister Jing to report? Li Kai couldn't help but ask. Tang Qing explained, go to my other company. When Li Kai heard this, he said in surprise, what? Old Tang, you really hide it deep enough. Tell me honestly, how many companies do you have besides Shangtang? If it weren't for his somewhat mediocre personality, not so much playfulness, and not so much thinking, most people would already have low self-esteem. But this is also the reason why Tang Qing can be friends with him. They're just friends. Why do you think so much? The more you think, the more you lose. This may be Li Kai's cleverness. Strictly speaking, there are only two companies, and the others only hold part of the shares. Tang Qing said while holding the car window and looking out the window. One family is Tianyan, and the other is Shangtang. He is perhaps the most rubbish protagonist. After working for a long time, except for a small restaurant, none of the companies under his control gave him money and dividends, and he kept giving him money. The more Tang Qing thought about it, the more interesting and curious it became. Only two. The word talent is so hurtful. Li Kai couldn't help but complain in his heart. The driver also listened to the two students behind him pretending to be different and curled his lips. I still run a company, but I still drive a train. That won't be easy anymore, old Tang. Please take care of me. Li Kai rolled his eyes hard with a look of begging for support. What to bring? Tang Qing asked doubtfully. Take me to fool around with you. I want to start a company too, Li Kai said with a smile. Seeing Tang Qing roll his eyes, he stopped being funny and then said, by the way, old Tang, what are you going to do after the college entrance examination? Go to my second uncle's place to play in Thailand. Tang Qing said, Thailand? Li Kai's eyes lit up and he said, can I go? Sure, let's go together. Tang Qing agreed. It's just a small thing to bring an extra person. Great, then I'm going to start saving money now, and I'll ask my dad for some points later. Li Kai said happily. He had never thought of completely flattering Tang Qing. Even if Tang Qing agreed, he would not agree. Although he was a bit immature, he still had self-esteem, and his father would not be willing if he knew it. Tang Qing didn't say anything like all-inclusive. That was not polite, but a charity. It was very hurtful. So he said, okay, by the way, how are you and your little girlfriend? We are still a stalemate. She said we will talk after the college entrance examination. I think we are inseparable. Just wait for my good news. Li Kai was a little excited when he talked about this. That's good, but I still don't know if you were a city by then. Tang Qing reminded again. Li Kai said with a smile, it's okay if we are true love. The region is nothing. If not, what if we are together? Anyway, I'm going to follow you to Shanghai. I have also told her that it will be okay in the end. I accept it. I have a very open heart. That's it. Don't look at who I am. The innocent little love saint in the future, a man with the world in mind, traveling all over the world. Li Kai started to be shameless again. After getting out of the car and standing at the school gate, Tang Qing called He Zixin directly, told her Zhang Jing's specific situation, and asked her to arrange the next personnel and training matters. Faced with her boss using the back door, He Zixin could only think wrongly and thought she was a related party. By the way, Tang Qing also explained the matter about Li Jianguo and even transferred 20 million yuan immediately, and it was transferred to the company's account in minutes. He Zixin's heart was racing when he saw it. This boss was like a bank. How much money he wanted was transferred to his account in minutes. He was so domineering. To be honest, He Zixin was also very curious about Li Jianguo's company's preferential conditions, which were almost free of charge. Why was Tang Qing not interested in controlling a certain company, or not interested in controlling companies in certain industries? Maybe whatever, just get things done. Seeing more and more companies under the jurisdiction of Tianyan, He Zixin is also very happy. Although Tianyan has no direct rights, the feeling of being a supervisor is really very satisfying. Just like people in the public sector, they will have an inexplicable sense of superiority. Basically, no one can escape, and those who don't have it are just deeply hidden. After hanging up the phone, Tang Qing knew that Tianyan would be busy again. Teaching Li Jianguo, a half-baked chef, how to build a successful business, or the Red Sea market of catering, would also be a test for Tianyan. Listening to Tang Qing's various instructions and the confidence on his face, Li Kai was convinced. Facing someone who could not be surpassed, he could only approach slowly. However, no matter what, it was right to follow Tang Qing. There would be meat to eat, and Tang Qing was also prepared to take him, so he did not shy away from this call. Of course, he did not want to train Li Kai as a subordinate. He had never had this idea. He hoped that Li Kai could stand alone and have his own career, because he doesn't want to lose this friendship. Watching Tang Qing making phone calls on the way to school, the teacher he met didn't say anything. Tang Qing had attended a commendation meeting. As long as this monster with perfect marks didn't burn down the school, no one would care what he did. The same goes for entering the classroom. The teacher was in class. As soon as Tang Qing and Li Kai entered, the chemistry teacher smiled and asked Tang Qing to sit down quickly. Night. Tang Qing returned to his uncle's house. He carried a lot of snacks in his hand, which he promised to Qin Shiqi in the morning. The reason was that Qin Shiqi washed his clothes yesterday, so he rushed to wash them just for these snacks. Of course, Tang Qing was not stingy about this. He bought a big bag of random things and took whatever he liked. It only cost a few hundred yuan in total. It was really cheap. As soon as Tang Qing entered the door, Qin Shiqi rushed out of the room and jumped over happily. Brother, you're finally back. You've made me wait for so long. Qin Shiqi grabbed the big bag of snacks, her eyes shining. Don't you want to queue up? Tang Qing would not admit that he had a barbecue outside. Qin Shiqi sniffed, pointed at Tang Qing, and raised her pretty eyebrows and said, "You're lying. There's a smell in your tone. You actually ate barbecue." "No way," Tang Qing said and closed her mouth. But this couldn't cover up the smell of barbecue in his breath. It was a mistake. "You still said no? It smells like barbecue." Qin Shiqi asked with her hands on her hips. "Well, I only ate one bunch," Tang Qing admitted. "Huh," Qin Shiqi said with an expression of guess I believe it or not. "Look at your hand. It's not like I didn't bring it for you." Tang Qing said angrily. "No matter, I want to have barbecue tomorrow too." Qin Shiqi carried the snacks behind her back. "You won't buy it yourself," Tang Qing said. "No money." Qin Shi's reason was very good. Looking at Qin Shiqi's eyes, Tang Qing knew what she was thinking. It turned out to be waiting for him here. Tang Qing quickly exceeded all the money in his pocket and said, "Move, $13.60, all for you. Today, the aunt and uncle have not come back. Otherwise, Qin Shiqi would not dare to be so rampant in the living room." "Hee, I'm rich." Qin Shiqi snatched it and put it in her pocket, without leaving even a dime for Tang Qing. Jumping back to her room, a voice suddenly came from inside. Sister, this is yours, this is mine, this is yours, this is... The spoil-sharing meeting began. Tang Qing smiled and shook his head. There's so many lovely people, and life is so beautiful. Dinner. Shichi, I just heard that you asked Tang Dang for money again. Annie looked at Qin Shichi and asked. It's just a little bit, just $12. Qin Shichi whispered, and glared at her sister after speaking. It was obviously her complaint, but she didn't mean to blame her. Apart from being a mild misophobia patient with severe obsessive-compulsive disorder, her sister would not lie, especially to her own family members. Didn't Tang Dang buy you something to eat? Auntie continued her education. Anyway, brother is rich, isn't he? Qin Shichi said confidently. Yes, Miss Shichi, welcome to visit again. Okay, Tang Qing said angrily. Mom, look, I don't have any objections. He is very happy. Qin Shichi seemed to have found a good reason to look proud. You are still reasonable. Andy patted Qin Shichi's head and said, the uncle is watching from the side. The family is together. This is what he wants. Rights, no interest, no matter where he is. He is serving the people. At this time, the provincial satellite news was playing on the TV. After the leaders have finished their work, there is international news. According to the latest news, large-scale underground conflicts have occurred on the streets of Bangkok, Thailand, in the past 2 days. 13 people have been killed and dozens injured so far. Tourists who want to go to Bangkok recently are advised to consider carefully. Please read the detailed report next. This is Bangkok. Puff. Hearing this, the rice in Tang Qing's mouth spurted out. If he hadn't covered it with his hands, the meal would have been inedible. He didn't expect to see this kind of news in China. The previous news was usually legendary, but it was true that he was actually involved and planned by his own people. As for the numbers above, Tang Qing said he didn't believe it. As far as he knew, there were at least hundreds of people, and most of them were people who deserved to die. Tang, what's wrong with you? Her aunt said quickly, and her second cousin Qin Shiu also patted Tang Qing's back. What a good sister. It's nothing, I just think this news is of great reference value. Tang Qing quickly explained. That's right, it's better to be safe at home. Let's look at those countries abroad. How chaotic they are. Bangkok, by the way, isn't that where your second uncle is? Tang, please call him later to ask him to pay attention to his safety. Annie suddenly remembered that Tang Kai was also in Bangkok, and she was a little worried. Okay, no problem, Tang Qing promised, but he didn't care. How could something happen to his second uncle? Several soldiers were watching overtly and covertly, and there was always a 6-person emergency response team to support him. This emergency team was the same person who carried out the mission of clearing Phaipa last time. These soldiers will not have any serious or informal identities or jobs in Bangkok. They usually lurk and are distributed throughout Bangkok. Once there is a need, they will immediately gather and take weapons to carry out tasks. The scope of their tasks is the entire Thailand, not limited to Bangkok. It's a bit dangerous for you to go there after the college entrance examination. Otherwise, don't go. Annie said worriedly. Aunt, it's okay. Let's go to the main local attractions over there. My second uncle is also a local snake. Bring a few bodyguards and it will be fine. Tang Qing comforted him. There's still more than 2 months before he and others go to Bangkok for a trip. Many things will be completed in these 2 months. By then, it is basically impossible for anything to happen. At worst, let the soldiers there prepare and clean up before going there. What a big deal. Well, okay. The aunt didn't say any more. How could it not matter if Tang Kai could do so much? She also stopped thinking about it. Anyway, Tang Kai heard that there were more than a dozen bodyguards. With so many people would be intimidated everywhere. After meal, Tang Qing called his second uncle. Since his aunt had said it, he couldn't help but call him. Tang, what's going on? Tang Kai, who was about to take a break, asked, I just saw the news and it said that there is some unrest in Bangkok. Second uncle should pay attention to safety and try to go out as little as possible. Tang Qing said, this phone call always seems a bit weird, but I can't think of what is weird at the moment. Haha, it's okay. These things have nothing to do with me. Tang Kai laughed and said, what did he think it was? He knew that the underground forces in Bangkok were in chaos now. Even if everyone in the office looked confused and the waves were weird, he was dazzled by it, but it really had nothing to do with him. The chaos was all unknown to him. The underground forces with whom he had a good relationship were in a peaceful scene, as if they were not in the same city. Although weird, he doesn't have any masochistic tendencies, which is good. That's good. Please pay attention to safety during this period. After being cared about and studied again, Tang Qing hung up the phone, Senior. It's really a troublesome species that cannot be separated from learning. P.S. Thank you to readers for the $10,000 reward for a threesome must have 2 girls, and for the daily reward for a famous family, stranger. Thank you very much for your support of this book. Thank you. Something delayed me again tonight. The next chapter is probably after 11 o'clock, or even early in the morning. Please get up and read it tomorrow. If you don't make up for the second chapter today, it will be updated tomorrow. After hanging up the phone with his second uncle, Tang Qing washed up and went back to the room. By the way, Qin Shichi kindly rewarded a lot of snacks. The reason was that she didn't like to eat them, or she had only tasted them once and said they didn't suit the taste. So she gave them all to him, saying don't waste food, and then left him happily without waiting for him to say anything. In this regard, Tang Qing could only continue with a grimace. Fortunately, he had already thought of this result, so he was very cautious when buying. These are the ones he thought tasted good. You have Zhongliangji, but we also have wall ladders. Okay, the proverb is wrong. He locked the door, put up the drawing board, and sharpened 20 pencils and put them aside for later use. He didn't like to sharpen pencils while drawing, as he felt it disturb his interest. A painting was best done in one go. There was a large British sniper on the table in front of him. Tang Qing was holding snacks in his left hand and drawing with a pen in his right hand. The training during this period, coupled with precise control, ensured that even if Tang Qing did not use a ruler, the straight lines he drew would be the same as those drawn with a ruler. But he was thinking about things in Bangkok. Tang Qing has never planned to be a leader of underground forces, nor has he ever planned to unify global underground forces through warriors, because he is not interested, and the things involved are definitely not what he is willing to deal with now. Even the soldiers cannot handle it. This is a pool of muddy water, and it is still very deep. Only by jumping into it will you know that this is a huge pit. Too much involvement and too deep will definitely be very troublesome. To put it bluntly, if it weren't for the fact that his second uncle was in Bangkok and Bong wasn't messing around, Tang Qing wouldn't have interfered with Bangkok's affairs at all, and there wouldn't be anything going on over there in Myanmar. But this does not mean that he will let go of this big piece of fat. Although he will not directly plan such a deep infiltration and control plan like in Bangkok in the future, it is not bad to collect their protection fees. He is considering whether to form a special organization, just like those who are preparing to kidnap Liu Gan now in the United States, stand behind the scenes and only take action when necessary, specifically to collect protection fees from underground power bosses around the world. Of course, those who come directly to ask for money, kidnap, extort, etc. are mentally retarded and mentally retarded. Those people will definitely attack them in groups. Even if their warriors are extremely powerful, it will be useless. They can still kill them all. Therefore, this kind of thing can only rely on outsourcing and cooperation. That's right, it's cooperation. For example, soldiers come to each other's door. Brother, after being the second child for so many years, you are quite the boss, right? Oh, think about it. That's good. We will help you plan a superior plan to ensure it is seamless. We will do everything, and you will be responsible for your cooperation. If it fails, you will get a double refund. But if it succeeds, the fee will be a bit high, and the status and territory will be given to you. Then all your boss's money will belong to us. Bro, is it okay? What? Have an opinion. Bang. The next one, the third child, repeats the same conversation. You are aware of current affairs, unlike that second in command. As long as you have no objections, after you take over, we will charge you a little membership fee every month. It's not much. It's only a few $1,000,000 every month, which only accounts for more than 10% of your income. It's very cheap. This will ensure that we will not attack you again. What? Don't agree to pay the membership fee? Bang. Next one, Fourth child, same words. Well, just agree to them all. The first two are both stubborn. Really, isn't it good to live? You have. 2D. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. The two shook hands cordially and reached cooperation. Although the imaginary dialogue is a bit exaggerated, because if you basically threaten, the second child will succeed and the third child will not be able to turn. But this robbery model, the more Tang Qing thought about it, the more reasonable it became. In the end, although Tang Qing could not control them, he could create a super organization that surpassed all underground forces, the Protection Fee Alliance. Tang Qing was very satisfied with his idea, which he didn't know was silly or not. Well, you can really consider it, but wait until you are extremely short of money in the future. Let the command room make a plan first. Moreover, this plan attracts too much hatred. This organization will always hide under the water in the future and remain mysterious. No one will know that it is under his control. He will be a positive figure in the future. This plan is likely to breed a giant crocodile in the future. Collecting some protection fees is just a trivial matter. If intelligence, currency, security, war, and other businesses are included, it will definitely be one of his future super giant crocodiles. The next day, Thailand, Bangkok City. Today is the final day of the entire plan. Just the day before yesterday, several new bosses gathered together for a meeting to prepare to divide the territory. However, an accident happened again. Because the younger guys outside got into a fight for some unknown reason, people died and it turned into a full-scale battle. In the end, the bosses inside pointed guns at each other. One younger brother suddenly opened fire and lit the fuse, irritating everyone who was nervous. Then, the battle begins. This meeting was also planned by the command room. It brought together the final target persons to clean up in a concentrated manner. If it were like before, it would be a bit too obvious, but now everyone is together to fight each other. There is nothing to say, because except for the two injured and surviving small bosses, there was no one else in the conference room. Death. Just after what happened here, their men could no longer sit still, so the final chaos began. This was also the news that Tang Qing saw on TV. The major forces were vying for territory, and no one believed anyone. Finally, after 2 days of almost dreamlike rapid integration, the underground forces in Bangkok seemed to suddenly calm down. Also, there is no command room to stir up trouble, and no idiot will act randomly at special moments. Just like the death of Bong before, they thought it would take at least half a month to divide the territory, but suddenly conflicts continued. After Pipa died, they thought there would be a fight between dragons and tigers, but after the fight between dragons and tigers, both dragons and tigers died. It's the same now. These big guys are in the sky, and the younger brothers below are preparing to face the chaotic situation in the coming months, but it ended in 3 fucking days. They each guarded their territory in a tacit understanding, and everything was calm. At this point, the original goal of Project 6794 has been achieved. The next morning, Bangkok City Police. Conference room. The director, several deputy directors and experts were meeting inside. Do you think there is anything suspicious about these cases? The Bangkok police chief asked with a frown. During this period, he always felt weird about the affairs of these underground forces. Director, according to the investigation, everything is normal. It is very likely that Pipa and the others have offended someone and are here to take revenge. Moreover, our people also found out a piece of news, which is very true. They heard that a person who was harmed by them in the past funded and found a killer to kill them. One of the deputy directors said, he wanted to say that these people deserve their death and were all scumbags who bullied men and dominated women. But it was hard to say in this situation. This information was also released by the command room. There were many versions of the rumors, but they were all revenge and accidents of enemies. Without Pipa's vigilance and character information, all their speculations were in vain, and they were unwilling to think about it to avoid getting into trouble. Forget it. We just do our due diligence. The director rubbed his temples and said, this matter may be easy to handle or difficult to handle. He also feels that these cases are a waste of effort, but the principle is certain, that is, just try your best. It doesn't matter whether it is found out or not. When people leave, they are still criminals. By the way, it's been such a mess during this period. Please update the personnel information in the archives as soon as possible. Understood, Director. As long as there is no information like Peepa's last time, people will feel strange at most, but there is no evidence to point to this as a huge bureau. After these days of continuous cover-up, no one can find out, except for a few soldiers on the surface who may be suspected, but so what? It is just a suspicion. If he wants to die, the command room will help him, and the entire follow-up plan includes an emergency plan after being discovered. Everything is under control. While they were meeting, the computer files of the Bangkok Police Department were hacked. The command room modified a lot of content, added many related people, lost many files, and even the backup electronic data was changed. Just 1 hour after the electronic file was modified. Due to unknown reasons, a fire broke out in the archives room of the Bangkok Police Department. In particular, the files of those members of the underground forces were seriously damaged and had to be recreated. P.S. There will be 3 chapters today. This is the first chapter. It will make up for what was promised yesterday. Thank you, readers, Ming Min, Mo for your tips, and everyone's votes. It's the beginning of the month, and the mouse is shamelessly begging for some monthly tickets, begging on his knees, hee. 8:30 in the evening. Bangkok, Mayor Kuntai's residence. In a luxurious study room on the 2nd floor, Kuntai walks slowly back and forth in the room with his hands behind his back. At this time, what he was thinking about was the chaos of Bangkok's underground forces these days. Especially today's fire in the archives room of the Bangkok City Police Station made him pay attention to the strange changes in Bangkok's underground forces during this period. He felt a hint of conspiracy. Although there was no detailed evidence like Peepa, the weirdness of the whole situation made him see too many unreasonable things. However, doubts were always doubts, and guesses were always guesses. He just thought about it for a while and stopped thinking about it. After all, he really had no interest relationship with those underground forces. Instead, they were opposites. The more these people died, the better. Kuntai has long wanted to clean up the mess in Bangkok. His family was not short of money, and he also wanted to make some achievements as mayor, punishing rape and eradicating evil. But he was fooled by Peepa's little trick or a well-planned plan from the beginning, and the rectification plan failed. The latest news shows that the conflicts among underground forces in Bangkok have subsided, and a 4-legged situation has quickly formed. One of the forces has even publicly stated that his subordinates will no longer sell contraband, and also strictly prohibit others from entering their territory to trade. Those who do not believe in evil have been treated as chickens for the monkeys. Some are injured, some are disabled, and some are missing. Such ruthless methods have frightened many traffickers who want to make a comeback. But it was good. He had completed his original idea and accomplished what he wanted to do but couldn't do. He couldn't help but feel a little admiration in his heart and gave him a thumbs up secretly. This is one of the reasons why the command room dared to do this immediately. Tang Qing's order and strength are the main aspects. Another important reason is that this kind of interest is only a conflict between the lower levels. The upper levels in Bangkok simply look down on this industry. Now the upper levels in Bangkok intend to sit back and watch the tigers fight. It doesn't matter who wins or loses. Just when Quintiles was about to find a time to sit down and chat with the opponent's boss, there was a knock on the door. Dong dong dong. Come in, Kuntai said. Master, there is someone outside asking to see you. The housekeeper came in and said respectfully. Who? Kuntai asked in confusion. Someone wants to see him? It's been a long time since I've seen someone come to my door without calling. Master, he's a young man. He said he has something important to ask you. He didn't tell you where he came from, but the person who walked in here must not be a random person. He also gave me something and said you would meet him. The housekeeper handed over an unpacked thing, which looked like a videotape from the outside. Kuntai is the mayor, so things sent by others must be opened and inspected. If the place was not heavily guarded and ordinary people could not enter, he would not be able to convey this thing. What's this? Kuntai took the videotape in his hand until he saw the logo on the videotape. His hand shook, and he almost dropped it on the ground, because this was the indecent evidence that Pai Pa had. The logo on it was correct. It was definitely the original master tape, because he had seen it when Pai Pa threatened him. Pipa took a deep breath, just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth. He thought that after Pipa died, these things would disappear, but he didn't expect that this thing would appear in front of him so suddenly, and he was unprepared. "Call him to the living room. I'll be here in a moment," Kuntai ordered. "Yes." After saying this, the housekeeper walked out and closed the door. Kuntai was left in the study, lost in thought. Looking at the videotape in his hand, Kuntai quickly opened it and looked at it. After confirming that it was correct, he took it out and put it in a drawer, preparing to destroy it later. He didn't know the purpose of this person's visit, nor did he know if there were other subordinates. Ask him to do something, or extorting money, or some other purpose. Kuntai stood in the study and thought a lot, but finally realized that no matter how much he thought, it was just speculation. "Forget it. Let's meet first, and the soldiers will come stop you." Then Kuntai came to the reception room, and he called 2 full-time bodyguards out. No matter what purpose this person had, the bodyguards were not qualified to listen to him. Seeing the person sitting on the chair, neither humble nor arrogant, with a calm expression and a very confident look, Kuntai, who was already feeling guilty, felt a little nervous. So many years of experience told him that a calm and composed opponent is the most terrifying. Kuntai sat down, stared at the young man in front of him, and said bluntly, "Tell me, who are you, and what do you want from me?" The person who came was naturally a warrior, and the purpose was to gain Kuntai's support. Now that they were fledgling, they could only find some backers, and Kuntai was a good choice. In addition, there were some other people. It's all the legacy left behind by Phi Pa. Of course, the support the soldiers need is not that they need any help, but that they don't take the initiative to attack them. If they're notified in advance of any actions against them, there's really no need for Kuntai and others to do other things. "Hello, it doesn't matter what my name is. What's important is what we're going to talk about next," the soldier said. "What's going on?" Kuntai asked with a frown. When he came to him with this thing, he naturally thought of the force that killed Phi Pa with almost 100% accuracy. "Don't worry, Mayor Kuntai. We just hope to get your support and make friends with you by the way," the soldier said slowly. "Did you kill Phi Pa?" Kuntai asked, without answering the soldier's question. "I don't know who Pippa is. We just accidentally picked up this videotape," the soldier said nonsensically. Soldiers are crafty and do not need instructions from the command room. Soldiers with low-level skills, such as deception, can easily pick it up. "Picked up? You're a liar," Kuntai complained in his heart. "Do you think you picked up an apple on the roadside? It doesn't matter, it's a ghost. People must have been killed by you, a bunch of murderers. Do you think I'm a child? You picked it up. You killed Pipa, and you still dare to come to the door. I won't compromise with you," Kuntai said with a sneer. The things he helped Phi Pa with were trivial and disgusting at best, and he would never do anything criminal. He had great ambitions and didn't want to be dragged down by these things one day. "You want to threaten me with this thing? You dream. Mayor Kuntai, please rest assured that we will not make things difficult for you. We just hope that you will not cause trouble for us in the future, and we will do what you want," the soldier explained. "What I want? What do you mean?" Kuntai asked doubtfully. "There will be no flour in our territory from now on. We will make them disappear," the soldier said calmly. "What? That's you," Kuntai said in surprise. He really didn't expect that it was people from this force who killed Pai Pa. So, could everything before be just that? Fishing in troubled waters? Yeah. The soldier nodded and admitted. Kuntai is not stupid either. As soon as the various events and techniques were connected, he guessed the general story of what happened. This group of people planned all the conflicts in Bangkok during this period, including those who died. They're just chess pieces just to achieve the purpose of fishing in troubled waters. Now it seems that they have completed the finishing touches, found themselves, and want to consolidate their interests. Kuntai took a deep breath. He suppressed the faint fear in his heart. Although he was also an expert in conspiracy, thinking about such a precise, ruthless, and perfect plan made his heart palpitate, and the look in his eyes when he looked at the soldiers was different. This group of people was scary. This was the only feeling he had now. "What is your purpose?" Kuntai asked solemnly. "It's nothing. We're just a group of people who don't want to be younger brothers anymore. Times are changing, so of course we have to change too. We also want the world to be less sinful," the soldier explained. Kuntai did not speak after hearing this. He looked at the soldier's face, remained silent for a few seconds, and said, "Okay, I believe you." But in his heart, he said again, "You are the only one who believes in this. But I can't say I don't believe it." Now he has raised this power to a level that is more dangerous than Phi Pa. But he is not afraid, and there is no conflict of interest, so there's nothing to be afraid of. Next, the soldier did not say anything to Kuntai about profit transfer. Through the investigation during this period, the command room had a preliminary understanding of Kuntai's background. He was not short of money, but also had ambitions and a desire to change society. He was not said to be righteous, but he was not a bad person, so he negotiated terms with him in such a friendly manner. Unlike others who were so bad, the way the soldiers dealt with them would definitely make people sad and tearful. It was simple and rough. A low-level method like bribery is not suitable for Kuntai. After the soldier said goodbye and left, Kuntai stood by the window, looking at the warrior walking away quickly, with a faint smile on his lips, and murmured, "Things are getting more and more interesting." The warrior's calmness and the unknown purpose of this force made him very curious. In particular, the posture and frequency of a soldier's walking must have been strictly trained. Many speculations ran through his mind. It depends on how you persist. Even if the officials and I don't trouble you, there will be many people who will. When you get over it, I may give you a surprise. Kuntai said softly. Those whose livelihoods have been cut off by this force are all desperados. Although they are currently frightened, they may be brewing and planning revenge. It is still unknown whether the other party can survive. He is somewhat looking forward to seeing the struggle between this emerging force and those old underground interest groups. He really hopes that this force can win. New era, new blood and ideas are needed. He had a hunch that this force would bring him many surprises and might even help him go further. At this time, he was constantly thinking about how to use the other party to maximize his own interests. Utilization is naturally mutual. P.S. Please don't take some content too seriously. The mouse has to be blurred and beautified as much as possible to avoid stepping on the thunder. I will update the 3rd chapter of Killing to Death around early in the morning. I don't want to push it to tomorrow. In the days that followed, Bangkok's underground forces were very calm. The new bosses are extremely restrained. After all, after experiencing the month-long chaos, no one wants to fight and fight for territory anymore. Coupled with the careful planning of the conflict outcome by the command room, the strength of the 4 major forces is now about the same. Therefore, within 2 days, it became the final situation of a 2-2 alliance, and the force that had the deepest penetration was allied with the soldiers. Except for the stupid puppet boss, all other rights of this force were controlled by the soldiers. As long as the command room is willing, they can replace it at any time. This guy is the son of the former boss, and he has a legitimate reputation. In addition, he needs this guy to be the boss, so he is allowed to continue to be the boss. It's okay to be obedient. If he is disobedient, he will be thrown out. Although it is calm on the surface, the battle under the water has just begun. The soldiers have cut off other people's financial resources. There is no way that the other party will give up. It has been brewing revenge. Of course, the command room has already been prepared for this. Or in other words, be completely prepared and take the initiative directly. So within 2 days, everyone who wanted to attack them was severely punished. They suffered heavy casualties, and they were all at the opponent's gathering point. Often, they were blocked at the door of their house and knocked to the ground before they even took their weapons and went out. At this point, there is no one in Bangkok who dares to attack them, and all flower business has been transferred to other areas. Anyway, making money is not a profit, which also makes other forces very happy. It's just that they were happy too early. After a happy day, they couldn't laugh anymore because their supplier was detained by the Bangkok police. The command room strategy is very simple, which is to cut off these harmful things at the source. Anonymously providing intelligence to the Bangkok police has enabled the Bangkok police to solve many major cases. Of course, the soldiers who have infiltrated the Bangkok police station have also benefited, and they have been promoted to a small level. Just when chaos happened in Bangkok. April 15th, Mian Yao's plan has also been completed. After not too fierce conflicts and battles, several village leaders stepped down one after another, and the territory left by Naden was once again unified. Of course, the territory formerly owned by Wei Jun was also added. The place is surprisingly big. Hearing the news, Tang Qing was also very excited. What he was excited about was not how much money he made or the expansion of his territory, but the high-definition picture quality of the Mian Yao Mountain area that he saw from the command room. Moreover, such a backward place gave him the urge to play a territory-building game. Out of control. So we finished our dinner. Tang Qing hurried to the command room. Let Tang Yi tell all about the situation on that side. Tang Qing had a general understanding. In fact, there was nothing beyond the plan, just some methods similar to those in Bangkok. Due to time constraints, the methods were even a little more extreme, causing several village owners to go to the sky. The rest of the story profoundly explained that the big fist is the last word. After all, there is no law here, and no one pays attention. Naturally, the command room will not have so many worries, and the scene is shocked in a few seconds. Of course, the harvest was also huge, adding up to much more assets than Naden's, with various working capital worth more than 600 million yuan, and the valuables were much more than that, with a value of no less than 1.5 billion. However, Tang Qing did not withdraw a penny of this money, because he still had to build it up, and it was his own territory anyway, so he definitely couldn't be as poor as before, haha. Tang Qing sat on the chair and thought for a while, then slowly stated his plan. Tang Yi recorded. You have a very heavy task next. First, cut down all the harmful things in the control area, plant them all in grains or other cash crops, medicinal materials, and engage in more breeding. Second, build the necessary local infrastructure, improve roads, bridges, electricity, communication facilities, etc. You have to figure out how to get these things. Although it is a bit difficult, but it borders several countries, isn't it easy to get some materials? Third, let those who have committed crimes go mining, kill the waste, and increase the excavation of various mining areas, and at the same time send more manpower to locate new mineral deposits. If they are found, don't rush to mine them. Just use them as reserves. Fourth, restart Wei Jun's trade channels and projects, especially the supply of goods from my second uncle. Just supply them at the previous price, and then find a flat place to build a settlement, which can be used as a transfer station for future commercial transactions and can also be used as a market. Fifth, establish local management departments, maintain public security and basic justice, increase investment in education, build some literacy schools, and the quality of the population still needs to be improved. Sixth, increase the penetration of surrounding forces. We do not want to attack them, but we do not want to catch us by surprise. We must ensure that they can be taken over quickly when necessary, but there is no need to merge into the current territory and maintain a necessary buffer zone. Seventh, find an opportunity to form a stable trade channel with Thailand. Eighth, compulsory detoxification for all addicts. Well, that's all I can think of for the time being. You can just go ahead and keep all the funds and profits to subsidize the above plan. Tang Qing said a lot, although it may not be complete, but so what? Take your time. External defense, internal stability construction. Nothing will happen in a short time. Yes, Commander. Tang Yi agreed. These are all things in the early stage. There will be many more things in the later stage, and this will be his absolute control area, but Tang Qing has never thought about expanding outwards. Buffers are one thing. On the other hand, the soldiers' actions in Bangkok were very distinctive. If they were very distinctive and aggressive here, it would be a bit too conspicuous. The similarities in methods are too strong. Both sides completely attack bad guys and ban things that harm people. It's hard not to think of them together, but it is absolutely impossible for Tang Qing to participate in those things. If nothing else, the big guys in Thailand will never allow a group of Burmese forces to have much power in their capital and be very aggressive. This has reached the bottom line. So what will they do? There's only one outcome. Use all your strength to wipe out the forces controlled by Tang Qing in Bangkok until death. This is a matter of principle, especially if other countries learn that something like this has happened in their own country. Okay, just do it. This is one of the reasons why Tang Qing has no interest in the underground forces that control the world. It is because the personnel and methods of action are too unique and cannot be changed for a while. If he uses the same method to directly participate in infiltration, he will directly face the joint elimination and annihilation of all governments in the world. Faced with this serious consequence, Tang Qing still knew himself. He would never be able to bear it, and even violent attacks would be useless. Be the enemy of the whole world? A fight to the death. Damn, that was a joke. He would never do such a thing. A small territory is enough. As for the influence on it, just start with the protection fee organization that extorts underground forces. This world can have a person or force that extorts bad guys everywhere, but it must not allow a force that is spread all over the world and is extremely aggressive, penetrating, and completely destroying the rules of the game. This is the bottom line for all countries. This bottom line, Tang Qing is far from qualified to challenge, but one day he believes he will have it. P.S. These recent chapters can actually expand a lot of the story, but in order to avoid scratching the skin and causing infection and death, the mouse can only go through it in one stroke. My head is a little dizzy and my writing is a little messy. Hyon, go to sleep. On the second day after the integration of Miao was completed, the efficient command room completed all construction plans for the territory. You want to ask why the command room designs roads and bridges? This is a basic skill, okay? Trenches, camp planning, and architectural design of confidential buildings are all basic skills for the command room. Road survey and construction are naturally included. Don't forget about the engineer army. After the soldiers inspected the local terrain, the overall planning was completed in an instant by the waiter in the command room according to the needs. This design was not made randomly and took various military uses into consideration. High-standard roads and bridges, hidden buildings, barracks, air raid shelters, etc. are all available. Tang Qing looked at the last design and was silent for a long time. In the end, he didn't say anything because he really couldn't find a reason to cut any of them. Because each design has a long design description and use introduction, it is not random. It would be embarrassing for him as a layman not to speak. Tang Qing was in pain when he saw the cost estimate, which was as high as nearly $200 million. Fortunately, he didn't have to pay for it himself. The funds from robbing the rich and giving to the poor, plus the leftover valuables, could basically complete the plan. This was the direct reason why he did not put forward any opinions. There are no building materials here, and all must be purchased. It would be great if there were 2 transmission nodes, where materials can be transmitted in large quantities. I really look forward to the next upgrade. However, since this place borders Thailand, there shouldn't be too many ways to obtain supplies. After all, it's not prohibited. It's just some construction materials and power generation and communication equipment. It's easy to arrange them up and down, pay some tolls, and let them make a profit on the price difference. Moreover, it's not outward but inward. It's not allowed by law, but there are no restrictions in the rules. April 17th, Sunday. In Bangkok, in Tang Kai's office, the vice president of the company sat in front of him, reporting to him. Mr. Tang, due to the cooperation with Tianjin Group, the establishment of mainland companies, and the supply to Mr. Wei Jun, our inventory is declining sharply. For precious metals such as gold, there are a large number of domestic and international suppliers. However, our inventory of high-end jade and gemstones is only enough to last for 2 months. After 2 months, our inventory will no longer be able to maintain the current supply. Vice President Hui said with some worry. Old Hu, let me think about it again. It is not easy to find a new, stable, and large-scale supplier of jade and gemstones. Our stall is too big. Even if we go to the public market, it will be useless. The price of those things is too high for us to bear. Tang Kai said with a wry smile. Hui sighed and said, I also know that I really missed the time when I cooperated with Mr. Wei Jun. Jade, gemstones, gold, etc. were very cheap and the supply was stable. It's just a pity for Mr. Wei and his family. Tang Kai nodded and said with emotion, well, yes, business was really easy in the past. Lahu, please go back first. I will think of a way. Now I have contacted a leader from Myanmar side, but their bid is too high and there is basically no profit. If there is really no other way, we can only end the wholesale business. Okay, I'll go out first. Hui said. After Hui got up and went out, Tang Kai was lost in thought in the office. If the supply of goods for ordinary jewelry merchants is easy, Tang Kai's stall has become too big. Not only does he make jewelry himself, but he is also the third largest jade and gem wholesaler in Thailand. He has too many jewelry stores and jewelry companies to buy goods from. Now he has established a cooperative relationship with Lu Qian's company, and he is also preparing to enter the mainland. Although he has contacted several new suppliers, he cannot fill the hole due to price or supply volume. In Wei Jun's time, he was working as a middleman, and many surrounding forces sold goods to Wei Jun. After Wei Jun's family made some profits, most of the goods were given to Tang Kai to maintain the company's huge stall. Now that the stall is a bit big, he is also considering transformation. If the gains are not worth the losses, he will have no choice but to cut off the wholesale business and focus on what a jewelry group should do. Ding, ding, ding. At this time, the phone next to Tang Kai rang. Tang Kai picked up the phone and said, "What's going on?" "Boss, there is an unknown phone call saying that he could provide a large amount of jade and gemstones. He specifically mentioned that he was related to a man named Wei Jun and wanted to talk to you." His secretary's voice came from the phone. "Wei Jun, what do you mean? Wasn't the Wei army's territory robbed? I heard that things are not peaceful there now. That Nathan has also died. The cause of death is unknown and there are many rumors. Now the people under him are fighting for power and profit, but it has not stabilized yet. He will not dare to discuss business here for a short time." "Okay, come in," Tang Kai said. "Yes." 2 seconds later, a steady voice came from the phone. "Hello, Mr. Tang. Who are you? What is your relationship with Wei Jun?" Tang Kaifa asked. "Mr. Tang, I'm looking for you to discuss a business deal and restart the previous transaction." The voice on the phone said. "We had a trade before? What do you mean?" Tang Kai asked doubtfully. "Wei Jun and your previous deal." The voice said. "What? Are you?" Tang Kai stood up in surprise and asked. He only knew that Nathan was dead, but he didn't know anything else. He only thought that some village leader came to the door. "That's right. We have taken over all the territories of Wei Jun and Nathan. We're going to make some money next. I learned that Wei Jun and you have been very happy to cooperate before, so we're going to continue trading with you. I wonder if Mr. Tang is interested," said the man opposite. "What?" Tang Kai was shocked again. He was shocked by the news. "Has it been integrated over there? So fast? Only a few days? It's unscientific. Mr. Tang, are you interested?" The voice interrupted Tang Kai's thoughts. At this time, Tang Kai immediately realized that his turning point was coming. If he got a large share of the output of the two sites, he would be the largest jade merchant in Thailand within 3 years. Tang Kai quickly said, "I'm here. Sorry, I'm Rude. Of course I'm interested. I don't know the price." "Mr. Tang, just follow Wei Jun's previous price." "How about it?" the other party said directly. After hearing this, Tang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. The same price would be fine. Even if it was higher, he could afford it. So he immediately said, "I agree with this price, but I don't know how much goods you have. If we follow the previous transaction price between you and Wei Jun, and the prices of gold, gems, rough stones, and jade here are added together, we can give you another package price of $200 million US. Since we are in urgent need of funds now, otherwise the price would not be so low," said the other end of the phone. "Strictly speaking, the value of this batch of things should be nearly $10 million US more. But since they are all package prices, and since he is Tang Qing's second uncle, we rounded up the value. I just picked it up, and if I make more or less, I will make a lot of money." "What? So much?" Tang Kai said in surprise. The package price of goods worth $200 million US was much higher than his worth. He really wanted to say, "Are you selling several years of mining inventory at once?" Obviously, Tang Kai guessed it right. Those guys not only sell it, but also play it themselves. There's a lot of inventory at the bottom of the box, which is extremely valuable. Mr. Tang, Naden, and the others have left behind a lot of good things in the past and are waiting for appreciation and value. In addition to the inventory during this period and the newly mined things, there are not many of these things. The other party said, "Friend, to be honest, I can't eat so much by myself. Now I can ask for up to 50 million US dollars in goods. How about I find someone to buy it with me?" Tang Kai told the truth. In the past, he and Wei Jun's transaction volume per year was at most about 100 million US dollars, which was allocated to each month, so the financial pressure was not great. But this was a huge amount of cash that suddenly had to be taken out, and he didn't have that much capital at all. Even with bank loans, we can only raise 50 million US dollars. But if I buy half of it, I probably won't get the package price discount, so I propose to find someone to partner with. Make money together. If based on the previous transaction price, this is definitely a must-make business. Okay, Mr. Tang, we will wait for you for 3 days. We will not sell anyone within 3 days. But after 3 days, except for the goods with an original price of 50 million US dollars, we cannot guarantee that we will not find others, said the other side. Okay, thank you. I'll give you a reply within 3 days. How about it? Tang Kai thanked him. This is definitely a great gift. Okay, I'll wait for your call. Just call me now. Okay, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Tang Kai couldn't calm down at all. Happiness came too suddenly. Just now, he was worried and prepared for the worst. But now, the difficulty was solved in less than a minute, even beyond his imagination. 200 million US dollars of goods, excluding the proportion of various goods that are still unknown, is enough for him to digest for half a year. He wanted to eat them all, but he really didn't have any money in his pocket. As for asking his friends to borrow them, this is 1.5 billion US dollars, worth more than 1.2 billion yuan, and it's still 2005. If he wants to borrow it within 3 days, he really doesn't think he has the face, so he can only find a capable friend to make this money together. But what Tang Kai didn't know was, if he had just proposed payment in installments, the other side would definitely agree, because Tang Qing was also listening to the call in the command room, but Tang Kai didn't know. As for partners, Tang Kai suddenly thought of Lu Gan. He didn't know how much money Lu Gan had, but it was definitely more than him. When the time came, he would borrow some money and wouldn't have to worry about supply for the next 6 months. Why not find a local jewelry merchant in Thailand? That is to avoid competition. Well, just do it. P.S. I have something urgent to do tonight, so that's it for this chapter. Sorry everyone, if I come back and have time, there may be another chapter. Please vote. Having made his decision, Tang Kai quickly called Lu Gan. Lu Gan was still in the United States at this time and would fly back tomorrow. If it were any later, I would definitely go to bed. USA, New York State, in Mujian's farm. Lu Gan, Chai Ren, and others had already finished dinner and were leisurely enjoying the sunset and drinking tea. The table had been cleared and various fruits were placed on it. Since they came back from the last hunting trip, they have been here in Mujian. They have never been out except to sign the contract for the iron mine. They walked around the farm, fished, grilled barbecue, farmed, rode horses, played target shooting, and tasted the red wine brewed by Mujian. The soldiers still stood behind Lu Gan like a wooden stake. After what happened last time, as long as the soldiers stood aside, it gave everyone an unparalleled sense of security. During this period, the bodyguards tried their best to get close to the Yuan brothers, but it was useless and basically ignored them. After many times, everyone had to give up. I dare not say that the soldiers were arrogant, because their strength was there, and their fighting, marksmanship, and professionalism were all inferior to them. It is normal to have a temper. Looking at the sunset and sunset that has gone down halfway. It's so beautiful. Chiron said softly, "It's so beautiful. I want to live a life like yours in the future. Let's go, no one will stop you." Mu Jian said while lying on the chair. He had seen this scenery countless times. He had seen it since he was a child. The novelty had long passed, but the tranquility had never dissipated. When you are in the world, you can't help it. Unlike you, no one forces you to do this or that. Chiron said with a wry smile. As the second son of this generation of the family, he shoulders a heavy mission. For the sake of the family, he cannot be a second generation walking around to pick up girls. What is the difference between that and a waste? Yes, you can come and play whenever you want. You are welcome at any time. Mu Jian also nodded in understanding. Yeah. By the way, do you really not want a red wine I brewed? Mu Jian suddenly changed the topic. Go away, Chiron said angrily. Mu Jian means what he says. Forget it if you say the drinking method is different. He always likes to add some weird things when brewing. The taste is really exciting. He is really afraid of being poisoned by these things, although some are normal, but the time is short and the taste is not good. If you take it back and keep it for a few years, it will probably appreciate in value. Mu Jian is not yet giving up. Go aside, Chiron said contemptuously. Mu Jian muttered, You really don't understand good people. How about you bring some grapes back? I've refrigerated a lot of them and will send them back to you next week. That'll be no problem. Besides, even if you don't want Mr. Liu, you still want them. He quickly threw Liu Gan into the water. That's something you can consider, as long as it doesn't expire. The two of them had a last word before leaving, and they didn't know when they would see each other again. Liu Gan looked at the two of them with envy. He really wanted to have a friend who could talk like this. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, Lu Qian's phone rang. Chiron and Mu Jian stopped talking. Lu Qian was a little worried about disturbing the two people's enjoyment, and quickly took out his mobile phone. Seeing that it was Tang Kai, he pressed the answer button. He and Tang Kai had just talked on the phone yesterday, and they called again today. At this point at their status, it was impossible to call to make things happen. Something must be wrong. Lu Gan stood up and walked aside and said, Hello, Mr. Tang, what can I do? Mr. Liu, I won't beat around the bush with you. There's one thing I don't know if you're interested in. Isn't it like this? My jade supplier's territory was robbed before, but now it is occupied by another group of people. They have all the good things left by those people and want to sell them to me at the previous wholesale price. And I can't eat all the goods by myself. I don't know if Mr. Liu is interested in eating some goods. Tang Kai said. Wei Jun's territory has changed leaders again. This was Lu Gan's first thought. It was only later that he found out that Wei Jun was actually Tang Kai's supplier. Now that Wei Jun had fallen, he knew that Tang Kai was also worried about the supply of goods. He had mentioned this on the phone yesterday. Based on his reasoning, he thought Tang Kai would definitely cut off the wholesale business. But now it seems that Tang Kai's crisis has been solved for a short time. If the cooperation with the other party is happy, Tang Kai will not be out of stock in the future. Wholesale price within wholesale price. Lu Gan was also very moved. This represents 1 million pieces of jewelry. In the past, you could earn 200,000 yuan, but now you can earn more than 300,000 and nearly 400,000 yuan. This is definitely a crazy profit increase. Is there an increase of 7%, 80%, or even nearly double? He also owns a jewelry company. Everyone wants to get the goods from the source, which is the cheapest. This is an opportunity. The goods that even Tang Kai couldn't eat must be quite large. Mr. Tang, do they have any goods? Lu Gan asked quickly. A total of 200 million US dollars of goods. This is the package price. And I can eat up to 50 million US dollars. I don't know how much goods you want, Mr. Liu. Tang Kai said. He didn't expect Lu Gan to finish the rest. But it didn't matter if he couldn't. At worst, he could find some partners from the mainland to eat with him. This. Lu Gan took a deep breath. This is 200 million US dollars, equivalent to more than 1.6 billion yuan, more than half his worth, and 7 to 8 times the market value of Mengyan Group. Damn, this is still the wholesale price. If you eat it all by yourself, you will make more than 1 Mengyan Group. Even after investing in iron ore, he is still a little short of money. Could he also be a wholesaler? Liu Gan hesitated. Seeing that Lu Gan didn't speak, Tang Kai asked, Mr. Liu, what's wrong with you? When Tang Kai called him, Lu Gan came to his senses and said quickly, Mr. Tang, I'm sorry, it's okay. How about you wait a moment, and I'll get back to you later. Okay, don't worry, I'll wait for your call. Tang Kai said. Hang up the phone. Lu Gan returned to his position and fell into deep thought. Even if he borrowed money from the bank, he couldn't get so much money. At most, it would be a little more than Tang Kai. He also refused to borrow money. It was the same reason as Tang Kai. The gap was too big, the repayment period was uncertain, and even he did not dare to borrow so much money from loan sharks. Is it really also a wholesale business? Trouble. Looking at Lu Gan's sad face, Chiron asked curiously, "Mr. Lu, what's wrong with you?" Lu Gan looked at Chiron, explained in detail what he had just talked about on the phone, and expressed his difficulties. His plan was also very simple, which was to bring Chiron in, make money together, and deepen the relationship. After listening, Chiron and Mu Jian both looked surprised. Wei Jun's territory has been occupied by a new force again. Chiron was surprised. From Lu Gan's mouth, he had already known about the trade relationship between Tang Qing and Wei Jun's family. Lu Gan nodded and said, "Yes, the specific situation is not clear, but the news of being integrated is absolutely true. Now they're shipping. It is better to package the wholesale price to Mr. Tang, but I can't afford the remaining goods, which is $150 million, and the digestion ability of Minion jewelry is not that strong. I am considering whether to also do the wholesale business of jade jewelry." After listening to Lu Gan's description, Chiron chuckled and said, "Mr. Lu, what's so difficult about this? What advice does Mr. Chai have?" Lu Gan asked, "It's easy to talk about the money. You pay as much as you can, and I can pay the rest. With the goods we get, we can create a new company specializing in the wholesale business of jade jewelry and hold shares according to the capital contribution." "That would be great," Chiron suggested. "This kind of discount is definitely profitable, and with his connections, it is easy to sell. Just a few phone calls. In fact, there is no need to set up a company together. He could just buy it and sell it separately. But he wants to do it for a long time and build relationships there. This kind of money-making business will not be done in vain unless he does it." And Chiron suddenly thought of something. That is, the country where the iron mine is located has a lot of gem resources. Through the relationship between his classmates, this company will be necessary whether he mines it himself or works as a purchaser. "Great. I'll just listen to you, Mr. Chai," Lu Qin said happily. Going into business alone with Chiron will save face, which is even more face-saving than cooperating with the richest man in the country. "Yes." Then Lu Gan called back, and Tang Kai quickly answered the phone. "Mr. Lu, how are you?" "Mr. Tang, no problem. A friend and I ate all the rest. We just don't know when to trade." Lu Gan asked. He said he would give me 3 days, and they would not find anyone else within 3 days. The specific transaction time has yet to be determined. Tang Kai said truthfully. Lu Gan said, "Okay, let's discuss this matter in detail when we arrive in Bangkok. According to Bangkok's time, we will arrive tomorrow night. We will discuss it carefully then." "Okay, Mr. Lu, you can come and talk then. You can rest early." Tang Kai agreed. "Okay." The two of them didn't talk too much. Hang up the phone. Tang Kai did not call there directly, but was prepared to wait until Lu Qin came. This thing must be bought with money, and it must be raised quickly. Otherwise, if there is a problem with Lu Qin, the promise is not fulfilled, and this kind of force is angered, it will definitely be in big trouble. It is not as familiar with Wei Jun as before. In order to achieve friendly cooperation and the first transaction in the future, Tang Kai did not want anything to go wrong. Farm. "Okay, Mr. Chai, starting from now, they will not contact anyone else within 71 hours. The transaction time is to be determined, but it should be very soon. I have to contact the company to prepare funds. I can raise up to $60 million worth of funds here." Lu Gan said to Chiron, "Okay, I will find a way to use the remaining $90 million. It would be great if we could use RMB." Chiron said, "That's right, I'll ask Mr. Tang to ask if it would be best to use RMB." Lu Gan said, "Yeah. P.S. One chapter is out. Let's continue." Adi 2005. April 18th, Monday morning. Tianyuan Building in the center of Qingyan City. On this day, Zhang Jing was wearing what she thought was the best clothes. Her hair was tied up in a bunch, and she was naturally beautiful without makeup. She took the bus to the door of the building with excitement. It was now working time, and white-collar workers in suits and ties were walking quickly inside. Even if they were not late, it would not be good if their bosses or leaders saw them dawdling here. When she was in school, Zhang Jing had dreamed of working in such an office building and wearing beautiful and decent clothes. However, problems at home meant that she had no chance at all. She thought she would only be able to work everywhere in her life. She was lucky enough to meet Tang Qing. Half a year later, Tang Qing gave her a chance to realize her dream and gave her a new starting point. She secretly vowed to work hard to repay Tang Qing. "Hello, are you going for an interview?" As soon as he entered the elevator, someone came up to chat with him. When he saw that it was Zhang Jing who was here for the interview, someone came up to chat with great confidence. Yes, Zhang Jing, who was new to the world, agreed softly. "Which company are you going to?" The middle-aged man whose hair was shining with wax asked again. "Tianyin Consulting Company." Zhang Jing answered truthfully. "What? Sky Eye Consulting? The one on the 18th floor?" The middle-aged man asked in surprise. Now the name of Sky Eye has spread throughout the building. The mysterious wealthy boss spent tens of millions of yuan to build a huge headquarters. They are simply envious of this group of people. However, the recruitment conditions are high and many want to get in, but only a few can get in. However, due to confidentiality, outsiders do not know the true operation mode of Sky Eye and the companies that supervise it. Otherwise, they will definitely go crazy with jealousy. "Yeah," Zhang Jing said. "It's very difficult to get into." "Which university did you graduate from?" the middle-aged man asked curiously. He had never heard that Tianyin was recruiting people recently. "I graduated from high school." Zhang Jing answered truthfully. "What? You just graduated from high school? Then you should come to our company. There are many elites there, with at least undergraduate degrees and graduate students. They must be excellent in school and even have work experience. Are you applying for a cleaning job? You might as well come to our company." The middle-aged man also had his own thoughts. "Sorry, I'm not interested in your company." Zhang Jing frowned and said, looking down on her academic qualifications, "So what else is there to say? Let's just have fun. Let me tell you, you really can't get into that company." The middle-aged man went on to say a lot, but Zhang Jing ignored him at all. Of course, she could see this guy's bad intentions, and she was too lazy to get to know him. "But I also have a deeper and more intuitive impression of Tianyin. That is, everyone in this building envies people with Tianyin." The middle-aged man got out of the elevator on the 15th floor and forced a business card to her. If she hadn't considered littering, she would have just put on the ground. After passing the crowded elevator, Zhang Jing arrived at Tianyin's floor, the 18th floor. As soon as she got out of the elevator, Zhang Jing breathed a sigh of relief. She had long heard that taking the stairs in this kind of place was scary. She was deeply impressed when she first encountered it, but it didn't matter. She had suffered all kinds of hardships and accepted it indifferently. Turning her head, Zhang Jing immediately saw the Tianyin sign. It was really big and conspicuous. The receptionist was standing there smiling. Zhang Jing walked up quickly. "Hello, miss. Who are you looking for?" the girl at the front desk asked. The company has no external business, so the only strangers who come here are looking for people. As for interviews, the company has not been recruiting recently. "Hello, my name is Zhang Jing, and I'm here to report." Zhang Jing said a little timidly. The front desk's face changed, and she suddenly said, "It's you. Please wait a moment. I'll call Mr. He." She then remembered that He Zixin had told last week that a new employee would report today. She was not stupid, and she immediately thought of someone coming through the back door. In the whole Sky, there were only two people who could use the back door in personnel affairs. One was Do Jiao, and the other was the young and wealthy boss. "Don't dare to neglect." "Yeah," Zhang Jing said. The receptionist hung up the phone and said with a smile, "Please wait a moment. We will be colleagues from now on. Please take care of me." No matter which big boss Zhang Jing is, she is a great person, a Tang Qing who has so much money that she is burning, and a Do Jiao who has an outrageous network of connections. They're simply amazing. Within 10 seconds, the crisp sound of high-heeled shoes hitting the ground was heard. He Zixin came out wearing Tianyin's customized professional attire. After docking with Shengtang clothing last month, Tianyin's work clothes also changed. Shengtang's designers redesigned Tianyin's new work clothes, which are comprehensive from the inside out and are very fashionable. "Hello, I'm He Zixin, one of the deputy general managers here." He Zixin walked up to Zhang Jing, smiled, and extended her hand. He Zixin looked Zhang Jing up and down. This was the only person Tang Qing arranged to come in through the back door. She had been looking forward to it for several days after receiving the call last week. When she saw her today, she didn't find anything special. It seemed that she needed to wait to ask about the specific situation. Zhang Jing also quickly stretched out her hands, shook them together, and said respectfully, "Hello, Mr. He. I'm Zhang Jing. Well, follow me." After saying that, Zhang Jing followed He Zixin to her office. When passing by the Human Resources Department, "Give me the information, Manager Fei, and go through the entry procedures for Zhang Jing." He Zixin handed Zhang Jing's information to Fei Hongwen, the manager of the Human Resources Department. Okay. Fei Hongwen took the information. He was notified early and went through the onboarding procedures quickly. Kenyon's personnel department is just a large separated office. Plus, there are only 4 of him. Only those above the vice president level will have separate offices. Although he was a little frustrated, he was very motivated when he thought about the plan of Tianyan headquarters. He also vaguely guessed Tang Qing's plan to do something big. He Zixin took Zhang Jing to her office and poured Zhang Jing a cup of tea. "Sit down. Mr. Tang has told me everything about you. After you join the company, you will first learn about the company's system and business scope and get your uniform. There will be an assessment on the company's system and other aspects on Wednesday. It is not difficult. The company has signed you up for a special financial training class. On Thursday, you will start a month of paid study. Due to Mr. Tang's instructions, you will not have a probation period and will directly become a formal member of the company. You will be treated according to the standards of new employees. But you have to remember, even if you're introduced by Mr. Tang, don't be proud. If you want to get along with your colleagues, academic qualifications are not important. The most important thing is to have the ability to show off, so study hard and ask if you don't understand. After graduation, we will have an internal assessment of the company. You will be assigned a position in the company only after you pass the assessment. If your performance is really bad, I can only report it to Mr. Tang." He Zixin said. "Thank you, Mr. He. I will work hard." Zhang Jing said firmly. "You're welcome, Zhang Jing. Are you and Mr. Tang related?" After talking about the business, He Zixin started to gossip. "No, I just work for Mr. Tang." Zhang Jing said truthfully. The boss could have said before that it was not suitable here. The title Mr. Tang just doesn't sound friendly anymore. "Oh, what company? Sheng Tang, Meng Yun, or something else?" He Zixin asked curiously. Now Zhang Jing was confused and said, "Mr. He, what is Sheng Tang? I used to work as a cashier in a small restaurant, and this restaurant has Mr. Tang's shares." He Zixin immediately reacted after hearing this. "Oh, that's right. It's the restaurant before Li Jiangguo, right? Li Jiangguo's project is their key project these days. Li Jiangguo is basically half-hearted in preparation, strategic planning, market research, etc., and they basically need their eyes to do it. Fortunately, Li Jiangguo is not a dictatorial person and can listen to opinions. Therefore, the catering company has been registered and the basic strategy has been approved. As long as all the personnel are recruited, the entire company will be set up this week." "Yes." Zhang Jing nodded and said, "So you were working under Mr. Tang last year?" He Zixin said, a little surprised. Through inquiring, she knew that this restaurant opened much earlier than their Tianyan. It might even be Tang Qing's first investment project. Zhang Jing was a veteran, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was the first employee to follow Tang Qing. He Zixin was a little surprised. No wonder Tang Qing valued Zhang Jing so much. A high school graduate forced him to come to Tianyan. At the same time, he also guessed what Tang Qing was thinking. Seeing that Tang Qing was so nostalgic, He Zixin smiled. Such a boss is quite good. After more than 10 minutes of conversation, He Zixin knew Zhang Jing's situation very well. Although Zhang Jing didn't know anything, she didn't dare to look down on her. She asked a female employee with a better personality to teach Zhang Jing the rules and regulations to avoid any bloody plot. If Zhang Jing was wronged here and was excluded and ridiculed, it would be troublesome if Tang Qing got angry. Although Tang Qing is usually very talkative. She emphasizes corporate culture and internal harmony. If Zhang Jing is treated with discriminatory treatment within her company, Tang Qing will definitely take action if she gets angry. Even if Tang Qing doesn't do it, Do Jiao will do it. She knows very well how much Do Jiao protects Tang Qing. With the simultaneous introduction by enthusiastic colleagues, Zhang Jing gradually learned that Tang Qing actually had such a huge industry. Others did not know Tang Qing's worth, but the people in Tianyin knew it very well. With various capital injections and equity during this period, they conservatively estimated that Tang Qing's worth was at least 400 million yuan. The rich don't want it. Zhang Jing was also shocked when she saw the huge sky, a headquarters plan on the wall. She knew that Tang Qing was rich, but being so rich was too scary. No wonder Tang Qing rarely went to restaurants. It turned out that in Tang Qing's opinion, it was just a small industry, just for fun, and Tang Qing didn't care about the profit at all. I looked at the elites around me and the good office environment. Although it was a bit crowded, I looked at the huge renderings on the wall and the excellent treatment I heard from the company. Zhang Jing is already content. Tang Qing gave her a starting point. She will not let Tang Qing down. P.S. Another chapter was leaked. Fortunately, no one noticed it. Phew, it was so dangerous. 6:30 in the evening. Bangkok International Airport. It was already dark at this time, but this did not prevent the flow of people at this huge airport from decreasing. Tang Kai was standing at the exit of the airport, with 6 bodyguards standing behind him. They were in a posture of keeping strangers away. Many passengers were pointing at them. They were wearing black suits and black shirts. Fortunately, they were not wearing sunglasses in the evening. Many people thought that Tang Kai was some underground power boss, so they walked around and lowered their heads to avoid looking too much and getting into trouble. It's not that Tang Kai is putting on a show, but Bangkok has never been calm since Basong's death. Although the underground situation in Bangkok has begun to stabilize in the past few days, he does not dare to take it lightly. He always goes out with at least 6 bodyguards as before. This time, Chai Run and Lu Qian will take over. The flight had landed at this time, but people hadn't come out yet. Otherwise, Tang Kai wouldn't have gotten off the car and waited stupidly at the exit. After a while, the passengers came out, and the soldiers beside them suddenly reminded, "Mr. Tang, they are here." This kind of service can only be enjoyed by people above Tang Kai's level, so it would be good if Lu Gan could deal with him. Where? Tang Kai, who was lost in thought, came back to his senses upon hearing this. Then, following the direction of the soldier's finger, he saw Lu Gan and his group at a glance. 4 big men in black were following behind. Lu Gan and a young man were walking in front. Lu Gan was half a step behind the young man to show respect. Tang Kai, standing at the door, was really conspicuous. Lu Gan saw Tang Kai at a glance and quickly waved. Tang Kai also waved to indicate that he had seen you. But as soon as they walked in front of Tang Kai, the mission of Brother Yuan in their mouths was automatically judged to be over. The soldier didn't say anything and walked quickly forward behind Tang Kai, doing what a bodyguard should do, guarding. At this point, the protective leasing relationship ended, and Lu Gan immediately became a stranger. His level was a little higher than that of a passerby, and he could selectively rescue someone in the event of an emergency. Upon seeing this, Chai Ren and Lu Gan were immediately surprised, and then looked at each other with wry smiles in their eyes. Is this like turning your back on others? Although they had expected it, it was still a bit difficult for them to accept that he was so unfeeling and said goodbye without even saying hello. This is not a question of emotional intelligence at all, but a question of whether he has it or not. Anyway, we are a super rich man and a super second generation. We have been getting along for half a month, and we don't miss the old relationship at all. Chiron has not experienced this feeling of being ignored for many years. Forget it. Who told the soldiers to be their saviors? This kind of professionalism is quite reassuring as a protected person, but as an unprotected person, it's really hurtful. They both suffered minor internal injuries. Looking at the soldiers who looked like strangers in front of them, Lu Gan and his party really felt as if they had lost something. Maybe it's a sense of security. Lu Gan calmed down his lost mood, stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and said with a smile, Ha, Mr. Tang. Long time no see. No, it's only been a month. Tang Kai, who was holding Lu Gan's hand, chuckled. Lu Gan smiled and said, 1 month is already a long time. By the way, Mr. Tang, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chai from China, mainly engaged in mining business. This is Mr. Tang. Hello, Mr. Chai. Tang Kai extended his hand and greeted with a smile. His attitude was neither humble nor overbearing. Mr. Tang, I've heard about you for a long time. I'm glad to meet you, Chai Rin said with a smile. After that, he took a good look at the confident-looking businessman and the soldier next to him who looked like he came from the same place. He was full of envy in his heart. Although Lu Gan said that this young man had great connections in the country, Tang Kai did not do anything flattering, because his life experience told him that only interest can build a strong relationship, and no one will look down on lowly people. It was just like a beggar kneeling in front of him and begging him for 100,000 yuan, abandoning his dignity and asking him to give him 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan was very, very little for a billionaire like him. But would he give it? Of course not. I would give you a few hundred at most. The core of interpersonal relationships is value exchange. If there is no value that the other party needs, there is no need to flatter and embarrass people. This time, it is the other party who is using his own advantage to make money. It doesn't matter if you have a great background. Just mind my business and show basic respect and courtesy. Young Master Chai, you're welcome. Mr. Lu didn't say bad things about me anymore. Tang Kai joked. No way, I always say good things. Lu Gan said quickly. Haha. Please, I have already reserved a seat to pick you up. Tang Kai said with a smile. Thank you. You're welcome. Then a group of people got in the car, a total of 13 people, 4 cars, all Mercedes-Benz, including 2 off-road vehicles and 2 sedans. 2 were Tang Kai's private cars, and 2 were company reception cars. Tang Kai has always been fond of Mercedes-Benz, which is why he always bought a Mercedes-Benz when he returned home. Half an hour later, they arrived at a large hotel in the city center. The situation in Bangkok is tense during this period, and the number of domestic and foreign tourists has decreased a lot. However, this does not affect the business here, because it used to be almost full and it was impossible to book a seat. Now it is just full. After taking a seat, after a while, the dishes were all served. After a few glasses of wine, we started chatting. Mr. Lu, how was the game in the United States this time? Tang Kai asked with a smile. Lu Gan looked at the wooden pile like Brother Yuan, smiled, and said, this trip to the United States was quite good. Let me tell you, the big farm we went to was really big, and we could also hunt, ride horses, fish, etc. The scenery was beautiful and interesting. Next time we have the opportunity, Mr. Chai will take us to play together. Lu Gan didn't tell Tang Kai about these dangers. He thought Lu Gan was having a great time. But judging from the results, I did have a lot of fun. That's good, thanks to Mr. Chai. Tang Kai raised his glass and smiled. Chai Run and Tang Kai clinked glasses and said, we are all friends everywhere. I also want to thank you for lending me Brother Yuan. You're welcome. Mr. Lu paid for this. It's a total of 4 million yuan. It makes me feel sick just thinking about it. As long as Mr. Lu doesn't blame me, that's fine. Tang Kai didn't think much about it, thinking that Chai Ren was just being polite. No way. This is the fee I proposed. I think it is very reasonable. Lu Gan said quickly. Mr. Lu, I won't be polite. I wish us a happy cooperation this time. Tang Kai didn't bother to ask Lu Qian what he thought of this taken advantage of. 4 million yuan is not expensive, and you can't spend it like this if you have money. It's a pleasure to cooperate. I really want to thank you again this time for letting us make a fortune easily. By the way, Mr. Tang, I don't know if there are any requirements for the method and currency of this transaction. How can we be sure that we will not suffer losses? Lu Gan asked. When talking about business, Tang Kai's face became serious, and he said, Mr. Lu, Mr. Chai, you can rest assured that you will definitely not suffer losses, because the previous transaction method was that they would send it to the country and verify that the value was correct before payment. As for the transaction method, they will be responsible for transporting it to the Thai border. There will be formal commercial bills at that time. As long as we pay a certain fee, all those things will become legal assets. You can rest assured that the forces behind this kind of business are very powerful. No one in Thailand dares to check the tax or even legal issues of these goods because they are the law. As for the transaction currency, I haven't decided yet. I don't know if it will be the same as before, but it's okay. As long as you have enough money, I think you too can exchange it into any currency. If you don't have a way, I can make a match. Tang Qing slowly introduced. Lugon didn't understand it, but Chai Run had heard about it. The person doing this business was obviously Thailand's taxation bureau. Instead of preventing smuggling, it was better to open a business and everyone could make money as long as it wasn't contraband. Okay, our money is fine, but what about the trading time? Chiron agreed. It is estimated that this week, the payment time will be within 3 days after the inspection, so I suggest you prepare it before Friday. Tang Qing said, Mr. Tang, is there no problem with the other party's identity? Is the internal stability stable? Chiron asked the question he was most concerned about. It's not a big deal to cheat. He gets the goods first, pays later, and it's still in Thailand, so it's not a big problem. What he's afraid of are other things, such as enemies coming to visit or internal competition for interests. It's no fun if it affects Chiyu. He's not afraid, but Tang Qing is in trouble. Don't worry, Mr. Chai. I've asked someone to inquire. This time, the territory has been completely integrated. All the previous owners are dead. No one is left. There is no living owner to come to the door. Internally, I heard that it is very stable, unlike the various village owners before. Tang Qing. He finally found out this news, but what Tang Qing didn't know was that this was the news that Tang Qing had someone give him just to dispel his worries. After hearing this, Chiron had no doubts. I have no problem. Happy cooperation. Chiron raised his glass and smiled. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Several people clinked glasses and drank them all in one gulp. After the business discussion was over, several people chatted happily. When they met Chai Run for the first time, they chatted with each other and told interesting stories. They were all giants in the shopping mall. They traveled all over the world and talked about many topics. Soon Tang Qing and Chai Run became familiar with each other. After that, Tang Qing took the two people back to his villa. Early the next morning, Tang Qing dialed the number there, while Lu Qian and Chai Run sat aside. After a sound, the call was connected very quickly. Mr. Tang, have you made your decision? The same voice sounded. Tang Qing took a deep breath. This was the biggest single business deal he had ever negotiated. He couldn't help but get nervous. Hello, I've decided. I want all your goods. According to the previous rules, the money will be paid within 3 days after the inspection. Do you know? After saying this, he carefully reminded him, otherwise there would be disagreements due to misunderstandings, which would be really nonsense. The answer there relieved him. Of course we know this rule. We have prepared the goods. They can be shipped over at noon tomorrow. They will arrive in the evening, and the payment will be settled before 12 o'clock on Friday night at the latest. Is the pickup location still the same place? Yes, the same place. By the way, what is your payment method? Tang Qing asked. In order to facilitate transactions, this time you can use US dollars, Thai baht, and RMB. There are no restrictions on cash and transfers. Give it to us according to the international exchange rate. I will give you an account then. All Thai baht is okay? Tang Qing asked tentatively. Wei Junkie only wanted US dollars and a small part of RMB and Thai baht. Okay, the soldier over there said. Next, we will purchase various things on a large scale. Thailand is naturally the preferred shopping market, and all the baht is not a big problem. That's good. You guys prepare, I'll prepare too. Tang Qing had no problem. Okay, Mr. Tang, goodbye. After saying that, the other end hung up the phone. Mr. Tang, what did the other party say? Lugon asked a little anxiously. What Tang Qing just said was Burmese, which they couldn't understand. Anyway, it was just like listening to the Book of Heaven, gibberish. Tang Qing said happily, everything is fine. The goods will arrive tomorrow evening. After inspecting the goods, the money will be paid before 12 o'clock on Friday night. US dollars, Thai baht, and RMB will all work. You can even use a single currency. Cash or transfer is not limited. Really? That's good. This way, there is no need to exchange foreign currency. When the time comes, Let him open an overseas account at ICBC, and I will call him directly. Chiron said, relieved. Okay, let's start the preparations separately. Then several people started to raise funds, and the goods will arrive tomorrow. There is still 4 days before payment. Although it is short, it is enough for the three of them. They're all people with a way. It is not difficult to get enough through loans, borrowings, misappropriations, or adding their own funds. Especially if you can use the national currency, it will be no problem. It will save a lot of currency exchange fees. For such a large sum of money, if he wanted to convert RMB into US dollars, even Chiron would not be able to convert it from the country's foreign exchange reserves. He would have to go to the black market. Otherwise, Chiron would not have asked Lugan for US dollars last time. Now, just wait to make money. Certainly. First of all, Tang Qing is also responsible for opening up relationships. Tang Qing was filled with energy when he thought of the significance of this business. P.S. The first chapter and the next chapter will probably be after 11 o'clock. Let's get up and read it tomorrow. The next day, departing from Bangkok, it was a day of non-stop driving. Tang Qing, Lu Qian, and others came to the northern border of Chiang Mai, Thailand, which is the border with Wei Jun's former territory. After a long period of transactions over the years, he and Wei Jun have agreed to have a fixed and safe trade area. This trade area is located at the border between the two countries. The terrain on both sides of the border is flat, and in the middle is a creek no more than knee-deep and more than 20 meters wide. The clear water flows slowly, and the environment is beautiful. The most important thing is that there is a Thai outpost here, and there is a Thai military camp 5 kilometers away. It is self-evident who collects the tax and provides the legal certificate. Tang Qing is a serious businessman. Such a large-scale jade transaction is impossible to smuggle. Even if it is smuggled in, it cannot be blatantly sold in Thailand. And with the forces behind these people providing legal source certificates, no one in Thailand really dares to check these goods. Tang Qing contacted Wang Sa, the top officer here, early this morning. Wang Sa had more than 200 soldiers under his command. This trading site and rules were also discussed between the Wei family and Wang Sa. Over the years, he and Wang Sa had cooperated for many years and were very familiar with each other. He could settle this kind of mutually beneficial matter with just one phone call. The fee charged for this kind of transaction is actually not that much. In the past, it was charged on a pay-per-use basis. The quantity of goods was not always large or small, but it was not too much, so we directly priced it at $100,000. After all, if the price was too high and Tang Qing was forced to smuggle it, it would not be fun, and Wang Sa was not stupid. The value of this item was so great that Tang Qing and Wang Sa negotiated a fee of $500,000. This price shocked Wang Sa. However, Wang Sa doesn't have any evil intentions. First of all, his family is very powerful in Thailand. Otherwise, he would not have stayed in this lucrative position for so many years. The family's credit still needs to be maintained. As long as it is not contraband, he will accept it with a clear conscience. Secondly, the Wei Jun family used to be easy to talk to and would not mess around, but now the controller of that area is not a good person. He has killed so many people. If they mess around, he will not be able to sleep. After passing several checkpoints, Tang Qing and his party entered the trade area, where Wang Sa was already waiting, accompanied by more than 30 Thai soldiers with guns. Tang Qing got out of the car, and Wang Sa, who was already in his 30s, walked up with a smile on his face. He had not traded for several months, and his income was much less. Basong was smuggled directly and did not go his way. He was also angry, but he could not go to the door to ask for it. He could not afford to lose that person. This time it was $500,000, which was as much as his income in the previous half year, although he could only take part of it. Mr. Tang, long time no see. Wang Sa happily gave Tang Qing a hug. Sir Wang Sa, you're doing well these days. Tang Qing said with a smile. Haha, no, it's been in chaos there for so long, and business is not good. The guy from Bong usually still smuggles, and his income is much less. Now that you start again, I feel relieved. Don't worry, I will have someone protect your people and goods. Wang Sa promised. Thank you. Tang Qing thanked him. What's the quantity of your goods this time? Wang Sa asked curiously. 20 million US dollars in total. Tang Qing said the words he had thought of and directly lowered the price 10 times. If it was too much, it might be too much to attract people's attention. Although the two have collaborated for many years. Never bet money on a person's character. When Wang Sa heard this, his face was full of surprise. In the past, it was only 3 to 5 million US dollars, but this time it was directly 20 million US dollars. It must be that those guys are planning to sell the stolen goods. Well, that's certainly the case. So many. I heard they have a lot of inventory. Tang Qing. Everyone has a tacit understanding of what inventory means. Mr. Tang, are you familiar with that place? Wang Sa asked again. It's okay, but not too familiar. What's wrong? Tang Qing said vaguely. Nothing. I heard that they have just completed the integration. I also want to see what kind of person their new leader is. Wang Sa smiled. In the past, he would go to Wei Jun's family for tea and chat from time to time. The relationship was very good, and he got a lot of conveniences. For example, he participated in some transactions of medicinal materials and daily necessities in Wei Jun's territory. Now that the territory has expanded, it means that he can get a larger share of the trade. The business of more than 100,000 people is a steady stream, and this is the bulk of it. Although most of the profits have to be turned over, the leakage is enough to feed myself. Oh, you can chat when he comes later, Tang Qing said. Okay, just come. Wang Sa breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that the new leader was coming. There was finally progress. Chai Run and Lu Gan watched from the sidelines as they talked and laughed. Wang Sa ignored him. They looked like they were Chinese, but they had nothing to do with him. Tang Qing was his friend. Tang Qing didn't introduce him either, because Wang Sa didn't know Chinese or English and couldn't communicate at all, so it was useless to introduce him. Looking at the soldiers holding guns around them, Chai Run and Lu Gan couldn't help but become nervous. However, looking at the two soldiers behind Tang Qing, they immediately relaxed. With these two perverts, they felt safe. The sun is about to set. The stream is flowing. Dusk. Sudden. There was movement from the other side. There was a sound of a car starting. A large military green Jeep rushed out and parked on the other side. Various vehicles slowly drove over from behind, 8 in total. If you can see from the map in the command room, there have actually been 3 soldiers staring at the nearby hill with long-range weapons since the morning. All the cars were parked on the other side of the river. After that, dozens of the other party's men got out of the car, but the two sides did not point their guns at each other. After all, they had traded many times before, and it was just business. There was no need to be too nervous. No one would mess around. The next moment, a man in his 30s got out of the previous Jeep, wearing an unknown military uniform. Is this Mr. Tang across from you? The man said loudly in Burmese. It's me, Tang. Qing stepped forward and said, Hello. I am the person who spoke to you. I have brought all the goods. Sir Wang Sa, can we pass by? After the visitor finished speaking, he asked Wang Sa for his opinion. There should still be rules. Wang Sa disagreed. It was too arrogant to cross the boundary marker and walk directly over. Wang Sa was not surprised to know him from the other side, and he was also very grateful for the respect he faced. He said loudly, Okay, you guys can come here, but people who come here don't bring weapons. It's the old rule. No problem. After that, the man waved his hand, and a group of people put down their weapons and moved one iron box after another from each truck. These were used to contain weapons, but now they contained jade and jewelry. I saw a group of people carrying the boxes over with water, putting them down, and then going back to move them. There was no nonsense word during the whole process, and their expressions were stern. There are only 10 warriors among these people, and the others are the best ones selected from the defeated army. After a short period of hell-like training, there is no big problem with discipline. Tang Qing opened the iron boxes one by one and inspected them. The more he looked at them, the more satisfied he became. Especially some of the boxes contained fine jade, which must have been the private collection of the village owners. This kind of thing was simply in short supply on the market. Wang Sa was not curious to see, this was not his category, but finding the warrior, this was what he really cared about. Hello. Let me introduce you again. My name is Wang Sa. Wang Sa stepped forward and extended his hand. Sir Wang Sa, I have long admired my name. Just call me Zero, the warrior leader said. Haha. Okay, we will be neighbors from now on. Please take care of my business. Wang Sa smiled and said his purpose. No problem. The business is still the same as before, and we also have a big business. I don't know if you could do it, Chief Wang Sa, the soldier said. What business? Wang Sa asked curiously. The soldier said, we're going to build some roads, bridges, and houses in our territory. We need a lot of cement, bricks, sand and gravel, steel bars, and other construction and decoration materials. I wonder if you're interested in providing these goods. Oh, how much do you want? Wang Sa asked curiously. This is for infrastructure construction, something Wei Jun and his family have never done before. We plan to use most of Mr. Tang's funds for these goods to buy these things. The soldier said. The command room already knew Wang Sa's background very clearly. The family's power is very powerful, similar to that of Chai Ren in the country, or even stronger. In order to protect this batch of goods from problems, he mentioned it to Wang Sa. I understand, Chief Zero. No one in Thailand can take advantage of these things. Wang Sa said confidently. Selling building materials is definitely a good business, and no one dares to say anything about himself. That's good. Let's go to your camp tomorrow to discuss what exactly you need, how much you need, and how to pay. We'll be friends from now on. Please take good care of us. The soldier said with a smile. Haha, okay, friend. After achieving their goal, the two shook hands again. The two were chatting on the sidelines, deepening their relationship, and asking each other about some things and trading rules. The warrior was pretending to be stupid, and Wang Sa was really stupid. An hour later, it was already dark, and the car lights and the searchlights of the outpost illuminated the scene brightly. Tang Kai finished counting the value of this batch of goods, and he was really excited. This batch of goods would definitely not lose 200 million US dollars, and he would even make a huge profit. He was very satisfied with the quality and quantity of the jade, gems, gold, and the like at the bottom of the box. After closing the last box, Lu Gan came over. Mr. Tang, how are these goods? Looking at a box of good jade and gold, Lu Qian was a little excited as he spoke, as was Chai Ren. Although he was very rich, having tons of gold and jade in front of him was definitely more exciting than visiting a jewelry store. This kind of transaction between two groups of gunmen at night, even though it was jade and jewelry, was still at the outpost. It felt so exciting. He had never experienced such a thrilling transaction. Mr. Liu, Mr. Chai, there is nothing wrong with these goods. They are worthy of the package price. We have definitely made a profit. However, we still need to go back and evaluate them again. Where's your appraiser? Tang Qing, he sped. Already checked into a hotel in Bangkok. Lu Qian said. The distribution of goods naturally needs to be evaluated and distributed according to the proportion of investment, but Tang Kai has the first right to choose. Okay, let them have a good night's rest and start the assessment tomorrow morning. We will drive back directly in the evening without resting on the way. Tang Kai said. Okay, the same goes for sleeping in the car. Chiron said. It was agreed upon on the way here, so there was no need to discuss it. P.S. Chapter 2 is here. Please vote for me. Seeing that Tang Kai had finished checking everything, Soldier Ling came over. Of course, the name Zero was not given by the system, but by Tang Qing. It was mainly on a whim, thinking that this place would be his own territory in the future, and it could also be regarded as his foundation and real territory, a territory with fighting power. Zero is the basis of numbers and mathematics. At that time, he suddenly thought of this and gave the soldier this nickname. It sounded really good. In order to avoid being seen out, the leader's character expression cannot be the same as that of the bodyguard. He is mainly talkative and hypocritical, but when it comes to Tang Kai, the warrior will not lose face. Mr. Tang, have you checked it out? Soldier Ling walked to Tang Kai and smiled. Chief Zero, everything is fine. There is nothing wrong with the preliminary inspection. When I go back and have people inspect it, we will give you the money. Tang Kai nodded. The soldier nodded and said, That's good, Chief Wang Sa. I hope you will send someone to protect Mr. Tang. No problem. We will absolutely guarantee the safety of Mr. Tang and his cargo. Wang Sa assured. After that, people from several parties started to help load the truck. These were hundreds of large iron boxes, which were filled with high-density items. Each one was quite heavy. It took more than half an hour to load them. Fortunately, Tang Qing drove 2 large trucks from his own company. They were just filled. Even diamonds, gems, and the extremely valuable jade that had been driven out were all placed on the cars of Tang Qing and others. After everything was loaded, Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the 2 fully loaded trucks, he felt very happy, just like harvesting crops. Leader Zero, if there is something like this in the future, I hope you can give me priority. Tang Qing stepped forward and said to the soldier. He really wants to be the only dealer of these things in Thailand for this power like before. Okay, we know Mr. Tang's integrity. From now on, we will give priority to Mr. Tang for our things. The soldier promised that if the wealth does not go to outsiders, these things will naturally give priority to Tang Qing. Thank you, Leader Zero. Let's go now. Next time you come to Bangkok, look for me. I will definitely greet you. Tang Qing said happily after receiving a positive reply. With this huge supplier, the future business will definitely be good. Definitely. Let's go now and see Mr. Tang again. The soldier said goodbye, then turned to Wang Sa and said, See you later, Sir Wang Sa. Okay, I'll wait for you to come. Leader Zero, walk slowly and be careful on the road. Wang Sa said. He was looking forward to tomorrow's conversation and also reminded the soldiers to be careful of the revenge of those who slipped through the net. It's late at night, and accidents are easy to happen. Okay, thank you for reminding me, the soldier said. Wang Sa didn't know that this place was completely controlled by the warriors. In the face of the warriors who were strong enough to commit foul, all the opposition forces were eliminated. With the funds obtained from several village owners, the number of warriors here is definitely the largest and densest. The total number has reached more than 230. Among them, about 50 warriors guard all the grassroots positions of the collected forces, and about 150 warriors control the most cutting-edge weapons here, forming independent formations. There are more than 30 soldiers distributed throughout the vast area to serve as secret sentries and eyeliners. There are no special mission teams set up. The main reason is that the soldiers can switch arms at will as long as they are willing, and they are proficient in professional skills and do not need special setup and training. However, there are special and combat teams composed of ordinary people. This time, they were all sent to perform escort missions. Afterwards, the soldier and his men returned to the other side of the river, got in the car, and headed towards the dark mountainous area. There were dirt roads here, and they would be the first place to be repaired after the materials arrived. When this area is smooth, the transaction speed will be very convenient in the future. Seeing the soldiers walking away and a light flashing in the distant mountainous area, Wang Sa withdrew his gaze and ordered his adjutant to send 2 vehicles to follow for protection. Chief Wang Sa, let's leave first. The money will arrive in the designated account before noon tomorrow. Tang Qing said, Okay, Mr. Tang, let's go slowly. Come and have tea when you have time. Definitely. After that, Tang Qing and his party got in the car. After Tang Qing left, Sir, I just saw that those goods were extremely valuable. Wang Sa's adjutant whispered beside him. Wang Sa stared at his adjutant, which made him feel scared. He shook his head and said, Say that you can achieve anything big. Remember, some money can be taken and some money can't be taken. This kind of money can't be taken away. The rules can't be broken. You ask them to protect it all the way and don't allow any mistakes. In the past, Tang Qing was basically responsible for transporting things by himself. There was never any problem. If he sent people to escort him along the way and something happened, it would be a slap in his face. He would let many people go to see God. Yes, sir, the adjutant said solemnly. A military green Toyota off-road opened a road, followed by Tang Qing, Lu Gan, and others, followed by the 2 heavy trucks, the bodyguard's car behind the heavy truck, and finally another Toyota off-road of the same type. Several vehicles were kept clear by using walkie-talkies. After passing several checkpoints, the convoys drove directly past. Sometimes there were Thai patrol police enforcing the law at night, but when they saw this convoy, they did not dare to talk nonsense and did not dare to collect tolls. They just let them go from a distance and saluted, thinking that some big boss was passing by. After a night of nonstop driving, they arrived at the company's warehouse and processing center in the suburbs of Bangkok at 11:30 the next morning. Wang Sa's 2 cars had already returned at the door. Before leaving, Tang Qing was very smart and gave Yitai money for 1 car. After going there so many times, although everyone was familiar with it, the gift cannot be wasted. At this time, the appraisers invited by Lu Qian and Chai Run had arrived. Each of them invited 4 appraisers, all of whom were experts in jade and gemstones. Of course, for the sake of safety, there were already a lot of bodyguards standing around, at least 30 of them. Everyone was holding a rubber roller, and they looked very imposing. The appraisers' belongings had also been inspected, no photos were allowed, and confidentiality agreements had been signed. Before coming, the appraisers thought they would only appraise dozens of items. However, when they saw the large iron boxes being moved down one by one, as well as the more large boxes that had not been moved down, the 8 appraisers instantly became excited. If they contained all the things they thought about, these goods would probably be more than the total amount of goods they had appraised in 10 years. This was a good opportunity to gain insights. In a huge and clean warehouse, a steady stream of large boxes were moved aside and opened separately. Tang Qing had already classified them when he was looking at them. Raw stones, jade, diamonds, rubies, sapphires, and gold were all marked. What follows is an exciting moment for these appraisers. Boxes containing jade and gemstones were opened, taken out, numbered one by one, jointly identified and evaluated by the 3 parties, and then the same thing was repeated for the next item. They were really miserable and happy at the same time. Gems and jades that are rarely seen in ordinary times appear in piles here, and the number is shocking. There were even finished jade and jewelry, some of which looked to be quite old and could be called antiques, so Tang Qing quickly found an antique expert to identify those items that were dated. By the way, he transferred $500,000 to Wang Sa's account. Afterwards, Tang Qing and others took a nap, then set up a table nearby, drank tea, and chatted. For the entire day and evening, they never left the warehouse. They ordered takeout for meals, which was not a box lunch of course, but a luxurious meal from a star-rated hotel. At 12 o'clock in the evening, all the goods were finally appraised. Several appraisers were exhausted, but they felt it was worth it. I probably would never encounter such a huge amount of appraisal in my life. It was really exciting to have so many treasures in front of me. After overtime statistics, Vice President Hu Yi came over with a thick piece of paper and said excitedly, "Mr. Tang, the total price evaluation results are out." A few people who were a little troubled instantly became energetic. "Oh, how much?" Tang Qing asked anxiously. "Mr. Tang, according to our wholesale market value, the total price of these things has exceeded 2.5 billion yuan, and the total market value after processing is about 3.7 billion yuan. Hui said excitedly. With Lu Qian and Chai Ren here, the currency calculation was naturally changed to RMB. What? How could there be so much more? Tang Qing was shocked. They had obtained more than 1.6 billion yuan. If they wholesaled it, they thought they could earn 500 million to 600 million yuan, but in the blink of an eye, they immediately made an extra 400 million yuan. This is not scientific. Lu Qian, and others all looked at each other, feeling that the world was crazy. Is there anyone else who would give money like this? Boss, I guess the other party just calculated the price based on the market price of raw materials. Many of the jades and jewelry inside are antiques and are extremely valuable. Some of them are recorded in history. Some are very valuable and can be easily cashed out. Hui said excitedly. Of course, he knew how much Tang Qing spent on these things. He was also shocked that he had picked up 400 million for nothing. Tang Qing took a deep breath and said, "That's it. How much is the market value excluding those antiques with history?" "Mr. Tang, the market value is 3.4 billion yuan, and the antiques are worth 300 million yuan. Hui said directly. It was just a few numbers, and he had already memorized them in his mind. That's good, Mr. Liu. How about we put those antiques aside first and divide the money after they are all sold? The other unprocessed ones are based on their current value, and we distribute them in proportion to the previous subscription. Tang Qing calmed down and turned to Lu Qian and the other two. No problem. As agreed, you choose the items first, and Mr. Liu and I will divide the rest when we go back, Chiron said. Then I'm welcome. Tang Kai rubbed his hands and said with a smile. After speaking, Tang Kai began to choose what he needed. He would not choose all the best things, that would be too much. Instead, he would choose some of each type with different qualities. It took him more than an hour to finish the selection. P.S. The next chapter will be around 10 o'clock. At this time, Lu Qian and Chai Ren's men had also arrived, bringing special boxes to repack them all, because these were for weapons with specifications and models on them. If they were brought back to China like this, wouldn't they cause trouble when passing through the border? This is the advantage of having a Wangsa opening. There is no problem with the source of the goods, and customs clearance is also helped. You don't even need to prepare the documents. You can just fill in the name of Tankai Company and the tax will be the lowest. One-stop service. Of course, it does not mean that there is no need to spend extra money. The role of Wangsa is to open up relationships, process quickly, enjoy the lowest discounts, ensure that the goods will not be detained by Thai customs, etc., but there are still other people who need to be fed. After all, it is not a system, but the total cost is only $500,000, which is not much compared to the value of the goods. Everyone is planning to pack it overnight and put it into the container tomorrow morning. After 1 week, you can enter the domestic Zhejiang province by sea. The power of money has made Thailand customs work efficiency extremely fast. Of course, those incomplete customs declaration procedures will definitely be detained in China, but Chai Run is not afraid at all. It is just a phone call and a replacement. Of course, domestic taxes still have to be paid, which is unavoidable. Although Wangsa has solved everything in Thailand, of course everything in the country cannot be done by Chai Rin how he wants. He does not have the dignity to be too messy, and at most he will not be detained. Noon the next day, Bangkok Port Terminal. Seeing the 3 containers being hoisted onto the giant Chinese-owned ship, Chai Run and Lu Gan breathed a sigh of relief. They were sure to make money. Through his connections, Chai Run directly arranged for a bodyguard to go up to the ship. Although it was of little use, it also gave him some peace of mind. They only slept for 2 hours last night, but they were not sleepy at all. After picking up so much money, they could not calm down for a while. It's so profitable, this money. Lugan couldn't help but sigh. Even if he sells these things for wholesale, he can get more than 100 million yuan, and the payment is super fast. If he processes and sells it himself, he will lose more than 200 million yuan. If you include the money from those antiques that have not yet been sold, it is equivalent to easily pocketing more than 200 million. In fact, Tang Qing already knew that these goods contained these antiques, but he didn't bother to care about it, because Tang Kai was his second uncle, and Lu Qian helped him a lot with domestic business, had a close relationship, and was also a very good character. As for Chai Run, one of his purposes was to find a backer for his second uncle's company in China, so that Chai Run could owe his second uncle a favor and deepen the relationship of interests. This time Chai Run pocketed more than 300 million yuan, which is not a small favor. The price paid is only a small amount of money, which is a good deal. Chai Run smiled and said, "Mr. Liu, this is just a coincidence. It only happens once. There will be no such opportunity next time. Mr. Tang will be able to eat all the newly mined output by Leader Ling and the others. We are also taking advantage of Mr. Tang this time." "Yes, but it's okay. Although there will be no such opportunity in the future, my company's supply of goods has been found," Lugan said happily. "Yeah." After Chai Run said that, he looked at the giant ship that was still packing boxes, but what he was thinking about was something else. Making money just makes him happy, but any excitement will subside and return to rationality. He began to think about his relationship with Tang Kai. Friend? Ally? In the past, it was just because of the warrior that he wanted to get acquainted and thank him, and it was not worthy of his deep friendship. But from what he saw and heard, in the past few days, he had to reposition his relationship with Lu Qian. As long as Tang Qing maintained a trading relationship with the Zero leader, Tang Qing's invisible power could not be ignored. After all, the combat power of thousands of people under Ling was not something to be trifled with. If he got along well, he would definitely be an extremely useful friend. And the Wangsa chief, whom Tang Qing knew, seemed to be a second-generation man like him. Otherwise, he wouldn't act so arrogantly and do such a blatant thing. Tang Qing seems to have a pretty good relationship with him. There are so many relationships that are not simple. In Chai Ren's heart, Tang Qing's status suddenly increased several notches. I heard that Tang Qing's business was going to enter the mainland. It seemed like this was a good breakthrough. Otherwise, the two of them really had no intersection of interests. After watching for a while, Chai Ren and Lu Gan returned to Tang Qing's villa. After the matter is done, they will stay here for a few more days, travel around Bangkok, and remit the money there before Friday night. They don't dare to default on the money. At the same time, the negotiations between the soldiers and Wang Sa were finally finalized after 2 days of bargaining. From now on, Wang Sa will still serve as a supplier of groceries in the territory, including daily necessities, vehicles, food, medicines, etc., and will purchase them uniformly and settle them once a month. These are okay, but the purchase list of construction materials given by the soldiers frightened Wang Sa so much. The first batch of purchases alone exceeded $15 million. It was like pie in the sky, which made him overjoyed. Although there are strict requirements on delivery time, it is not a big problem for Wang Sa. As long as the cake is spread out, someone will immediately solve any problem. He can also get awards, but he doesn't need it. After all, it is so fun to be here. Why should he be promoted and change positions? After this transaction, the warriors and Wang Sa formed a relatively solid interest alliance. Of course, Tang Qing also indirectly became a member of the interest alliance, because most of the money for these purchases came from Tang Qing. The $200 million obtained from selling these jade and gold, plus the previous harvest, has reached nearly 3 billion yuan. In this era, it is a huge sum of money. Tang Qing plans to keep the money there. Although it is a bit too much, it will not be used up in a short time. However, later construction will require a lot of money, and it may not even be enough. For example, the mines in the territory are basically black mines, mainly based on manpower. The open pit mines are okay, but the underground mines are troublesome. People often die, so it is impossible not to invest. In order to be self-sufficient in the future, he will make some other investments in the future, such as industry, tourism, agricultural trade, processing, etc. After all, his own territory. How can Tang Qing let it continue to lag behind? April 21st. School is over on Thursday afternoon. Tang Qing received a call from He Zixin. I learned a bolt from the blue. What's so weird is that someone borrowed money and ran away without paying it back. Of course, the customers who ran away this time were not the customers recommended by the system, but the customers who used the remaining loans from the tasks. The customers who were recommended by the system ran away, and the system didn't care if they didn't pay back, and he didn't care. If you don't repay the remaining loan, you will be in trouble, and you will directly fail the assessment that month. This customer was introduced by Lu Jianhui, a neighbor of the garment factory. He was also the owner of a factory. He originally took out a loan of 1 million yuan with a term of 2 months. As usual, the people from Tianyin called 10 days in advance to confirm the repayment date, but they couldn't get through. They called Lu Jianhui again, but they couldn't get through either. Lu Jianhui hurried to the other party's house, but there was no one there, and the house had been sold. All 3 members of the family are missing. No one knows where it went. This news made Tang Qing feel as uncomfortable as eating a fly. How dare someone dare to hack his money? No, strictly speaking, it was the system's money, but the assessment would fall on him. No. P.S. Do you feel that the protagonist's presence is a bit weak? There is no other way. With those robots, when something happens, he can just eat melon seeds at home. There is no need to go to the scene to charge into battle. Bankers have a huge think tank and can just answer multiple choice questions. They don't need to deal with it personally. They're also very low-key at ordinary times. They drop in and make phone calls to central banks and presidents of various countries to maintain relationships. Well, there's nothing wrong with it. Mouse needs to think carefully about the plot of the protagonist. Otherwise, the performance of the warriors will always be a bit monotonous and off-topic. Tang Qing didn't dare to neglect such a big thing. If the family really couldn't be found, they would be in big trouble. Who knows if an unqualified monthly assessment record would have any big impact in the future. Moreover, it is still 2005, and the real name system has not yet been implemented for land transportation, such as trains and cars. The road traffic monitoring network is not yet perfect, so it is not easy to find someone in a huge crowd. Then Tang Qing hurriedly called his aunt and asked them not to wait for him for dinner. The reason was that a classmate had passed away. After that, he immediately asked son Chao to drive over to pick him up. He also notified He Zixin and asked her to go to Lu Jianwei's factory to meet him. This matter must be dealt with as quickly as possible. Something like this happened before, and Tang Qing also asked Tianyin to make relevant regulations. Loan funds need to be protected, preferably with collateral and pledges. However, there are no rules in this world that are absolutely loophole-free. If there is really a risk control measure that can completely and effectively avoid loan risks, then there will be no bad bank debts, no non-repayment of borrowed money, no small loan companies with countless bosses running away, and no small loan companies dying. Even if Tang Qing opens a bank to lend money in the future, bad debts will be unavoidable and may even be shocking. For example, that person originally had good credit. Qualified, high-quality mortgages and pledges are also available. All the clauses up and down are ensured to be foolproof. But if there's a fire, all the mortgages and pledges will be burned, and a bad debt will arise that cannot be solved at all. It will be useless to kill them. When this happens, everyone is dumbfounded. In addition, there are not too many possible ways for the collateral to mysteriously disappear. Bad debts are a problem that all banks and lending institutions cannot avoid. Find problems and solve them. That's all. 20 minutes later, Tang Qing arrived at Lu Jianwei's shoe factory and brought a soldier with him. Of course, it was not for safety, but to help with investigation and analysis. He Zixin and Lu Jianwei were already waiting there. Both of them had ugly faces. He Zixin was angry and Lu Jianwei was guilty. At this time, the machines in the factory were still running and the workers were working overtime. Watching Tang Qing get out of the car, He Zixin stepped forward and said, "Mr. Tang. Well, let's talk in the office first. Boss Lu, please lead the way," Tang Qing said to Lu Jianwei. At this time, he looked serious, not to people, but to things. In fact, there is no right or wrong in this matter. It can only be said to be luck. No wonder Lu Jianwei. After all, it was Tianyin who took the initiative to call Lu Jianwei to see if there was a borrower with good credit. Strictly speaking, Lu Jianwei was also helping you. It is definitely not appropriate to turn against someone and scold someone for not helping you. If he can't figure out this logical relationship, his life will be in vain for so many years. Mr. Tang, I'm really sorry for causing you such big trouble. Lu Jianwei sighed. He did not expect such a thing to happen. Tang Qing showed a smile on his face and said comfortingly, "Okay, now is not the time to talk about this. Don't blame yourself too much. You probably didn't do this on purpose. Just find a way to find them and solve the problem." "That's right. Please come this way." Lu Jianwei led the way. Several people came to the office. Tang Qing did not listen to the report, but reread the original loan information. The person who took out the loan this time was named Meng Xingrong. He was the owner of a furniture factory with assets of about 5 million yuan. He was an old friend of Lu Jianwei, who had known him for many years. The preliminary investigation showed that he had good credit, a good business, and a house and a car. According to the screening rules left by Tang Qing, he naturally passed. In the end, he borrowed 1 million yuan for a period of 2 months, and the interest was still 1% per month. The purpose of the borrowing is to pay the accounts of downstream material suppliers and purchase equipment to expand production. There are no problems with the factory's flow and other aspects. Although there was no guarantor or collateral, some shares of the factory were pledged. After everything was done, Tianyin did not ignore it, but went to the factory every week to chat and make sure that the other party would not run away directly. Although this method is very low. But this time I couldn't get through the call. I went to investigate and found that the factory was transferred to someone else 3 days ago. The house was sold, and the person disappeared. The phone number was empty. So now he not only faces the problem of being unable to repay, but also involves the equity issue of the furniture factory. However, equity is a small matter, because Tang Qing only borrows money for one purpose, to recover cash. He doesn't care about anything else. The system will not recognize any collateral material. This is a bit of a trap. If you have any difficulties, just tell me and I will find a way for you. What will I do with your equity if you run away? Even if the pledge of 1 million has now appreciated 100 times to 100 million or even 1 billion, Tang Qing is not interested at all. What he wants is to complete the task. Boss Liu, how much do you know about Meng Xingrong? Tang Qing asked, putting down the information. Mr. Tang, I've known Meng Xingrong for more than 10 years. He doesn't gamble or smoke. He has a harmonious family, and he's an excellent man. He's lent me money and helped me several times before, otherwise I wouldn't have introduced him to you. I also know about his factory, and it's doing well. I really can't figure out why he ran away. Liu Jianhui shook his head and sighed. He couldn't figure it out. Boss, he didn't lie. The soldier who followed whispered in Tang Qing's ear. This was the purpose of calling the soldiers here, and also the purpose of coming to see Liu Jianhui. First of all, he had to make sure that they were not working together to deceive him. As long as it wasn't, it would be fine. Otherwise, he would be very disappointed if someone he knew was plotting against him like this. Okay, Mr. He, you can get off work first. Mr. Liu and I will go to their home to have a look. Tang Qing turned to He Zixin and said that the next thing is not suitable for He Zixin to participate in. I'll go too. He Zixin said. No, you can't help. Tang Qing waved his hand. Well, if you need help, just call me. He Zixin no longer insisted. She really couldn't help much if she stayed here. Yeah. After He Zixin left, Tang Qing and Liu Jianhui came to Meng Xingrong's previous residence. There was a knock on the door. After a while, a middle-aged woman opened the door, looked at Tang Qing and a few big men behind her, and said timidly, "Who are you looking for?" "Hello. Can we go in and sit for a while? I want to ask you about Meng Xingrong." Tang Qing said with a smile. "Come in." The middle-aged woman opened the door. As soon as he entered the door, Tang Qing saw a gentle middle-aged man wearing glasses eating with 2 teenage children in the restaurant. They looked a little scared. Tang Qing waved to them and said with a smile, "You are eating. I'm sorry to bother you if you come so late." "It's okay, don't bother me," the gentle middle-aged man said quickly. Liu Jianhui had been here before, and they knew what was going on and thought Tang Qing was a loan shark. "How much did you buy this house for before? Did Meng Xingrong say anything else?" Tang Qing asked the woman. "I bought it last Monday for a total of 180,000. At that time, he just said that he needed it urgently, and seeing that his face was really not that good, I didn't ask any more questions." The woman quickly explained. "Is there anything left behind?" Tang Qing asked again. "They didn't take away any furniture or anything when they left. They left a lot of things behind in the study and utility room. I didn't sell them," the woman said. "Can you let our people take a look?" "Okay," the woman agreed. Then Tang Qing winked, and the soldier immediately followed her to the study. Tang Qing did not follow her, looking for things and clues. There was no such thing as being second-rate. Of course, there was still a purpose for coming here, which was to confirm that the people here were not lying. The second was to see if they could find any clues. The soldier entered the study, while Sun Chao stayed aside. The whole family at the dinner table looked at this group of people with a little fear. Tang Qing could only smile bitterly. He is really not a villain, but he is treated as a loan shark, and he is helpless. Dizzy, Tang Qing was watching their TV in the living room. 10 minutes later, the soldier came out. Without saying anything, he just handed over some photos, which were Meng Xingrong's family photos. The time showed that they were taken at the end of last year. They were tucked in a book, and he probably forgot to take them with him. Finally, something gained. Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. With the photo, you can activate the waiter's monitoring and analysis capabilities. In the past, there was only an ID photo, which was a bit blurry when copied. Now that you have a clear photo, it is at least better than nothing. He knew that the command room must have begun a search. After that, Tang Qing asked a few more embarrassing questions, such as relationships or knowing where Meng Xingrong went. Everyone was a little confused, but they didn't think Tang Qing was brain dead. Even if he was brain dead, Tang Qing wouldn't do it for 1 million. Sun Xiao was also very surprised. It was only 1 million yuan, which was a huge sum of money to him, but it was just a drop in the bucket to Tang Qing. Why did he care so much? But he couldn't ask. After a few provocative questions, the soldier also said that the family was not lying. Tang Qing frowned tightly after hearing this. Now things are a little complicated. Although there is Meng Xingrong's household registration information, the information shows that their parents have passed away. There are some relatives at home, and they are all in the province. But do they really need to send soldiers to their relatives' homes to look for them one by one? Damn it, I'm a decent man, not a lone shark. Just when Tang Qing was distressed, the soldier suddenly came to Tang Qing's ear and said, "Boss, the command room has discovered it. Surveillance video analysis shows that Meng Xingrong's family arrived in the provincial capital the day before yesterday and disappeared into a community yesterday afternoon. The specific address is unknown." After hearing the news, Tang Qing opened his mouth slightly. Just found it? How about being so efficient? It's only been a few minutes. Tang Qing was instantly excited. Happiness came too suddenly, but think about it. The exchange traffic of the communication server was so high that it was not necessary to scan the monitoring areas one by one, but to monitor all of them at the same time. Through intrusion, the other party downloads special intelligent video compression software, compresses it nearly dozens of times, and then uploads it. At the same time, it can also perform simple analysis and identification in the other party's server. Otherwise, with the current internet bandwidth, all the video surveillance servers would be down long ago, and lag would definitely occur. However, Tang Qing had never thought about playing with any software, and he was too lazy to pay attention to this compression software. If you can use such a good thing yourself, why bother selling it? Find her and the others for me. Tang Qing immediately ordered softly. Yes, the soldier agreed. Of course, this was promised on behalf of the command room. The soldier stood aside after speaking. P.S. The open line feels very long. The turning point appeared so quickly. Tang Qing finally let go of his worries. Otherwise, he would not be able to sleep tonight. After all, if he continuously fails the monthly assessment, it is the only way to turn him into an idiot. The sharp sword hanging over his head by the system makes Tang Qing realize that he is still in danger. Before, his career, life, and love were all smooth sailing. He is getting richer and more powerful, and has a lover, and his life is wonderful. But now he suddenly found that danger was so close to him. It's just a small amount of arrears in the millions of RMB. If he fails to repay it twice in a row, he, who has a wealth of billions or more, will be wiped out immediately. There are no conditions to negotiate. It is really too hasty and childish. But the rules are the rules, and he can't change them. Maybe the system was really reminding him not to forget the original intention and purpose of the system's existence. Tang Qing also realized the inappropriateness of letting Tianyin do this kind of thing in the first place. Tianyin's business was just a part-time job, an amateur job, and he didn't have a strong sense of responsibility. The real purpose and strength of Tianyin's establishment is asset management, supervision, planning, consulting, business investigation, etc., rather than lending. Now those loans are basically based on system recommendations and customer credit, but the later risk control and its own deterrence are not sound at all. This obviously cannot be done for a long time, and it is also a joke with one's own life. Now it seems that the loan work can no longer be done by Tianyin. He needs to find more specialized people or set up a specialized company to do the lending business. He is also planning to involve intelligence analysts. He believes that with the presence of robots and waiters, The risk control capabilities will definitely be greatly improved, and those customers who have evil intentions will definitely have no way to hide. Well, that's it. Meng Xingrong definitely can't escape. Boss Lu, let's go. There is no useful information here. Tang Qing stood up and said. It was not appropriate for Lu Jianhui to know the news about Meng Xingrong before the matter was done. Okay, Lu Jianhui agreed. After saying that, the group of people left here. Seeing Tang Qing and the others leaving, the whole family breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly locked the door. As long as they didn't mess around, they were all ordinary citizens. How could they not be afraid of such a ruthless character? But the eyes of the two children were shining. They felt that Tang Qing was so cool just now. There were so many people at his disposal, so domineering. Went downstairs. It was already dark by this time. Boss Lu, please go back first. I will figure out the rest. Tang Qing said to Lu Jianhui. Huh? This? Lu Jianhui was speechless for a moment. He thought Tang Qing had gone to the furniture factory to have a look, but seeing that Tang Qing had no intention of doing so, he couldn't volunteer to bring it up. Okay, Boss Lu, no one wants to encounter this kind of thing. It's so late now. You go back first. I'll let you know if I have news. Tang Qing said. Then if you find him, you still want to give me a call. I'll persuade him. If he doesn't have enough money, I'll help him make up for it. Lu Jianhui sighed. Even if Tang Qing didn't blame him, he would be too embarrassed to give up the money. Although business is full of intrigues, there are also true friends. Although they are few, they are not none. Tang Qing was surprised by Lu Jianhui's words. At the same time, he admired Lu Jianhui's character, and his grudge against Lu Jianhui disappeared. This kind of person deserves respect. Okay, Tang Qing agreed. After saying that, Tang Qing got in the car. Sun Chao dropped the soldiers at Tianyan's headquarters construction site, and then found a good restaurant to eat, provincial capital, at the entrance of West Railway Community. A black Volkswagen sedan stopped, and 4 big men got out of it. They were dressed in ordinary clothes, but had a cold temperament. At first glance, they were not easy to mess with. This is the last place where Meng Xingrong disappeared. Of course, these soldiers did not fly over from Qingyan City, but were a small group of soldiers who stayed behind to continue to monitor the dynamics of Lei Peng's family. With the communication server taking over, there was no need for so many soldiers, but at that time, I thought they might be needed in the future to deal with emergencies, so I kept a few. No, they're just in use now. This community is not big, with only 6 buildings, each with 16 floors. Of course, it is unrealistic to look for someone late at night. Soldiers don't have clairvoyance, and it's impossible to go door to door, but it was such a coincidence that as soon as the soldiers got off the car, they saw Meng Xingrong standing by the window on the 16th floor from the building facing the street. As soon as the ultra-clear image was transmitted back, the command room locked Meng Xingrong's position instantly. At this time, Meng Xingrong was smoking. It looked like he had been smoking for a long time. This made Tang Qing, who had just entered the command room, feel that he had turned on the easy mode. What a coincidence. The 4 soldiers walked into the community and entered the building. 16th floor. Of course, it's impossible to break in. If there is too much movement, it would be bad if the police come, but they have special break-in techniques. 4 soldiers hurried to the 16th floor, 2 stood at the door, and 2 walked up to the top with ropes. That's right. The soldiers were going to borrow a rope to go down from above. Meng Xingrong was on the top floor. It was not difficult to get in. If it weren't for the sake of avoiding accidents, the soldiers who were hanging would dare to jump directly and just hold on to the windowsill. However, the building materials on the edge of the windowsill could not confirm their bearing capacity, so they had to use ropes as safety points. After all, a soldier worth 2 million yuan was lost here, so Tang Qing couldn't scold them to death. No fixtures required. One soldier directly grabbed one end, and the other also grabbed it with one hand and lowered it down very quickly. With precise control and powerful strength, it was difficult to fall to death. Meng Xingrong was smoking a cigarette at this time. His face was full of sadness. This escape has completely ruined his credibility, but he has no choice but to do it. He is at the end of his rope, and the enemy is powerful. If there is any way, he will not leave. He can only hope to pay them back when he earns more money in the future. At this moment, Meng Xingrong's eyes were blurred, and a black shadow suddenly fell from above. Before he could react, he was kicked down on the bed behind him. The soldier used soft power, so he was not injured. Otherwise, who would know that Meng Xingrong had not been kicked? But if he had been kicked, everyone would have laughed together. Meng Xingrong felt like a robber was entering the building, and he suddenly felt fear in his heart. He didn't expect to run into a robber who jumped out of the window. If his luck was so bad, it would be such a shame. Why did he choose the 18th floor? After the kick, the soldier grabbed the window and jumped in. Before Meng Xingrong could scream, the soldier pinned him down on the bed and choked his neck to prevent him from screaming. Mr. Meng Xingrong, I let go of my hand. I hope you won't scream, otherwise I won't be able to guarantee the safety of your family outside. The soldier warned in a low voice. After hearing what the soldier said, Meng Xingrong was suddenly filled with fear. Are you here specifically for yourself? Not a robber? Isn't the other party ready to let him go? I have a few words. Meng Xingrong said a few words with difficulty. His wife and children were watching TV outside, and he didn't want to anger this. Gangster. The warrior let go. Cough, cough, cough. Meng Xingrong couldn't help coughing violently. After his cough subsided, the soldier took out a pair of handcuffs and cuffed Meng Xingrong's hands behind his back to prevent any conflict from destroying the friendly atmosphere of the conversation. P.S. This part feels a bit stiff. Please forgive me. By the way, please vote. With his hands cuffed by cold handcuffs, Meng Xingrong thought the police were coming, but what the other party just said was not what the police should say at all, and the police should go through the front door. After all, he is not a gangster. When the police come, he will definitely open the door. There is no need to break the window and enter. It is on the 16th floor. This is not a movie. The situation was stronger than his own. His wife and children were outside. Although the soldier was a little rude and hurt him, Meng Xingrong did not dare to cry out in pain. He forced himself to calm down and stared at the expressionless soldier in fear. He prayed, Brother, just say what you want. I will give you what I have. Please don't hurt my family. Don't worry. We only collect debts and don't kill people. The soldier said coldly. The soldier's tone was so cold that if he didn't know the cause and effect, he would definitely think that he was a villain. But from Meng Xingrong's point of view, the soldier is indeed a bad guy, a thoroughly bad person. After hearing this, Meng Xingrong's expression changed, and he exclaimed, Debt collection? Who asked you to come here? He borrowed a lot of money before running away this time, and he would really be stupid to tell the difference without reporting his family name. 1 million yuan, said the soldier. 1 million? Meng Xing immediately answered the call. It's you, how could it be? You, I. Meng Xingrong seemed to have seen a ghost. His face suddenly brightened up, and he was a little incoherent. He knew this company. It was introduced to him by Lu Jianwei. The interest rate was low, the loan was fast, and it was a regular large company. Lending was just their humble small business. He really couldn't figure out why Tianyin wanted to do the loan business. However, such a regular company, which he thought was the least likely to send people to find him, actually sent people to look for it and found it here. He was confused for a while. The soldier ignored Meng Xingrong's mess and continued. I don't want to talk nonsense. I have only one purpose. I hope you pay back the money on time. After hearing this, Meng Xingrong, who came back to his senses, only had a wry smile on his face. Pay back the money? If I could pay back the money, I wouldn't run away. Do I still use this place to hide from debts? Meng Xingrong lost all his strength and said with a wry smile on his face, Haha, little brother, I also want to pay you back, but I can't do it anymore. Reason, the soldier said. They cheated me out of all my money. Meng Xingrong said regretfully, scratching his hair. Them? Cheated? Hearing this, Tang Qing in the command room immediately got a big headache. Did he cheat him? Damn, things are getting more and more complicated. What else could he do now? If it were his own money, 1 million yuan would be completely insignificant, but this money could not be owed. Meng Xingrong had no assets anymore. If the money was lent to him to repay the system, haha, he couldn't even think about it. Do you still want to help Meng Xingrong catch the liar? It seems like this is the only way to go. It's such a long line. The author is so tired trying to think of a name. Okay? Don't just increase people's workload. Who cheated him? The soldier continued to ask. They're a group of professional scammers, 3 of them in total, who also colluded with loan sharks. I also accidentally saw them eating together. Those scammers began to offer to charge commissions for introducing orders. I thought there was no problem. But what I didn't expect was that they colluded with employees of a large furniture brand to forge order contracts. I also went to the site for inspection at the time and found no problems. So I didn't think much about it. I paid a deposit and a quality guarantee fee, which totaled $2.3 million, but all their people disappeared 2 days later. On the 9th of this month, loan sharks came to collect debts and rob my factory. They defrauded me of my money in my factory and threatened me. Because there was no evidence, I couldn't win wherever I sued. Meng Xingrong lamented. His whole life's hard work was gone, and he was reduced to this, feeling disheartened. He had always done business with integrity, but in the end he made a mistake and was tricked like this. He blamed himself for not listening to his wife and for not asking for more opinions from others. Do you have any information on them? The soldier asked. Meng Xingrong was stunned for a moment. Do you still want to settle accounts with those loan sharks and swindlers? Can you beat the opponent? But looking at the soldier's calm face, Meng Xingrong really felt that these people were not good. Otherwise, they would not dare to lend money. In that case, it was still possible to recover the money. Hope arose in Meng Xingrong's heart. Do you have any information about them? The loan shark or the 3 swindlers? The soldier asked again. Meng Xingrong nodded quickly and said, Yes, but not all. Only the information and contact information of the loan shark. After that, he gave the name and contact information of the loan shark. Tang Qing in the command room covered his face after hearing this. Okay, there's another group of characters. Damn it. But he couldn't ignore it. It seemed that he really had to be a good person this time and help others collect debts. Moneylenders help people collect debts. There's no one left, but we have no choice. Done. For the mission. Tang E. Let people watch the Meng Xingrong family. Now go find the loan shark to understand the situation. Ask for information about those scammers. Find them and get the money back. Mata, try to find trouble for me. These scum will teach me a lesson. Tang Qing ordered. Yes, Commander. Tang Yi agreed. After speaking, he quickly gave instructions. After receiving the order, based on the household registration information, the command room quickly found the address of the loan shark. Now, the household registration files in the command room basically cover tens of millions of people, and they are all shared. However, this information is not perfect. Most of them only have some simple information and ID photos, but now that the internet is so developed, that information is constantly being improved. A huge amount of personal information is leaked every day from online news alone. There are 50 dedicated intelligence analysts in the command room who are constantly enriching personal information and even a lot of private information. Seeing those things, Tang Qing really felt that there were no secrets in the internet era. A large number of activities and social interactions not only leaked personal information, but also directly established personality analysis reports based on many talks and chat records. As time went by, there will be no more secrets or characters. It's no longer unique. Psychological and behavioral trajectories also become predictable. Of course, such terrifying results are based on the powerful and professional analysis capabilities of the command room. In reality, it will take at least 20 years to achieve such capabilities. Through big data and specialized intelligent analysis and capture programs, the real-time psychological and behavioral status of each person can be monitored and predicted. It's scary to think about it. Tang Qing even wondered whether to stop the research progress of such big data analysis. But forget it. Let's talk about it later. Maybe there's a better solution. P.S. The next chapter will be around 10 o'clock. There was no suspense next. A soldier found the home of the loan shark and pulled the loan shark out from under the bed. As a big boss, a ruthless man who could handle both black and white in Qingyan City met a war machine even more ruthless than him. He was counting the money happily and planning the next lamb, but he was suddenly attacked, which almost scared him to the point of peeing thinking that his enemies were coming to take his life. It seemed that there was only one person coming, and he was very uncooperative at first. Gu Ziyan said to him, begging for mercy with a playful smile, and the survival skills he had practiced all his life were used here, but this was of no use to a warrior. For dishonest people, special methods were naturally used. In the end, after a friendly discussion, the man became more docile than a cat, and he knew everything and talked about it. By the way, there were a few more palm prints on his face, which Tang Qing wanted to hit. He had no choice but to look at this honor in doing such bad things. He wanted to hit someone, so he had to let the soldiers do it for him. The most important thing is that there is a cold gun on his forehead. He gave up on the spot. It turned out that those people were gangsters from the province, had read some books, and had worked in coastal areas. Later, they were brought into the business by their seniors there and did a few businesses. Their business was to provide false orders through careful planning to companies that were eager to demand orders, collect fees such as deposits and security deposits, and then disappear and then go to the next company to cheat. I only came back to work alone at the end of last year. To say that they are a team is not to say that they just met accidentally. They had dinner a few times and provided each other with some useful information. After the three people finished voting, they returned to the provincial capital. He also knew his real name and approximate address, and he told them all. Finally found the creditor. Tang Qing breathed a sigh of relief. When the other party reported his name, the waiter found a specific identity information based on the address range. Comparing the surveillance these days, he found that they were still in the provincial capital, and now they were probably having a bar together. 12 o'clock in the evening. The three swindlers were feasting and drinking at the boss's house. They were all singles and quite at ease. This time, after deducting the costs, they got a total of 1.8 million yuan. It was a good start of the year. It was so red and purple, and it was much better than working part-time. After enjoying the benefits of following the master, they will never be able to work part-time in this life. Brother, where are we going next? The second brother said drunkenly. Linsher, Qingyan City, won't be going to Qingyan City in a short time. The boss and the third child clinked glasses and said, I heard that Meng Xingrong ran away, said the third child. Haha, sure, he has no money. He deserves to be stupid. The second child laughed. That's right. I really thought I had such easy money, haha. The boss laughed. Huh. Just as several people were laughing from ear to ear, a cold voice sounded at the door. Have you laughed enough? The three people were immediately frightened and stood up, shouting with beer bottles in their hands. Who are you? Don't move. Boom, boom. The empty beer bottle in the boss's hand exploded, and the glass fragments scattered on the floor, leaving only the mouth of the bottle in his hand. The three of them stared blankly at the gun in the man's hand, which was wearing a silencer. Just like the loan shark, they immediately knelt down, dropped the bottle, and raised their hands. Brother policeman, we were wrong. We don't dare to do it anymore. Be careful, brother. After that, under the threat of a gun, several people rushed to promise to hand over the funds. They all converted the money into cash and kept it at home. They still had savings before, but the money remained untouched. Then, two more soldiers walked in from the outside, one for each person, and took them to their residence and took out the money without taking any more. Like the lone shark, the three of them were gently slapped by the soldiers in the end. Really tapped lightly. If he were beaten violently, even the giant bears in Siberia might not be able to withstand it and would sacrifice their knees in a matter of minutes, let alone humans. These people should have been dragged to see the officials, but in order to avoid involving Tianyin and him, Tang Qing did not do so, and even asked the loan shark to return the factory to Meng Xingrong at the original price, just because he did not want them to drag Tianyin and him in a court, then fuck him. The loan shark didn't have the slightest objection to this, and he agreed with both hands and feet because the gun was already stuffed into his mouth. When faced with such a ruthless person, he really couldn't muster the courage to say no. Tang Qing found that he had to set up a new company as soon as possible to take over these things. How about opening a small loan company? As soon as this idea appeared, it spread like crazy in Tang Qing's mind. In the past, He thought it was unnecessary because he only needed a little money. It was very troublesome to open a company. The license was not easy to obtain. The supervision was relatively strict. In short, his hands were tied. But now it seems that it is inevitable. With more and more customers, and even new customers introduced by old customers have begun to use his own funds, which is close to 10 million yuan, he must set up a specialized and formal company. Doing so is not just a matter of Tianyan's positioning and expertise. Or should he reconsider the only setting that can make him an idiot? Obviously, the system wants him to embark on this path, rather than rely solely on force to plunder wealth. It seems that the system in Bangkok and Burma does not advocate it very much. System, how about I open a small loan company? Tang Qing said suddenly. I am sorry. Get lost. Tang Qing interrupted the system before it finished speaking. Damn it. You're the system. You have the obligation to answer the host questions, right? I'm sorry. It's like I'm sorry for you. Tang Qing was already disappointed with the system. It was very unfair and just ignored him. Never mind. Just open one. And he had made a decision before that if he got rich in the future, he would definitely help those small and medium-sized business owners. Their living environment was really difficult. Banks would not grant loans and loans were slow to death. He begged Grandpa to sue Grandma for how many potential businesses had been delayed. Now that you have some strength, let's start executing. People, always do something meaningful. Otherwise, no matter how much money you make, what's the point of making it to the rich list? Tang Qing is not that unaware yet. In particular, the robbers in the United States made 2 business deals during this period and gave him $5 million in dividends. He had planned to do good deeds with this money before, but instead of donating it, he set up a charity of his own. As for the people he would help, he needed to think carefully. However, we need to think carefully about how to open a small loan company, through what channels, whether we need partners and license approvals. There are a lot of things. I won't think about it tonight. I will let Tianyan make a plan tomorrow and think about it myself. P.S. I have something to do and I don't have enough words. Sorry, and by the way, please forgive me for not remembering the name of the mouse. Just when the soldiers were causing trouble everywhere. Meng Xingrong's family was sitting together anxiously. His wife and 13-year-old daughter were holding Meng Xingrong's hand tightly, staring fearfully at the soldier, standing there without saying a word. They didn't know what the person in front of them was going to do. Meng Xingrong also asked, but the other party just told him to wait, so he didn't dare to ask any more questions for fear of angering the other party. The location has been moved from the bedroom to the living room. Meng Xingrong's handcuffs were also untied by the soldiers. He still had to save some face in front of his family. Before, he was afraid that Meng Xingrong would not understand the situation and cause chaos. Now that his family is here, and after the conversation just now, Meng Xingrong will not cause chaos as long as he is not stupid. The silent waiting is the scariest thing, especially when there was a guy with a scary cold face next to him. However, Tang Qing had been keeping an eye on the actions elsewhere. Otherwise, seeing this frightened family turning pale, the soldiers would definitely make some friendly expressions. Dawn, dawn, dawn. The 12 o'clock clock on the wall rang. There were almost no pedestrians outside the community, and there were few vehicles on the road, but the family of 3 did not feel sleepy at all. Sudden, the soldier who had been standing there moved, which startled them. Meng Xingrong quickly covered the mouth of his daughter who was about to scream, and he broke into a cold sweat. Tang Qing in the command room couldn't bear it. But then the man didn't walk towards them, but turned around and went to the door. Open the door. Then I saw a big man with the same expression walking in, holding a black handbag in his hand. Isn't it a tool for committing crimes? Meng Xingrong couldn't help but think about it, and swallowed lightly. I just owe some money. There is no need to kill me. He also instinctively moved his butt back a little. The soldier guarding them took the handbag and put it gently on the coffee table. He looked at Meng Xingrong coldly and said, Meng Xingrong, we will get your money back from you. After deducting the principal and interest due to us, the total is 1.02 million yuan, and the remaining 1.11 million yuan will be returned to you in cash. The rest was naturally paid out as commission, and Tang Qing did not ask for it anymore. Troublesome. Meng Xingrong's mouth opened wide after hearing this, and his mind was a little confused. Are you kidding me? Did I get my money back that was defrauded? How long has it been? It's been less than 2 hours since he broke in through the broken window. He didn't believe it at all. However, when Meng Xingrong's mind shut down when he saw the red banknotes being unzipped and exposed from his handbag, it turned out to be true. Meng Xingrong pointed to the bag of money and said a little incoherently, Brother, this is... At this moment, he really didn't know what to say, and he couldn't accept the scene in front of him for a while. His wife and daughter also looked confused. The debtor wanted to help him collect the debt, but even if he got it back, it was done so quickly, and they were a little unable to turn around. Has the world changed? These scammers deceived you. Don't thank us. We're not interested in other money except ours. Meng Xingrong, this debt relationship is over now. As for your furniture factory, we have already set it up for you. You can buy it back from the loan shark at the original price. This matter should be done quickly and beautifully. I don't want the company and creditors to appear in court. Otherwise, you will lose everything again. We have the ability, do you understand? The soldier said a long list. In the end, the soldier did not forget to threaten Meng Xingrong. The loan shark must be sure. After all, he was scared out of his wits, and the soldiers were watching to prevent him from running away. But if Meng Xingrong here used his brain and knew that the loan shark's partnership cheated him, he wanted to reduce it. If he could not reach an agreement, it would not be fun. In order to avoid involving Tang Qing, he must understand what is going on here as soon as possible. After listening, Meng Xingrong nodded sharply and said, I understand, but will the other party really pay me back the original price? He will, the soldier replied. If you still don't understand what's going on after hearing this, then Meng Xingrong is a fool. The other party must have taken care of the loan shark, whether it was through force or power or something. In short, he is fine and can go back. Thank you. Meng Xingrong couldn't help but thank him. He ran away with his child who was still in the first grade of junior high school. He was feeling very tormented in his heart. His wife also looked at the soldier gratefully. At this moment, the cold-faced warrior looked as cute as an angel. Be careful and be cautious when doing business in the future. Warrior Dai, Tang Qing reminded. Thank you, I understand. I will pay attention to it in the future. Meng Xingrong agreed quickly. He will never be able to do this again. As long as he can keep the factory going and maintain the previous profits, he will be satisfied. His ambitions should be dormant for a long time. After saying that, the two warriors turned and left. He closed the door incidentally. Bang! Looking at the piles of banknotes on the coffee table in front of him, Meng Xingrong felt like he was in a dream. Thinking of the past few days, his eyes became a little moist. Honey, is this true? I'm not dreaming, Meng Xingrong said while rubbing his eyes. Meng Xingrong could bear it, but his wife couldn't bear it anymore. The ups and downs were too fast, and she said in a tearful voice, Really, our money is finally back. Woo, daughter, we can go back. Woo, Mom, don't cry. The daughter obediently patted her mother on the back and consoled her. Okay, Mom, don't cry. I really want to thank the borrower. I didn't expect there to be such a good person. The wife choked and said, if other debtors wanted the money, how could they return part of it to them? Yes, it seems that this man really has great powers. In just a short time, whether he was a scammer or a local loan shark, everything has been settled. I really don't know why this kind of person wants to start a loan business. Meng Xingrong said with emotion. Yeah, do you know what their background is? The wife asked. Meng Xingrong shook his head and said, I don't know. Jianhui just said that he was introduced by a friend, and he was very powerful. His business was quite big. I don't know about the rest. He wasn't that curious at the time. It seemed that this person really didn't care about the money. I just don't know if I can borrow money in the future, Meng Xingrong said on a whim. This is the nature of a businessman. It is a blessing to have such a capable, principled, low-interest, and fast loan borrower. Of course, it is a nightmare for those who want to default on their debts. To put it bluntly, if you borrow money from such a person, you don't have to worry about being cheated by others, but it is impossible to escape. It can be seen for what happened just now that the loan shark, who was very powerful in both black and white circles, compromised in a matter of seconds when he owed money. Those guys who fled to who knows where also dug out and came to the door, forcing the other party to obediently hand over the money. This kind of person can never owe money. This is his only thought. What else do you want to borrow money for? His wife immediately pointed at his head and complained. Meng Xingrong said, "Silly woman, they lend money and we borrow money. Isn't this normal? Moreover, this time is a special situation. We have seen their strength and integrity. As long as they don't hate us because of this matter, we will go to them next time we need a loan. We are not prepared to repay it. Okay, you need to try again in the future. By the way, you should call Jianwei quickly. I'm really sorry for him this time. He should be mad at you now." His wife reminded. Good. Although it was past 12 o'clock, Lu Jianhui couldn't sleep at all. His wife and children were already asleep in the room, and he kept smoking in the living room. He couldn't understand how his old friend could cheat him like this. I was also very angry deep down. If we had difficulties, we would discuss why we should run away. Just then, his phone rang with a soft music. Lu Jianwei picked up the phone a little irritably. I don't even know it's early in the morning, and I'm still on the phone. But when he saw the familiar phone number, Lu Jianwei's expression immediately changed, and he quickly pressed the answer button. "Xingrong, what's going on with you?" Lu Jianhui said loudly, with anger and a little concern in his tone. Meng Xingrong felt the complaint in his voice and said with a wry smile, "Brother, I'm really sorry this time. I couldn't help it at the time. I owed too much money, and you couldn't help me much. I had no choice but to make this decision." Lu Jianwei's factory has received a large number of orders from Shengtang Clothing during this period. It has been hiring people to buy equipment and has borrowed a lot of money. He's also tight on money. He is really embarrassed to trouble this old friend. Lu Jianhui said angrily, "If you can't make it up, I'll give you the difference." He couldn't come up with 1 million, but he could still get enough with hundreds of thousands. If he begged Tang Qing to postpone the repayment, he could get more, but if he ran away, he would have no choice. Meng Xingrong was very moved after hearing this. In the mall, he regarded Lu Jianhui as a true friend. Sure enough, this friend did not disappoint him and said with emotion, "Jianhui, thank you. I am lucky to have you as a friend, but I don't need it this time. My matter is almost solved. They helped me get the money back." "They? Who? Recover it? What happened to you? Come on, tell me, you're going to kill me." Lu Jianhui urged. "They're the people who lent me money. Your friend is really powerful. I was..." Meng Xingrong continued, recounting everything that had happened in the past few days, focusing on the fact that he was found tonight, and within 2 hours, most of the money was returned to his desk. He could figure out where the rest was with his, and he didn't blame the warrior. Now, Meng Xingrong feels that this can make a blockbuster movie. After listening, Lu Jianhui was a little dumbfounded. The complexity of this matter is basically incomprehensible to others. Meng Xingrong's evidence is incomplete, and the enemy is still powerful. How long has it been like this before everyone is on their knees? Are you serious? They really recovered the money and asked the loan shark to return the factory to you at the original price. Lu Jianhui said in surprise. Yes, that's what they said. There must be no problem. When I go back, the money recovered, plus what I have left, will be almost enough to redeem my project. Meng Xingrong said. That's good. Why don't you come back quickly? Get things done in these 2 days to avoid long nights and nightmares. Lu Jianhui warned. Jianhui, do you know the boss who borrowed the money? I would like to treat him to dinner and thank him. Meng Xingrong said suddenly. You forget about eating. He is a busy man and doesn't care about such a small amount of money. This time he came over in person to understand the situation. Maybe he is still angry. So, I will go and find out first. As for who he is, don't ask. Lu Jianhui did not tell him. Telling him Tang Qing's identity, he knew that Tang Qing liked to keep a low profile and not be known to everyone. In the past, it was because he had no choice and no one had time to receive him. Otherwise, Tang Qing would not see him at all. Just like now, Tang Qing basically did not come forward and would not care about all loans. I still owe money to Tang Qing, and take orders from Tang Qing's company, so I don't dare to talk nonsense. Okay then, apologize for me. Meng Xinrong said. Well, you go to bed early tonight and come back tomorrow to take care of things. Lu Jianwei said. Meng Xinrong agreed. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jianwei wanted to call Tang Qing, but it was too late. Thinking back on what happened this evening, it seems that Tang Qing was not the only one watching everywhere at that time. It is very likely that after receiving the news, Tang Qing sent people to investigate the matter first. Not only did the investigation become clear, everything was done in a short time, and even Meng Xinrong, who was on the run, was found. This efficiency and power were simply terrifying. He was also so excited to meet such a person that he couldn't sleep at night. Command room. After the bad things were done, Tang Qing felt relieved and went back to sleep. Early the next morning, Tang Qing informed Zixin of the resolution of the matter. The other Tang Qing didn't bother to explain. He just said that the other party had found him and paid back the money. Zixin didn't dare to ask, so he could only bury his curiosity in his heart. However, Tang Qing did not ask Tianyin to stop the loan business immediately because all the loan tasks for this month have been issued, and now they are all using his own money, and he does not have so many worries about spending it. When there are remaining loans next month, it is estimated that the small loan company has been established and the loan business will be taken over by this company. Tianyin will just hand it over at that time. Now, let Tianyin make a plan. That afternoon, Tang Qing received the email from Tianyin. He went home, opened it, and looked at it carefully. The egg hurts a little bit. Damn it. This basin of cold water is poured on the body. It is so cold. In 2005, there was no such thing as a specialized microloan company. He then remembered that the country had only started piloting microloan companies in 5 provinces at the end of this year. Although there are small loans now, they are all trial operations for agricultural, poverty alleviation, and other projects mainly conducted by rural credit cooperatives. This is a bit speechless. Are we going to go underground again to engage in private lending? It's really dependable. P.S. Mouse admits that he has written a 4,000-word chapter. I don't know if Mouse can code the next chapter today. I'll try my best. Please vote. After reading the investigation report of Tianyin, Tang Qing was completely speechless. MMP, I forgot what era it was now. Although small loans were introduced in China very early, they were not done by private individuals, and the relevant legislation and guidance regulations were not yet complete. Although there are relatively mature systems similar to microfinance companies in foreign countries, he is not interested in supporting and helping people in other countries to get rich. At present, he is not that great. If charity donations have no borders, he will have no problem. We are all human beings. Those who have no clothes, no food, struggle on the edge of death, paralysis, deformities, and so on, it is evil to look at it, and it is to help. But helping foreigners do business and expand production to make money, haha, you can go ahead and have fun. I'll wait until I have a bank later to see how I feel. The idea that just came up died like this. Isn't this ridiculous? But what else can be done? This thing is not stuck with people. It would be great if they were people. Just throw money. This is a national policy. Just like the stock market has not been built yet, and you want to buy stocks, what should you do to promote the stock market to be built in advance? There is no need to think about this thing. If he wants to change the policy implementation date, he really doesn't think he has the ability. Even Chiron probably doesn't have the ability. Damn it. Do we really have to wait until the end of this year to separate the lending business from Tianyin? It's not impossible. It's not a big problem to let Tianyin hold on for a few more months and half a year. However, since it was decided before, it might as well be divided now. Anyway, it is not a formal company, nor is it a serious business. It does not matter whether it is a small loan company or not. It is enough to do this business, and a newly established company will not bear his name. It seems that robots have to appear again. With the policy basically unresolved, Tang Qing could only continue to sell dog meat over sheep's heads and set up a company specifically to do lending business. This is more convenient. When the time comes to establish a small loan company, it would be nice to change the name. However, it seems that their province is not among the 5 pilot provinces, and if it is to be established, it will have to go to other provinces. or run it and add their provinces to it. This shouldn't be difficult. He plans to make this company independent of Sky I and not subject to Sky I's supervision, because he plans that all the main personnel will use robots and all the equity will belong to one or a few robots. Except for the system task funds, the creditors of other funds will not be his name, but the robots, lest anyone use this to make an issue. After all, there are always some people in this world who like to do things that harm others and do not benefit themselves. In this way, the Sky I and him are basically picked out, and if something goes wrong, there will be a robot to take the blame. After all, this kind of thing is not very honorable and legal now. It is okay for individuals to engage in private lending, but if a company engages in it, it is likely to face the problem of settling accounts after the fall, so it has to be guarded against. April 23rd, Saturday. Tang Qing received a call from Lu Gan early in the morning, saying that he would treat him to dinner at his usual place in the evening. Tang Qing was happy just thinking about the free meal and gifts. 6:30 in the evening. Tang Qing appeared at the door of Tianfu Hotel in his school uniform. This time he took a taxi alone and did not bother Sun Chao. At this time, Yu Zhengfeng, the general manager of Tianfu Hotel, was looking at the door. The red carpet and bonsai at the door were all newly purchased. There were also two beauties standing on both sides, smiling and welcoming. Many smart customers immediately thought that a big shot would be coming too. The hotel today, so it was difficult to inquire about him. They hurriedly greeted Yu Zhengfeng and went in to avoid any embarrassment. Early this morning, Yu Zhengfeng received a call from Lu Qian and told him a lot. In short, he had one purpose: to use the highest standard of reception and replace all the old things that could be exchanged at the door to Qingquan Pavilion, regardless of the cost. This shocked Yu Zhengfeng. Later, he learned that there would be a super second generation in the store, an elder in his family whom he could see on the news. So he worked all morning and finally completed the task. He scolded many people and gave various warnings and lectures to his subordinates. Therefore, this afternoon, all the employees worked hard to avoid being fired if they failed to do anything well. Yu Zhengfeng was the one who kept his word. Chai Ren's identity shocked him. But what is even more shocking is now. They were all waiting for Tang Qing. Yu Zhengfeng had thought that Tang Qing was the second generation of some family. He has been calling Mr. Tang, but now it seems that it is true. How can people like Chai Ren and Lu Qian avoid cheating? Then, Tang Qing was once again misunderstood as a second-generation official. As soon as the taxi stopped, sharp-eyed Yu Zhengfeng hurried up and opened the door for Tang Qing. "Master Tang, please come inside." Yu Zhengfeng's smile was filled with flattery, and he bowed to greet him. "Manager Yu, I can find a way. You don't have to be so polite," Tang Qing said with a wry smile. "It should be." Yu Zhengfeng insisted on leading the way. Looking at the new carpets and many lamps and decorations, Tang Qing couldn't help but sigh at the charm of rights, but he was not envious. He would have this kind of rights sooner or later, and he would win more. One day, when he went to other countries to play, the other party greeted them with salutes and military parades. That was the real right, a right that was universal all over the world. This kind of right was what he wanted. Change the carpet? Not interesting. It doesn't matter if you build a new hotel. Tang Qing followed Yu Zhengfeng to the Qingquan Pavilion on the 9th floor. Faced with Zhengfeng's excessive enthusiasm, Tang Qing could only say, "It feels good to be taken seriously, but it's a lot less fun." At this time, there were two bodyguards of Chai Ren in black standing at the door of Qingquan Pavilion. Tang Qing looked very familiar. In addition, there were monkeys. Chai Ren and Lu Qian were chatting inside. "Brother Monkey, it's a great trip to the United States." Tang Qing went up and smiled at Monkey. In order to learn martial arts, Monkey played the emotional card on the warrior during this period, but the emotional card was of no use to the warrior. War Machine only knew how to execute orders, which disappointed Monkey and the others. He could only say sorry. Moreover, these are all robots. There is no way to improve their physical fitness. They are all innate. Even Tang Qing does not know the method. His source of power is still given by the system. There is no scientific basis. Anyway, the system says it is there. You cannot teach monkeys at all, so as not to mislead others and think that you don't care about teaching. By then, you will no longer be human inside and outside. Mr. Tang, I'm very well. Please come in. The monkey said respectfully, using the honorific. Tang Qing's current status is not something he can shout about, except for the soldier who doesn't even shake Chai Ren's face. Okay, I'll go in first and have a drink later. Tang Qing shook his head and smiled bitterly. The higher the status, the easier it is for his family, but it is difficult for others to maintain a normal mind, such as Lu Qian, who is still called Xiao Tang at this time. When his wealth and status become unattainable, he doesn't know if Lu Qian will be called by his current name. Really, he really likes the name Xiao Tang. Mr. Tang, it sounds weird. The relationship is far apart, and he will gradually become a loner. The other two bodyguards also looked at Tang Qing, who just nodded and smiled without speaking, turned around and entered the box. Lu Qian and Chai Ren were chatting and discussing the jewelry company. Their goods had not yet arrived in China and were still floating on the sea. Under the leadership of Tang Kai, they returned to China after playing in Thailand for a few days. Before leaving, they paid the balance to Ling. At this time, the two men were preparing a jewelry wholesale company in the provincial capital and were still in contact with the business. With Chai Ren's relationship, basically 40% of the jewelry and jade had been booked, and a large part of the rest was eaten up by the Mingyun group, and the rest was slowly sold. At this rate, all of them would be shipped out by the end of next month. Chai Ren, who had nothing to do these days, came here for a trip just to relax, get to know Tang Qing, and see if it was possible to get to know the forces behind the warriors through him. Tang Qing looked at this second-generation super with a smile, and just glanced at him because he had already read his information in the command room. The analysis report in the command room showed that this was a person worth making friends with. His character, ability, and background were all top choices. Chai Ren was also looking at Tang Qing, a student who, besides being handsome, was more confident and had a better temperament. Maybe he was lucky enough to know that kind of person. He wanted to understand the kind of power, but he didn't want to arouse the other party's resentment, so he could only hope to start from here. Whether it works or not, at least he did it, right? Seeing Tang Qing, Lu Gan quickly stood up and waved to him and said with a smile, Xiao Tang, come on, let me introduce you first. I am from the capital. I know. Chai Ren, Mr. Chai. Thank you for meeting me. Tang Qing interrupted Lu Gan's introduction very rudely. In order to increase the sense of mystery, he planned to seize the people first. He was not here to gain power. He had to set the tone with the first sentence. This was both strategy and experience. Of course, the foundation was confidence. After listening to Tang Qing's words, Chai Ren was also surprised and said doubtfully, You know me. I don't know, I just heard from my friend that you are very loyal, have good skills, and have a little background. Tang Qing said, I am not ashamed of my words. Lu Qian's heart was pounding even though he kept saying nothing. A little background? The word small is also used. Chai Ren was confused. This sounds awkward. The corners of Lu Gan's mouth twitched. He couldn't understand what Tang Qing meant. Tang Qing was very polite to him in the past. But in this situation today, does that friend really have a good background? So that Tang Qing felt confident? Chai Ren was stunned for a moment. But it was just for a moment, and he felt weird in his heart. So he smiled and said, Who is your friend? Maybe I know him. His ability to answer calls and inquire about news is at the full level. Tang Qing shrugged and shook his head. Maybe, I just heard him say this, and I also heard that you encountered a little trouble in the United States, and his people took action to solve it. What else does the little brother know? Chai Ren asked curiously. He didn't know how much Tang Qing knew so that he could control the content of the next conversation. I don't know anything else, except that you brought me a gift, Mr. Chai. Hello, my name is Tang Qing. Tang Qing said with a smile. This was the formal introduction. Ah, Xiao Tang is so happy. In this way, I am much older than you, so just call me Brother Chai from now on. Chai Ren laughed loudly after hearing this. Fortunately, he had never encountered this kind of introduction before. This show of force is interesting. An interesting young man. I think Mr. Chai sounds better. Tang Qing was used to hearing it in the command room and didn't like the title Brother Chai. Brother. Monkey sounded similar. Chiron smiled, even more happily. Don't play by common sense. Interesting, Chiron said with a smile. You actually know this? Okay, young Master Chai. Just young Master Chai. It sounds more friendly. Sit down, Xiao Tang. In his memory, young Master Chai was only called this by his best friend Mu Jian. Now that there is Tang Qing, he can't help but feel that the distance has become much closer. Lu Qian also breathed a sigh of relief at this time, and secretly gave Tang Qing a thumbs up. He was originally grateful for the regular dinner, but Tang Qing poked at Chai Ren's character's weakness and became friends. Is this called surprise victory? Not to mention, it works quite well, but it also has limitations. You must be strong, otherwise, this relationship will not last long. At this time, half of the dishes were served. Start eating. Xiao Tang, I heard that your business is doing quite well. Chiron asked with a smile. Like Lu Qian, he thought Tang Qing's money was given by Tang Kai and didn't think much about it. It's all luck. Tang Qing said modestly. Why don't I have such luck? Chiron pretended to sigh. Do you still need luck? Tang Qing said angrily. Chiron is not a person who needs luck. When something happens, he just lies down and others rush to give him money. Chiron was very happy. Haha, what you say really suits my taste. Come on, I'll give you a toast. After speaking, he raised his white wine glass. Tang Qing also picked up the cup and touched it with Lu Yegan. He said, just have this one drink. I'll have another drink after finishing this drink. The wine really doesn't taste good. It's hard to explain when I go back. When he returned smelling of alcohol, his aunt had to scold him again, and Qin Shichi even had another reason to blackmail him. Chiron was somewhat used to Tang Qing's discourtesy. Said, interesting, okay, let's not do those nonsense. We won't drink any wine this time. Just replace it with drinks. To be honest, I actually hate drinking too, but I can't help it. It's all forced, Mr. Lu, how about you? After saying that, he looked at Lu Qian. Chiron was already hurt from drinking any wine, and he had no love at all. I don't like it either, but the drinks are delicious. I drink liquor every day because of work needs. Lugon quickly shook his head and said, That's right, I can't help myself. Chiron said sympathetically, Okay, if you want to have drinks from now on, you can treat me to dinner. The more the merrier, I've agreed, but I support free service. If you want me to pay, there's no way. Tang Qing said miserably. Okay, I won't ask you to pay. I'll pay for all the expenses. Chiron laughed. The atmosphere of the subsequent chat became more and more harmonious. Chiron had a bold and generous personality. Tang Qing was also making serious friends with his kind of friends, and he would definitely need them in the future. Chiron was a good protective umbrella before he was still young. Moreover, he was very interested in Chai Ren's mining business, especially the domestic one. P.S. That's it for today. My family has been sick these days, and I need to take care of them. I have to go to the doctor with them tomorrow. Haiyan, please vote. Thank you. Winter is coming soon. Everyone, please take precautions against the cold. Regarding the mining business, Tang Qing also came up with this idea temporarily. There is no way. If there is no opportunity, it will be difficult for him to take the initiative to get involved in a new industry that is unprofitable. If there is a system task, it would be okay, but now there is no system task that forces him to get involved in industries other than lending. Therefore, whatever he does depends on what he is interested in or whether there is an opportunity. For example, if Thailand hadn't penetrated deeper and deeper, become more and more powerful, and remember the introduction that Thailand is the world's largest rice exporter, he would not have gotten involved in the grain industry so quickly. The same goes for the mining business. Originally, he was not interested, but he had read Chai Ren's detailed investigation information before. Now that they met, he suddenly became interested in this industry. Moreover, there are not only jade, jewelry, gold, and other mineral deposits in Myanmar, but also a large number of other metal and non-metal resources. It is not uncommon to have large mineral deposits in those thousands of square kilometers of land, and some have been explored by soldiers. Naturally, these mineral deposits cannot be buried in the soil. They must be dug out. By then, the equipment and production of relevant industries will need to be established there. Therefore, now is also the time to get involved in the resource industry, and treat it as an accumulation. Of course, his company will not get involved in the minerals in Burma. Those things will be mined, smelted, and sold under the control of warriors in the territory. Wang Sao will take care of all the equipment, but not now. Roads are being built there. Only after the construction of roads, other infrastructure, trade bazaars, etc. are completed will they start to mine other mineral deposits. Even according to the plan, the products smelted in a short period of time do not need to be exported at all and can be digested within the territory. Besides, after more than a month of research, the soldiers have obtained the customer information of several offshore centers in the world and have formed a stable data update channel. It is updated every 3 days. It is not impossible to update in real time, but it is not necessary at the moment. The original plan was just to get the information, and there was no idea of sending anyone to enter it. In addition, the registration system in this era is not connected to the internet at all, and the update efficiency of once every 3 days is already very good and completely sufficient. Through this information, the equity information registered here by major companies in the world was displayed in front of Tang Qing. Really, it is a mess. Complex cross-shareholdings are just trivial matters. The cross-shareholdings of several offshore center companies are acceptable, but the shareholding information of dozens of countries that come in and out is extremely complicated. He has no registration information for companies in other countries. When the equity information of many companies is found in other countries, it is directly disconnected. Tang Qing had no choice but to throw out 300 million yuan to build a database of equity information for all companies around the world and form a stable update channel. Through both online and offline methods, he must make the world more transparent. It's really uncomfortable to see everything in the clouds. Through these investigations, Tang Qing also learned that Chai Ren's global industrial layout is really large and extensive, involving various mineral deposits, especially iron and copper. The reserves controlled by one of his companies are quite large. It has been transporting various mineral resources to the country, mainly in Africa and the Middle East. It is also involved in smelting and trade. Tang Qing calculated that the total assets are as high as nearly 5 billion yuan. Why so few? Because the company's shareholder information shows 8 people. Chiron only has the largest shareholding, owning 19%. As the chairman, the others vary, and the total market value of this company is nearly 30 billion yuan. Are these all Chiron's assets? Of course not. These are only mineral assets. There are also many smelting companies and non-partnership mining companies. It is conservatively estimated that Chai Ren's assets have exceeded 8 billion yuan. Tang Qing also found some clues about the model adopted by Chai Ren, which is to follow the domestic mining companies and acquire some foreign mineral deposits at low prices through free rides. It is a bit like a rat warehouse, but it also makes up for the lack of funds of state-owned enterprises or other problems. Otherwise, even if Chai Ren has a great background, no one will criticize him abroad. The resource industry is something that ordinary people can get involved in. Tang Qing also gradually knew Chai Ren's purpose, because it could be seen from the financial statements of these companies that they really didn't make much money. Chai Ren was also very good at being a good person. He invested a lot of the money he earned in local infrastructure construction and other assistance. As a result, the annual profits were even lower than those of state-owned enterprises of this size. Of course, no one would do such a stupid thing. Unless there were other purposes, Tang Qing immediately guessed it. Same as him, yet different. What Chiron wants is to safeguard his family's rights and his right to speak in the country. What Tang Qing wants is the right to speak in the world. After 3 rounds of wine, no one is drunk, but the chatterbox was open. Tang Qing just kept nodding his head and dealing with all kinds of obstacles from time to time. He had no choice but to compete with society and life experience. Both Chai Ren and Lu Gan were 600 miles away from him. They were not on the same level at all. What else could Tang Qing do? Listen, you didn't like chattering anyway, so it would be nice to listen to stories. Come on, it's my turn. Let's try the mixed drink of 6 kinds of juice. Wait, I'll add some orange juice and cola. Chai Ren said excitedly, having a great time. They were just playing games, making mixed juices. Tang Qing had an indestructible stomach, so he was afraid that Chiron would poison him to death, but he probably didn't carry it like that. Tang Qing felt that Chiron was a bit like Mu Jian at this time, and he liked to cause trouble. Cheers! The three raised their glasses and drank in one gulp. It tastes really good. It's hard to describe in one word. A proper dark drink. It is estimated that the two of them will have diarrhea later. While Lu Gan was going to the bathroom, Master Chai, I heard that you were in the mining business? Tang Qing said suddenly. What's the matter? Chiron looked at Tang Qing blankly and asked. He had said before that Tang Qing obviously had something going on when he asked this. It's nothing, it's just that my friend has a little money and wants to give young Master Chai a ride. I just don't know if young Master Chai is willing to give him this opportunity. Tang Qing said with a chuckle. Of course, Tang Qing wouldn't be polite if he got a ride. Although he didn't get a full shareholding in the company, did he want a controlling stake in the company? Of course not. This company is just a link. If you control the link, you are destroying the stability of the interest alliance. He just needs an opportunity to step into this circle. None of the other 7 shareholders are simple. It doesn't hurt to get to know these second-generation people with impressive backgrounds. As for Lu Gan, of course, he is not included. He is just a small project participant and can only participate in that iron mine. His resource industry in the future will be the same as the food industry. It will be controlled by an interest alliance formed by soldiers, instead of taking over it all by himself. He only needs to have an eye in it. There is no need to attract people's hatred. It's the same anyway. Oh, your friend is also interested in doing this. Chiron asked curiously. This kind of power still wants to take a ride? Well, I just don't know young Master Chai's attitude, so I was asked to take the lead. Tang Qing smiled and nodded. Then does he know how my company operates? It's not easy to expect how much money to make, and I'm not the only shareholder of the company, so it's even harder to convince them. Chiron briefly introduced the company situation, hoping to get him to quit. Of course he knows that your company is called Yunxi Investment, which is mainly engaged in mineral mining. Including you. There are 8 shareholders including you. Tang Qing slowly told the information of the 8 shareholders, just to show his strength. Really? Chiron was shocked. What? How do you know? This is impossible. Chiron exclaimed. These words sounded like thunder in Chiron's ears, and he looked at Tang Qing as if he had seen a ghost. This company is registered in the Cayman Islands Offshore Center. Unless other shareholders leak the equity information, it is impossible to expose it. They keep these things extremely confidential to avoid being used to attack them. But when it came out from the mouth of a high school student, he couldn't accept it for a while. Nothing is impossible, and it's not a big secret. What do you think? Tang Qing smiled mysteriously. Tang Qing's indifferent expression confused Chiron again. Chiron stayed for a few seconds, took a deep breath, calmed down, stared at Tang Qing, and said seriously, Your friend surprised me again. He quickly accepted in his heart that there were more than one powerful and mysterious bodyguards like Brother Yuan. Thinking of this, Chiron could not accept any strange things. Tang Qing smiled and said, Thank you. In fact, my friend is not very interested in making money. Instead, he is very interested in things, especially doing business with Mr. Chai. It is safe, and you will not mess around. Chiron thought for a moment and said seriously, I have no problem here, but I have to use reasons to convince other shareholders. Tang Qing smiled and said, My friend told me 2 things about this. First, money is no problem, as much as you want. Second, he can provide you with some help abroad. For example, Chiron asked with interest. Tang Qing smiled and said, He can do it for you or help you with all the things you can't do abroad. I think you have seen part of my friend's strength. This is just the tip of the iceberg. He can do much more than you think. You will only know the details after we cooperate. He didn't tell me much. I think these 2 reasons should be enough. After listening, Chiron fell into deep thought for a while. There were 8 people in his company. All of them were not simple, but they didn't dare to say such big things as Tang Qing. At home, if they were willing, there were really few things they couldn't do, but abroad, they were all beyond their reach, and they could only catch someone blind if something happened. Thinking of the mysterious and powerful strength that Tang Qing's friend showed abroad, he was very moved. P.S. The next chapter will be very late, probably almost 12 o'clock. Please read it tomorrow morning. Chiron fell in a deep thought for a while. He lowered his head and took the chopsticks to gently stir the turtle soup in the bowl. Chiron was already very willing to let Tang Qing's friend participate, but it was not easy to convince the other shareholders to agree. Although the second-generation people played well with him and had a cheerful personality, it was not that easy to talk about huge interests. With the soldier's warning and other reasons, it was impossible for him to talk about the things that happened to the United States a few days ago. Chiron was immediately a little distressed. This little linguistic bargaining chip was not enough for him to be completely sure of convincing other shareholders. He didn't like to strike unprepared sticks. It seems that the other party needs to show its strength. Chiron, who had an idea, looked up at Tang Qing and asked seriously, "Xiao Tang, can your friend really settle some things abroad?" "He told me so, not absolutely, but the problems are not too big, as long as they are not at war with their country's government. Of course, depending on the difficulty and relevance of the matter, my friend will only be responsible for solving problems related to his interests for free. Others may require a price, such as money." Tang Qing said with a smile. "It's not his words, but the fact. After all, as long as they don't fight big battles, play conspiracies, or engage in small-scale conflicts, Tang Qing is still very confident in the soldier's ability to do things. As for other things, it really shouldn't be too simple to use money to open a road. With a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, there is nothing that can go wrong. There are very few things that cannot be settled, even by the combination of the two." He doesn't want to be a thug for Chiron and his gang. Of course, there will be charges for unrelated things, and at most a friendly price will be given. Even if it is related to the company's interests, if it involves too much, they still need to pay something. Tang Qing is not a philanthropist. Even if he does charity, it is for the working people, not this group of second generations. Equal exchange is Tang Qing's purpose. By the way, Xiao Tang, regarding the equity information of Yunqi Investment, where did your friend buy it from? Chiron suddenly thought of what happened just now. The equity distribution and shareholder identities of that company are confidential. Many of them are controlled by the controlling shareholder and are not even controlled by the person involved. After all, some people's identities are sensitive, but it is unimaginable that Tang Qing's friend has investigated so thoroughly. Otherwise, he would not be so surprised. I don't know where his information comes from, but I know that he sometimes does this kind of business. Tang Qing released some more information. What? He's still in the intelligence business? Chiron said in surprise. Tang Qing's meaning was very clear. That friend was still an information dealer. When he thought of that soldier, Chiron's impression of Tang Qing's friend became even more blurry. Maybe Tang Qing did not answer directly. The intelligence network under his command is not sound at all. He just wants to add a sense of mystery. He still doesn't have the courage to implement the trillion-yuan intelligence network construction plan. He could draw hundreds of millions or more at any time, but it's a trillion yuan, haha. Even if the first phase of the plan will cost tens of billions of yuan, he doesn't even dare to think about it. He can only investigate when needed in a short period of time. That's it. To be honest, I believe in your friend's strength and am willing to cooperate, but my friends won't believe it so easily. They must see what you are capable of. Chiron didn't ask any more questions about the intelligence dealer and was too lazy to think about it. Besides, he couldn't believe everything Tang Qing said. He is not stupid, and his friend may not tell the truth to Tang Qing about this kind of thing. Oh, what skills do they want to see? Tang Qing asked. The ability to solve problems. Chiron said softly. For example, Tang Qing chuckled. Chiron thought for a moment and looked at Tang Qing and said, "We now have an iron ore project in a certain country in Africa. There's an unfriendly force near it. There are many guns and as many as 300 people. It is very likely that we will not be able to make money or even lose money. I just don't know if your friend can prevent him from causing trouble for us." It was not that he was embarrassing Tang Qing's friend, but a real practical issue. In the past, he had to pay compensation when encountering this kind of situation. This time he also planned to do the same. At most, he would not make any money. Therefore, Chai Ren proposed this kind of thing that he could bear the pain to complete. Tang Qing was stunned after hearing this. Such a highly difficult task came all of a sudden. He thought it was an intelligence business, but he didn't expect that it was to deal with a small local snake in Africa. This is true. Nothing difficult. A 6-man team of soldiers can send all those people to see God in one night. But he wouldn't do that. It would be a pity to waste a chess piece like this, so he might as well take over it. Is this the only test? Tang Qing asked again. Yes, as long as your friend succeeds and the project can achieve average profits in normal production, I will be confident to convince them. Chai Ren nodded. Okay, I'll call and ask. Please wait a moment. Of course, Tang Qing couldn't agree directly. That would be too suspicious, so as not to expose the secret and arouse suspicion. Okay. After saying that, Tang Qing went to the corner and pretended to make a phone call. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't call out, but he called a soldier and muttered to himself for a while. Return to your seat. Tang Qing smiled and said, Okay, my friend said it's no problem. You should see the answer within a week. He also said that if it doesn't work out, my friend will not come to you again. If it works out, I hope you won't break your promise. Otherwise, although my friend has a good temper, he will not allow himself to be cheated. Chai Ren didn't know if Tang Qing's friend could do it, but there was always hope, so he said with a smile, if he achieves his goal, it won't be a problem. I guarantee they will agree. Everyone hopes to have a strong partner. Tang Qing raised his glass and said, That's good. The rest will be revealed in a week. Cheers. I hope you and my friend can become partners in the future. Okay. Chai Ren raised his glass and said, Ding. The two of them drank it all in one gulp. Although the dry juice was a bit weird, it was really fun once you got used to it. At this time, Lu Gan came back. What are you talking about? You were so happy. Lu Gan said, We were talking about what gift you bought me. Tang Qing said with a smile, Haha, don't worry. It's absolutely low-key, and it's valuable. Look, this is an ivory sculpture that I asked someone to bring from Chinatown in New York. It's very interesting, I heard. Lu Gan reported a lot of gifts from the pile on the side and introduced them to him one by one. These were not fancy luxuries, but they were all unique. He also spent a lot of brain power. They're all very good. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Tang Qing thanked him. Although he doesn't feel much about these things, they're all his thoughts. Haha, just like it. Also, this is a gift from another friend of Mr. Chai. It's a watch he collects. I heard it's quite expensive. It's quite old. I guess it looks like an antique. It should be worth hundreds of thousands. I don't know the exact value. He didn't say it. He just said it was very commemorative, and it's a model that can't be found on Patek Philippe's website. He also told you to play with it next time. Lu Qian handed over a box and said, Mu Jian only gave one, and the value must not be low. Mu Jian couldn't afford to lose that person. Okay, I will definitely go and have fun when I have the chance. This is true. Although Tang Qing had seen the high-definition video of Mu Jian's farm in the command room, the environment there is really beautiful, and it would be nice to have a chance to play. P.S. Please vote. Tang Qing opened each of those gifts and looked at them, saying that he liked them very much. Otherwise, if he didn't even look at them, this basin of cold water would be chilling. Wrap them one by one and put them on the chair aside. Then Tang Qing stared at Chai Ren fiercely, which made him feel scared. He thought there was something dirty on his face, and he was not a woman. Chai Ren wiped it with his hand, but there was nothing there. But Tang Qing still stared at him with a half-smile, and Lu Gan was also surprised. Chai Ren had no flowers on his face. Chai Ren couldn't help but ask in confusion, Why are you staring at me? All their things have been given away. Tang Qing paused, raised an eyebrow, and said with a smile, Where's yours, Mr. Chai? After saying that, looking at Chai Ren's confused face, Tang Qing felt inexplicably refreshed. It turns out that blackmailing people is so fun. No wonder Qin Shiqi always comes to blackmail him. It's really interesting to see the wonderful expression on the other person's face. After hearing this, Chai Ren couldn't laugh or cry. He was actually blackmailed today by someone he met for the first time. He hadn't felt this way for a long time. Only his younger siblings had treated him like this. With elders around, he had to smile. Thinking of his past and looking at Tang Qing's face, Chiron unconsciously felt a little more friendly and didn't feel rude. "Slippery, how dare you blackmail me?" Chiron said angrily. Tang Qing said with a smile, "No way. Mr. Liu and another friend have paid an introduction fee. You, a big boss worth hundreds of millions, can't justify it if you don't give some. And I've known the news a long time ago. You also have a gift. Hurry up and hand it over like a fool." Although Tang Qing knew the content of the gift, he couldn't tell it directly. It was not good to overdo it. Sometimes omniscient was really not a good thing. Knowing everything, the surprise would be much less, although this surprise was not for himself, but for his parents. Chiron shook his head helplessly. "Oh, you are not a kind person. Forget it. I have to tell you anyway. I heard that your parents are still renting a house, and Mr. Liu's new building has a large duplex. He plans to sell it to your parents at a discount of the cost price. I know you're also very low-key, so I need to find a way to get your parents to accept it. I gave it to Mr. Liu to ensure that it is foolproof. How about this gift?" Although he was blackmailed by Tang Qing, but this kind of communication atmosphere makes Chiron feel very good. Many people know his identity. When eating or communicating together, they're quite fearful and cautious. Whether it is an introduction, a meal, or going out for fun, although others behave well and politely and all aspects of etiquette are very good, and all kinds of cliches are spoken very smoothly, but they always feel boring and monotonous without the slightest intention. The words "fortunate to meet," "fortunate for 3 lives," and "blooming brilliance" made my ears tingle. And I also cooperated with the acting. Words like "young talent," "promising young man," and "very polite" were wholesaled at will, which was really boring. But the current atmosphere is what he wants. Treat him as a friend, not a condescending second generation, not a submissive person. In normal communication, in fact, at the beginning of the first sentence, many people lose the chip that makes him favor them. Today's Tang Qing really left an excellent impression on him. "If you provide for me, I can only treat you as a passerby. If you treat me as a friend, I will treat you as a friend." This is Chiron. This is one of the conclusions of the command room's character analysis report on him. Otherwise, Tang Qing would not be so unmeasured. Everything is a routine. Everything is data. Uncle Liu is really thoughtful. That's good, but I have one more thing. I just want to ask if there is a house of similar size not far away. Tang Qing added that his parents' house is in trouble, but he can't forget his future wife's house. Originally, he was planning to let the jewelry store make money and mortgage the house. Using the card Lugan gave him, he could get a half-price discount, but it seems that he doesn't need it now. As for the money the jewelry store will make in the future, let them enjoy it, buy a car and drive around. "You want another one?" Lugan asked doubtfully. "Well, I also need a set of about the same size to give to people. Just follow this method, and I will pay for the money you lose." Tang Qing said. Lugan hasn't spoken yet. Chiron then answered, "Mr. Liu, good things come in pairs. These 2 houses are now on my account. I am happy today, so I will treat them as today's meeting gift." If Tang Qing were a decent person, Chiron would not be so generous, but Tang Qing suited his taste. It was just a house, so he gave it away. "Okay, thank you, Mr. Chai, but I will be disrespectful," Tang Qing said with a smile. "There is no refusal. It is only a few million, which is a small amount of money for everyone here. Chiron is worth at least 8 billion yuan according to the investigation, but this is only at least. Whether Chiron has industries in other countries, or how many industries he does not directly control, and how much cash he has, Tang Qing does not know at the moment. If not for good luck, they left some clues, but did not sweep them away, and the command room was unable to find out all the other shareholders of Yunqi Investment. "Why don't you be humble?" Chiron said with a pout when he saw Tang Qing's shameless face. Tang Qing didn't take it seriously, so he learned from his cousin Qin Shiqi, hugged it into the bowl, and played it again. "Young Master Chai, you said it was a meeting gift. Why should I refuse?" Tang Qing was logical and clear. "Ha!" Chiron burst out laughing after hearing this, and didn't think he was taking advantage. He knew Tang Qing's assets to some extent, although it was pitifully small for him, he didn't take this money seriously. It is also a way of expressing closeness. Okay, Xiao Tang, I just like your character. I can't tell you that we will be friends from now on. If you come to the capital for fun in the future, you must call me and I will entertain you well. Chiron said with a smile. These words represented recognition of Tang Qing. Lugan looked a little envious. His relationship with Chiron has not yet reached this point. After all, he's just a not big businessman, and Chiron's background can basically be ignored. Is this the correct way to make friends with rich people? Lugan was a little stunned. Xiao Tang, I heard that your uncle has been promoted and became the deputy director of the municipal bureau. Let's have dinner together someday. Lugan suddenly remembered what Gongzi reported to him, and he was not surprised at all. Well, uncle is very busy during this period. Look, when he is free, he will go to your place to have a meal. Tang Qing refused. Uncle Qin Yugong was really busy during this period. He used to be the director and had limited jurisdiction, but now he is the deputy director of the municipal bureau and has more people to entertain. There are many municipal departments that need to be coordinated, and there are many things in the office. I often go to the municipal bureau for meetings, which is a mess and is really busy. Tang Qing felt heartbroken when he came back exhausted every day, but it seems that Qin Yugong likes it very much. Okay, let's make an appointment when you have time. Lu Qian didn't insist anymore, but he had already kept an eye on it. He knew that various departments in the city's economic development zone had investment tasks, so he could provide some help. Now his interest relationship with Tang Qing is getting closer and closer, and he also wants to maintain the relationship with Tang Qing's family. I don't ask to kill others, I just ask that they won't be erased casually. That's enough. It took 3 hours for the three of them to eat this meal. After that, he didn't participate in any entertainment activities. After eating, Tang Qing said goodbye and left. He had to go back and arrange things. He said he would deal with those hundreds of people in a week, but that was a deadline. He wanted to leave some room for himself. For the first gang mission, he had to deal with the black uncles who were entrenched in the mine as soon as possible. In this battle, he had to fight beautifully, without losing face, and to ensure that his own interests were maximized. Chiron and Lu Qian went to have their feet massaged. Although the two of them are not looking for a young lady, they still have to wash and massage each other. This is a formal entertainment activity, but it has been misled by many illegal gangs, which affects their own image. A businessman of Lu Qian's stature would not engage in pimping business in his hotel. Two old men were lying in the bathtub. The heat lingers. Mr. Lu, how much do you know about Xiao Tang's friends? Chiron asked, squinting his eyes. He had asked Lu Qian this question before, but his intuition told him that Lu Qian did not tell the whole story. Huh? Why did Mr. Chai ask that? Lugan was a little panicked. He had only mentioned Tang Qing's legitimate business before, but Chiron didn't know about the reverse transfer business. He didn't expect Chiron to be so alert or know something. Or are you deceiving him? His friend wants to do business with me. I just want to know more about the situation and ask you. Chiron said slowly. Hearing this, Lugan immediately understood what Chiron and Tang Qing must have said when he went to the bathroom. Although he was curious, he didn't dare to ask. This is not something he is qualified to know. It seems that it is impossible for me not to tell the truth. From now on, Chiron will get to know that friend and understand him. Chiron will definitely have thoughts about him. This is not to sell Tang Qing. If he doesn't want Chiron to know, Tang Qing will definitely remind him. Lugan took a deep breath, organized his language, and said, Master Chai, I don't know much about it. Apart from a serious business that I told you before and his friend bodyguard who is very powerful, there is only his friend's reverse transfer business. Reverse transfer? Chiron said in surprise, stood up, and looked at Lugan. This business was something he didn't expect. Yes, the dollars I gave you last time were all taken from Tang Qing. I think they must belong to his friend. Lugan said truthfully, this is a bit interesting. Chiron lay down again and murmured, thousands of thoughts flashing through his mind. Yeah, I don't know how many dollars he has, but he is definitely rich. I don't know anything else. Lugan said, yeah, I get it. P.S. The next chapter is probably around 11 o'clock. Chiron was taking a bath here, constantly thinking about the powerful power of Tang Qing's friend. It was not easy to disturb Lu Gan when he was aside. The situation was very embarrassing for a time, and Lu Gan also regretted a little. It would have been nice if there was a girl to warm up the scene. Unfortunately, Chiron didn't like this, or maybe he didn't like them. At this time, Tang Qing had returned to his uncle's house. Just as Lu Gan thought, he was not afraid of Chiron knowing about the remittance business, but was quite happy with it, because we couldn't hide it if we cooperated in the future, so he had to be more generous and expand his business scope in the future, so why not do it? As for discovering the truth, Tang Qing is not worried, because he will not do the remittance business himself in the future. He had no choice in the past, and Lu Gan was his only partner. Later, even though there was a robot, he would personally deliver the US dollars door to door. Anyway, it was the same. But if the scope of the reversal business is expanded, regardless of whether he can handle it or whether he is willing to do it himself, the legal risk alone is a huge hidden danger. Just like the loan business, he is removing himself step by step from these things that may or even definitely have legal risks and let robots do them all. Even if someone suspects him, there will be no direct evidence. After washing up, Tang Qing returned to his room and locked the door. The cylindrical platform of the command room. Tang Qing was lying on a chair, not speaking, but closing his eyes and thinking. Because the next thing is not just to solve the problem of the mining tyrant, it is just a trivial matter. He can kill or solve it with a backhand. He does not need to worry about it. What he is thinking about is whether this matter is an opportunity. An opportunity to form the Protection Fee Alliance. He had thought about this before, but he was not in a hurry to build it. Anyway, he was not sure of money at the moment. But now that this mining tyrant had happened, he had the idea of setting up the company. However, the original intention was not to provoke trouble on a large scale. That would be too obvious, but like now, to solve things when they happen, and to take the initiative to find things to do every once in a while when there is nothing. Not only that, he will also hand over all the intelligence business and currency exchange business to this newly established organization for unified management. He will no longer personally participate in the reversal business, just to avoid being traced to him through a large number of serialized US dollars. The scope is still small and nothing will happen. But if a large number of serialized new US dollars appear around the world, he will definitely be noticed. Therefore, in order to avoid this kind of thing, he is also considering whether to stop conducting cash to US dollar exchange business in the future and switch all or most of it to electronic money and use transfer methods. He used to be afraid that the bank controllers would find him through this special transaction data. But after this period of investigation and intrusion, he found that he had worried too much. As long as he was not too blatant, through the concealment function of the system, the bank controllers could not find him at all. Especially if you don't participate in it in the future, it will be even more impossible. Therefore, I was prepared to observe him carefully and conduct exchange business between US dollars and currencies of other countries in advance. Anyway, let's get rid of all the blame once and for all. As for Lu Qian and Chiron, will the two insiders leak this secret actively or passively? It doesn't matter anymore. Just mix it up and it's simple. With the decision made, Tang Qing opened his eyes. He stood up and shouted, Tang, Commander, my subordinates are here. Tang, he said respectfully, I'll give you 2 tasks. First, set up an independent department in the command room. The external name is Black Prison. The main purpose is to raise funds for us. The main business is currently collecting a certain amount of protection dues through support and replacement. The specific scope is those who are illegal. At the same time, this department also works as a currency exchange and intelligence dealer. The first one will have a task later, and the second 2 will set up the shelves first. I will only give you 200 million yuan in funding. After all, many businesses overlap with other plans. If necessary, we will recruit people separately. Tang Qing said a long list, briefly introducing the scope and methods of collecting protection fees, pricing, etc. Tang Qing didn't bother to think of a name. It suddenly popped up in his mind. It seemed a bit fitting when he thought about it. It didn't matter what it was called anyway. It could be called Bubble Hall. The currency exchange business is not suitable for large-scale operations now. Both manpower and channels need to be built. As for the intelligence business, it sounds very unpleasant. I think there are bad people who do bad things. TV shows show a group of guys with no bottom line. But that is what laymen think. First of all, what is intelligence? It's information, not just state secrets. Tang Qing was not prepared to touch the bottom line of each country and was too lazy to attract thunder. What he wants to do is some shallow intelligence business, and the deeper ones can be used by himself or sealed because many things are not suitable for ordinary people or outsiders to know. Otherwise, it will cause an uproar. As for what the regular intelligence business is, it's very simple. To give a simple example, a certain research institution in the United States has developed a super alloy steel. Our country or institution wants to know the specific situation. What should we do? Isn't this business? Anyway, there's only one purpose. If other countries suffer various losses, our own country can help a little bit. Of course, there is a fee, and it will not be cheap. Another example is that a good person has a vicious enemy on the loose, so he offers a reward of $10 million for information. No, business is coming again. And punish rape and eradicate evil, and feel at ease. On the contrary, it is impossible for the black prison to accept this kind of business. He represents a semi-just party. In particular, if some children are lost or abducted, a low-cost external intelligence interface can be established in the future to help people find their children. The amount will depend on the other person's mood. The minimum is 1,000 yuan, and there is no upper limit. It is beneficial to the country and the people, and love is boundless. Forget it for free. If the other party really can't afford 1,000 yuan, then consider reducing or exempting it as appropriate, and so on and so forth. Some are legal, some are illegal, some may help good people, and some may help bad people, but overall it just doesn't damage the character too much. The scope is incredibly broad, and the above is just the tip of the iceberg. This is the intelligence business in his mind. Back to business. Tang, let that mining tyrant be our first mission in the black prison. How far is the nearest soldier from there? Tang Qing asked. African countries. It takes a lot of time to get there from the country, so they can only be transferred from other places. According to the last investigation behind the scenes of the account opening organization, soldiers already have strongholds in many countries, and many of them stay there permanently after completing their missions, ready to support other places nearby. Of course, there's one in Africa, just to investigate and monitor the account opening headquarters in Africa, but so far there has been no progress. Those people were very vigilant, and even people with the same skin color couldn't get in, because the top and bottom, even the cleaning staff, were all recruited from other countries, and were not locals, so they couldn't get in at all. But that team of soldiers had also been lurking over there, and now they just came in handy. Commander, these two African countries are next to each other. They can reach the designated area within 10 hours at the fastest. Tang said, That's good. Let the soldiers arrive at the place to repair and prepare for a day, and then take action immediately. The first mission of the Black Prison will be done beautifully. Tang Qing ordered. Yes, Commander. P.S. Today's Double 11. Have you bought anything? I always feel like a treasure pit. The price was raised 2 months in advance, and now it is lowered, and it is still a little higher than before. The enthusiasm for buying things disappeared in an instant. I was speechless, and no one was there to take care of it. It was a mess. Please vote. Thank you. Thanks to the reader, my heart is still 0708 for the reward. Many readers said they couldn't read enough, and I was also very disappointed. I didn't have time, please understand. Intelligence currency dues. Black Prison currently only has these 3 businesses. Of course, these are not all. New businesses may be added later as appropriate, such as treasure hunting, security, weapons, etc. But they are not needed yet, so take your time. He plans to build the Black Prison into a comprehensive transcendental force. The main feature is that everything will be related to force and, slightly, illegality. To put it bluntly, this is a department that specializes in doing dirty work. The major industrial alliances will be another extremely powerful force under him in the future. The industrial alliances may not be as powerful as the Black Prison, but their financial resources are definitely far ahead of them. However, this alliance is relatively loose and will only form interest alliances within the industry. They can cross regions and countries, but they will not cross industries and will not be fully integrated to avoid being too ostentatious, unless one day there will be no more people or forces that he fears in the world. However, industrial alliances do not need to be established because after getting involved, they will continue to strengthen and expand, and they will naturally form. If they need each other, they can also help each other. The forms are quite diverse, there are no fixed rules, and now it is just a concept. This is not all. If it gets involved in the banking, finance, and currency industries in the future, it will be the third force. As for the last one, it is himself. It is estimated that he is also the minimum force. He needs a public identity. As for how big the business will be, it will depend on the situation in the future. For his sake, Tang Qing is no longer so pursuing the personal assets he holds on the surface. They are all his own anyway. What he wants to do is to be a giant crocodile in the deep sea, instead of standing at the top and being watched like a monkey by everyone all the time. When he goes out and goes shopping, he hopes to be just like ordinary people, to be simple, not to be watched like a monkey, not to be photographed too hard, to enjoy life, and to control the operation of the world at the same time. That's all. By the way, Tang, let the soldiers take the teleportation node over there. They may need it over there. Tang Qing ordered. Yes, Commander. Tang Yi agreed immediately. It's not that weapons are needed in Africa. Soldiers want to kill people, but the requirements for weapons are actually not high. In the face of powerful control and computing power, it is basically a peanut to take away an enemy. It is these war machines that fire without miss. There is no such thing as wasting bullets. Moreover, there's not much difference between using a pistol and other guns, and there's not much difference between a rifle and a sniper gun. In addition, there are many arms dealers in Africa, so weapons are not the main consideration. What he needs to transport is various other auxiliary equipment and spare equipment. If he wants to establish a certain degree of monitoring network there, the use of a large number of eavesdroppers and trackers is inevitable. There are also logistics and other requirements. It cannot be transported directly from the country, so he can only rely on transmission. At that time, a Black Prison branch can be set up there to manage local affairs. To be precise, the management power lies in the command room, and the soldiers there are just executors, ensuring that emergencies can be handled at any time and the interests there are protected. As for the headquarters where the account was opened, he is not very interested in understanding the controller behind the scenes. There are really not many people with such strength in the world, and since they are not the opposite, there's no need to be so serious. Seeing that nothing happened, Tang Qing left the command room and took out the gifts from Lu Gan and looked at them. How do you explain this to your uncle? Tang Qing was worried. Well, I came back just now, my uncle and Anne had gone to bed and didn't see it. I couldn't hide it from my uncle who knew what he was doing. Maid, forget it, hide them all. It's not appropriate to display or take it out. It's a bit ostentatious, no matter how much it's worth. For example, the watch given by Mu Jian, to be honest, it's so ugly. He doesn't like antiques. If he wears this watch, he might as well bring an electronic watch. As for LOW, haha, whoever dares to call him low in person will make him unable to live a low life. It's that simple. In the world of capital, capital naturally has the final say. What about trends? Capital is the trend. Then Tang Qing stuffed all the valuable gifts under the bed. These things were all carefully selected by others. He had no intention of giving them away. Instead, he would put them up when he got a big house in the future. No matter how high or low they were all his thoughts, and he would keep them for memories. Been busy for a while. After covering the bedboard, Tang Qing patted the dust on his hands and nodded with satisfaction. Done. Another trouble has been solved. Tang Qing was in a good mood for no reason, so he happily took out a large Chinese painting album and started sketching. He had just set up something that would probably be very scary in the future. He needed to cultivate his sentiments and divert his attention. 2 hours later, a pair of Wang Mian's Mo Mei came out, and it looks decent, but it's someone else's painting. Well, it seems that I can start my career half-heartedly. Besides, painting other people's paintings is so boring. I can also create, right? So next, Tang Qing began his self-taught creative journey again. After completing this masterpiece, he stuffed it into the trash can, which was unbearable to look at. April 24th, Sunday. Lu Gan took Chai Run to visit the scenic spots around Qingyan City. Originally, I wanted to ask Tang Qing to go, but Tang Qing refused. It was a big weekend, and it was not like he had never played around Qingyan City. He also had his own things to do, instead of traveling with his second generation. He didn't like to do such meaningless things. As long as the Mind Tyrant's matter is resolved, the relationship between the two of them will become closer and closer, and there is no need to rely on this to strengthen their relationship. Chiron didn't think anything of it. He didn't need a follower. What he needed in his heart was a friend, so he glanced at Tang Qinggao instead. At the same time, the plan for Chiron to give away a house also started. Lu Qian has been planning for a while, and all aspects have been arranged. Now he just added another house, so there's no problem. Tang Qing also heard about Lu Gan's plan last night, which was nothing more than winning a prize, an event that everyone liked to hear about. Of course, it is impossible for two families to buy lottery tickets for no reason, nor can they win for no reason. So after discussion, Tang Qing also became a member of the plan. As long as he brought the two families to the sales office, Lu Gan had arranged everything else. After breakfast, Tang Qing dialed his mother's phone. Although he had just gotten up, Tang's father and mother were probably already at the store. Tang, what's the matter this morning? Mother Tang's voice was as loud as ever, but the joy in her tone could not be concealed at all. In the month since the opening, business has been extremely good. It opened on the 26th of last month, and it has been almost a month now. After deducting all costs and taxes, they have made a total of 110,000 yuan. The couple is so happy that they can't smile from ear to ear all day long. Mom, let's go see the house today. Tang Qing said. Today? It's Sunday. The store is too busy. Tang's mother hesitated. It's okay. How busy can the store be? Today is the last day of the promotion for the boss's real estate. There are discounts. With my discount card, you can save tens of thousands. Can you earn it in one day? Tang Qing advice. Tens of thousands? That's a lot. Mother Tang couldn't sit still after hearing this. Don't worry, there will only be more. Please clean up quickly, and I will pick you up later. Tang Qing continued. Okay, you can also call your in-laws, and let's go take a look together. Their business this month is also good, and they are planning to buy a house. I'll call her right away and tell her that you will pick her up first, and I will also prepare a deposit. Tang's mother sounded a little anxious. That was tens of thousands. Well, okay. P.S. The next chapter will be around 12 o'clock. Please vote. Hang up the phone. Tang Qing opened the doors secretly and took a quick look around. At this time, his uncle and aunt went out after breakfast. The two cousins were doing homework in their room. If Qin Shiqi knew that she was going to buy a house, Qin Shiqi would definitely clamor to go. Of course, he didn't agree. He was also planning to call Lin Jiaxue together. If Qin Shiqi went there, it would be extremely noisy. He would probably be scolded for a long time if he held hands, and he might not be able to hold her. He couldn't let her disturb this rare weekend. Tang Qing quickly put on her clothes and sneaked out of the room. Fortunately, Qin Shiqi was playing music, and her voice was not too low, and she sang along. Not to mention, Qin Shiqi's singing still had some flavor, and she would definitely be another big Maiba in the future. She shouldn't hear the door close softly. Outside the door. Crack, crack. Tang Qing pushed the door gently. His voice was very low. Perfect, no trace. Tang Qing also shook his head helplessly. Is it really okay to be on guard against your cousin like this? But his reason told him. Very good. After turning around and going downstairs, Tang Qing drove out of the community and dialed Lin Jiaxue's home phone number. Tang. After 2 beeps, a gentle voice came from the phone. It's me, Jiaxue. What are you doing? Tang Qing said happily. Every time he heard this voice, he remembered his previous life. This may be the taste of longing. I'm reading a book. What's wrong? Are you coming over today? Lin Jiashue's voice was very soft. Tang Qing said quickly, Yeah, please stop reading this morning. Let's go see the house. Annie is going too. There's still room in the car. I'm on the way now, and I'll be downstairs at your house in a moment. Then, okay, I'll tidy up. Lin Jiashue agreed after hesitating. She missed Tang Qing after not seeing each other for 2 weeks, but she didn't know how to express it in words and could only use actions and eyes. Okay, hurry up and clean up. I'll be there in a moment. Tang Qing said. Okay. Lin Jiashue agreed gently. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing drove to Lin Jiashue's community. He saw a familiar and pretty figure standing in the distance. It's not Lin Jiashue or anyone else. He didn't expect that Lin Jiashue was already waiting at the gate of the community. It had only been 10 minutes. It was really fast, but when he thought about it, it was no longer surprising. Lin Jiashue was not a person who liked to dress up and put on makeup. She was usually very self-disciplined and would take good care of herself even at home. She would not wash her face or brush her teeth without going out. For Lin Jiashue, all she had to do was change her clothes when going out. The weather is quite good today. The temperature is moderate. Lin Jiashue wore simple jeans, a white shirt, and a small coat. She probably didn't have enough time. Lin Jiashue was not a lazy person, so she simply tied her hair into a bunch with a hint of laziness and homeliness, and she looked cute. No matter how Lin Jiashue dresses up, Tang Qing thinks she looks good. Tang Qing parked the car on the side of the road, got out of the car, and walked up a few steps. He looked at Lin Jiashue, smiled softly, and couldn't help but step forward to hug Lin Jiashue with a little force. Lin Jiashue did not struggle, but hugged Tang Qing with her backhand, patted his back, and said softly, What are you doing? There's so many people here. It's nothing. I just want to hold you, and let me hold you for a while. Tang Qing said with his eyes closed and buried in her hair. He is getting more and more money, more and more powerful, and his business is getting wider and wider. However, he cannot share these with others, so he will naturally feel lonely. He usually paints and finds hobbies to relieve his loneliness. When he sees Lin Jiashue, he just wants to hold her and never let go, without any distracting thoughts. Yeah, Lin Jiashue said obediently, smelling the unique smell of Lin Jiashue's hair. I couldn't bear to let go for more than 10 minutes. At this time, the actions of the two people made people around them point fingers, envy and blame, but Tang Qing was unmoved, and so was Lin Jiashue. She vaguely felt Tang Qing's loneliness and held Tang Qing's hand tighter. It's not healed yet, Lin Jiashue said softly. No. Tang Qing slowly rubbed her hair and said, But Auntie and the others are probably impatient. Lin Jiashue said again. Tang Qing thought so too. So he let go of Lin Jiashue and looked at Lin Jiashue's gentle expression. Tang Qing wanted to play a kissing game, but in public, Lin Jiashue would definitely be embarrassed by such behavior, so he would have to do it alone next time. Okay, let's go. Tang Qing stroked Lin Jiashue's hair, felt the warmth of her ears, and gently pinched the soft earlobes. Tang Qing couldn't put it down. Pulling away the passenger seat and letting Lin Jiashue get into the car, he gently closed the door. Get in the car, fasten your seatbelt, apply the brakes, and shift into forward gear. Then Tang Qing took Lin Jiashue's hand with his right hand and set off. After getting on the road, Tang Qing still didn't let go. Concentrate on driving. Lin Jiashue moved her hand slightly, but Tang Qing still held her. It's okay. For an automatic car, I just need to press the brakes. I don't need to change gears, Tang Qing said. Then you should be careful. Lin Jiashue said nothing. She believed Tang Qing. Yes. Tang Qing agreed. After that, Tang Qing picked up Lin's mother first, and then his own mother. Lin Jiashue was still sitting in the front seat, and the two elders were sitting in the back seat chatting about family matters. Both of their faces looked radiant, both for the same reason. The business was good, and they had made money that they had never thought of before. Tang Qing listened with a smile in front. It was great to be a family together. Tang, be careful. Mother Tang couldn't help but remind her when she saw Tang Qing holding Lin Jiashue's hand. It's okay, Mom. trust my driving skills. I don't drive fast either. Tang Qing responded with a smile. This child, Tang's mother, didn't say anything. She also built Tang Qing's car. Tang Qing used to find it troublesome and rarely changed gears when parking, so one hand was always free. Tang's mother didn't say anything. Mother Lin was also looking at the two people in front with satisfaction. Her daughter and son-in-law were showing affection in front of her. What else could she say? Lin Jiaxue was blushing all the way because Tang Qing's hands were not honest and they kept rubbing her hands, which made it a little itchy. 10 minutes later, Tang Qing and his party arrived at Lu Qian's property for sale. Really, like a market. The gongs and drums are noisy. Firecrackers went off. Red flags waving. Crowds of people. The above is by no means an exaggeration. Lu Qian's battle must be too big. Should we invite so many extras? What is sold here is a high-end community, the prices are not low, and even if there are activities, there will not be so many people. Under the leadership of the security guard, Tang Qing found a parking space. There was no parking space originally, but he is today's protagonist, so he will naturally have a seat, and he has reserved it specially, occupying 2 parking spaces. This event is not all for Tang Qing and the others, but has been planned for a long time as a means of promoting real estate. It is only the beginning of 2005, and it is not a first-tier city. It has not yet reached the point where the houses are sold out before construction begins. Especially since this is a high-end community, the price is not cheap, so the remaining duplex houses are not sold out. As the last big promotion, plus there were singing, juggling performances, and model shows, it attracted a lot of people to watch. The group of people came to the bazaar outside the sales office. There are so many people. Tang's mother sighed. Yes, this is the last large-scale promotion for this real estate. We also want to give back to users who have purchased houses, so we invited so many people to watch the show. Come on, let's go see the houses. Tang Qing said. He also knew from the banner that these people did not buy houses. Many of them had already bought them. This time it was a show. Tang Qing's affairs, promotions, and giving back to customers were all 3 in 1. Profiteer. Tang Qing couldn't help but complain. P.S. It's late. Tang Qing held Lin Jiaxue's small, caddy-like hand and walked in front. Mother Tang and Mother Lin also held hands behind, holding hands and chatting in private. Tang Qing's sensitive ears also caught some of the content, which was nothing more than discussing his and Lin Jiaxue's wedding room, which one to choose for decoration, and so on. They did not go to the performance venue to join in the fun. To be honest, the sound effects here were really bad. There were so many people, it was as noisy as a busy city, and it was extremely noisy. Although the singing elder sister of the show had some skills, she couldn't stand the bad environment. Brother, this sister is so beautiful. Buy her a bouquet of flowers. At this moment, a little girl with pigtails came over carrying a flower basket. She looked like she was 6 or 7 years old and said these words. Tang Qing's mind was running rapidly. Is today a holiday? Is my life over? Or some other special day? He thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Moreover, this was a sales office. How could there be a little girl selling roses? This is not a restaurant either. It's a bit inconsistent. But looking at the little girl's expectant expression, Tang Qing shook his head. Why do you think so much? As long as you don't call me uncle, just buy it. Besides, it would be a bit dishonest to give something on holiday. Kid, how much does a bunch cost? Tang Qing squatted down and said with a smile. Brother, $2 for a bunch. The little girl said in a crisp voice, thinking that this business would not go away, and her face was full of excitement. Tang Qing heard it was so cheap. That's right, it's only 2005, and 2 yuan is not a holiday where you can raise the price, so it's not a lot. Looking at the more than 20 red roses in the flower basket, Tang Qing dug into his pocket and handed over a $100 bill. I want them all. Tang Qing said. Brother, this money is too big and I can't find it. Do you have any change? The little girl didn't accept it. She swallowed while looking at the big money. Her cute little eyes stared at Tang Qing with the slightest feeling of pity. Tang Qing, who was nearly 30 years old, suddenly had the urge to have a daughter. Tang Qing was embarrassed for a moment. He really didn't bring any change. This 100 yuan note was just exchanged from the system. The system only exchanges 100 yuan banknotes. Other standard currencies, yuan, and auxiliary currencies, diamond cents, are not exchanged or recycled. The proud system does not explain it. This is the rule. Tang Qing was about to say there was no need to look for it, but Lin Jiaxue hurriedly said, Tang, I have some change. After that, he took out his small wallet from his pocket. How can I use your money? Tang Qing was a little embarrassed. In the past, he often spent Lin Jiaxue's pocket money, and Lin Jiaxue never refused. But now that he has money, it always feels weird to spend it again, and besides, he still buys flowers for her. Aren't they all the same? Lin Jiaxue looked at him gently and said, Yeah, Tang Qing said with a silly smile. After saying that, he directly picked up the roses. They were all scattered. Tang Qing took out the rope from the flower basket and tied it around, so that it would be easier to hold. Lin Jiaxue also counted out 42 yuan and gave it to the little girl. Thank you, brother. Thank you, sister. Goodbye. After saying that, the little girl carefully stuffed the money into the small pocket of her clothes, buttoned it, patted it, and turned around happily and left. Jiaxue, this is for you. Tang Qing handed the flowers over and said, If the family doesn't talk about the two families, it doesn't matter who spends the money. Yes. Lin Jiaxue took the rose that represented love, smelled it, and looked up at Tang Qing with eyes full of love. What she wanted was simple, just to have the person she loved by her side. A group of people entered the sales center. Zhuo Jun, the manager of the sales office, has been looking at the door for a while. He learned about Lu Qian's plan last week, so he became the main executor. He read the script for a week and went through the process many times. Today was the day to test his acting skills. He was still a little nervous, so he walked around the sales office on the first floor early in the morning to check if there was anything inappropriate, and was ready to welcome this mysterious customer who the boss was extremely concerned about. The other employees didn't dare to ask more questions when they saw him. They must be waiting for someone important, so they all cheered up, saw Tang Qing coming in. Zhuo Jun immediately stood up straight and tidied his clothes one last time. He didn't actually know Tang Qing, but he knew the license plate of the Mercedes-Benz that Tang Qing drove, and the security guard responsible for guiding the parking had already passed on the information about Tang Qing and his party. Hello, I am Zhuo Jun, the sales manager here. You can call me Manager Zhuo. Zhuo Jun hurried forward to greet him. The smile on his face made the employees beside him feel a little uncomfortable. They all looked at the four people of Tang Qing, who came in curiously. They didn't see any expensive clothes or noble temperament, but no one dared to underestimate them. Hello, Manager Zhuo. Please take us around and introduce the situation of your community. Tang Qing blinked at him and smiled. He didn't care much about the situation of the community. There is absolutely nothing to say about the quality or supporting facilities of Lu Qian's real estate. Naturally, he wanted to tell his parents about this. Zhuo Jun immediately began to introduce. Okay, distinguished guests, our community is a high-end residential community developed by Tianqin Group in Qingyan City. It has an excellent location. There are kindergartens, primary schools, and middle schools within 3 kilometers. Qingyan City's municipal party committee and municipal government is on the next street. It has complete supporting facilities. Buying a house comes with an underground parking space. Most of the houses have been sold out. Today is also the last major promotion. You can enjoy a very high discount when buying a house today, and you can also participate in a lottery. Zhuo Jun talked a lot, and Mrs. Tang and Mrs. Lin listened attentively. As expected of a manager, he made them very excited and wanted to buy one immediately. When other salespeople saw the manager explaining at the sand table, they consciously took other customers away to the distant negotiation area. After Zhuo Jun introduced it, Tang Qing asked directly, How much is the price? Pretending to be an amateur. Our properties vary in size per square meter according to floor and unit type, especially our duplexes, which are large in area, have good lighting, and have a good view. Zhuo Jun followed the script and vigorously promoted duplex units. Wait a minute, Manager Zhuo. Okay, it's not your decision. Mom, Aunt, let's go and have a look on the spot. We can also see other apartment types. Tang Qing interrupted Zhuojun. Okay, you can only know if you like it after watching it live. Mother Tang nodded and said, now that she is rich, she doesn't care much about the apartment type and price. The house here is not a villa. No matter how expensive it is, how expensive can it be? Besides, with her in-laws here, she has to give Tang Qing face. Manager Zhua, can you go and see it now? Tang Qing turned to Zhuojun and said, okay, please come this way. Zhuojun led the way. Entering the community, it is really not small. There are 18 buildings in the community. The duplex they want to see is on the top floor of the 7th building, which is on the 12th floor. The top floors of all the buildings in the community are duplex structures, and the others are single-story. Zhuojun told them that most of the duplexes have been sold, and only a few units were left. I took the elevator to the top floor, opened the door, and a large space appeared in front of me. The living room leads directly to the roof, more than 6 meters high. It is still a rough room. Where the huge chandeliers should be, there is now only a small incandescent lamp. On the right front is a staircase leading to the 2nd floor. The 1st floor is the kitchen, dining room, and living room, and the 2nd floor is the living room and study room. It is a 5-room design. The large floor-to-ceiling windows look out at the street outside, and the view is really good. Under the leadership of Zhuojun, several people looked at each house. They were professionally designed, and there was no telling what the floor plans were. Tang, this duplex is a bit big. It must be very expensive. Or we can just buy an ordinary 3-bedroom apartment. Mother Tang whispered. Tang Qing comforted, Mom, don't worry. We don't need to pay off the mortgage in one lump sum. Besides, I still have a membership card. If you think it's good, we can definitely afford it. Okay, I think it's okay. Let's go check out the one across the street. If it's good, we can live with the in-laws and have someone to take care of us. Tang's mother nodded in agreement. Mother Tang was not worried about the money issue. She just felt that the house was too big and too empty. Don't forget, the account period for those jewelry is 1 year. What's the concept? This means that their 2 bank cards have now accumulated at least 600,000 to 700,000 yuan. It is not a big problem to buy the full amount, let alone get a loan, but they generally will not touch the money to be given to Tang Qing's second uncle. Then the group came to the duplex opposite the door. Like their home, the layout was symmetrical. Andy, how is this house? Tang Qing said to Mother Lin. Okay. Mother Lin nodded. She knew that Mother Tang had already decided to get the opposite set, so she might as well get this one herself. The first stage script is completed. Tang Qing smiled happily, turned to Zhuojun, and said, Manager Zhua, tell me what discounts you have? Seeing that the plan went well, Zhuojun also breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, there is a discount. If you buy a house today, you can enjoy a 9.2% discount. If you make a one-time payment, you'll get another 80 yuan per square meter discount. If you have a membership card of our group, you can get corresponding discounts according to the membership card level. At the same time, every home buyer today can also participate in the lottery, and you can enjoy more discounts if you win the grand prize. Can we draw a lottery first and then buy it? Tang Qing asked. Of course you can, but the prerequisite is that you have an intermediate level or above level membership card of our group's industry. Zhuojun said. Tang Qing took out the card Lu Gan gave him from his pocket and handed it over. I have this card, it's no problem. No problem, please treat me here. Seeing this card, the manager's attitude became more respectful, and he was shocked. Of course he knew about this kind of card, and no more than 10 cards have been issued so far. The group's general services, such as eating, singing, etc., are free of charge. This kind of real estate directly only requires the cost price. Thinking about the superimposed discount range of this card, thinking of today's highest award, if all the discounts are combined, it can be calculated to buy a house. I'm a good boy, so I've already given it away. When we came to the side hall of the reception hall, there were large boxes inside, and many people were drawing prizes inside, and it looked like they still had to queue up. Zhuojun did not show too much help in the party, but waited respectfully on the side, and even asked people to pour tea and drinks for Tang Qing and others. Mom, I'll line up. You guys sit there. Tang Qing pointed to the chairs in the discussion area and said, No, there aren't many people in front. so we have to wait in line. Mother Tang was also a little excited. Tang Qing no longer insisted. One by one, the crowd drew, and the prizes were drawn one by one. Oh, it's only a discount of 0.5%. Be content, that's $1,000. Haha, I'm 1%. I made a profit, and I got 1 month's salary. Hey, luck. Nothing. Can you draw again? Sorry, I can't. Soon the first 6 or 7 people had all drawn, and the top one was the 1 percentile, usually 0.5 or 0.8. There were also 2 unlucky ones who had nothing, and the winning rate was pretty good. When they are finished, it will be Tang Qing. Since the average price of real estate has increased some time ago, otherwise, customers who have already bought it will definitely make trouble. Tang Qing stepped forward. The entire lottery box is made of plastic, and it is full of paper balls with the prize content written on it. The real grand prize is glued to the corner above. In order to prevent some thieves from taking out this prize, there is only a big one written on it. When others take it out, it can be said to be a mistake, a prank, or a 1%, but when Tang Qing takes it out, it is natural that he has won the grand prize. The final right of interpretation belongs to Tianxin Group. This is clearly written on the banner at the door. Behind the scenes, the carrot wins the prize. Reaching into the carton, Tang Qing fumbled around and touched the piece of paper. With a smile on his lips, he gently pulled it off and crumpled the paper into a ball. I took out the box and opened the ball of paper. A big one came out, written with a thick red pen. Young man, you're lucky. You get a 1% discount. Why is this one thicker? Who knows? It'd be great if this discount could be transferred. Those with bigger houses can get more discounts. You think beautifully. Haha, Tang Qing said to the lottery operator standing aside. What does this mean? The lottery operator immediately looked surprised and congratulated. Sir, congratulations. You have won the biggest prize in this event. You could get a 40% discount on the total price, but you must pay all the room payments within today. The onlookers were in an uproar. What? There is this award in it. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I thought 20% of the first prize was the highest. That's right. There's also a special prize? How could it be? Didn't you look carefully? There is something covering the first prize on the sign next to it. Maybe it is the special prize. Maybe it's a surprise. I want such surprise too. Dream on you. The house buyers on the side are very unbalanced, but they're also self-aware. At this level, it is useless for them to make trouble to the sky. This is just a robbery. Some smarter people have also thought that there may be something fishy in it, but so what? Lugan's power is not big in Qingyan City. No one dares to cause trouble here, and the people Lugan wants to transfer the benefits are definitely not simple. No one wants to hit the steel plate. Following Zhuojun to the VIP reception room, the 2 mothers and Lin Jiaxue were still a little unable to turn around. Why don't you be so dramatic? 50%? This range is almost half buy and half free. They couldn't imagine the gains and losses, and the real surprise was yet to come. Then how much do we have to pay? Tang's mother said carefully. Your house covers an area of 252 square meters and sells for 3,300 yuan per square meter. The total price is a fraction of 830,000 yuan. Mr. Tang's membership card can buy the house at cost, minus 435,000 yuan. Therefore, the amount you need to pay for a duplex this time is 46,500 yuan. Your membership card can enjoy the limit of 2 sets at a time. What? Mother Tang was shocked. Did you buy a house of 200 square meters for 46,000? Are you kidding me? Manager Zhua, you may have made a mistake in your calculation. Why are there so few? Tang's mother stammered. Lin Jiaxue and Mother Lin were also stunned. Buying such a big house for more than 40,000 yuan was different from giving it as a gift. Zhuojun also felt a little emotional that his colleagues had different fates and explained, please rest assured, we did not make a mistake in our calculation. It is indeed 46,500 yuan. You can pay it in one lump sum before 12 o'clock tonight. Otherwise, you can only buy the house at the cost price. After hearing this, Mrs. Tang immediately came to her senses, stood up quickly, and said, Okay, we will swipe the card right away. In-laws, hurry up. Okay. Mrs. Lin quickly agreed. Zhuijun then led the two of them to the front desk to swipe their cards. They didn't dare to tell others, otherwise the people here would definitely go crazy, but they couldn't hide the excitement on their faces. After swiping the card, both of them breathed a sigh of relief. It's cheap. I picked it up like a dream, and I couldn't accept it for a while. Tang Qing is not afraid that the two families will notice something. If the scene and process are done well for many things, it will be easier for them to accept it. At worst, he will deny it. P.S. The next chapter is expected to be around 10 o'clock. Today is Monday again. Please vote for me. Thank you to the reader, Xiao for the reward. Thank you for your support. After signing the contract, Tang Qing and the others left the sales office with Zhuijun ardently sending them off, taking away several barrels of oil and bags of rice, making it look like they were giving out welfare during the new year, which was very weird. Father Tang and Father Lin were both exploded when they received the news at this time, and their minds were a little confused. I didn't believe it at first. It wasn't until they returned to the store and looked at the house purchase contract written in black and white that they believed that they had picked up a big house when they went out today. Why didn't Tang Qing show down with his family about the industries of the prosperous Tang dynasty? Because all this money comes from inappropriate sources. If the other protagonists engage in the internet, speculate in stocks, play futures, play gambling, gamble on stones, sell awesome technology and medicines, etc., then they are really making money, and there is no point in having showdown with their parents. It's really boring to hide it. But what the heck? Only the restaurant under his control is making money, and the others are currently generating no income. Mengyun Group, Tianyin, Shangtang, the catering company in partnership with Li Jianguo, and even the Villa project in partnership with Huang Qi. Have they all made money? No cents were earned. The payback is based on years. It was okay to tell his parents that he had made money, but wouldn't it make his parents upset if he told such a big liability? This is why Tang Qing currently only lets his parents know about his restaurant. Every day, I think about my son who is burdened with hundreds of millions of debts to repay. They're having a hard time getting by. Unless there is a legitimate source of money that flattens these debts and turns them into assets. Anyway, Tang Qing hasn't come up with any good solutions at the moment because he still has to solve a lot of subsequent problems, which will become increasingly difficult to achieve. Why not make the situation bigger and complete it once, win the 5 million grand prize, and win 100 times in a row? Haha, go and get some sleep. It's good like this now. My family members are living a fulfilling and good life. They are very satisfied, have hope, and have a high sense of happiness. This is enough. 7 p.m. In order to celebrate this lucky thing, several families gathered together again, still at Qin Yugong's house, and also to celebrate Qin Yugong's promotion. On the big weekend, Qin Yugong did not have any social activities. Several ladies were busy in the kitchen excitedly, and several grown men were chatting and smoking in the living room. Seeing the excitement on the faces of the two families, Qin Yugong didn't feel envious at all. The most important thing to him was his relatives, his wife, 2 daughters, and these relatives. As long as the house was enough to live in and the money was enough to spend, it was not necessary if it was too big, and his status was not suitable for living in that kind of house. Different statuses, different experiences, different personalities, and different pursuits. Tang Qing stayed alone in his room. In order to retaliate against Tang Qing for not calling her when he bought a house, Qin Shiqi pulled Lin Jiaxue into her room as soon as she walked in, leaving him with a look of "wait for me." Tang Qing could only return to the room silently and arrange the change in the drawer one by one. It's a bit like paying tribute. 121 yuan. It should be able to pass. Tang Qing nodded with satisfaction. Just when Tang Qing was holding his head and looking at his gun masterpieces on the wall, Uncle Qin Yugong walked in. "Hey, Tang Tang, why did you draw so many guns?" Qin Yugong paused and asked in surprise. I saw that the wall of Tang Qing's desk was covered with sketches of various firearms. They were lifelike, and the lines and shadows were well processed, especially the details. Even he, a military fan, could not fault them at all, especially the sketches of some bullets when they came out of the chamber, the pulled trigger, and the weather-beaten hand holding the gun, as well as the shells that popped up in the air and the faint trajectory and ripples of the bullets when they came out of the chamber. It seemed that he had the urge to buy, and he would be willing to give up 100 pairs. "It's nothing to draw. How about it?" Tang Qing said, as if offering a treasure. "It's very good. The details are handled very well. You could definitely make some money by selling it." Qin Yugong kept praising. "I don't know how to sell it. Just keep it for yourself." "Uncle, you can take it if you want it. Tang Qing is not short of money, so why sell it? It's almost as good as giving it away. Giving away a sketch of this level is still a bit classy. Then you're welcome. You can still draw anyway." After Qin Yugong finished speaking, he took down the sketch he had just noticed, which was the sketch of a gun being fired. This was a sniper gun, and it was shot by a hand that could feel the vicissitudes of life, bleeding and chapped in the black and white painting. Holding it, he was very shocked. He also drew an eye next to the sight, squinting slightly. It was full of cold blood, but also full of attachment to life. People who ended their lives loved life, which made Qin Yugong's blood boil with excitement. Flesh and blood. This is the direct feeling of Qin Yugong in this painting. He planned to go back and frame it properly and hang it in his bedroom. If his wife didn't allow it, he would have no choice but to hang it in his office. Just when Qin Yugong rolled up the sketch and was about to go back and appreciate it carefully, he suddenly stopped and patted his head. Almost forgot. Qin Yugong shook his head with a wry smile, this memory. "Tang, what happened today?" Qin Yugong turned his head and stared into Tang Qing's eyes. Looking at his uncle's eyes, Tang Qing was not afraid at all. "What's going on?" Tang Qing pretended to be stupid. "Everything about today is weird. Your uncle and I are also a veteran policeman. I really thought I couldn't tell," Qin Yugong said angrily. He was impressed by Tang Qing's acting skills. "Why don't you pretend to be stupid and smile?" "Really? What did Uncle see?" Tang Qing touched his nose to cover up his embarrassment. "This winning of the prize is arranged, right?" Qin Yugong said directly. "Maybe." Tang Qing shrugged, acquiescing. Qin Yugong was not that easy to fool, so he simply refused to deny it. Qin Yugong had gotten what he wanted, so he said, "Forget it. I won't talk to you anymore. Remember to protect yourself and don't owe anyone any favors. If you have anything to do, just tell your uncle. I believe you have a sense of yourself." He knew that it was useless to talk too much. Tang Qing was not a messy person. He treated Tang Qing no longer as child. "I know. Thank you, Uncle, for reminding me." Tang Qing said gratefully, "This is your family. I will always trust and care about you." "That's good." After saying that, Qin Yugong walked out of Tang Qing's room. Really? After a while, Father Lin and Father Tang walked in. Each took a few paintings and praised Tang Qing, by the way. It looked like a large piece of wall was missing. Tang Qing was also very happy, because some people like his works. The worst he can do is to paint again. What a big deal. Even a most complicated painting of battlefield survival that his uncle took away, which is 1 meter and 2 meters long and 50 centimeters wide, Tang Qing can paint in less than an hour. If I have no money in the future, I can really sell paintings. But it seems there is no chance. In this life, he will never be that poor. P.S. It's late.